Chapter 226 A paradise-like place for wizards. For the next 2 days, Abel was trapped in this small room, enduring both physical, hunger, and mental, watching others eat torture. In the middle of the process, he even thought of various ways to escape from the clutches, such as climbing up the wall secretly while going to the toilet, or secretly pushing the shackles against the edge of the bed at night, trying to tear them off. But they were all killed. Owen caught him and beat him severely. After being beaten several times, Abel, who was so hungry that he had no strength, had to temporarily give up the idea of escape, and the temptation brought by food became stronger and stronger. It wasn't until the evening of the next day that Abel finally couldn't bear it anymore. When Owen started to enjoy today's dinner, he cautiously picked up a piece of white bread and took a small bite to replenish his energy. Even if there are any psychedelic substances added to it, the small dose will not have much effect. Abel bit into it as if he was looking forward to death. The soft and chewy texture of the white bread immediately spread on the tip of his tongue. The instant stimulation made Abel, who had been hungry for 2 days, almost cry. The existing danger was forgotten, and he started to enjoy his meal. A bite of white bread, paired with the delicious beef juice, is simply addictive. At this moment, he seemed to have arrived in heaven from H.L. Owen looked at Abel gobbling up food, and was not surprised at all. A person with such an unclear mind could just be hungry for a few days. Owen, who had been starved as a test subject in the past, can certainly understand that feeling. So when Abel went on a hunger strike before, he didn't pay any attention to it. After a delicious meal, Abel collapsed on the bed. His original thoughts had also changed. He no longer wanted to live and die, but decided to remain useful and get some information in case he escaped. Woolen cloth? And in the past 2 days, Abel has also been keenly aware of something strange. Although his magic power has been suppressed, the other party has not completely restricted his personal freedom. If he wanted to, he could wander around in this manner, but there would be people following him, and he would be beaten up if he even showed the idea of escape. Are you really from the land of wizards? After 2 days of silence, Abel looked at Owen and asked for the first time. Of course. Owen nodded. Where is the land of wizards? How did you come to the kingdom of Hadrada? Abel asked questions one after another. Owen hesitated for a moment and then said, I need to ask Master Lin if he can tell you. Wait. Abel quickly stopped Owen, who was about to get up. Over the past 2 days, he had vaguely noticed that this kid named Owen was an honest kid, and he didn't have so many messy thoughts. At most, he was a bit heavy-handed. It was an excellent target for clichés, but if he reported it to the wizard named Lin, his plan would be ruined. Thinking of this, Abel quickly calmed Owen down and skipped those sensitive topics, saying that he was just very interested in the so-called wizard's holy land, so he wanted to know more about it. Under Abel's constant insinuations, Owen told him about being in the wizard's land. To be precise, it was what I saw and heard in Ida Harbor. There is nothing bigger than a house, an airship that allows ordinary people to fly into the sky, and an alchemy cart that can travel across the entire city in just 1 hour. The wizards at the Magic Research Institute also developed an alchemy machine that can automatically sow seeds and cultivate land. These almost fantasy words made Abel wonder if he had misjudged the person. Unexpectedly, this kid looked honest, but he was always good at fooling people. Ayada has recently built many new factories. As long as they work hard, no one will go hungry, Owen said seriously. This was unthinkable a year ago. Owen, who was born in Nanchung District, is very aware of the arrogance and indifference of those wizards. In their eyes, the worthless poor are just tools for experimenting with magic. Therefore, Owen does not have any good impression of wizards. But Lord Lin does not. Same. Mr. Lin N will distribute high relief funds to the poor who were affected by the Nanchung District tragedy, and will lease the obsolete steamboats to fishermen for free so that they can fish further afield, and send wizards to kill the more ferocious sea beasts in the nearby sea. Before he left Ida, there were rumors that Mr. Lin N was preparing to build a large ship made entirely of steel, install it with the latest internal combustion engine, and make a very large fishing net that could transport more than 10 tons in one trip to the sea of marine fish are hauled back to the port. At that time, in addition to white bread and an egg or tomato, everyone's lunch will also have an extra piece of grilled fish. Many townspeople feel that this fantasy is unrealistic. How can a large steel ship float on the sea? Even if it is made with magic, no one will use such a steel ship to fish. But Owen firmly believed that Mr. Lin would not lie, and every word he said had come true, no matter how ridiculous it sounded. Abel just listened to Owen constantly boasting about someone's great achievements. and his expression became more and more weird. In the other person's description, the wizard's land was as beautiful as the paradise promoted by the Holy See. Does such a place really exist? A place where there is no hunger, and even the poor can eat white bread and grilled fish. The sincere emotion in Owen's words made Abel confused for a moment whether it was true or false. While he was thinking, a noise suddenly came from outside the door. Abel subconsciously stood up from the bed. His first reaction was that someone was coming to rescue him. But he quickly rejected this guess because he did not hear the explosion caused by the panic shouting and the spell. It should be that the airship carrying cargo has returned. Owen was not surprised at all. He calculated the time and quickly came to a conclusion. Sky airship? Abel paused for a moment, and then realized that it was the alchemy machine that Owen just mentioned was bigger than a house, but could allow ordinary people to fly into the sky. I want to go out and take a look. Owen didn't stop him. Lord Lin just asked him to monitor Abel to prevent this guy from escaping. He did not restrict his actions in the manor. The two quickly opened the door and came outside. On the empty grass in the manor, Lauder and others were already waiting there. Everyone looked up to the sky, as if they were waiting for something. But there is nothing in the sky except blue sky and white clouds. Chapter 226 A Paradise-like Place for Wizards. May 1st, 2023 Author, Pure Little Angel. Chapter 226 A Paradise-like Place for Wizards. For the next 2 days, Abel was trapped in this small room, enduring both physical, hunger, and mental, watching others eat torture. In the middle of the process, he even thought of various ways to escape from the clutches, such as climbing up the wall secretly while going to the toilet, or secretly pushing the shackles against the edge of the bed at night, trying to tear them off. But they were all killed. Owen caught him and beat him severely. After being beaten several times, Abel, who was so hungry that he had no strength, had to temporarily give up the idea of escape, and the temptation brought by food became stronger and stronger. It wasn't until the evening of the next day that Abel finally couldn't bear it anymore. When Owen started to enjoy today's dinner, he cautiously picked up a piece of white bread and took a small bite to replenish his energy. Even if there are any psychedelic substances added to it, the small dose will not have much effect. Abel bit into it as if he was looking forward to death. The soft and chewy texture of the white bread immediately spread on the tip of his tongue. The instant stimulation made Abel, who had been hungry for 2 days, almost cry. The existing danger was forgotten, and he started to enjoy his meal. A bite of white bread, paired with a delicious beef juice, is simply addictive. At this moment, he seemed to have arrived in heaven from H.L. Owen looked at Abel gobbling up food and was not surprised at all. A person with such an unclear mind could just be hungry for a few days. Owen, who had been starved as a test subject in the past, can certainly understand that feeling. So when Abel went on a hunger strike before, he didn't pay any attention to it. After a delicious meal, Abel collapsed on the bed. His original thoughts had also changed. He no longer wanted to live and die, but decided to remain useful and get some information in case he escaped. Woolen cloth? And in the past 2 days, Abel has also been keenly aware of something strange. Although his magic power has been suppressed, the other party has not completely restricted his personal freedom. If he wanted to, he could wander around in this manner, but there would be people following him, and he would be beaten up if he even showed the idea of escape. Are you really from the land of wizards? After 2 days of silence, Abel looked at Owen and asked for the first time. Of course. Owen nodded. Where is the land of wizards? How did you come to the kingdom of Hadrada? Abel asked questions one after another. Owen hesitated for a moment and then said, I need to ask Master Lin if he can tell you. Wait. Abel quickly stopped Owen, who was about to get up. Over the past 2 days, he had vaguely noticed that this kid named Owen was an honest kid, and he didn't have so many messy thoughts. At most, he was a bit heavy-handed. It was an excellent target for cliches, but if he reported it to the wizard named Lin, his plan would be ruined. Thinking of this, Abel quickly calmed Owen down and skipped those sensitive topics, saying that he was just very interested in the so-called wizard's holy land, so he wanted to know more about it. Under Abel's constant insinuations, Owen told him about being in the wizard's land. To be precise, it was what I saw and heard in Ida Harbor. There is nothing bigger than a house, an airship that allows ordinary people to fly into the sky, and an alchemy cart that can travel across the entire city in just 1 hour. The wizards at the Magic Research Institute also developed an alchemy machine that can automatically sow seeds and cultivate land. These almost fantasy words made Abel wonder if he had misjudged the person. Unexpectedly, this kid looked honest, but he was always good at fooling people. Iota has recently built many new factories. As long as they work hard, no one will go hungry, Owen said seriously. This was unthinkable a year ago. Owen, who was born in Nanchung District, is very aware of the arrogance and indifference of those wizards. In their eyes, the worthless poor are just tools for experimenting with magic. Therefore, Owen does not have any good impression of wizards. But Lord Lin does not. Same. Mr. Lin N will distribute high relief funds to the poor who were affected by the Nanchung District tragedy, and will lease the obsolete steamboats to fishermen for free so that they can fish further afield, and send wizards to kill the more ferocious sea beasts in the nearby sea. Before he left Ida, there were rumors that Mr. Lin N was preparing to build a large ship made entirely of steel, install it with the latest internal combustion engine, and make a very large fishing net that could transport more than 10 tons in one trip to the sea of marine fish are hauled back to the port. At that time, in addition to white bread and an egg or tomato, everyone's lunch will also have an extra piece of grilled fish. Many townspeople feel that this fantasy is unrealistic. How can a large steel ship float on the sea? Even if it is made with magic, no one will use such a steel ship to fish. But Owen firmly believed that Mr. Lin would not lie, and every word he said had come true, no matter how ridiculous it sounded. Abel just listened to Owen constantly boasting about someone's great achievements, and his expression became more and more weird. In the other person's description, the wizard's land was as beautiful as the paradise promoted by the Holy See. Does such a place really exist? A place where there is no hunger, and even the poor can eat white bread and grilled fish. The sincere emotion in Owen's words made Abel confused for a moment whether it was true or false. While he was thinking, a noise suddenly came from outside the door. Abel subconsciously stood up from the bed. His first reaction was that someone was coming to rescue him. But he quickly rejected this guess because he did not hear the explosion caused by the panic shouting and the spell. It should be that the airship carrying cargo has returned. Owen was not surprised at all. He calculated the time and quickly came to a conclusion. Sky airship? Abel paused for a moment, and then realized that it was the alchemy machine that Owen just mentioned was bigger than a house, but could allow ordinary people to fly into the sky. I want to go out and take a look. Owen didn't stop him. Lord Lin just asked him to monitor Abel to prevent this guy from escaping. He did not restrict his actions in the manor. The two quickly opened the door and came outside. On the empty grass in the manor, Lauder and others were already waiting there. Everyone looked up to the sky, as if they were waiting for something. But there is nothing in the sky except blue sky and white clouds. Chapter 227. Only smart people can see this airship. Where is the airship you are talking about? Where is it? Abel raised his head and saw nothing except the blue sky and white clouds. So he asked mockingly. Master Lin said that when it flies up, only smart people can see it. Owen scratched his head and said weakly. Abel choked immediately and glared at Owen with great annoyance, wondering if the other person was deliberately playing tricks on him and made up something that didn't exist to fool him. Just as he was thinking about it, a dull sound came from the front, and the ground seemed to shake slightly. Abel quickly turned his head and realized that the vast grassland in the distance was strange, as if it was being suppressed by something heavy. Then, as the polarizing magic was lifted, a behemoth as tall as a 5- or 6-story house turned from virtual to real, and soon appeared in front of us. Its entire body is cyan blue, and its surface is covered with strange alchemical lines. The cockpit below looks like a majestic ship, bound by strong chains to the huge oval airbag above. It looks majestic. Abel couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Is this an airship? Does the legendary wizard's land really exist? The huge and majestic airship in front of him undoubtedly refreshed Abel's knowledge, and made him realize that Owen's words just now might not be a lie to deceive him. As the door panel of the cockpit was lowered, several wizards in robes stepped out of the airship, each of them using mage hands to lift several heavy boxes. Compared to the astonished Abel, the attendants on the side were already used to it. They stepped forward one by one and helped carry boxes of glass products into the room. Lauder soon discovered that this time, there were more people coming to support than before. In addition to the 7 official wizards, there were more than a dozen halflings, including Lydia, Darren and others. But this is normal. It is said that Master Lin N is preparing to build a very powerful alchemy instrument, which requires a lot of manpower. While he was thinking, Lauder did not dare to be idle. He walked onto the airship and together with everyone else, carefully moved an iron box over 1 meter high from the airship. What is this? Abel asked curiously when he saw how cautious several people were. It's called an alchemical internal combustion engine. It's a creation of technology and magic, and it's the source of power. Of course, This thing can also be used to assist in generating electricity. Lin's figure appeared beside him out of thin air, frightening Abel. But soon, Abel's attention was attracted by Lin's words. Auxiliary power generation? Could it be some kind of alchemical tool that can cast thunder magic? Dean Lin In. Weren't you still in the college this morning? Lydia looked at Lin In, who suddenly appeared in front of her in surprise, almost wondering if she was hallucinating. Apparently 11 hours ago, Lin In was still saying goodbye to him in Ayada Academy. Could it be that the dean actually ran faster than an airship? You can understand that I used a kind of magical magic, Lin In said with a smile, and then led everyone into the temporary magic laboratory. And Abel quickly followed. In the magic laboratory at this moment, a group of wizards were surrounding a huge cut magnet, arguing with each other about something. Have you found anything through research? Lin asked casually. Magnetite is one of the specialties of the Hadrada kingdom. This kind of, or that can absorb iron, is considered by the church to be a stone of the gods with strange powers. So it is strictly controlled. It took a lot of effort for Lauder to obtain such a large piece of magnetite. Master Dean, this kind of ore is very magical. It can spontaneously attract some metal products without applying magic. And two magnets can also attract or repel each other, Orlando said with interest. Regarding this, I am very interested in this magical ore. This thing can generate a magnetic field, so it can absorb those metal products, Lin explained with a smile. He had also read some magic books about electromagnetic effects in the wizarding land. But there were very few wizards who studied this stuff. After all, there is no magnetite in the wizarding land. So the only things that can be used as samples are the lightning in the sky and the biological current of the creature itself. Magnetic field? Orlando paused. The last thing called a field is a gravitational field. According to the theory of universal gravitation proposed by Lin, it is an absorption force caused by space distortion, which acts on any object. However, this kind of magnet can only attract specific things. Master Dean, is this also a phenomenon of gravity? A wizard from the Ayada school hurriedly asked. No. Magnetism is magnetism. And gravity is gravity. Lin In shook his head. And seeing that everyone present was extremely curious, he started to explain. As we know, everything is made of elements. And inside the elements, electrons are constantly spinning and rotating around the nucleus, both of which produce magnetism. The special thing about a magnet is that it has a magnetic moment, and the elements inside are neatly arranged according to specific rules, thus forming a strong magnetic field. They were confused by Lin In's explanation of the principle. They could only simply understand that the arrangement of the elements inside the magnet can spontaneously form some kind of magic. This is a naturally formed alchemical creation. So it is magic. The power of. Then why can only iron be sucked up? Orlando asked, confused. Lin smiled and did not answer directly. He picked up an iron sword and placed it on the huge cut magnet. The two immediately stuck together tightly. About 5 seconds later, Lin pulled out the iron sword with all his strength and placed it on an iron block. The iron block trembled slightly, and after a moment, it spontaneously jumped up and attached to the sword. This magical scene surprised everyone present. Lydia also had a curious expression on her face. A few months ago, Lin In had explained to her the principles of generating electricity through friction and absorbing small pieces of paper. But the two seemed different. The dean didn't rub this iron sword just now? Sir Lin, what is going on? Is it a phenomenon of magic transmission? Orlando was completely confused and could only use his own magical knowledge to explain this strange phenomenon. For example, the magic originally stored in the magnet was transferred to this iron sword. Because magic power can flow between specific substances. This is also the principle of some enchantment magic. Chapter 228 Electromagnetic Effect. No, this has nothing to do with magic. And it cannot be described as conduction. Lin shook his head and rejected Orlando's guess. In fact, you were wrong just now. Not only iron, but also cobalt and nickel can be attracted by magnets. What they have in common is that they can be magnetized under the influence of an external magnetic field. The electron spins inside them can spontaneously arrange themselves in a small range to form a spontaneous magnetization zone. That is to say, it is temporarily magnetized. Became a magnet. In most materials, the electrons move in different directions and are chaotic, and the magnetic effects cancel each other out. So they are not magnetic, Lin explained casually. Wait, you mean? Because these magnets have the power of thunder, they can absorb iron products? Abel asked quickly. He did not understand Lin's rant at all, but he heard the word electronic. And iron can conduct electricity. He still knows this. What do you think electricity is? Lin asked. A violent, difficult element to master. Extremely fast. And possessing amazing power. Orlando said in a deep voice. Abel also nodded proudly. Even in Master Anthony's school, only a few wizards can master thunder magic. This is the power they risk their lives in exchange for. That's it? Don't you have anything to add? Lin asked with a smile. I know. Thunder and lightning are a phenomenon caused by the movement of electric charges. They are divided into positive and negative charges. Same charges repel each other, and different charges attract each other. In addition, it also exists in each of our bodies. So only then can we move. Lydia kept talking about the principles of electricity formation. The wizards present all had expressions of surprise and astonishment. They did not expect that this halfling girl, who did not know magic, had such a deep understanding of thunder and lightning. Orlando was even more curious and asked what electrons and charges were. Under the questioning from Orlando and others, Lydia's face turned redder and redder, and she hesitated to answer. She just repeated all the knowledge that Lin had taught her before. If she really wanted to explain these terms, there was nothing she could do. She could only look at Lin infrequently, her eyes full of help. Since you've only learned half a skill, don't show off. Lin shook his head in a funny way, stretched out his hand, and flicked Lydia's head. Arcane Society, scholars believe that electrons are negatively charged subatomic particles, and charge is the positive or negative charge carried by an object or the particles that make up an object. However, because the size of the electron is too small, even if it is officially, even wizards can't sense it. Am I right, Sir Abel? Lin suddenly said. Seeing Abel nod, Lin suddenly understood that the school he belonged to did not have the ability to sense electrons and charges. Master Dean, since we can't sense these tiny elements, how can we use the power of thunder? A witch couldn't help but ask. Every wizard knows the process of releasing magic, which is to find this element, record it with material deconstruction, and finally use magic to mimic it. If you can't sense it, then of course there's no need to cast a spell. Thinking of this, Orlando and others looked at Abel together. He was obviously an official wizard, and how he used thunder magic. Abel was quite proud, and had no intention of explaining it. This was the most important secret of their school. But soon he heard Lin on the side speak. There are many ways to create lightning. For example, manipulating the magnetic field to create electric current, using temperature differences to generate electricity, biomass energy generation, and solar energy generation. Lin said a lot casually, while watching Abel's expression closely, trying to figure out which method the other party used. However, the expression on Abel's face became more and more confused, as if he had been stunned by this series of nouns. In his eyes, thunder and lightning are extremely powerful and mysterious existences. After Lin said this, it seemed that anything could be used to cast thunder and lightning magic. Abel didn't believe it at all. If it were that easy, they wouldn't need to risk their lives to collect and store lightning during thunderstorms. He even began to suspect that these people might be putting on a show to get the secret of thunder magic out of themselves. In particular, Abel had deep doubts about Lin's explanation of the principle of thunder and lightning just now. You must know that even Lord Anthony has not been able to study the essence of thunder magic. Sir Lin, you just said that these magnets have a natural magnetic field. Doesn't that mean that these strange ores can be used to create electric current? Abel said dubiously. Not bad. Lin nodded, and then asked Orlando and others to bring 2 magnets that were cut into arc shapes and adjusted them so that the positive and negative poles faced each other. He picked up a silver block, dissolved it with magic to make thin silver wires, and then rolled them into coils, and then fixed them in the center of 2 arc-shaped magnets, and finally connected them with the power system of the internal combustion engine. Connect? Turn it on now, Orlando. Just 1/10 of the power, Lin said. Orlando, who had been waiting for a long time, quickly started the internal combustion engine, and the coil made of silver wire slowly began to rotate faster and faster. Everyone present was staring at the strange instrument in front of him. Dean Lin, where is the electricity? Where is the electricity? Lydia asked curiously. It's in these silver coils, Lin said, leaning down and blowing a breath. And the dust accumulated on the table immediately flew towards the constantly rotating magnetic coils. Immediately, there was a crackling sound outside the rotating magnetic coil. It was a sight they had never seen before. The violent thunder and lightning seemed to be bound around the magnetic coil, and the blue electric arc was constantly beating, hitting the fine dust. As Lin said before, he created electricity? This is impossible! Abel's face was full of disbelief. He couldn't help but stretched out his hand to confirm whether the scene in front of him was some kind of visual illusion. This sudden movement was beyond everyone's expectations. Before Lin could stop it, Abel's fingers had already reached into the two arc-shaped magnets. Before they fully came into contact with the rotating magnetic coils, the flashing arc had already started. Come over. The powerful electric current penetrated the body in an instant, and the muscles all over Abel's body were trembling violently. Before he was completely unconscious, there was only one thought left in his mind. Yes, that's what it feels like. It's electricity. It's the power of thunder and lightning. Chapter 229, the nemesis of all thunder magic, Faraday Cage. Abel's sudden electric shock shocked everyone present. Orlando quickly turned off the internal combustion engine, but the magnetic coil continued to rotate. This terrifying scene was interrupted until Lin knocked Abel away with a weakened, magic shock. Isn't he dead? Lydia asked in shock as she looked at Abel, who was lying on the ground with his hair standing on end and no longer conscious. Probably not yet. After Lin checked it, he shook his head and breathed a sigh of relief. Probably because he has practiced lightning magic. Abel's resistance to electric current is much stronger than that of ordinary people. Of course, if the internal combustion engine was running at full power just now, unless the other party became an insulator, it would definitely be a dead end. Lin didn't expect that Abel would be stupid enough to touch the electric current with his hands. Carry him down to rest. Owen, and you should keep an eye on him. Lin turned around and ordered. It happened that the next experiment was not suitable to be disclosed. Owen nodded and pulled Abel away with a look of disgust. Only then did Orlando and others look at Lin, asking with great curiosity how magnetism creates electric current. They just saw the silver coil rotating continuously inside the two arc-shaped magnets. There was no real contact between the two sides, and lightning was generated out of thin air. This is the phenomenon of electromagnetic induction, Lin quickly explained to several people. Electromagnetic induction, also called magnetoelectric induction, refers to the movement of a part of a conductor in a closed circuit cutting magnetic field lines in a magnetic field, and a current will be generated in the conductor. The stronger the magnetic field, the faster the rotor coil rotates and the stronger the current generated, with a magnet and silver as a conductor. This creates the simplest generator possible. The discovery of electricity is undoubtedly great and is one of the most important cornerstones of modernization. The discovery and use of the internal combustion engine and electricity is called the Second Industrial Revolution. However, Lin did not want to use this to develop various electrical appliances. That was an issue that needed to be considered in the future. With magnets and electricity, he could consider making a genuine electromagnetic rail gun. In fact, the principle of this thing is not complicated. If a conductor is energized and placed in a magnetic field, it will move forward due to the magnetic field induction effect. Continuously increase the magnetic field and electric power until the conductor flies out at an extremely fast speed. That is the electromagnetic gun. In the previous life, the Federation even frantically developed an electromagnetic gun with a speed of 20 times the speed of sound. It can be said that it has taken the stone-throwing skills developed by mankind from ancient times to another level. It was also the magic he recreated using real mirror image, which possesses the power of an almost legendary spell. If this thing can be produced, it will definitely be the strongest trump card of the Aida school. It may be difficult to use to deal with the real legendary wizards, but it is enough to use it to trick some great wizards or cardinals. Although he could ask for help from the Parliament now that he was in trouble, Lin would not place his hopes entirely on others. Abel was in a coma for a whole day before he woke up from the bed. His sore muscles were still trembling faintly, which also reminded him that everything he saw before was not a dream or hallucination. This time, before Owen could say anything, Abel took the initiative to bring up the idea of meeting Lin. Your Excellency Lin, regarding the exchange of experiences and cooperation on thunder spells that you mentioned before. I need to go back and ask Master Anthony for instructions before I can make a decision. If nothing unexpected happens, he should receive you. Abel solemnly said. He spoke, paused, and then added again. You can send one person to follow me. If you can go there in person, that would be great. Abel invited him very sincerely. He felt that it would be difficult to convince his colleagues in the school just by talking about it. How can this be done? What if it's a trap? Lauder and others quickly objected, saying it was too dangerous. What you said makes sense. A strange wizard visiting unexpectedly may cause some hostility. Lin nodded, and then suddenly laughed. So why don't you go on my behalf? Laud. His technique was placed on the ring in Lauder's hand, so naturally he had to let the other party do it for him. Ah? Lauder was stunned and looked at Lin, stammering. This This, isn't this not good? Going alone to the base camp of another wizard school and facing a great wizard. Even if he was just going to negotiate. Lauder could not help but feel guilty. Abel couldn't help but frown and asked an ordinary person without magic to follow him. Although it could reduce some criticism, it would not have any effect. I will prepare a gift. I believe it should be able to prove what you said. Lin said. What gift? Could it be the alchemy instrument that can create electric current? Abel asked expectantly. No. It's another thing. Lin shook his head and continued. The nemesis of all thunder magic, the Faraday cage. Hadra Tower, in the royal capital. In a hidden secret room. An old man with white hair and beard stood in the center with a solemn expression. As his thoughts surged, powerful and violent electric currents came from the lightning guide stones placed around him. It was drawn out and rushed towards the whole body. The lightning trees, formed by the thunder striking the air, kept emerging in the secret room. The arc spread rapidly like a spider web. And soon the only sound left in the ears was the continuous blast of thunder. The temperature rose rapidly, and the entire secret room almost turned into a small thunderstorm area. The terrifying thunder struck continuously on the protective magic barrier. And then the electric current, which was cut down layer by layer, poured into Anthony's body and continued to swim around him. The severe paralysis and pain made Anthony's face become paler and paler. His muscles gradually began to twitch, and arcs of electricity flashed vaguely on the surface of his body. About half an hour later, Anthony, who had persisted to the limit, cast a spell to gradually calm down the violent thunderstorm, and then sighed involuntarily. Unfortunately, it's still a little bit worse. Although the power of thunder collected during the last storm has significantly improved his mastery of thunder magic, it is not enough. Anthony's ambitions are naturally not limited to this. What he really wants is to crack the mystery of thunder magic, instead of using the clumsiest and most dangerous method like now, forcing electric current to enter the body, and using another method to let the magic power record the power of thunder. This point is particularly critical. You must know that the cardinal stationed in the kingdom is a six-ring priest. The only way he can defeat the opponent is this powerful and unique thunder magic. Otherwise, his plan for the magic kingdom will be nothing more than a castle in the air. Chapter 230, I am just a cripple who knows neither magic nor divine arts. The closed secret room was finally opened, and Anthony walked out slowly, and the wizards gathered outside immediately surrounded him. Teacher, are you okay? The nearest witch hurried forward to help Anthony. Just now, even in the outside world, they could hear the rolling thunder in the secret room, and the energy intensity reached the level of 5th and 6th ring magic, which was far more dangerous than any previous experiment. Fura, I'm fine. It's nothing serious. Anthony waved his hand to reject the help from several people, then shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that it still failed. Teacher, you just need some time. There will always be another thunderstorm. The witch named Fulla said with relief. It is by no means an easy task to open up a new path of magic. It is already extremely great for her teacher to be able to control the natural power of thunder and create corresponding magic. Anthony nodded, dragged his tired body, and prepared to go back to the room to rest for a while. But then he seemed to remember something and asked again. Where's Abel? Have you heard any news about him lately? Abel, one of the people he sent to investigate William, had been missing for several days, which forced him to think of the worst possibility. I heard that 4 days ago, there was a battle at a remote street in the royal capital. Some people nearby heard a thunderous roar. It was rumored that a large number of priests rushed there at that time. It was probably related to Abel's disappearance. Another wizard said worriedly. Anthony frowned slightly. It seemed that Abel had probably leaked his whereabouts, and was captured or even killed by the Vatican clergy. However, at this moment, a noise suddenly came from a distance, and then an attendant hurried in to report. Master Anthony, Abel is back. Oh! Anthony paused. Fulla and others also had happy expressions on their faces. How is Abel doing now? Did he escape from prison? Lord Abel seems to be fine, but Lord Rail has already quarreled with him now, because he did not come back alone, but also brought a very important guest. The attendant replied cautiously. How dare he bring outsiders here? A little anger appeared on Fulla's face. This is the residence of the school. If the news leaks out and people from the Holy See are attracted, the consequences will be disastrous. Is Abel being coerced by someone? One of the wizards immediately thought of this. Abel had been missing for several days, and now that he suddenly came back safe and sound, he couldn't help but wonder if the other party had betrayed them. This is absolutely impossible. I believe he will not betray us. How do you believe it? Did he ask Master Anthony for instructions before bringing outsiders in? He stayed outside for several days. If he had not been arrested by the Vatican personnel. If you catch me, how come you don't even have any news? The wizards of several schools were arguing in various directions. And Fulla, who had recovered her consciousness, asked what the person Abel brought looked like. It's a cripple who knows neither magic nor divine arts. He said he had something very important and asked to see Master Anthony. The attendant responded hesitantly. Hearing this, Fulla and others were stunned on the spot, not understanding what Abel was doing. Then go and have a look, Anthony said thoughtfully. Several wizards nodded, followed Anthony towards the outside world, and soon arrived at the conference hall. Most of the wizards and apprentices residing in the school gathered here, surrounding the two people in the center, their eyes full of vigilance. As soon as Fulla came in, she saw the stooped middle-aged man standing next to Abel, holding a cane in his hand. He was an ordinary-looking, even bald, middle-aged man. His only advantage was that he was reasonably well-dressed. After a quick glance, Fulla turned her attention to Abel and scolded him fiercely. Are you crazy? Abel? How dare you bring outsiders to the school's residence without permission? I know exactly what I am doing. Fulla, Abel said firmly, then looked at Anthony and saluted very respectfully. Master Anthony, I'm glad to see you back safe and sound. Abel, but I think you should first explain where you have been in the past 4 days. And who is the friend next to you? Anthony's tone was very gentle, but it has a meaning that cannot be refused. Reporting to Master, this story starts a few days ago. Abel immediately told the whole story roughly, and then said that he had been a guest in the manor for the past 4 days, and had been treated a lot. Nice treat. And this one is the envoy from Greenreel, the land of wizards. Mr. Lauder, Abel introduced. Greenreel? That wizarding holy land that only exists in rumors? Fulla asked in astonishment. Is there really such a place? The wizard on the side also questioned. Of course it exists. Lauder nodded and said politely. Good afternoon, Master Anthony. Lord Lynn asked me to express my sincerest greetings to you on his behalf. Tell us your purpose, Anthony said directly. Lord Lynn hopes to talk to you about cooperation. We share the same interests and enemies, which is to destroy the rule of the Holy See, Lauder said righteously. Anthony looked at Lauder and did not respond. Even with Abel as a guarantee, he could not trust a force that came out of nowhere and claimed to be a wizard's land. In addition, Master Lin also has some research on thunder and lightning. I hope to have the opportunity to discuss it with you, Lauder added with a slight hesitation. It turns out you want to pry into the secret of thunder magic, Rail shouted angrily. This is absolutely impossible. Drive him out. No, lock him up directly, and never let him reveal our whereabouts. Thunder magic is not something you can covet. The wizards present were also very excited, thinking that the cooperation mentioned by Laud was just an excuse. The other party's real purpose was to steal the treasures of their school in the name of the so-called wizard's land. Abel's expression became a little embarrassed, because many of these words were what he had said before. However, it turned out that his face was almost swollen. Chapter 231. Your thunder magic is meaningless in front of me. Seeing that his colleagues were getting more and more excited, and even proposed imprisoning Laud directly for interrogation, Abel hurriedly explained. Everyone, I can guarantee with my life that Mr. Lauder's words are true. The wizarding land is real, and it is on the other side of the Sea of Mist, Abel said categorically. Although he has never been to the wizard's land in person, magic craftsmanship cannot be faked. Whether it is an airship that is larger than a house, but can fly invisible into the sky, or the one that can create electric current alchemy, instruments need to be supported by extremely solid magic theory. The most important thing is that before leaving the manor, Lynn showed him an interesting gadget, which completely defeated Abel's suspicion, because their so-called thunder magic has no meaning at all in front of the other party. Abel dared to use his life as a guarantee, which made some wizards hesitate. However, Rail and others believed more firmly that Abel must have betrayed them. Anthony raised his hand to stop the quarrel, looked at Lauder, and said in a deep voice, Since you say you are from the land of wizards, where is the evidence? Our airship is parked outside the royal capital at the moment. If you are interested, you can go to the wizard's land to check it out in person, Lauder said solemnly. Fulla couldn't help it immediately. This was simply a trap. But before she could refute, Lauder spoke again. In addition, Master Lin also asked me to bring a very interesting gadget as a gift. Please allow me to demonstrate it. I think you will be interested in it. What gift? Anthony asked, confused. Lauder turned to look at Rail. Sir, You should have checked the things I brought. Right. Humph. This thing can also be called a gift. This is simply an insult to Master Anthony. Rail snorted coldly, but still had someone push it up. Everyone's eyes were immediately attracted, wanting to see what kind of gift this lame man, who claimed to be from the land of wizards, had brought. It was a human tall, spherical body made of copper wire, into a cage. Fulla's face was very ugly, and the same thought as Rail came to her mind. Can this be called a gift? It's called the Faraday cage. Lauder quickly introduced it. It's a magical technique, the nemesis of all thunder magic. Of course, I am not a wizard and cannot cast the corresponding magic, so I can only use this cage for demonstration. According to Mr. Lin, their principles are the same. No matter how powerful the thunder and lightning are, they can't break through its protection. Lauder's arrogant words instantly ignited the powder keg in the audience. Everyone couldn't help but stand up and glared at Lauder, with flames almost coming out of their eyes. Absurd! You are seeking death! How dare you tarnish the treasure of our school and insult the thunder magic created by the great Master Anthony? Rail scolded sternly. He had inspected it in detail just now. It was just a cage made of copper, and he couldn't feel any magic power on it. You should know that the high temperature contained in powerful thunderstorms can even melt steel. Moreover, copper can conduct electricity. If a person stands in it, it will be burned to coke by the strong current. Fulla was also laughed out of anger. She didn't expect that a person could be so ignorant. But what's more, they are still angry. In order to learn thunder magic, each of them was forced to withstand hundreds of lightning strikes. Many of their colleagues fell on the road of experimenting, learning and using the power of thunder. Now this cripple who doesn't know magic points to a cage and tells them that this thing is the nemesis of all thunder magic. This is naked humiliation. Even Anthony's face showed a little anger. Thunder magic is the result of half his life's research and must not be blasphemed by anyone. Surrounded by a large group of wizards who could kill him at any time, Lauder suddenly felt a lot of pressure. In fact, he didn't want to be so arrogant. But before coming, Master Lin specifically asked him to suppress the arrogance of these people so that he could take a dominant position in the subsequent cooperation. But looking at the current form, Lauder couldn't help but start to wonder if he had gone too far. Although there was some regret in his heart, Lauder still straightened his back and was not defeated by the almost substantive malice. After all, he now represented the Aida school, and even the entire wizarding land, and he could not tolerate him retreating. Everyone, I have tried it before. Even an ordinary person without magic can resist all the thunder magic I have by relying on the Faraday cage. Abel sighed. It was only after Lin demonstrated the function of the Faraday cage to him that he truly understood why Lin sent the magician Lauder. That is telling them that once they master the method of confrontation, their thunder magic is actually nothing special. They can't even kill a civilian, let alone wizards, who can use magic to build a Faraday cage. Do you know what you are talking about? Abel. Rail rushed forward and grabbed Abel's collar, roaring angrily. The facts will prove everything. Rail! Abel shook his head. If you have any doubts about this, you can try it yourself, Lauder said, walking straight into the copper cage. But he quickly added, of course, you can only use thunder magic, since you are seeking death on your own. You can't blame me. Rail let go of Abel, angrily walked to the Faraday cage, raised his hand, and pointed at Lauder inside. Lightning. Storm. As soon as Rail took action, he cast 3-ring magic, and a dazzling bolt of lightning suddenly bloomed at the tip of his finger, instantly turning into thick thunder snakes and blasting onto the Faraday cage, accompanied by a burst of violent thunder. Terrifying electric arcs continued to jump and flicker outside the copper cage. Powerful currents were transmitted along the copper wires to every part of the Faraday cage. Fulla and others stared intently at Lauder in the cage, wanting to witness with their own eyes the cripple who dared to ridicule the glory of their school to be turned into charcoal by the thunder. However, the reality was beyond their expectations. Lauder just stood in the center of the cage. He even stepped arrogantly on the copper cage with his 2 feet, without any protection. He let the thunder that could kill him 100 times rip around his body, and there were constant explosions under my feet. But my face remained calm and calm. Chapter 232 Disappear Under the Thunder, Heavenly Punishment, Thunder Judgment. This is impossible! Looking at Lauder standing in the cage, shrouded in thunder and lightning without any damage, Rail had an expression of disbelief on his face, and even began to wonder if he was hallucinating. But Rail soon reacted and said viciously, Fulla! It looks like this thing has some skills. You guys should come too. He never believed in any so-called thunder nemesis. Maybe my inspection just now was not in place. This so-called Faraday cage has been cast with some kind of magic. Or it may simply be covered with a layer of copper on the surface. In fact, the inside is made of resin, sand, and rocks that can isolate lightning. But even so, in the face of the more powerful thunder spell, he will be smashed to pieces. Chain lightning! After Rail spoke, more than 10 wizards stood up and cast thunder magic together. Everyone used their full strength to recite the spell, and dazzling lightning flashed from the void and towards them. Then Lauder blasted over. Again? Do you want to be so violent? Lauder, who seemed calm on the surface, was a little uneasy now. Although Lin had demonstrated the magic of the Faraday cage to him before, Lauder still couldn't help but feel fear when he saw the terrifying lightning striking at him. Both legs were trembling faintly, and the body did not dare to move. I kept thinking about Linen's words in my mind. The reason why people get electric shock is that the human body can conduct electricity. Only when there is a potential difference between human bodies can an electric current be formed. The Faraday cage is an equipotential body. The internal potential difference is 0. And the electric field is 0. This is the key to protecting against lightning magic. He didn't know what the electric potential difference was, but he knew that these terrifying thunders were enough to turn him into ashes in an instant. So Lauder didn't dare to move at all, for fear that this so-called equipotential body would disappear. The speed of thunder magic was faster than Lauder's thoughts, and the chain lightning, released by a dozen wizards, quickly hit the Faraday cage. Nearly substantial electric arcs continued to surge, forming a thunder net densely covered with thunder snake patterns in midair, covering the entire cage. The intensity of the thunder spell was more than 10 times higher than before, approaching the level of fourth ring magic, and even formed dense electric sparks outside the cage. Cold sweat broke out on Lauder's forehead. But just like what Mr. Lin said, all dangers were blocked outside the Faraday cage. Lightning was clearly beating around him, but he didn't feel any discomfort at all, as if these thunders were all hallucinations. The only feeling was that a refreshing breeze was blowing in front of him. Lauder didn't understand that this was called electronic wind, which was the airflow flying out from the negative electrode. What a refreshing breeze! Lauder couldn't help but sigh, which was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, completely dumbfounding Fulla and others who had tried their best to strengthen the current. The inside and outside of the cage were clearly enveloped by thunder. They could see shining electric sparks emerging around Lauder, but the other party actually let out a sigh of relief. How could they accept this? Rail froze on the spot, his face extremely ugly. He could never accept that he risked his life and mastered the power of thunder. But he couldn't even kill a cripple who didn't know magic. Could it be that this so-called Faraday cage is really the nemesis of thunder magic? Impossible. This must be an illusion! Rail yelled crazily. Maybe the other party was a very powerful magic wizard who concealed their perception and used some kind of magic to guide the thunder to other places. Yes, that must be the case. Thinking of this, Rail blessed himself with a mage shield, and then stretched out his hand to make contact with the Faraday cage. Don't touch it! Rail. Abel, who had had a similar experience, said urgently to stop him. However, Rail became more determined. He must expose this scam, and directly pressed his hand on it. The violent thunder that gathered near the Faraday cage immediately seemed to have found its target. Before Rail could get close, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm struck over, and the whole person was blown away by the thunder. This is all real, and not an illusion. There was only one thought left in Rail's mind. Rail? Fulla and the others shouted in shock, and hurried forward to check on Rail's condition. Just a little bit of the aftermath of the thunder directly penetrated the mage's shield. Rail stretched out his arm, and it was completely charred. His neck and half of his face were covered with terrifying lightning lines. He fell to the ground not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Everyone present was at a loss. And Anthony, who had been watching, finally spoke. Everyone! Get out of the way! Hope returned to the faces of Fulla and others, and they looked fiercely at Laud, who had an innocent expression in the cage. Just because formal wizards like them couldn't do it didn't mean that their teacher, the founder of thunder magic, couldn't break this damn Faraday cage. Since you said it is the nemesis of all thunder, let's try this! Anthony's expression became very serious. Huge magic power emerged from his body. His beard and hair were flying, and dots of lightning flashed throughout the conference hall, along with the sound of spell chants. Lightning faintly appeared in Anthony's pupils. His aura became more and more condensed, and a suffocating sense of oppression emerged in everyone's heart. Lauder felt like he was facing a formidable enemy, so he gritted his teeth and barely managed not to kneel down. This is not because he feels embarrassed, but because he is afraid that his kneeling action will cause the so-called electric potential difference. And then he will be dead. As wizards, Fulla and others felt the warning signs of death in their hearts. Even though Anthony's target was not them. The wizards present couldn't help but construct protective magic. Magic barrier. Protective field. Mage shield. A series of magic barriers emerged from the air. Seeing Lauder's scalp numb with this force, he felt a faint regret in his heart. He shouldn't have come here. Disappear under the thunder, heavenly punishment, thunder judgment. Anthony raised his hand, and the purple thunder that enveloped the conference room intertwined and gathered above the Faraday cage, turned into a huge thunder column, and crashed down. The purple thunder came in an instant, and it seemed that only the shining thunder and the violent roar were left in the world. The power of the six-ring magic is undoubtedly terrifying. The entire Faraday cage trembled violently, and violent currents washed through the cage made of copper wires. As the arc surged, the masonry on the ground cracked layer by layer. Circles of ripples continued to reverberate in the conference hall, and the magic barrier set up by hundreds of official wizards exploded in just a few seconds. Chapter 233: The Cracked Faraday Cage. Under the raging thunder, the conference hall was now in ruins. A giant thunder vortex in the center was constantly swallowing violent lightning. The powerful destructive force caused the entire area to collapse. Even though Fulla and others reacted quickly, they were not completely spared from the disaster. The violent force instantly launched the nearest people away. This is the power of the thunder spell! Fulla wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her face full of admiration. He's dead. He's dead! A wizard shouted excitedly. Under such great power, let alone a civilian who doesn't know magic, even a great wizard will die if he gets involved. The so-called Faraday cage will only turn into dust under such thunder. Ahem. Unexpectedly releasing the six-ring spell was also a huge burden for Anthony. His face was pale, and his pupils were staring at the flashing thunder whirlpool, as if he wanted to penetrate the barrier of electric light to see what was going on inside. This magic was originally a trump card he planned to use against Cardinal Losark, but it was used at this time. He desperately wants to break this so-called thunder nemesis and vindicate the results of his many years of hard work. 10 seconds later, the thunder vortex gradually disappeared. However, what made everyone present feel desperate was that although the copper cage was slightly distorted by the falling gravel, it was still strong and stood upright among the collapsed ruins. Lauder, who was in the Faraday cage, was stunned by the violent impact. Apparently, he had not yet recovered from the lightning pillar that had just covered almost the entire area. I'm actually alive, Lauder said in a daze, just as surprised as Fulla and others. At the moment when the thunder fell, he thought he was dead. But the facts once again proved the power of the Faraday cage. Under the baptism of such powerful thunder magic, he still did not suffer any harm. Even then, Lauder suddenly realized that in order to maintain the balance of his body, his hands had unconsciously grabbed the edge of the copper wire. Waves of flashing electric sparks came out, but he seemed to be fine. For a moment, Lauder actually had the illusion that he controlled the thunder. There was silence in the conference hall. Hundreds of wizards stared at Lauder, who was in a copper cage and surrounded by electricity, like a god of thunder. Their eyes were full of disbelief. He is still alive? Impossible. This is six-ring magic. Fulla even collapsed on the ground, recalling in her mind those colleagues who paid the price with their lives in order to study and master thunder magic. If this so-called thunder nemesis really exists, what is the significance of these people's sacrifices and the pain they have experienced? Why? Anthony's body trembled violently. Under his perception, the structure of the entire Faraday cage couldn't be clearer. There was no life magic cast inside. It was just an ordinary cage. But it developed his most powerful thunder magic. Thunderbane, Anthony murmured softly, as if he had aged 10 years. The thunder magic he had spent half his life researching actually had such a fatal flaw. Normally, it is of course impossible for the enemy to fight with a cage. But for a great wizard of the same level, as long as he knows the method, it is not difficult to create a Faraday cage with magic. Under the eyes of everyone who were either shocked, fearful, or hysterical, Lauder swallowed hard, fearing that these people would become angry and kill him. Can you tell me why this Faraday cage can protect against lightning? Anthony stared at Lauder in the copper cage and asked almost as if he was asking for advice. Sir Lin said that this has something to do with eliminating the potential difference. I don't know the more specific details, Lauder said carefully. Anthony frowned and pondered what this potential difference was. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in the conference hall. Its principle is actually very simple, because current always flows from high potential to low potential. For example, if a person is hit by thunder magic while standing on the ground, the human body becomes a temporary conductor, guiding the current to the ground. The Faraday cage is an equipotential body, and the potential at every point of its SH. L is the same. Since there is no potential difference, there will naturally be no current passing through the human body. At the same time as the sound sounded, a figure appeared in the Faraday cage out of thin air. It was an extremely young wizard, wearing a blue robe, and his whole body was shining with the brilliance of magic. "Are you Lin?" Anthony looked at the young wizard who suddenly appeared in front of him, and quickly figured out that this was not his real body, but probably just a magic projection. "Not bad." Lin nodded. Anthony didn't care what method the other party used to make the projection come here, and thought about the meaning of Lin's words. Although the so-called potential difference and equal potential body were new words that were unheard of in the past, they were not completely incomprehensible. In addition, copper is a very good conductor. Under the action of an external electric field, the electrons inside the conductor will move to the surface of the conductor, generating an electric field of equal size and opposite direction, so that the internal and external electric fields cancel out. "I call it electrostatic shielding," Lin said with a smile. "You can understand that the Faraday cage uses the power of lightning to withstand lightning." "That's it." Anthony was trembling. "Yes, only thunder's power is enough to fight against thunder." "Then how to crack this Faraday cage?" Anthony asked eagerly, but quickly paused because this was obviously the most important secret. And after Lin had introduced the principle of the Faraday cage, he couldn't think of any way to crack this nearly perfect thunder nemesis, except by using power other than thunder magic. Wherever there is electricity, there is magnetism. When a copper coil is energized, it will produce a magnetic field. So why don't you try another method and try the magnetism?" Lenin said with great interest. Anthony suddenly felt his eyes light up. He closed his eyes and tried to sense it. The magic-like electric current was conducting along the copper wire, and an inexplicable force was radiating outward. That was the magnetic field. Anthony suddenly opened his eyes, clenched his right hand, and heard a hoarse and unpleasant muffled sound. The Faraday cage, which was still strong under tens of millions of volts of high-voltage current, began to bend and twist inward. "Enough! Enough!" Lauder shouted in horror. The sturdy Faraday cage was no longer a patron saint to protect him, but instead became a deadly cage. Chapter 234 Lin, good guy. Everyone has to receive electrotherapy. Anthony's movement suddenly stopped amidst Lauder's urgent shout. At this moment, the Faraday cage was dilapidated and turned into a spiked sphere that was concave inwards, and the electrostatic shielding formed on the surface was completely destroyed. If Anthony hadn't used a magnetic field to restrain the current, Lauder inside the cage would have been electrocuted long ago. Thunder and lightning and magnetism. The gray-haired old wizard looked at the Faraday cage that he had easily destroyed, looking a little dazed. 1 second, it was the nemesis of thunder, and the next second, it turned into a real cage due to the characteristics of the magnetic field generated by electricity. Only then did Anthony realize that it was not that the thunder magic he had studied had huge flaws, but that his research and understanding of it was too shallow and still superficial. The conversion of spell strength only takes a moment. As the saying goes, for wizards, knowledge is power. Ha ha ha. So that's it. That's it. Anthony muttered to himself extremely happily, his face full of excitement. No less than the first time he rode the thunder. Although the wizards present did not fully understand what Lin En had just said, they saw the fact that the damn thunder nemesis had been breached. The thunder magic they risked their lives to learn was not without meaning. This made Fula and others who had lost their spirits regain their spirits, and they secretly remembered that the magnetic force could break the Rafati cage. The principle and countermeasures of this thunder nemesis were revealed, and Lin didn't care. After all, it's not just metal elements that can be used to make Faraday cages. If someone follows this method and uses it against himself, he will suffer a big loss. Thank you very much for your advice, Your Excellency Lin. After experiencing the initial excitement, Anthony quickly recovered his senses, looked at the young wizard in front of him, and bowed slightly to pay tribute. There are still many things I don't understand about electric potential and magnetic field. If possible, I hope you can stay here for a few more days. I have many questions to ask you. Teacher! Fula and others shouted in shock. For those who were born in the kingdom of Hadrata, the great wizard Anthony is the most powerful and wise person in their eyes. Now they see the gray-haired teacher. Such a low profile to a wizard who is not as old as them. He lowered his head to ask for advice, which was suddenly difficult to accept. But Anthony didn't care. After living to his age, the so-called face has long been put aside. If he can't break through the legend, he will probably die within 10 years. What he was thinking about most, apart from his dream of a magical kingdom, was to get a glimpse of the secret of thunder magic. He urgently wants to know what thunder and lightning is, how it is formed, and why it exists. The wizard in front of him was the only one who could possibly answer these questions. Just from the principle of creating a Faraday cage and the conversion of electromagnetic relations, Anthony understood that Lin's understanding of thunder and magnetic fields may be far beyond his imagination. Furla was not the only one who was surprised by the great wizard's attitude. Lin was also quite surprised. Although there were many high-level wizards in the wizarding land who were willing to put aside their status and discuss magic theories with him on an equal footing, this was the first time he had seen Anthony directly talk about asking for advice and learning. After all, he looks too young. In a group like wizards, who need to accumulate knowledge and show their power, people will always be a little suspicious. This is why he often appears in the image of other scientific masters and then deceives him. Lenin pondered for a long time, and then spoke. Of course there is no problem. But this is just an incarnation of me. The time I can stay is limited. If you are interested, you may wish to join the Secret Magic Society. We can have more in-depth discussions in the field of magic. As he spoke, Lin threw the ring of secret magic that he had prepared long ago, and it landed accurately in Anthony's hands. Secret Magic Society? Anthony glanced at the ring engraved with strange runes in his hand. You can understand it as an academic organization dedicated to exploring the true meaning of magic. This ring is both a token and a key to the realm of magic. The time is 12 o'clock tomorrow night, Lin explained casually, and then added after a pause. He spoke again. I have a question that I would like you to answer. Logically speaking, you should not be able to feel the existence of electric charge. So how do you control thunder and lightning? This is a question that has always puzzled Lin. At first, he thought it was related to the magnetic field, which uses magnetism to generate electricity. After all, the kingdom of Hadera Tower has a large magnetite. But Abel obviously had a very limited understanding of the phenomenon of magnetism and electricity, and even made a fuss when faced with a magnetic generator. So his guess must be wrong. Our method is to weaken the power of thunder and then conduct it into the body, so that the magic power in the body gradually becomes familiar with this strange power until it can use magic power to mimic thunder, Anthony said directly. This process is very long. Depending on each person's talent, they usually need to withstand hundreds or even hundreds of electric shocks. Not everyone can master this speed. So far, more than 10 wizards have died due to excessively powerful electric currents. Down. Listening to Anthony's story, Lin's expression became very strange. Hey guys. Everyone has to get electrotherapy. Right? So brave. No wonder Abel was able to resist the electric shock with his body before. But he was still bouncing around after a long rest. It turned out that he was already used to it. After finishing speaking, Anthony looked at Lin, looking forward to his evaluation. Well, it's really a unique method. It took Lin a long time to squeeze these words out of his mouth. Of course, these words are not meant to be sarcastic. Anthony is equivalent to using the characteristics of magic in turn, allowing formal wizards, who cannot sense electric charges and magnetic fields, to use the power of thunder magic in advance. It can be regarded as a shortcut to gain strength. Thinking of this, Lin glanced at the conference hall that was completely destroyed by the thunder magic just now, and Rael, who was unconscious on the ground, and spoke. I think you still have some troubles to deal with. So today's meeting is over. It's time for us to go back. Lauder. After the words fell, the magic projection turned into a faint light and disappeared in front of everyone. Lauder pretended to adjust his robe, bowed to everyone, and then left. Chapter 235. This is the true meaning of thunder magic. After Lauder said goodbye and left, Fulla and the others breathed a sigh of relief. For them, everything that happened before was like experiencing an unreal dream. Teacher, what should we do now? A wizard asked at a loss. If they really come from the land of wizards and know a lot about thunder magic, that's not a bad thing, Anthony said solemnly. In fact, there is more than one wizard school like theirs in the entire kingdom of Hadrata. But those people are simply incompetent, and they rashly roped them in to participate in his plan, which might even cause chaos. But that doesn't mean they don't need allies. The power of the Holy See is deeply rooted in the kingdom, and wizards are still an absolutely weak party. Without the tacit approval of that person, they cannot hide openly under the eyes of the Holy See. The legendary wizarding Holy Land? Fulla whispered softly. She had naturally heard of the rumors about the Wizarding Land, but she had always thought that it was just the fantasy of some wizards. "How is Ray?" Anthony turned his head and asked. After checking Rael's condition, a potion master shook his head and sighed. "He was seriously injured, and his right hand is probably disabled. It will take a while to recover. But fortunately, at least his life has been saved. It's good that you're still alive." Anthony nodded. The loss of his right hand was nothing. As far as he knew, there were at least 3 magic potions that could regenerate severed limbs. Of course, each one costs a fortune. "Fira, please take care of this place. Abel, come with me," Anthony said again. He was very interested in Abel's experience these days, especially the internal combustion engine and the alchemical instrument that can generate electricity. The rest of Furla and others cleaned up the conference room that was in ruins. Fortunately, when he cast the spell before, Anthony had already activated the protective magic covering the entire station. Otherwise, such a powerful energy fluctuation would have attracted the Vatican personnel long ago. The day passed in a blink of an eye, and after a group of wizards cleared away the last fallen brick, midnight had come. Anthony took Furla and others back to the secret room again, and carefully put the ring on the ring finger of his right hand. "Protect the station well, and wake me up if there is a major crisis." Anthony gave a few solemn instructions, and then activated the magic on the ring. The next moment, he found that his consciousness was separated. There was a void of space in front of him, and he couldn't tell the difference between up, down, left, and right. There was endless darkness all around. Only a few stars of light shone in the distance, and one of them shone brightest. This kind of light is not a candle flame. It seems to be able to penetrate thousands of miles, and he seemed to be wandering in this empty and dark space at an extremely fast speed. When he got closer, Anthony discovered that the extraordinarily shining light turned out to be a huge fireball. He couldn't even find it. There are no words to describe the hugeness and majesty of this fireball. It is like a furnace HL, with huge waves of flames rolling on the surface. "What is that?" Anthony whispered. "That's the star shining in the universe. The sun above our heads." Lynn's figure appeared in front of Anthony. He looked around and said with a smile, "Where are they?" Anthony glanced at the dense spots of light in the distance and had a vague guess in his mind. "Of course they are all stars, but they are too far away, so their light is dim," Lin responded freely. "And this is outside of time and space. You can understand it as the projection of the universe created by the Arcane Society. We will discover the natural laws and engrave them on it. When it is completely perfected, maybe this place will become a second real universe." Lin spoke with emotion. He didn't dare to have such an arrogant idea before, but after seeing Auguste projecting the Doomsday realm into the real world, he came up with such an idea. "Cosmic projection?" Anthony was trembling. Although he had overestimated this secret magic society as much as possible, the other party's skills were still far beyond his expectations. A projection of the universe. How ambitious is this? And what kind of precise and complete magic theory is needed to support it? Anthony couldn't even imagine it. "So the Secret Magic Society is the leader of the Wizarding Land?" Anthony asked in a deep voice. In his opinion, perhaps only such a Wizarding Holy Land can have such a big deal. "No. The Arcane Society is just an academic research organization. It exists in the Land of Wizards, in the Sika's Empire, or outside the Empire," Lin explained casually. "We are keen to accept every wizard with an academic spirit and explore the mysteries of this world together." Lin's answer surprised Anthony, but he soon understood that it was an academic research organization with a wider scope, covering the best wizards in the entire continent. "Now I have become one of them." "Thank you for your answer, Mr. Lin." Anthony took a few deep breaths, suppressed his emotional fluctuations, and then continued to speak. "But I still have many doubts, and I hope you can give me some advice. I want to know what thunder and lightning is. Why is it formed, and why does it exist?" Anthony couldn't wait to ask. This is a question that has been bothering him for a long time. "Electricity is a natural phenomenon produced by stationary or moving charges," Lin said, stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers, and many faint light spots appeared around the two of them. "There are 2 types of electric charges, positive and negative. 2 charged substances will exert a force on each other, and they will also feel the force exerted by the other party. Objects with the same electric charge will repel each other, and objects with different electric charges will repel each other. They attract each other, and when the 2 charges meet, they release a large amount of light and heat. This is the lightning we see." As Lin spoke, the faint light spots around him began to tremble. and began to simulate the attraction and repulsion of positive and negative charges. Just like naughty children hugging each other or moving away from each other in disgust. And finally gathered and collided together. Dazzling rays of light suddenly flashed in the black space, pulling out spider web-like arcs in the void. Anthony looked at everything in front of him intoxicated. This was what he longed for. And it was now presented in front of him in such an intuitive way. Chapter 236. This is the answer to electricity and magnetism, Maxwell's equations. That's what thunder is made of. It took Anthony a while to come back to his senses. He murmured softly, and then suddenly thought that the mutual repulsion and attraction properties of positive and negative charges were very similar to the properties of magnets. So electricity is magnetism. And magnetism is electricity? Anthony said with great excitement, as if he had discovered some new world. He felt that he had glimpsed the mystery of thunder and magnetic field. It can also be said that electricity and magnetism are inseparable and interdependent. Just like water and ice. Lynn nodded. Anthony seemed to be excited, but then he became confused. Since the two have the same origin, why do they appear in two different forms? Many questions kept flashing through his mind, and Anthony could only look at Lynn anxiously, waiting for his answer. If you want to know this, you must first understand what a magnetic field is, Lynn explained with a smile. According to the research of Arcane Society's scholars, it is a special form of matter that exists in the space around magnets, currents, and moving charges. It is a vector field that has direction and numerical magnitude at any location in space. For example, the planet under our feet is a huge magnetic field. Lynn stretched out his right hand and snapped his fingers, and a huge blue planet appeared in front of Anthony. Due to limited knowledge of the entire continent, most areas are covered by thick clouds. But this is obviously not the point. After Lynn finished speaking, countless materialized magnetic lines extended from the north and south poles, drawing beautiful arcs, like a big net wrapping the entire planet in the center. Anthony stared at the huge star at his feet, and was so shocked that he couldn't speak. At this moment, he no longer cared about why the continent was a round ball, and asked in shock, "Does that mean the continent under our feet is a huge magnet? That's why everything is attracted to the surface." Anthony immediately remembered the theory of charged elements that Abel had mentioned to him. Wouldn't this just explain the phenomenon of things falling towards the surface? No, that's actually the effect of the planet's gravity, Lynn said dumbfounded. But magnetism and gravity are indeed very similar in some aspects. Lynn used the huge planet as a model to explain to Anthony the mysteries of electricity and magnetism, from magnetic field lines and magnetization to electromagnetic induction, to the mutual influence and conversion of electric fields and magnetic fields, as the basic building blocks of the universe. Electromagnetic phenomena involving the quantum realm can be discussed for days and nights. Things such as sound, electricity, magnetism, light, color, heat transfer, thermal radiation, chemical reactions, and even the formation of life all come from electromagnetic force in the final analysis. In any branch of the field, even if a person spends his whole life exploring it, he may not be able to understand it. This is also the reason why Lin did not cling to this knowledge and develop related magic alone. After all, he alone is the crystallization of thousands of years of human wisdom. He wants to summarize and organize it, combine it with magic, and deduce it to higher levels are simply a pipe dream. The development of science and magic cannot be accomplished by one person. Although most of what Lin explained was electromagnetic phenomena in the macroscopic field and did not involve the more profound electromagnetic quantum theory, it was already particularly shocking to Anthony. Originally, Anthony thought that his understanding of the thunder was profound enough, but only the most critical cause could not be solved. However, after Lin explained it, he was shocked to realize that his knowledge reserve was so shallow. Electrons, electric charge, alternating current, direct current. There are also constant magnetic fields, alternating magnetic fields, and pulsating magnetic fields. All these concepts and terms rushed into his brain, making Anthony feel ashamed of his research over the years. Although he has created many powerful thunder magics, discovered the phenomenon of electricity generating magnetism, and even created alchemical runes that can induce electromagnetism, his understanding of thunder and lightning is undoubtedly superficial. Your Excellency Lin, I don't know which master or legendary wizard these theories are the research results of, Anthony asked curiously. The development of electromagnetism is not the efforts of one or two people, but the joint research results of many scholars within the Arcane Society. Lin began to tell. For example, Master Faraday, who discovered the phenomenon of electromagnetic induction, Master Ampere, who determined the direction of magnetic field lines, Master Millikan, who used the oil drop method to determine the charge of electrons, etc. The stories of these sages were tampered with by Lin in order to fit the identity of the wizard. Anthony was fascinated just by listening to it, and he wished he could join in and discuss and study the mysteries of the electromagnetic field with these masters. However, what surprised him was that Lin En did not mention his contribution. But he had such a deep understanding of the development and inside story of electromagnetism. This is obviously abnormal. Magical doctrines and theories are so valuable. No one will impart all their research to another person without reservation, unless it is a master-disciple inheritance, academic exchanges between the same level, or other what you want. For example, just now Lin En explained many electromagnetic theories and phenomena to him, but he still avoided talking about many key issues and was very vague. Of course, Anthony could see that these were all hooks, but his thirst for knowledge no longer made him care so much. Even if there was a poison wrapped in it, he wanted to taste the sugar coating first. Lin En talked for a long time, and after arousing Anthony's emotions, he took out his trump card. There are many theories describing electromagnetism, but in general, they can all be summarized into this system of Olympian equations. The moment Lin En finished speaking, extremely bright points of light lit up in the void. They gradually gathered together and outlined 4 mathematical equations composed of letters and symbols. They are Gauss's law, which describes how electric charges produce electric fields. Gauss's magnetic law, which discusses the absence of magnetic monopoles. Maxwell-Ampere's law, which describes how current and time-varying electric fields produce magnetic fields. And Faraday's law of induction, which describes how time-varying magnetic fields produce electric fields. This formula can be said to be the culmination of everything. It unifies electricity and magnetism in an almost perfect way, predicts that light is electromagnetic waves, and builds the foundation of electromagnetism. Chapter 237. Anthony, could it be that you are Lynn Maxwell? This is the answer to electricity and magnetism. I call it Maxwell's equations. Lynn's indifferent voice continued to echo outside of time and space. Anthony's eyes were fixed on the series of complex mathematical formulas in front of him, and he firmly recorded them in his heart, without annotations and explanations. He could not tell what each symbol meant, but the precise mathematical formulas and Lennon's words convinced him that it must contain the most profound electromagnetic theory. Maxwell's equations. Anthony whispered softly. He understood that there is no free lunch in the world, and now it's time to pay for it. However, Anthony could not imagine that he had any knowledge that could match the final answer to electromagnetic magic. Is it the formula for converting magic power into thunder and lightning? Or the experience of studying thunder magic? Or alchemical runes that can induce thunder and magnetism? Anthony fell into deep confusion. How could he take advantage of such a superficial thing? The other party will only understand more deeply than he does. Another thing that he values the most is the entire wizarding school. But if you think about it, you will know that the Secret Magic Society only accepts elites, and they don't look down on his apprentices at all. Anthony thought about it, and finally seemed to think of something. A bright light burst out in his eyes, and he immediately fell in front of Lennon and said in a trembling tone, I can't repay you for your selfless teachings. Please allow me to become your disciple and follow you to learn the secrets of electromagnetic magic. Len was stunned. He used Maxwell's equations as bait in exchange for Anthony's research results on thunder magic. After all, the other party had developed six-ring thunder magic, and he must have his own unique ideas on the conversion principle of magic and electromagnetism. Insights. But he didn't expect that Anthony, an old man, would actually want to become his teacher. Len didn't know that after seeing the Faraday cage, the principle of thunder generation, and the planet's magnetic field, Anthony no longer had any confidence in his research results. Apart from equal exchange, the only thing Anthony can think of to let the other party continue to explain to him is the inheritance of master-disciple. As for the age issue, Anthony doesn't judge people by their appearance. He knows that some powerful witches usually use the blood of unicorns and the juice of Mokimu to brew a special alchemy potion to keep their appearance in the best condition. Therefore, Anthony guessed that the other party was probably a great wizard with good looks, or even a legendary wizard who liked to show off. After all, the knowledge reserve cannot be faked. In addition, the wizard in front of him has the authority to control the projection of the universe, and Anthony has a bold idea in his mind. The opponent is a key figure in summarizing electromagnetic theory. One of the top leaders of the Arcane Society, Lynn Maxwell. Only the proposer of this theory is qualified to teach this equation, which represents electromagnetic magic, to another person. It was with this in mind that Anthony did not hesitate to put aside the so-called face and asked to become the other party's disciple. Maybe he would still have hoped to break through the six-ring wizard in his lifetime, and even get a glimpse of a higher level, the legendary realm. After Lin En was briefly surprised, he quickly came back to his senses. He did not agree or refuse, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's too early to talk about this now. Let's talk about it when you have learned all these Olympiad knowledge. This is the basis for learning Maxwell's equations. As Lin spoke, countless light points reappeared in the void, turning into a large number of complicated symbols and formulas. Solid geometry formulas, curve equations, finding limits. Countless calculus equations and theorems cover almost every corner around. Yes, the prerequisite for learning Maxwell's equations is calculus, which was also a trick that Lin had deliberately set before, using the superior electromagnetic equations as bait. If the other party wants to learn, they have to start with calculus, which is a long process, and he can exchange this for the other party's research results over the years. When Anthony really starts to learn Maxwell's equations, his own strength has improved to another level, and he no longer cares. But the other party is very aware of current affairs, and Lin En doesn't mind speeding up the process. With a thought in Lin En's mind, these equations suspended in the void rushed towards Anthony, turned into light points again, and merged into the other party's body. He was ready to give it a try. Anthony immediately felt that something was impacting his brain. After hesitating for a moment, he let go of the mental protection he had constructed. A large amount of unfamiliar knowledge immediately poured into his mind. For a moment, Anthony was so shocked that he became a little distracted, completely immersed in these exquisite mathematical formulas and symbols. Sure enough, it can. Lin En's eyes flickered. Before he learned that intelligent brain could break through other people's mental protection and mobilize computing power, he was considering whether he could engrave part of the knowledge into the other person's mind. Now it seems that it is indeed possible. Of course, this does not mean that he can make people master certain knowledge immediately. At most, it can only speed up the process, because knowing and learning are two different things. This method is just equivalent to stuffing the contents of a book into your mind. If you want to understand it thoroughly, you have to study and research slowly. About 10 minutes later, Anthony's consciousness broke free from the magic field, and a group of wizards from the waiting school immediately surrounded him. Teacher, how is it? Are you okay? Fulla asked with great concern. Not long after activating the ring, Anthony's expression began to change drastically, and his body was trembling faintly, looking very wrong. I'm fine. No. Very good. Anthony stood up from his seat, his face full of excitement. At this moment, he didn't look like a pale-haired old man, and his whole body seemed to be full of new vitality. Fulla and the others were frightened by Anthony's overreaction. And then, they felt a strong wave of magic power emerging from each other's bodies. Dense arcs began to appear around Anthony, and the metal products in the secret room seemed to be pulled by some kind of force, shaking rapidly and flying towards Anthony, accompanied by a violent thunder. The iron spoons, jewelry, and sword blades began to twist and dissolve under the influence of tens of thousands of degrees of heat and magnetic fields. Magic power surged around Anthony, and the intensity continued to rise moment by moment, even exceeding the previous level and reaching a new level. Chapter 238 Advanced Material Deconstruction Technique. In the secret room at this moment, Fulla and others were forced into a corner by the sudden flash of thunder and Anthony's shocking aura. Teacher, is this promoted? A wizard looked at everything in front of him in horror and said in disbelief. He knew very well that his teacher Anthony had been stuck in the realm of the five-ring wizard for more than 10 years. He had lamented more than once that he was already over 100 years old, and that his physical strength and energy had reached the limit, and he was afraid that there was no hope of promotion. Unexpectedly, this time through a ring, after discussing with the young wizard for more than an hour, he was promoted again. Anthony had no time to pay attention to these people. He was feeling the changes in lightning and magnetic field with his heart. In a daze, he actually felt what Lin En said. Electric charge exists. But this thing is very weird. Anthony can't even tell whether it is a mass of fluid or a single element. He can only vaguely realize that this thing seems to exist somewhere. But when he wants to perceive it deeply, the charge suddenly disappears. Gone. Immediately afterwards, Anthony came out of this strange state. And then he was shocked to realize that he had been promoted to a sixth-ring wizard. But in the past, he only missed the last step. This initial contact gave him a glimpse of the secrets of the microscopic realm, which naturally allowed him to take this final step. The thunderstorm that jumped up in the secret room quickly calmed down, and Fula and others gathered around and said in surprise, "Teacher, are you already a sixth-ring great wizard?" Anthony gently stroked his long beard and nodded. "Yes. This time I discussed the mysteries of thunder magic with that gentleman. I gained a lot, and gained some insights." Seeing that the teacher she admired used an honorific title, Fula couldn't help but frown. "Is that wizard named Lin really that powerful? I should have told you before." "Fula, don't be fooled by the appearance of things. Appearance is the most superficial thing," Anthony said disappointedly. After personally experiencing the magic and weirdness of the electric charge, Anthony's assessment of Lin's strength once again improved to a higher level. With such a profound understanding of electromagnetism, the other party must have reached the legendary realm. After learning that Lin might be a legendary wizard who was quite old but liked to pretend to be young, Fula and others quickly put aside their fears and began to fantasize about what the rumored wizard's land would be. Appearance. At the same time, thousands of miles away, in the dean's office of Aida College, Lin opened his eyes and retreated from the magic field. Lin was naturally in a good mood after successfully deceiving another great wizard, since proposing the non-existent organization, Arcane Society. Although I have gained a lot of convenience, it has also added a hidden danger. I am almost always thinking about how to get back to it. Fortunately, Harem's magic field provided him with a gathering place, and now he has brought Anthony's school in. When the time comes, he will go to the kingdom of Hadra Tower to fool more wizards with academic spirit. Then the most basic framework is set up. After that, you just need to develop slowly, and you can always cope with it. Thinking like this, Lin quickly studied another function of the magic network that he had just discovered, that is, it can engrave knowledge into the other party's mind. And by the way, it can also break through the other party without anyone noticing. Mental protection. In the past, Intelligent Brain took advantage of the gap in transmitting knowledge to speed up the progress of cracking the mental frequency. Now it can probably mobilize about 5% of Anthony's computing power. Don't underestimate 5%. The improvement in computing power is even greater than that of Tick, Alva, and other 12 three-ring wizards combined. Lin was thinking about whether to create a knowledge exchange function so that more people could be included in the magic network system. Target number 14 is detected to be experiencing violent mental fluctuations. "Anthony has made a breakthrough?" Lin paused and immediately made a guess. Judging from the mental strength assessment given by Ji now, he should have broken through from the 5th ring great wizard to the 6th ring. This is an unexpected surprise. 071. Enter overload mode and mobilize Anthony's computing power. Lin recited silently in his heart. And the next moment, the world in front of him became fantastic. The surrounding space was slightly twisted and deformed. Countless elements were constantly beating around him, and a burst of elements were rolled up under the control of mental power. The wind. This is the strange world perceived by the great wizard. Although after breaking through the 3rd level wizard, the upper limit of the mental increase that Lin could withstand has increased a lot. The 1/20th of the computing power of a 6th level wizard still made his brain feel a little tingling. With a thought in Lin's mind, a steel sword levitated on the table and landed in his palm. Then the fingers of his right hand condensed, and the magic power wrapped around the sword body. High-level material deconstruction. This is a 4-ring spell that Lin has just learned. It is an upgraded version of zero-ring magic, primary material deconstruction. It is the most important spell slot for the great wizard of elemental science. The power is powerful enough to decompose metal creations and reduce them to the most basic metal elements. After more than a month of groping and difficult practice, Lin finally engraved it in the sea of consciousness across levels. He has already analyzed the element copper, and now it is iron's turn. The steel sword suspended in the palm of the hand trembled slightly. About a minute later, a slight muffled sound sounded in the dean's office. The smooth sword body gradually began to crack and dismember. This process was extremely slow and consumed too much magic power. Extremely intense. Drops of sweat appeared on Lin's forehead. About 10 minutes later, the 1-meter-long sword had turned into a mass of elements invisible to the naked eye. 96% iron, 1% carbon, and impurities such as silicon, phosphorus, and sulfur are mixed in. Compared with non-metallic elements such as hydrogen, oxygen, and helium, iron and copper elements are undoubtedly much more difficult to control, and their consumption has increased several times. Iron Sandstorm! After Lin got used to it, he tried this 4-ring magic that he had seen many times before. The iron elements floating in the palm of his hand immediately arranged and took shape in an orderly manner, turning into countless tiny particles as fine as sand, and rolled towards the square table in front of him. It was like being thrown into a rolling mill. When the iron sandstorm passed, the solid mahogany square table had been crushed into scattered sawdust. It is foreseeable that if a person is involved, he will probably be beaten to pieces in an instant. After crushing the mahogany square table into pieces, the power of the iron sandstorm remained unabated and even tended to continue to expand, pulling in all the nearby chairs and tea tables. Chapter 239 Magneto Lin? The dean's office was already in a mess. Lin In quickly stopped the supply of magic power. The storm immediately broke up, and fine iron sand fell to the ground, making bursts of plop and pap sounds. The magic power consumed is about 6 points. Lin In sensed the magic power reserves in his body, and immediately came to a conclusion. This is when you have ready-made iron elements. But if you rely entirely on magic mimicry, it will probably be more than 30 magic points, which is the magic consumption of a relatively standard 4-ring spell. In other words, with his current status as a 3-ring wizard, in the best condition, the limit is to release 3 4-ring magic. This is still under the condition that the brain is responsible for part of the computing power and magic power consumption. This is despite the fact that the magic power he possesses far exceeds that of wizards of the same level. If he is an ordinary 3-ring wizard, even if he exhausts all his magic power, he may not be able to successfully cast a 4-ring magic. It can be seen that there is a qualitative gap between formal wizards and great wizards. Lin In shook his head. Although his strength had improved quickly enough, with the help of spiritual fusion and the fusion potion of the Eye of Death, it only took about a year to jump up the levels and become a 3-ring wizard. But this is obviously not enough to face the increasingly complex situation. The fastest record for being promoted from an official wizard to a grand wizard in the entire wizarding land is 4 years. However, the record holder, August, has been proven to be fraudulent and his reputation has been tarnished, making him useless as a reference. Fortunately, Lin In has his own cheating method. With the increase in computing power brought by the magic network, he can do many things in advance that only great wizards can do, such as casting 4-ring magic and using magic to mimic metal element. This is an unprecedented exercise for mental power. In the past 3 months, Lin's mental power assessment and total amount of magic power have increased a lot. The most important thing is that after adapting to this state, he will be promoted to a great wizard. There will be no more obstacles. What he lacks now is accumulation, and he doesn't know if he can catch up with the day when the war breaks out between the wizarding land and the Holy See. Lin In quickly adjusted his mentality and began to study how to continue to improve the lethality of these spells. Among the magics he has mastered now, the most destructive one is space vibration. But without Aurora's magic blessing, it can only be used to deal with enemies within 5 meters of him. Otherwise the power will be reduced. It will be greatly reduced, and will no longer be able to threaten a great wizard. Iron Sandstorm is a supplement to mid-range attack methods. There are many variations of this technique. In addition to turning into an iron sand meat grinder like this, it can also create massive iron thorns like Hellram. In the final analysis, it is just a means to control the iron element. Everyone's spell model and constructed spell slots are slightly different. It just depends on how to use them. Those that can cooperate with metals such as iron and copper are naturally electricity and magnetism. If it can be mixed with thunder magic, it should be able to greatly increase the power of Iron Sandstorm. The feeling of being sucked into the electrified meat grinder must be very refreshing. Subsequently, the iron sand can be manipulated through the electric field and magnetic field caused by the current, and the iron sand can be struck twice or even 3 times, making it difficult for people to prevent it. Isn't that Magneto? Lin immediately remembered a movie character from an ancient period, and then looked at a small generator placed in the corner, replicating it using the magnet code he gave him. For formal wizards, who cannot sense electric charges and magnetic fields, a shortcut to learning thunder magic is to receive electrotherapy. Lin's face was a little tangled. To electrify or not to electrify is a question worth pondering. Compared with Abel and others who can only store the high-voltage lightning in thunderstorms and introduce it into their bodies through protective magic, they can create electric current by themselves and control the intensity without any danger when they are shocked. Under the temptation of controlling the electromagnetic force, Lin only struggled for a few seconds before using the mage's hand to lift the generator. In the next few days, Lin spent the next few days practicing magic and receiving electrotherapy. He occasionally entered the magic field to explain calculus problems to Anthony. At the same time, he also learned a lot of tips on practicing thunder magic from Anthony. Normally, it usually takes 3 to 4 months, or even more than half a year, from receiving electrotherapy to initially mastering the magic of mimetic thunder and lightning. But Lin only took 4 days. because he had to be electrocuted at least dozens of times a day, and his whole body was trembling at the end of the day. According to the data recorded in the brain, the safe current that the human body can accept is only 10 milliamps, and the safe voltage it can withstand is 36 volts. However, after Lin experienced it for himself, he discovered that the wizard's physical fitness is very strong. Coupled with the resistance brought by the magic power in the cells, he can withstand hundreds of volts of high-voltage electricity without any damage. Not only that, his resistance to electric current continues to increase, which means that magic is gradually becoming familiar with the new power of thunder and lightning. Various industries in Ida Port are also developing rapidly. Every 3 days, aerial airships will transport batches of scarce ores to the square, and then they will be pulled by alchemy carts and distributed to various workshops. The entire Ida is like a huge war machine. Each person is a part, constantly assembling and producing war preparation materials. With sufficient materials, the musket workshop expanded several times, and within a month it produced a total of 1,500 finished muskets, which was 3 times the amount he had previously estimated. When hearing Philip's report, Lin was stunned. She almost wondered if the other party was fooling her, or if the Alchemy Research Institute had developed some new magic. For example, put the materials for making a gun into an alchemy array. Then clap your hands, and the thing will be created. It wasn't until he personally inspected the workshop that Lin realized that he had underestimated the enthusiasm of the poor for work. These people worked almost 16 hours a day without any breaks, and they worked when they woke up. You must know that the number of people recruited by each workshop is limited, and there are countless poor people outside who want to replace them in getting this job. Lin hesitated for a long time, and finally just forced to arrange 10 hours of sleeping, eating and resting time every day, and take 1 day off every half-month to avoid being overwhelmed by the high-intensity work. With the current productivity of Ida Seaport, it is far from luxurious enough to consider human rights. Having food to eat, a place to live, and being safe are the greatest blessings of this era. Chapter 240. The more you show your strength, the weaker you appear. A week passed in a blink of an eye, just as the Ida Seaport was developing rapidly. In a secret basement in the capital of Hadera Tower, William was shaking the scarlet wine glass in his hand and listening to the reports of his subordinates. "Sir, the fleet you sent to explore the Sea of Mist has returned. According to their description, the fog there seems to have changed. The visibility is much higher than before, and the wind and waves on the sea seem not to be as bad as before. So powerful." A tall and thin man knelt on the ground and respectfully told William the information he had investigated. For sailors like them, who often run boats on the sea, they are naturally very clear about the terror of the foggy sea. When the fog is thickest, the visibility is even less than 1 meter. This means that on the same ship, sailors can only see themselves surrounded by a strange white mist. They cannot see the ship under their feet, let alone their companions. The only thing they can feel is he was drifting along with the rocking of the ship, heading deeper into the fog. Anyone can't help but have the illusion that they are heading to H.L. But this time it was different. The 3 fleets that went to explore the Sea of Mist were originally prepared to sacrifice. In the end, they all came back alive, and they brought shocking news. The Sea of Mist, the fog seems to be slowly dissipating, and visibility in the fog now exceeds 6 meters. After listening to the report from his men, William's eyes narrowed, and he paused while shaking the wine glass in his hand. "Sir, is there something wrong with the wizard's land?" the tall and thin man asked cautiously. "It's very possible." William's mind was racing with thoughts. During this period of time, the boatmen who were stranded in Aida have been sent back one after another, and most of the reports to him were about how rapidly the Aida seaport has developed. And they were so complimentary that they even had started to make him wonder if these people were under the influence of strange visual witchcraft, or if they were lying to deceive themselves. "Sometimes, the more deliberately you show your strength, the weaker you become." A sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of William's mouth. From the descriptions of the boatmen, he also discovered an important piece of information. That is, a civil strife broke out in the wizard city of Greenreel not long ago, and Lin made great achievements in that civil strife, became the leader of Iota Harbor. The current situation in the Sea of Mists is probably related to that civil strife. The reports from those fleets now undoubtedly prove this. The other party changed trade transportation from sea to air and space airships just to cover up this. "Lord William, what should we do now?" Cody couldn't help but ask. William's eyes flickered, and he hesitated to respond. "This news is undoubtedly very important, and I am afraid it cannot be hidden for too long. The scope of the Sea of Mist is so large, And the conditions on the sea are so harsh and changeable. Almost every year, fleets will accidentally enter it. If you are lucky and do not go deep into it, and do not encounter a storm or the eye of death, there will be a slight chance able to come out alive. This year's situation is different, since their fleet can return safely. Others must be no exception. All it takes is an opportunity, and people's fear of the Sea of Mist will be completely broken. He could imagine what would happen next with his feat. The Holy See would never let go of the opportunity to completely eradicate these wizards. William's expression changed again and again. He was unwilling to give up the huge profits brought by trade every year. But he also knew that once the war started, the wizarding land would most likely be destroyed. After all, if these wizards had the ability to compete with the Holy See, otherwise, why would they be hiding on a small island outside the mist? The confidants gathered in the basement were also whispering underneath. In the Seeka's empire, everyone knew how terrifying the Holy See was. In the past, their work for Heron Ram was based on a situation that was sufficiently concealed and safe. Now there are some huge changes in the wizarding land. Even the most important barrier, the Sea of Mist, is disappearing. This has to make them think differently. Some people even suggested reporting the news to Cardinal Losark. Grown-ups, if they can follow the clues and even lead the Holy Sea's fleet through the foggy sea and find the island, then they can make great achievements. Enough to offset the merits, and even obtain a title and become a powerful Grand Duke. This temptation made the balance in William's heart slightly shaken. On one side was the huge benefit of thousands of Empire gold coins every week, but it could overturn at any time. On the other side is a reward from the Holy See, an opportunity to become a great noble of the Empire without having to hide anymore in the future. William kept shaking the wine glass in his hand. The scarlet liquid in it fluctuated like his mood. Cody, do you know how many wizards Mr. Len has transported to the royal capital via airship in recent times? And what they are doing? As for the transportation of goods, a man named Lauder is now fully responsible. Lord Len does not allow us to interfere. Even the attendants who remain in the manor are restricted for various reasons, so their number and personnel composition are still unknown until now. I only know that each shipment will be separated by about 3 to 5 days. Cody spoke hesitantly. In addition, they have taken over part of the glass trade and now seem to be in contact with some nobles. William sneered. It seemed that the new controller of Ieta was not ready to trust him at all. The wine glass shaking in his hand paused, and then suddenly William drank the scarlet liquid inside. Coldly said, "Send more people, starting from today, to monitor their movements in the royal capital, and find out for me what these wizards want to do. Also, I need to know everything they do in the manor. So just in the name of the profit-sharing negotiation before, send someone in to take a look." "I understand," Cody responded, lowering his head. "Lord William, do you need to make an appointment with the Cardinal first?" A boatman with a deer-headed and rat-like eye suddenly asked. "No, now is not the time." William shook his head. He did not have enough chips in his hand. The compass that could locate the wizard's land has been taken back by Lin, which means that they have now lost the ability to find the island on the sea. If there is not enough merit to offset the previous mistakes, then after losing its use value, the final fate will be obvious. So they must now get more information. At least confirm when the airship will stop in the manor. And there will definitely be a way to locate the wizard's land. It would be great if we could take advantage of this time to make a cut with these wizards. Chapter 241: The Musketeers and the Approaching War. Before you know it, summer has arrived, and the scorching sun is high in the sky. The scorching heat is baking the 3,000 soldiers standing on the training ground. Big beads of sweat are constantly flowing down from their foreheads, seeping into their bodies. Inside the collar, the whole body was wet and uncomfortable, but no one dared to move. Old York had been standing on the training ground for a full 2 hours, and his whole body was sore. However, he still gritted his teeth and persisted. It was not until noon that the rest whistle sounded, and he breathed a sigh of relief. However, he didn't have time to rest at all. Instead, he hurriedly ran and stood in a long line, preparing to receive today's lunch: 2 pieces of white bread, a small pot of vegetable soup, plus a palm-sized grilled fish, or equal amounts of camel meat. For Old York, this can be described as a happy luxury. Although joining the Musketeers brings a monthly salary of 20 silver coins, they are reluctant to eat such luxurious things on weekdays. Only here are their 3 meals a day, and meat is provided for every meal. They usually eat 2 meals, or even 1 meal. "Old York, do you think the city lord suddenly summoned so many people for training? Is there going to be a war?" During the break, A tall man patted his shoulder and couldn't help but ask. This is a statement that has been going viral throughout the Aida seaport recently. Almost everyone with a semblance of intelligence can see that a war is approaching. After all, Aida used to have only some security teams responsible for management. But now it suddenly recruited 3,000 people to form a musketeer team. The meaning was already obvious. I guess so, Old York muttered while biting the white bread in his mouth, feeling a little uneasy in his heart. They have not experienced so-called wars in the land of wizards. But every Sunday, the boatmen who arrive in Yetta from the outside world always spend copper coins in the tavern and complain about their boredom in the outside world. In the Seeka's Empire, whether you work on the land or become a laborer, part of the small remuneration you receive must be handed over to the local church to repent for the mistakes you have committed over the past year. And then you must pay taxes to the so-called noble. In the end, only 23 out of 10 truly belong to you. This made the residents of Harbor Town even more convinced that the outside world was a barbaric H.L. If they lost this war, their families would be brutally killed by the enemy. Their land would be taken away, and their property would be looted. Old York, who had just seen some hope in life, naturally didn't want everything he had worked hard to get taken away. So he took his daily training extremely seriously. But what confused him was that these training items were so strange. What they have to do every day is to run around the city a few times, shout slogans, or stay standing in the sun for several hours, or stab the dummy with a mallet with a long knife on the top. More than an hour. The strangest thing is that they are required to make their sleeping beds neatly. And whenever they hear the whistle, they must get up immediately and rush to the training ground within the specified time to gather. The queue must not be disordered at all. Otherwise the whole team is punished. These strange regulations made Old York and others complain endlessly. In their opinion, these trainings had no effect at all, and they were just deliberately tormenting themselves. I heard that in a while. The wizards planned to capture a few giant monsters and let them deal with them as a team of 8 people to hone their courage and ability. Isn't this making things difficult for others? Old York took a bite of white bread and complained secretly in his heart. As a former hunter, he knew how difficult these monsters were to deal with. Even if a team of 8 were fully armed and armed with crossbows, they would have to pay at least half of them with casualties in order to win. The greater possibility was that the entire army would be annihilated. After about an hour's rest, the piercing whistle sounded again. Old York immediately got up from the ground and found his place in the queue in less than half a minute. Generally speaking, the afternoon is the time to practice stabbing. But this time it is different. Their city lord, Lin En, the actual controller of Aida, also arrived at the training ground. For a moment, Old York and the others suddenly felt that their waists were no longer sore. Their legs were no longer hurting. And they were standing straighter than the other. Their instructor, Rowan, did not issue them with something that looked like a mallet, but a strange long stick with a well-made craftsmanship and a bright bayonet hanging on the top. Is this a spear? Old York was confused. The wooden target in front was also covered with a layer of armor, probably to simulate those fully armed enemies. Soon the lord of the city told him that this thing was called a musket. It was a creation of the alchemy workshop, an improved second-generation product, and he personally taught them how to use this new type of flintlock gun. The hands of the musketeers' guards were trembling with excitement, but they still managed to master the use of this thing within half an hour. The first 300 people line up, place their ammunition, aim at the target in front, pay attention to maintaining body balance, and pull the trigger, Rowan shouted loudly. Old York immediately took 2 steps forward, stuffed the round lead bullet into the barrel of the gun with a little unfamiliarity, then aimed at the target about 10 meters away, and pulled the trigger according to Rowan's instructions. Then a thunderous sound rang in his ears. The unprepared Old York only felt his ears ringing, and fell to the ground under the strong recoil. Thunder! Thunder! As a series of thunderous gunshots rang out, the 300 people standing neatly in the front row on the training ground suddenly became in disarray. About a quarter of them were knocked to the ground by the recoil because they were unprepared. Several people were so excited by the sudden explosion that they became dizzy and kept shouting, "Thunder!" Rowan's face was very ugly, and he immediately blew his whistle. The originally chaotic team immediately quieted down like a conditioned reflex. Old York and others even jumped up subconsciously and stood back to their original positions. At this time, Old York noticed that the target in front of them had been smashed into pieces, and even the strong armor was directly penetrated. The powerful power made everyone stunned. Many people only now remembered that Lin En had just told them that this thing was a creation of the alchemy workshop, which means that it probably contains the magic of the wizards. such as gathering the power of thunder and fire. Only with this musket can it possess such powerful power. Chapter 242 Lin's Superior Fire Theory. On the training ground, bursts of harsh roars sounded one after another. Clean the barrel, load the lead, load the gunpowder, aim, and pull the trigger. The guards strictly followed the procedure and fired lead bullets amidst Rowan's scolding. And soon the target in front was shot to pieces. In the end, Rowan had to replace all the targets with steel ones. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand the tossing. This practice lasted an afternoon. Although the recoil of the musket made his jaw and shoulders hurt, the novelty brought by this thing made Old York completely ignore his physical discomfort and wished he could do it all day long. Shooting here. Even after hearing Rowan say that the shooting practice was over and they could rest, the recruits were somewhat reluctant to give up. Old York took advantage of his break to take a look at the steel target platform. He couldn't help but gasp. The copper shield, which was 2 fingers thick, had been pockmarked by lead bullets, and the surface was directly sunken inward. Go down. Obviously, even steel cannot completely resist musket attacks, and armor will be shattered instantly if it hits a person. Old York couldn't help but shudder. He couldn't imagine it anymore. After resting for a while, it was the customary running time again. 3,000 people, carrying new muskets, jogged around the entire city in a long queue. The townspeople on the streets cast envious glances. Everyone knows that the musketeers have the best treatment in the entire Aida seaport, not to mention a full 20 silver coins a month, as well as free food and accommodation. It's a pity that the musketeers are very strict in recruiting people. Those who are too fat, too thin, too short, or too old are not accepted. Old York enjoyed the envious and jealous eyes of everyone, and hugged the flintlock gun in his hand tightly. If these people knew, the lord of the city had actually issued a powerful alchemy weapon to each of them, which could penetrate the armor made of steel. 2. Then you have to go crazy with envy. Sir Lin, is it really useful to have them do these basic Q trainings all the time? Looking at the retreating figures of these recruits, Rowan asked in confusion. He felt that instead of spending so much time studying how to line up the formation meticulously, and how to maintain the order of the formation while running, he felt that it would be better to spend all his time practicing the accuracy of shooting, which would be more important on the battlefield. Something more important. Of course. I have always believed that one of the most important criteria for a qualified army is to enforce orders and prohibitions, Lenin said decisively. Especially the musketeers. They must maintain a strict formation in order to exert their greatest power. In the era when flintlocks were prevalent, the most famous was the line infantry tactic nicknamed Q to kill. The accuracy and range of early muskets were limited. Only by lining up in a formation and firing concentrated fire could the ammunition still have sufficient accuracy at long distances. Of course, Lin did not intend to do this, because his opponent was not equipped with muskets and artillery, but was planning to use the famous 3-stage shooting method to make up for the poor rate of fire of the flintlock gun. The so-called 3-stage shooting means that the firearms troops are divided into 3 rows at the front and back, and they fire in turn. After the first row finishes shooting, they retreat to the 3rd row to load ammunition, and the musketeers in the 2nd row who are ready can start shooting. This goes back and forth, causing the rain of bullets to continuously hit the enemy. Discipline is very important at this time. Otherwise you will just mess up during the battle. Lin explained to Rowan the combat methods of the musketeers, and then asked curiously, "What does war look like in your impression? What factors determine the outcome of a war?" Rowan also came from the Sea of Mist. It is said that he served as a knight in a certain earldom for a period of time, and led several small-scale wars. Later, he escaped to the land of wizards, after being reported for self-taught witchcraft. It was precisely because of his experience in leading troops that Lin asked him to lead the musketeers. Rowan said while thinking about the so-called 3-stage shooting method. Normally speaking, the army is divided into 2 types. One type is temporarily recruited serfs, holding pitchforks, hoes and other agricultural tools. They are large in number, but have very limited combat capabilities. The other type is well-equipped and armored and trained elites. Guards are usually used for the finale. When a battle begins, they usually set up an array, shoot a few rounds of arrows, and then everyone goes up with knives to chop each other. Whichever side is defeated first loses. Generally speaking, the factors that determine victory or defeat are the number of troops, the armor rate, the number of crossbows, and the number of knights. Rowan gushed. Of course, this is a civil war between nobles competing for land. Generally speaking, the Holy See will not interfere. Otherwise it will be another situation if a priest or even a bishop takes action. So original? Lin paused for a moment. And then he remembered that if you put aside magic and magic, this was a medieval empire. The battles between nobles usually only involved a few thousand people. And what novel tactics could be devised? After Rowan introduced the war situation between nobles, he also talked about his use and understanding of firearms. For example, when there are a small number of enemies in front of you, you can surround them in a circular formation and fire across them to form a fire network to improve shooting accuracy. Compared with crossbows, the strength of flintlock guns lies in their ability to break armor and the training speed of personnel. Their disadvantages are slow reloading speed and weak melee combat capabilities. After all, bayonets are not as useful as giant swords or spears, so it may be necessary to train a force of about 1,000 sword and shield soldiers to assist the musketeers in close combat. There is no need. Bayonets will only be used in the worst situations, since close combat is a disadvantage. Wouldn't it be enough to prevent the enemy from getting close? Lin interrupted. Lord Lin, war is no joke. The number of any crusade army from the Empire will probably be more than 10 times that of ours. It is impossible to defeat them with just a few rounds of musket fire. Rowan frowned. He felt that Linen's confidence in the musket was a little too much. No, it's precisely because our army is too small in number, so we can't waste it on close combat. This means a huge attrition. Lin shook his head. This is how you should fight when you have superior firepower. Use the field of view advantage brought by the airship to baptize with artillery when the enemy is 3 kilometers to 300 meters away from us. Magic bombing from about 300 to 70 meters. And within 70 to 10 meters, the guns will take turns to attack, shoot, and try to eliminate the enemy out of sight. As for within 10 meters, depending on the enemy's resistance, decide to use Flame Torrent to baptize, or use Earth Wall technique to assist retreat. Chapter 243. Our goal is to end every war with 0 casualties. Linen's battle plan is very simple, which is to use superior firepower to defeat or cripple the two sides before they formally come into contact as much as possible. Never give the other person a chance to get close to you. The goal I give you is to end every battle with 0 casualties, Linen said decisively. 0 casualties? Rowan was completely stunned. No one who had been exposed to war would say such stupid things. But after carefully thinking about Linen's tactics, Rowan suddenly realized that it seemed not impossible. He had seen that thing called artillery in the Alchemy Research Institute. Although it was not as powerful as the magic crystal cannon, its range was much longer. The most important thing was that it could be mass-produced quickly. The only troublesome part is that the artillery usually requires some basic mathematical knowledge, and the only way to select suitable personnel is from the wizard apprentices. Until now, the formation has not been completed. If there were 100 such artillery pieces and a burst of bombardment, without the intervention of enemies at the level of the cardinal, it would really be possible to eliminate the opponent out of sight. Rowan couldn't help but feel that war could still be fought like this. But what if the enemy sends cavalry to outflank him? After hesitating, Luo quickly thought of the omissions in this tactic and asked eagerly. Lenin looked at Rowan with strange eyes and said speechlessly, "What do you think our alchemy armored vehicles are used for?" Yes. Rowan suddenly realized that they still had this big killer, and his expression immediately became excited. In his mind, he imagined the enemy's cavalry charging over and being crushed into pieces by the fast-moving alchemy armored vehicles. In this way, at least you don't have to worry too much about the frontal battlefield. Rowan's heart suddenly relaxed when he learned that the Wizarding Land was going to war with the church. Rowan was so worried that he couldn't sleep all night. After all, the gap in conventional strength was too big. Now it seems that the situation is not that bad. Lin is not so optimistic, because all these assumptions are based on the situation that the enemy is an ordinary army. In this world with divine magic and magic, anything can happen. Just as he was thinking about it, Linen's expression suddenly paused, and his brows furrowed slightly, as if he was sensing something. "Master Linen, what's wrong?" Rowan asked cautiously. "It's information about the kingdom of Hadrada." Lin's eyes flickered. While William's confidants were staying in Aida, he arranged a secret plot among these people. Although William was indeed very capable, these boatmen could only be described as loyal, and their families also all are being held hostage. But the so-called loyalty is often just that the bargaining chip for betrayal is not enough. He offered a price that the other party simply could not refuse. He did not expect that it would come into play so soon. "As I thought, that William is indeed not very peaceful. He has discovered something strange in the Sea of Mist." Lin continued to speak. Rowan's heart was relieved immediately, and he quickly asked about the whole story, whether a war was about to start. Lin shook his head. William probably wouldn't report it until he got the method of locating the wizard's land. Otherwise, for his behavior of smuggling supplies to the wizard's land, dying 100 times wouldn't be enough. But this trouble has been dragging on for so long. So it's time to deal with it. At the same time, in a manor outside the capital of Hadera Tower, Cody walked into the wizard's base camp with trepidation. He came with a mission from William. But Cody himself did not have high hopes for this, because even the attendants in the manor were under surveillance and could not get any information. It was obvious that these wizards had already been prepared. Sure enough, after entering the manor this time, the wizard named Orlando did not allow him to wander around, but took him directly to the living room. Cody could only bite the bullet and discuss the profit-sharing issue with the other party. Orlando and others had already made a concession before. Now that the old matter was brought up again, it would be better if they were not directly expelled. However, to his expectation, although the reaction of several people in Orlando was very fierce, their focus was on discussing the balance between risks and benefits. Is it possible that, as Sir William said, there has been a big mess in the wizarding land, and now they cannot do without them? Cody was thinking to himself, and Lauder's expression suddenly changed. And then he said directly, "I need to talk to William in person. But Mr. William has been seriously ill recently, and it is not convenient to go out now." Cody shook his head and refused, since he is still in the mood to care about whether he has earned enough Imperial gold coins. "It seems that his illness is not serious enough," Laud said sarcastically. Cody also looked a little embarrassed, but he forced himself to calm down and said that he needed to ask for advice before making a decision. Watching Cody leave, everyone present looked worried, and Lin's figure also appeared in the living room. "Lord Lin, do you think William will agree?" Lauder asked hesitantly. "Why not? He can't get useful information from other places," Lin said with a smile. Probably because the work he did was not visible to the public. William was very cautious on weekdays. For some unknown reason, he never left his bunker in the past 2 years. Very few people have even seen his true face. Most people only know that Viscount William of the Kingdom is a kind-looking fat man who runs the fleet's trade. And that's all. What's more important is that the place is not far from the church's headquarters, so it is difficult for them to adopt a strong attack strategy. "But what if it's a trap?" Lauder was a little worried. "Of course, this will be a trap. So we have to see your performance next." "Lauder," Lin said confidently, then patted Lauder on the shoulder and continued. "You are my right-hand man, and you don't know magic. Cody also knows this information. For safety reasons, William will most likely let you go." The corners of Lauder's mouth twitched involuntarily. He had just escaped from the tiger's mouth and entered the wolf's den again. However, compared to the previous meeting with Anthony, the fear in Lauder's heart was not that strong, because he knew that Lin could project part of his power at any time through the arcane ring. As long as William is dealt with, he can take over his power. He will no longer be as dispensable as before, and can become Lord Lin's most important right-hand man. Lauder comforted himself silently in his heart. Chapter 244 Lauder. This is a family heirloom left by my grandfather. William's actions were faster than everyone expected. Almost in the evening of that day, Cody had returned to the manor with the invitation letter. Since Lin Inn was still at the Aida harbor, the entire affairs of the royal capital were left to Lauder and Orlando to manage. Now the Holy See has set up sentries at various entrances to the capital. I'm afraid it's not convenient for Lord Odalin to go there. So please come with me in person, Mr. Lauder." The reason Cody gave is very reasonable. So reasonable that people can't refuse. "In that case, let's go!" Lauder snorted coldly, took his walking stick, touched the ring in his hand, and followed William's men alone to the carriage. Cody secretly admired Laud's courage to go to the meeting alone. If possible, he did not want to confront Mr. Lin. It's a pity that these wizards can't compete with the Holy See and will be destroyed sooner or later. Lord William is also determined to turn to the embrace of the church. The carriage drove slowly on the uneven road, with the mark of the William family on the carriage. It passed the city gate very smoothly, and soon arrived in front of the mansion. From the outside, this is an ordinary manor, even compared to its owner's huge financial resources. It can only be described as low-key. But when he actually entered it, Lauder discovered that this was simply a small fortress, which was very tightly guarded. As William's hiding place, there might be an underground palace, tunnels, and so on. Lauder secretly thought that they were not just going to see William this time. It would be bad if the other party ran away. However, just before entering the fortress, a group of guards suddenly surrounded him. The leader was a man with the head of a deer and the eyes of a rat. He stopped directly in front of Lauder and said with a smile, "Please stop now, Mr. Lauder. Before meeting Lord William, there is one more process. We need to confirm that you are not carrying any dangerous weapons. Are you going to search me?" Lauder's face suddenly became very ugly. "Do you know who I am? But your lord, Viscount William, personally invited me here," Lauder yelled angrily, and then turned to look at Cody. "What exactly does this mean?" Cody's face became a little embarrassed, and he said to ease the atmosphere, "Mert, isn't this bad? We don't mean any harm. We just want to ensure the safety of the conversation. That's all." The smile on the face of the man named Mert remained unchanged, but his mouth had an unquestionable tone. "This is also Lord William's order." As he spoke, the guards surrounding him also surrounded him, blocking all his escape routes. Lauder was so angry that he banged the cane on the ground several times, and even threatened to leave now. "Of course it's no problem, but it's a little late now. Without our carriage to see you off, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave the royal capital," Mert said politely. Lauder stared at the opponent, always keeping his purpose in mind. But in the end, he did not dare to act rashly, and spoke dissatisfiedly. "I can guarantee that I am not carrying any dangerous weapons. Just a guarantee is not enough." Mert shook his head and motioned for the guards to come forward. They quickly found a small crossbow arrow, 2 daggers, and a small bag of alchemy that could blind people from Laud's body. "Powder. Is this what you said about not carrying dangerous weapons?" Everyone present looked strange. "These are just some self-defense tools, not weapons for attack," Lauder explained shamelessly. 2 guards on the side looked over and over with his crutch, but couldn't find the use of it for a while. In addition, Lauder kept emphasizing that his prosthetic leg was not very flexible, so the guards had to give it back. "Can I go in now?" Lauder took back the walking stick and snorted coldly. "There's one thing left." Mert's eyes quickly focused on Lauder's right index finger. "The ring you are wearing on your hand. If I am not mistaken, it should be an alchemy item." "Right. The patterns on it should be more than just decoration. This is my family heirloom, passed down from my grandfather. It is very precious. I will never give it to anyone else," Lauder said firmly, holding the ring in his hand tightly. "I promise you that when I leave the castle, I will return it to you intact," Mert said with confidence. "It's just to keep the conversation safe." "Safe ass." Lauder cursed secretly in his heart. Compared to the anger he pretended just now, he was really panicking now. After all, this Ring of the Mystic was what he really relied on. But Mert was obviously not just talking about it. The dozen or so guards around him were watching him with eager eyes. Their strong body and the long knife hanging on their waists were naked threats. While Lauder argued with Mert, he hesitated whether to take action. He originally thought that coming alone would make him relax his vigilance and meet William smoothly. But he didn't expect that he would already have to make a life-or-death decision at the door. When, suddenly, Lin's voice rang in his ears. "Give him!" I don't know if it was because there were other people around him, but Lin's words were so concise that he almost thought he had heard wrongly. "What?" Cold sweat broke out on Lauder's forehead, which was not in line with the original plan. He knew very well that although Lin could help him in the form of magic incarnation, judging from the previous situation, he had a weakness. That is, he could not be too far away from the ring. Far. He doesn't know the specific range yet, but it should not exceed 15 meters. Once you lose the Ring of the Mystic, you will be in danger next. But the situation on the field obviously did not allow him to think too much. After struggling for about 3 seconds, Lauder finally handed over the ring as instructed by Lin. "Keep it safe for me. If I find anything wrong with it when it comes out, you will be dead," Lauder said viciously. "Of course, I will protect it with my life," Mert said jokingly, and then stepped aside. "Cody, take this, Mr. Loudon." "Mr. Lauder, please. Lord William is already waiting for you inside," Cody said embarrassedly. Lauder paused heavily on his walking stick, snorted rather dissatisfiedly, and then followed Cody in anxiously. Chapter 245. After drinking this glass of wine, you and I will still be good friends. Walking through the long corridor, Lauder's mood hit the bottom, and his previous plan was completely disrupted. Lord Lin probably didn't want to alert the enemy, or he might have new ideas. But now it's not easy for him to deal with William alone. Fortunately, the ring is not inoperable without him. Lauder can only hope that Lord Lin can find an opportunity to solve the trouble over there and come to rescue him. Now all he can do is delay as much time as possible, and then take it one step at a time. "This is it!" Cody led Lauder to the right side of the fortress, and the heavy stone door slowly opened. Cody stayed outside the door, and Lauder stepped inside. The heavy stone door behind him was immediately closed. Inside was a gorgeously decorated hall, with priceless murals inlaid on the walls, and thick red paving on the floor. Carpets. The whole room is filled with luxury and aristocratic atmosphere. A variety of meals had already been placed on the long table in the center of the hall, which looked extremely rich, if it weren't for the fact that there were heavily armed guards standing on both sides of the hall. He almost thought the other party was really inviting him. Come and enjoy the feast. Lauder's eyes gradually looked towards the end of the long table, and saw the owner of the manor, William. He was a fat man weighing more than 300 kilograms. His fat body was tightly wrapped in a wide gray robe. His hair was as shiny as fireflies in the dark night. His eyes were narrowed into slits. His nostrils were pointed upward, and he exuded an aura of disdain. The disgusting smell of alcohol. At this time, he was holding a glass of red wine in his hand, and was tasting it leisurely, while the maid beside him was working hard to serve him. "You're finally here." William put down the goblet in his hand, stood up, clapped his hands, motioned the maids around him to move away, and then pointed to the seat next to him. "Please take a seat, Mr. Lauder." Lauder seemed to have forgotten the slight discomfort at the door just now. He shook the cane in his hand, and sat down gracefully like an invited guest. However, it was not the seat pointed by William, but the seat directly opposite. William didn't care. He personally filled a glass of scarlet wine with a wooden spoon, filled another wine glass, then handed it to Lauder himself, and spoke slowly. "I heard that Mr. Lauder, like me, worked for Lord Heronram, and was responsible for transporting goods from the Sika's empire to the Wizarding Land. Is that true? It seems that you have obtained a lot of information in Ayada." Lauder did not touch the glass of wine, and was not surprised that the other party knew this. When he fled to Aida with Lin In, he caused quite a stir in Aida. Almost everyone in the city knew that it was normal for William to collect the corresponding information and deduce his identity. However, looking at William, who was so elegant, and almost fat as a ball, Lauder couldn't help but feel a little jealous in his heart. Although he had a large number of people under his control when he was in Harbor Town, to put it bluntly, he couldn't get on the stage at all. We have to look at the faces of the nobility and the church at all times, and William was obviously much better at it than him. Not only did he fawn over the eldest Prince Harold, but he also became a veritable viscount. Looking at his body, you can tell that he enjoys it a lot. People like us will always unconsciously pry for some information. Right. No matter how beautiful they appear, they are just a running dog that comes and goes when called upon. William shook his head, indicating something. Said, Lauder could naturally understand the underlying meaning of the other party, but he did not agree with it, and responded with a sneer. Who in this world is not a lackey? Even if you are King Basil, you can't even decide on the candidate for the crown prince. And the cardinal cannot disobey the orders of the church's top leaders. That's right. Since you are just making a living under the help of others, why not find a bigger and higher backer? William said calmly while sipping the red wine in the glass. After all, this world still belongs to the nobility and the church. All secular things belong to the king, and the spirit and faith belong to God. But the world will always change. Probably faster than you think. Lauder said noncommittally. Then I'd like to see it. William didn't mind, and then asked casually. I don't know. What methods have you guys thought of to deal with me? Lauder's heart skipped a beat. Things were obviously getting out of his control. However, Lauder still calmed down and asked in confusion. What do you mean? William, didn't you invite me to discuss the trade share of ores and glass products? You asked your men to take away all my self-defense equipment before entering. Are you still worried that I, a cripple who doesn't know magic, will do something to you? Lauder gently stroked the cane with his right hand and said with a smile. In that case, I might as well give you a way to survive. William said straight to the point. I need to know how many wizards Mr. Lin sent into the capital of Hadra Tower. And what do they want to do? Also, where is the compass that can locate the wizard's land? William stared at Lauder and asked. The guards on both sides had already drawn their long knives. After entering the hall, in just 2 or 3 minutes, William had already met with swords. Lauder hesitated for a while, as if he was trying to weigh the pros and cons, and fell into deep thinking. It was not until William showed an extremely impatient look on his face that he seemed to have finally made a decision. Said out loud, that compass has always been in charge of Lord Orlando. Lauder was joking casually. In fact, the positioning device of the airship had long been replaced by something called a compass. Even if you can get it, You have to know the specific direction of the wizard's land. Otherwise you have to find it slowly on the sea. Bar. Then how many of you have entered the kingdom of Hadrada? Are there any great wizards? And how many official wizards are there? William asked again. Lauder thought a lot again before answering slowly. There are about dozens of people. This is not certain. Only Mr. Orlando knows the specific situation. Probably noticing that Lauder was deliberately stalling for time, William's expression became a little dangerous. He stretched out his fat index finger, pointed at the glass of red wine on the table, and said without doubt, I'll only give you 30 seconds to think about it. Drink that glass of wine and let's talk. Chapter 246. Even if your head is as hard as iron, there will still be an extra hole. At the same time that William spoke, the surrounding guards had already surrounded him. Cold sweat broke out on Lauder's forehead. These 30 seconds were undoubtedly the longest time he had ever spent. Okay. At the last moment, Lauder sighed, slowly reached out and picked up the wine glass on the table, and pretended to drink it. However, at the last moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he threw the red wine in the glass towards. He killed the guard closest to him. The scarlet liquid immediately smeared on the man's face and stuck to his skin like thick mud. Obviously it was not just red wine. A dozen heavily armed guards had already slashed at him with their swords. Lauder shortened his stature and shamelessly got under the table, dodged the long knife that was swung at him, and calmly analyzed the situation on the court. Although the opponent has many people, they are all ordinary goods. The fat William has difficulty moving, so he may not have no chance. Just as he was thinking about it, the long table above had been lifted open, and only then did Lauder see clearly that the person who did it was actually William. You should know that an entire solid with long table plus a table full of food might have weighed hundreds of kilograms. But William could easily lift it off. Fortunately, Lauder is not an ordinary cripple. His alchemical prosthesis is even more flexible than a normal person. He almost rolled and crawled to avoid several long knives, and rushed straight towards the person who was very close to him. William. A heavily armed guard suddenly blocked the front, his strong body like a heavy high wall. Lauder's speed did not slow down. He raised the crutch in his hand and placed his hand on the hidden grid. The next moment, a harsh thunder sounded in the closed hall. The lead bullet with a speed of more than 300 meters per second had penetrated the helmet the moment the gunshot sounded, beating the opponent's head into a mess. Mincemeat mixed with blood was sprinkled on Lauder's face, but he no longer cared about it. Before more than a dozen guards came around, he had already pressed the cane musket in his hand to William's head. Surrender. William, you should have seen its power just now. Even if your head is as hard as steel, there will still be a hole in it, Lauder said fiercely. Although this musket cannot be activated a second time in a short period of time, this does not prevent him from using it as a threat. However, William directly ignored the incredibly powerful walking stick and musket on his head, and spoke in disappointment. Is this what you rely on? Warning signs appeared in Laud's heart, and then the ground beneath his feet collapsed. Without checking for a moment, Laud lost his balance and fell in together with the obese William. Lauder got up from the ground extremely quickly. After seeing the surrounding scene clearly, cold sweat broke out on his face. This is an underground palace. The surrounding walls are lined with dense holes, with countless sharp crossbow arrows mounted on them. William also fell so hard that he couldn't stand up at all, as if he had changed into a different person. And he said tremblingly, The walls of the entire hall are made of 2-meter-thick boulders. Traps like this are everywhere in the hall, and the underground is filled with kerosene. Unless a great wizard or a cardinal personally otherwise, no one will be able to leave here alive. You are not William. Lauder finally realized something was wrong at this time, because the real William would never put himself in such a dangerous situation. Unless this is just a stand-in. Damn it. Lauder immediately thought of this. But he didn't expect that he would die here with the substitute, accompanied by a slight sound amplification. The crossbow arrows placed at the entrance of the cave shrank in. That was the sound of winding, facing thousands of dark crossbow holes all around. Lauder could only helplessly close his eyes and wait for death. Even if he could fly now, he couldn't fly out. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no sound of the crossbow being fired. The two people present paused. This is the agency. Stopped? A few minutes ago, outside the gate of the fortress, Mirth, who had confiscated Lauder's belongings, walked alone deeper into the manor. After twists and turns, he entered a hidden compartment. This is where William Moo's real hiding place. Except for a very few close confidants, no one knew that William had trained a very similar substitute, who usually handled some external matters or attended banquets among nobles. Compared with the stand-in outside, the real William looks fatter and fatter, which makes people even wonder whether he can breathe. Sir, as you expected before, Mr. Lauder does not seem to be prepared to negotiate properly with us. Mert stepped forward with a low eyebrow and displayed 2 daggers and a small crossbow. In front of William, he showed that they were all looted from Laud's body. You did a good job, Mert, William said appreciatively. Although the intelligence showed that Lauder was just an ordinary person who did not know magic and did not pose much of a threat, those wizard spells were extremely weird. Who knew whether they might lay some backup plan on the other party? Naturally, he was not prepared. Face it yourself. Go and call Cody. I have something to tell him, William said in a deep voice. However, Mert stood quietly and did not move, as if he did not hear his instructions. Mert! William's already small eyes almost became a line, and his pupils were filled with murderous intent. At this moment, a strange and frightening voice sounded in the cubicle. Forked lightning! Blue-purple electric arcs lit up around Mert. The speed of lightning was so fast that William had no time to react. Several guards standing in front of him were already shrouded in lightning. Not only did the strong iron armor disappear, it can protect and become the best conductor. After just one encounter, he was hit by tens of thousands of volts of electric current and fell to the ground convulsively. William himself was also within the scope of the thunder. Since the guards were wearing iron armor, the mind-guiding effect was so good that the impact on William was very limited. However, the moment the electric current passed through, the fat on his body still trembled uncontrollably. Will it be affected by conductors? This is not a big shortcoming. The unfamiliar voice sounded again in the cubicle. And then Lin's figure emerged from the void. He glanced at the guard who had fallen under the thunder magic and the intact William. His new magic seems to need some improvement. Chapter 247 William, oh no! I'm a substitute. Mert, how dare you betray me? The moment he saw Lin in, William understood everything. But he couldn't believe that one of his most trusted subordinates would betray him. How can this be? How dare he? Have you forgotten your parents and family? Mert, they are all in my hands. William threatened fiercely. The communication eagle is not with you now. Mert responded in a low voice. As long as William dies here, naturally no one will issue orders. You probably don't know that Mr. Malt actually has a very good wizarding talent, Lin said with a smile. After seeing higher scenery, how could anyone bear to hibernate in the quagmire? Of course, he also used some extra tricks. Otherwise, how could he trust the enemy's henchmen? You are looking for death. William slapped the table and chair angrily. Dozens of loudspeakers suddenly sounded, and sharp crossbow arrows flew out from the 2 fat feet, targeting Lin and others. Electromagnetic control. Lin stretched out his hand, and the speeding crossbow arrow immediately stopped in front of him. Then bursts of lightning flashed on the iron arrow. Lin stretched out his hand and flicked, and the wooden arrow body suddenly cracked. The arrow flew out at a faster speed, pierced into William's fat body, and exploded into streams of blood mist. William's painful wails immediately resounded in the room. But the exploding blood mist did not fall to the ground, but surrounded him under the gathering of some kind of power. In the bursts of frightening blood, William's figure began to expand rapidly, and the fat all over his body disappeared quickly, and finally turned into a bloody figure more than 2 meters tall. With an extremely strong body, red eyes, and radiating there was a breathtaking aura. And a violent and murderous aura suddenly filled the entire room. The stripped blood spontaneously formed a barrier, blocking out the chain lightning that struck again. Sure enough, there is a trick, Lin said lightly. He deliberately controlled the intensity of the current, but he did not expect that the other party could block it so easily. It seems that in the past 10 years, or so that he has been working for Hel-Am, William has been doing a lot of small things in secret. Lin had always been curious about which fleet brought the statue of the evil god into the land of wizards. There was no clear record of this in the Iata seaport. Now it seems that it should have come from Hadera Tower, brought in by the fleet. Mirth was also extremely surprised by William's sudden outburst. This was information that even he did not know, and he hurriedly reminded him. Master Lin, William has been brewing and consuming a strange red wine since 5 years ago. I suspect that it may be mixed with the blood of some kind of monster. Traitor! When William heard Mirth's words, his eyes were full of bloodlust, and he ran towards the 2 of them like a huge wild bull. White phosphorus hand of the Balrog. Lin did not use the electromagnetic magic that he had just mastered and was not very proficient in. The hot fire surged out from his palm and swallowed William up in an instant. The blood-colored barrier surrounding him became the best fuel at this moment. The fierce white phosphorus fire was like a tarsal maggot, and soon broke through the barrier and lit William up into a torch. However, William still didn't care. He endured the pain of being roasted by the flames and having his flesh and blood torn and devoured. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill the two people in front of him. Unfortunately, this was just an extravagant hope. The next moment, the fire beam gushing out of Lennon's palm suddenly turned into an extremely cold stream. Liquid nitrogen ice storm. William immediately realized what it means to be in a world of ice and fire. The blurred flesh and blood on his body exploded in pieces, quickly disintegrated, and turned into fine ice slag that fell to the ground. The short distance of 4 or 5 meters was like a chasm, and William finally fell down in front of Lin In, as if he had swooped over all the way just to salute. Mert looked at William with pity. He could naturally tell that the other man's fat figure should be a side effect of some strange ritual. The power he gained was undoubtedly powerful, but in front of a real wizard, he still looked like that. Ridiculous. This further proves that my choice is correct. Good physical fitness, Lin commented appreciatively, then ignored William's bloody body and pressed his magic palm on the opponent's head. Soul Surge. Because he was just an incarnation, Lin In could mobilize limited mental power. However, at this moment, William was mentally disturbed by torture, so without spending too much effort, Lin In had successfully obtained what he wanted. Information. The stimulation brought about by the invasion of his mind also made William wake up from the pain of flame baking and ice invasion. And he yelled crazily, "Wait! You must not kill me! Every one of my confidants knows the information about the Sea of Mist. If I die, they will definitely spread the news. I don't want any share of the trade and freight. I'll give it to you. All for you. Don't worry so much, William." A smile appeared on Lin's lips. "Don't you have a good substitute? I think he will live a good life for you." William's pupils constricted, but before he could say anything, his whole body was frozen into an ugly ice sculpture. "Sir Lin, there is a secret passage directly leading to the hall. Mr. Lauder should be there," Mert said very earnestly. "Let's go. Don't keep him waiting." Lin nodded. Although Mert was his internal correspondent, the time was too urgent. Cody came to visit in the morning and gave the invitation letter in the afternoon. There was no way for the other party to send him a message in real time. So when Mert suddenly appeared in front of Lauder and asked to take away the ring of secret magic, Lin knew that something must have happened, which made Lauder hand over the ring. "It only takes 10 minutes to deal with William by myself now. If Lauder is smart enough, he should be enjoying dinner with the substitute by now." When Lin In arrived at the living room, he realized that things seemed different from what he had imagined. Wine stains and cups and plates were scattered all over the floor. The scene could only be described as chaotic. After using a chain lightning to eliminate more than a dozen guards, Lin and Malt took the disgraced Lauder out of the trap. Lauder stared at Mert with a look of resentment. "Mr. Lauder, there were a lot of people outside just now. Please forgive me for the offense I caused earlier," Mert said embarrassedly, and then stuffed the ring of secret magic into the other person's hand. "I said before that I would protect it with my life." Chapter 248 Lin, I only give you 10 seconds to think about it. Just like outside the fortress, Mertha's words were so appropriate that Lauder couldn't find any fault. After all, he had reminded him so clearly. But someone was stupid and didn't notice it at all. Lauder was filled with hatred. He thought that Mert was definitely doing this on purpose, so that he could make a fool of himself in front of Lord Lin. This is definitely a difficult opponent to deal with. Thinking of this, Lauder immediately turned his head and boasted to Lin about how he had subdued William with ease just now despite being made difficult by William's substitute and surrounded by more than a dozen burly men. A carefully laid trap. But it also delayed a lot of time. Lin patted Lauder on the shoulder and said a few words of comfort. The situation was so urgent that he didn't bother to explain too much. Of course, he wouldn't blame the other party for making him so disgraced. Then, Lin In looked at the frightened fat man trapped in the underground palace below. "This is William Standen. His real name is Doral," Mert quickly explained. Lin nodded. As expected, this double looked exactly like William. The only difference between the two was that one was fatter and the other thinner. "How many people know of his existence?" Lin asked thoughtfully. "Of all William's confidants, there are less than 10 in total who know this," Mert responded. Lin In felt relieved immediately and threw the corpse in his hand directly into the underground palace. The body of nearly 400 kilograms hit the ground like a cannonball. Doral, who was huddled in the corner, had his pupils narrowed. Although William's body had been burned to a disgraceful appearance, there were not even a few good pieces of meat on his body. but its huge size still made him recognize it at a glance. I won't say anything unnecessary. It's up to you to decide whether you want to live or die. Lin En looked down at the fat figure in the underground palace and said indifferently, I only give you 10 seconds to think about it. Doro completely lost the domineering attitude he used to threaten Lauder with his voice. Without even a second's hesitation, he prostrated on the ground and immediately expressed his willingness to follow the great wizard forever and extremely loyally. After all, working for someone is not work, and he has no gratitude to William. Although William transformed him from a commoner overnight into a high-ranking stand-in who was in charge of thousands of lives and deaths, he also forcibly fed him into a huge, ugly fat man, and even used blood magic to control him. It is impossible to say that there is no hatred in my heart. Very good. Lin nodded with great satisfaction. And then Lauder and Mert pulled each other up. Thank you for saving me. Lord Wizard, Doro will serve you to the death from now on. After the short and fat Doro was pulled into the hall with difficulty by the two people, he rolled and curled up at Lin En's feet. He nodded and bowed to please. This was how he pleased William before. But his overweight body made his actions look a little ridiculous. Lauder glanced at Doro with disgust, and couldn't help but murmur in his heart, why are these people more skilled in flattery than him? Which made Lauder feel that his status was strongly threatened. Lin En was well aware of the minor conflicts between the three of them, but he didn't care about it. As long as it didn't affect the normal work, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing for his subordinates to compete with each other. Mert, Doro, you will assist Lauder in taking over William's forces in the past few days. Those who are not sure to win over or hide it, just deal with them directly. It's up to you to decide exactly what to do and who to keep. But I don't want any accidents to happen, Lin En warned. I promise to solve these troubles perfectly. Lord Lin. Lauder immediately patted his chest and said. Lin nodded again, and then looked at the chubby Doro. Give me your hand. Doro didn't quite understand what Lin meant, but he still stretched out his hand slightly tremblingly. Lin grabbed the opponent's chubby right hand. Doro soon felt a strong tingling sensation in his heart. The flesh on his face was trembling, but he did not dare to move. It was only after Lin let go of his hand that he discovered that there were many wounds on his right hand. A mark of fire, different from the mark printed on Lauder's hand. This thing is not just as simple as bluffing people, but an advanced method of alchemy. Lin En can activate it with a thought, bursting out a strong white phosphorus fire, devour the opponent completely. However, controlling life and death is not a foolproof method, so Lin rarely uses this thing as a threat to his own people. But Doro obviously does not yet have his trust. From today on, you are William, the real Viscount of the Empire, and the one who died is Doro, Lin said word by word. In the next few days, with the help of a stand-in in Mert, it was naturally extremely easy for Lauder to take over William's forces. In just 3 days, those confidants who knew the identity of William's substitute died silently under the butcher's knife of their companions. Of course, these are all small actions in secret. On the surface, everything is business as usual, and the entire manor is still under the control of the Imperial Viscount. Lin En did not intend to give up this line easily. After all, everyone in the entire kingdom knew that William was the most loyal supporter of the eldest Prince Harold. This identity was very important, and it was equivalent to being next to the two heirs of the kingdom. There is an internal response. He can get information from both sides at any time. During this period of time, Lin was also not idle. He studied another evil god statue that was looted from William's mansion. It was also the basis for the other party's use of those strange blood magics. When he was dealing with the Doomsday sect in Greenreal City before, he also got a similar-looking statue of the evil god. Unfortunately, he used Space Vibration Wave to cut the thing in half, and the power inside had been lost. But this evil god statue is still complete. Judging from William's memory, it should be a guy named Blood God, who doesn't sound like a good guy at first glance. He should also be a guy who was defeated in the Battle of Faith and still had some strength left. It has to be said that William is still a little clever, or has a certain degree of self-awareness. He did not develop followers like the evil Mage Merc, but only learned some superficial blood magic from him. Then, a special drink brewed from the blood of Warcraft was used as the source of power, bypassing the statue of the evil god, and almost possessing a combat power comparable to that of a second or third ring-shaping wizard. The price is to be as fat as a ball, and use your body to store energy. It's a pity that he was unlucky and faced himself. After years of accumulation, he died on the spot before he could exert his power. Chapter 249. The kingdom does not need nobles, and it does not need a king. This world is undoubtedly cruel, And the ways to obtain power are very limited. No matter how complicated the method is, magic and divine arts cannot be avoided, or there is no problem in directly classifying it as magic. And for those who are not talented in magic, it becomes extremely difficult to obtain power. Generally speaking, you have to hone your skills assiduously, pass the church's assessment to get the opportunity to drink the divine grace potion, become a priest, or rely on the inheritance of your family's bloodline to become a blood knight, in order to gain power beyond normal people. Lin En even speculated that these so-called families that inherited powerful power should be the descendants of some extremely powerful shaping wizards. The church did not kill them all. Or it could be that Ella believed that these people did not pose any threat at all. It is precisely because there are not many ways to obtain power that even William, who has a lot of wealth and noble status, needs to rely on the evil god statue. Judging from the information that Lauder and others have learned these days, worshipping evil gods is not a rare thing among some nobles, and is even extremely popular in the Sika's empire. This is indeed a shortcut to becoming stronger quickly. But unfortunately it is also a trap. Lin En turned the statue of the blood god over and over in his hand. He had always been very curious about what magic was all about. It could actually allow a person to display all kinds of wonderful supernatural powers without fully understanding the principles of magic. Obviously this is not a patent of the church. When he was dealing with those doomsday believers, he noticed something was wrong. The practice of shadow magic was very difficult, and most of it was recorded. As a result, when he raided the Doomsday Church's residence, but a large number of wizards who can use shadow magic emerged. It was probably given through some method similar to divine magic. Lin En pondered for a long time. In fact, his behavior of connecting to the wizard through the magic network and calling up the computing power was somewhat similar to the belief to God method created by the psychic wizard. They both used external forces to increase their upper limit of power. The difference is that his method is relatively mild, and he uses the brain as a carrier. Perhaps it is for this reason that Lin does not perceive the mental pollution mentioned by Harav and others, since part of the knowledge can be directly transmitted to other people's minds through the intellectual brain. Then if the other person's mental frequency is completely cracked, will it be possible to bestow a magic to others, like divine magic? Maybe you can find a chance to try it. While he was thinking about it, a faint light shone on the index finger of his right hand, and Lin immediately realized that Anthony had entered the magical realm again. In the small universe of magic mimicry, Anthony stepped into the void and stared at the stars that were constantly rotating under his feet. Different from the simple shock in the past. After systematically studying the knowledge of mathematical Olympiad, he has been able to calculate the relative position and movement rules of each star. The contact over the past few days has allowed Anthony to understand that Lin En's breadth of knowledge far exceeded his expectations. He could understand everything from the formation of thunder and lightning to the laws of operation of the universe and stars. However, in Lin En's words, this knowledge is only the foundation of the foundation, the most superficial law of the world, while the internal causes are another more profound subject. That is likely to be a world that can only be experienced in the legendary realm. It seems you have something to ask me for, Anthony? Lin's figure appeared in the magic field and asked in confusion. Now is not the time for teaching. Not bad. Anthony nodded, and then spoke again. In recent times, the old king's health has been deteriorating, and the dispute between the two princes has become more and more intense. Now the second prince, Hatter, is preparing to win over or cut off some of the other's wings. I heard that William was sent to Harold's staff by you, Anthony asked cautiously. You can say that, Lin responded comfortably. Then it will be much easier to handle. Anthony breathed a sigh of relief, and then told Lin about his plan for the Magic Kingdom. To put it simply, it secretly supported the second prince, Hatter, to ascend to power, encouraged the royal family and some nobles to confront the Holy See, allowed wizards to have a place to live in this country, and created a magical world that controlled the kingdom in the dark. But after learning about the existence of the Wizarding Land and the Arcane Society, Anthony's appetite is undoubtedly much greater. Perhaps they can take a step closer and cooperate with the royal family and some nobles to completely eradicate the power of the local church and create a truly the kingdom of wizards. However, in this way, he will need to face the crusade from the Holy See and the Sika's empire. This is not something that wizards of a certain school can contend with. So Anthony must confirm the attitude of the Wizarding Land and the Arcane Society. After your magic kingdom is built, who will be the real ruler of the kingdom? The wizard or the nobles? Lin suddenly asked after listening to Anthony's story. Of course, Anthony wanted to say it was a wizard, but he knew very well that the power of the nobles was deeply rooted in the kingdom and could not be easily shaken. The wizards and the royal family can cooperate to manage the nobles, and then let the nobles manage the common people, Anthony said in a deep voice. This is the most reasonable move. Sooner or later something will go wrong if this continues. Since those nobles are tired of being stepped on by the Holy See, they will never tolerate wizards doing the same thing, Lin said with confidence. Is it possible that you plan to continue to maintain the status quo? Anthony frowned. In fact, he had never thought about gaining control of various territories before. As long as the kingdom of Hadrada could allow wizards to exist and let them study magic openly without hiding. In his opinion, this is already a great victory. In this way, there would be no conflict between nobles and wizards. No. Lin shook his head. Your plan for the Magic Kingdom is good, but the layout is too low. Anthony paused for a moment, not quite understanding what the other party meant. In my opinion, the kingdom of Hadrada does not need nobles, let alone a king, Lin said solemnly. The most taboo thing about reform is that it is not thorough, leaving behind a large number of old power interest groups that become maggots that disintegrate the system internally. Not to mention that the conflicts between them and the nobles are sharp and unavoidable. To use the simplest analogy, if most of the kingdom's subjects enter the factory and obey his instructions, then where's the power and majesty of the nobles? Therefore, it is only a matter of time before conflicts break out. Chapter 250. You underestimate the power and anger of the people. No need for nobles. And even less need for a king? Anthony was stunned by Lin's whims. There are no so-called nobles and kings in the land of wizards. The Wizards' Council is in charge of everything, Lin explained. A kingdom that belongs exclusively to wizards, Anthony whispered softly. This was indeed an exciting proposal. But wouldn't this mean we have to go against everyone in the entire kingdom? Anthony asked with a slight hesitation. Isn't this too big a game? The influence of the nobles is deeply rooted in the kingdom of Hadrada. Not to mention that they also need to deal with the influence of the church. The nobility and royal family cannot represent the entire kingdom, Lin said with a smile. Don't forget, we also have another force that we can support. The largest number of people in the kingdom are the workers in the mines. You mean those slaves? Anthony frowned involuntarily. I don't think these people can afford to cause any trouble. You underestimate their power and anger too much. These miners have been bullied and treated inhumanely on a daily basis. They are like a powder keg that explodes at a moment's notice. If used well, it can overturn the entire kingdom. Lin, he said confidently. He also knew why Anthony looked down upon the miners so much. Because in this world, even if ordinary people gathered together, it would be difficult for them to resist the priests who had extraordinary abilities. Often after a few magical spells, the impoverished people who were temporarily formed and armed with farm tools and mining manuscripts would break up and flee. But these talents represent the majority of the kingdom. They just lack a leader and the courage and strength to resist. Of course, Lin had no intention of taking action against those nobles so soon. At least, these people could still be used until the church's influence was completely eradicated. Under Lin's constant explanations, Anthony quickly understood what he meant. First, use the power of the royal family and nobles to deal with the Holy See, and finally clear out all these people to create a country unique to wizards. Then what should we do now? Anthony asked. Wait for the right time, Lin said. He had already asked Lauder to send people to sneak into several mines in the kingdom of Hadrada. He believed that it would not take long to see the results. Barony Elvis is located in a town facing the sea in the east of the kingdom. Although the land is barren and the environment is harsh, it is extremely rich in iron or resources. What makes the Baron even more happy is that someone in the royal capital has recently been purchasing large quantities of various ores, causing prices to rise even higher. Rumor has it that this may be related to the dispute over the royal heir. For Baron Elvis, who is greedy for pleasure and has no ambitions, no matter which prince ascends the throne, he only cares about whether he can take advantage of this rare opportunity to make a fortune to make up for the loss caused by his extravagant life. Increasingly deficient finances. The task of increasing production naturally fell on Rupert as the supervisor. Rupert also lived up to the Baron's expectations, and the amount of iron ore shipped to the royal capital increased almost every week. However, things are not always so smooth. Rupert is very disappointed to find that the hard-working mine slaves have actually learned to be lazy in recent days. As long as he is not careful, someone will take advantage of the darkness of the mine to huddle up, sleeping in the corner. How could Rupert not be annoyed by this? It would be no joke if the Baron was dissatisfied with the output of the ore and blamed it. Get up! Get up! Rupert waved the long whip in his hand vigorously, hitting a middle-aged man in ragged clothes who was huddled in the mine. Lord Rupert, Please spare me. I'm too hungry, and I really have no strength. The man was rolled on the ground by the whip, and he kept shouting, Trash! Everyone else is working hard to dig out the ore, but you are the only one who has no strength? Rupert's hand became a little stronger again, and the man's chest was torn to pieces with one blow, and he immediately made a fatal blow, prepared to beat the opponent to death on the spot as a shock, so that other mine slaves will remember it. This is the result of trying to be lazy. The sound of the whip breaking through the air was intertwined with the man's wailing. The mine slaves present were so frightened that they didn't even dare to stop what they were doing, let alone defend the man. They were afraid that the whip would hit them in the next moment. On your own body. That's enough. Stop fighting. A voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Rupert turned his head with an ugly expression, wanting to see who dared to challenge his majesty. The person who stood out was a young man in his 20s, wearing coarse linen clothes full of holes, with a dirty face, because he could only eat black bread and wheat leaves for a long time. His body was very thin, like a gust of wind. He could be blown down, but the stubbornness in his eyes was extremely strong. Radel, don't think that you know a little bit about medicinal herbs and can treat the injuries of these lowly mining slaves, so I won't dare to kill you. You'd better know your identity for me, Rupert said in a harsh tone. After saying that, he whipped his hand and hit the opponent directly in the face. The young man named Ladell had no time to dodge, let alone dare to dodge. He took the whip forcefully and was knocked to the ground. There was a bloody mark on the right side of his face. Severe pain suddenly surged into his heart, but Rettel still endured the pain, climbed up from the ground, and whispered for mercy. Lord Rupert, more than a dozen people died last week due to the mining accident. If Uncle Hem also dies, the output of iron ore will probably be even less this week. Please, spare him. Rupert hesitated for a moment. He didn't care about the life and death of a mining slave. But as the other party said, before the next batch of mining slaves is delivered, every time a person dies, the output of the ore will be reduced. The surrounding mine slaves also put down their tools at this moment and silently watched the situation on the field. When Rettel was whipped by Rupert, some people even wanted to stand up and speak for him, but in the end, they were still pulled. Unlike Ham, Rettel is a very important person in this mine. They mine slaves are digging or in the mines day and night, and injuries are inevitable. However, the stingy Rupert will not hire a doctor for them. Many of them rely on Rettel's help. With half-assed medical skills, he barely managed to save his life. Most people remember this kindness. So after Rettel was whipped, many miners spontaneously put down their tools in silent protest. Chapter 251 Rebellion of the Professional Raider. Rupert soon noticed the movements of these mine slaves, and his expression suddenly turned gloomy. He swung his long whip and hit one of them, and shouted harshly, Whatever you are looking at, get back to work. The mining slaves who were watching hesitated for a moment, then picked up their pickaxes again, carried the stones on their backs, and continued digging. Rupert then turned his gaze back and looked at Rettel viciously. If the other person hadn't had some medical skills and could save the Baron a lot of money, he would have killed such a thorn long ago. But after thinking for a while, Rupert quickly came up with an idea, with a playful smile on his face. It's not impossible if you want me to spare him, but the output of ore mined this week will increase by another 10%. You choose, Rupert said with a ferocious smile. Rettel clenched his teeth and was extremely angry. But Ham was seriously injured and his skin was torn apart from the beatings. Without treatment, he might not be able to survive any longer, so he could only nod in agreement. By the way, it's up to you to make up for his work today. Otherwise you won't have any dinner later, Rupert said loudly to ensure that every mine slave present could hear him. The mine slaves who were still on Rettel's side couldn't help but complain in their hearts, and many secretly blamed Rettel for meddling in other people's affairs. The tasks Rupert assigned them before were already extremely arduous, and adding another 10% to their output would simply cost them their lives. Rettel did not dare to look at everyone, so he took out the herbs from his pocket and briefly treated Ham's injury. The rest he could only resign himself to fate. Then Rettel did not hesitate, picked up the pickaxe, and did it. Work harder than anyone else. There are thousands of mining slaves in this mining area, although Ham is missing. With Rettel taking the lead, everyone works hard in order to have dinner. Rupert did not dare to really starve these people all night because of this trivial matter. If it delayed tomorrow's or mining work, he would be the one who got scolded. After a busy day, most of the mine slaves received today's dinner, which was a piece of black bread and soup made from wheat leaves. There is no nutrition at all, and it is even difficult to swallow. But every mine slave eats very quickly. The heavy physical work has made them not care about anything else. They just want to stuff things into their stomachs. Anything they can eat. In their eyes, it is a rare delicacy. However, Rupert was very stingy, and the little food he gave them could not fill their stomachs at all, and could only barely keep them hungry. Some of the hungry mining slaves even dug up the grass roots on the ground. Ham, who was lazy just now, naturally did not get any food. Rettel, who couldn't bear it, had to give out his share. When he first came to this mine, Ham had taken care of him, and Rettel naturally took care of him. Can't leave it alone. The finely chopped wheat leaves mixed with the dark soup were slowly poured into Ham's mouth, allowing the severely injured man to regain some strength. But he shook his head when facing the black bread handed over by Rettel. Refused. I'll just eat this. Rettel opened his bag, which was filled with unknown herbs. This is Suzuki grass, and it's much more delicious than Hardtonal black bread. Harm then reached out to take the small piece of black bread and gnawed it hungrily. If he didn't eat more, he might not survive the night. While watching Ham eat, Rettel stuffed the Suzuki grass in the bag into his mouth. This kind of grass leaves are very bitter. He doesn't know if it can be eaten. But since it can heal wounds, it must be non-toxic. Yes, it's better than being hungry anyway. Ham quickly stuffed all the black bread into his mouth, licked the crumbs that fell on his hands clean, and then tremblingly held the wooden holy light mark hanging on his chest with his right hand. He began to pray devoutly, telling the great Lord of the stars and goddess of the moon, Ella, his sins and sufferings, and begging the other party to bless him to survive the night. Uncle Ham, does prayer really work? Rettel couldn't help but ask. Throughout the mine, there were not a few mine slaves who believed in the goddess, Ella. But many devout believers also died in the last mining accident, which made Rettel extremely confused. If the goddess really exists, and is as sacred and compassionate as people say, then why doesn't she protect her believers? It's useful. It will be useful, Ham said, as if dreaming. These are all tests for you and me by the great Lord. The sufferings we suffer in this life will sublimate our souls, and return to the Lord's kingdom after death. Otherwise, after death, you will fall into the endless H.L. and be cooked in fire and hot oil forever, Ham said fearfully. He didn't know whether he had suffered enough, let alone whether he could be pious, impress the great goddess Ella. But survival is instinct and prayer is the only thing that can be done. For these slaves who lost their homes due to war and famine, were captured in the mines, and had no future. They could only hope to enter the kingdom of God after death, and enjoy eternal happiness. Rettel looked confused. He had heard similar remarks more than once, but he became more and more confused. However, the guards of the mine did not give them a chance to talk in detail. They waved their whips one by one, and drove the slaves to bed. Talking to each other in the middle of the night was forbidden, and they only had 5 hours of rest. Rettel had no choice but to suppress the doubts in his heart, and lie down on a bed made of grass leaves. The fatigue caused by a hard day's work digging or soon made him fall into a deep sleep. About half an hour later, a guard holding a torch put a delicate-looking ring on Rettel's hand while no one was around. At the same time, in the dean's office at Iota Harbor, Lin also received Rettel's message simultaneously. A young man with a little knowledge of herbal medicine and a spirit of rebellion has accumulated some prestige among the many mining slaves. The problem is that I am a bit young and have not enough experience. So I am afraid I won't be able to cause any trouble. But people can be cultivated. Lin touched his chin. Since the magic field can imitate the small universe, it should not be a problem to recreate some classic historical scenes according to the computing power of the brain. Things like the Yellow Turban Uprising, Huaidong Uprising, and Huaqiao Uprising don't need too much. Just like clearing a game, they can quickly turn a person into a professional rebel. Lin pulled out the information on various peasant army uprisings in history and started reading them. Let's give him a magically modified version of the Dezexiang Uprising first. Chapter 252, Do you want a wild fox howling at night with a book in the belly of a fish? Or a vision coming from the sky? In a daze, Rettel had an extremely strange dream. He dreamed that he had become another person, a poor long-term worker in a huge empire, and was recruited to Yuyang to guard the border. Wake up! Wake up quickly! A burst of urgent shouting reached his ears, and Rettel opened his eyes sleepily. In front of him was an unshaven man, Wu Guang. The other person's name suddenly appeared in Rettel's mind. This was his good brother, a trustworthy person. Because of their outstanding abilities, the two were temporarily promoted to camp commanders, and assisted Daqing's officers in escorting 900 civilians to Yuyang to guard the border. And his name seems to be Qinsheng. Rettel looked confused. In fact, he felt extremely unfamiliar with these two names. But in his dream, he had already forgotten everything before. Rettel hesitated for a while, until the other party repeatedly called his name. He came back to his senses, looked at the dim sky and continuous heavy rain outside the station, and asked in confusion, "What's the matter? Brother Wu, are you setting off again before dawn?" "No, I just got a very bad news," Wu Guang said with a sigh. "Due to the continuous heavy rain in recent days, the road ahead has been blocked by falling rocks and muddy water. Even a detour will not be enough to reach Yuyang within the month. Alas, Qin's laws have always been strict. If you exceed the deadline and fail to guard the border, you will be killed according to the law. I'm afraid you and my brothers will have to answer for their wealth and life." Hearing this, Rettel was also shocked. He didn't understand the so-called Qin laws and laws at all. He didn't even fully understand why he was here. He only had some vague memories in his mind. But she has a natural closeness to the man in front of her, and her good brother will not deceive herself. In other words, they will die soon. The fear of death suddenly surged into Rettel's heart, but he was more at a loss what to do. "Listen to me, good brother. Since death sooner or later means death, then we might as well not do anything but rebel against him," Wu Guang said impassionedly. "The violent Qin dynasty carried out massive construction projects and fought for years, forcing the poor people like us to suffer unspeakably. Now that Zulong is dead, the second generation has succeeded to the throne, and his cruelty is even worse. He even conspired to kill Fusu, who was supposed to succeed him. Young master, who in the world can conquer me? Now that you and I raise an army, we will definitely respond to our call, which will be enough to achieve great achievements. For the sake of all the people in the world, for the lives of all the brothers, for the glory and wealth of you and me, let's give it a try. Just today." Wu Guang patted Rettel hard and said with great excitement, although Rettel didn't understand it all. The blood in his heart had been completely mobilized. He still understood one thing, since he was going to die anyway. It was better to fight him directly. However, this kind of passion only existed for a short moment. As an honest boy, Rettel dared to use his anger to resist the supervisor, but he had no experience in rebellion, so he could only weakly ask Wu Guang for help. "But what should we do?" "Don't worry. I have arranged everything," Wu Guang said confidently, and stuffed a roll of white silk into his hand. "When you go fishing tomorrow, you will find a way to stuff it into the fish's belly." Rettel carefully took the white silk, and then he discovered that there were several big characters written on it with red paint that looked like blood to Shuxing. King Qinsheng. Rettel was completely stunned. He seemed to remember that his name was Qinsheng. This. Isn't this a little bad? How about you do it instead? However, Wu Guang didn't give Rettel a chance to shirk at all, and immediately offered him a clever plan called Fish Belly Book. The honest Rettel never expected that the uprising could be played like this. Isn't this deceiving? Remember, if you want to save them, don't think those civilians are too smart, let alone tell them the truth, Wu Guang reminded. The next day, Rettel stuffed the white silk into the belly of the fish as instructed, and soon witnessed his good brother's performance again. There was Fish Belly Book collection in front and Wild Fox howling at night behind, which confused all the civilians. Rettel was also keenly aware that the way these people looked at him was somewhat different from before. The time has come quietly. One time, when the officer escorting the team was drunk, Wu Guang started his career as an actor again. First, he deliberately threatened to run away in front of the other party, angering the officer, and provoked the other party to humiliate and whip him in public, aroused everyone's anger. Then he joined forces with Rettel to seize the sword and kill the two accompanying officers, gathered everyone together, and gave an exciting speech. What about? Qin's laws are strict. If you fail to do so, you will be killed. If you die now, you will die. If you make great plans, you will die. If you wait for death, how can the country die? If you attack unethically, you will punish Qin. Laird stood blankly on the high platform, although he was the protagonist among the protagonists. King Qinsheng in Wu Guang's mouth. He was like a puppet on strings, at the mercy of others. In a trance, his soul seemed to be leaving his body. Laird saw himself standing on the stage, raising his hands high and letting out an inspiring roar. Prince and General Xiang Ning has the guts. In an instant, the response was like a roaring mountain and a tsunami, resounding throughout the world. The peasants below held their torches high and cheered in unison. Great Chu Xing! King Qinsheng! Amid the loud shouts, Rettel woke up from his sleep and broke out in a cold sweat. The familiar cold mine was still in front of him, and all the memories he had lost before came back to his mind. Is it a dream? Rettel thought this way. But everything he experienced was so real. Almost the same as reality. And he could even clearly remember every detail in his dream. For a moment, Rettel couldn't tell whether he was Qin Sheng, the commander of the empire, or Radel. He didn't know what Zhuang Zhou's dream butterfly was. But he had the same feeling at this moment. Suddenly, Rettel felt something strange on his hand. He looked down and discovered that at some point, there was an exquisite ring on the index finger of his right hand. He had never seen anything so beautifully made. The ring's surface was engraved with extremely mysterious lines, and was still faintly glowing. The devil's creation? Red immediately thought of this. The church has been promoting that there is a group of followers of evil gods and devils in the kingdom of Hadra Tower. They possess extremely weird witchcraft, and can do many incredible things. If someone sees an object engraved with strange rune patterns, it must be a trap set by the devil's followers. As long as it comes into contact, it will become unfortunate, even pollute the soul, and drag people to H.L. Thinking of this, Rettel quickly took off the ring, and was about to throw it away. But thinking of what he had just experienced in the dream, he hesitated again. Chapter 253, The Dragon Slayer eventually becomes a dragon. This is the case at all times and in all countries. What's wrong? Rydell, are you having a nightmare? In the cold mine, a weak voice rang in his ears. Rettel was startled and subconsciously stuffed the ring into his pocket. He turned his head and saw the speaker. Ham. Uncle Ham, how are you feeling? Rettel lowered his voice and asked with concern. It's getting better. It seems I won't die yet, Ham said weakly. Uncle Ham, tell me, why do we have to stay in this mine all our lives and work hard to eat black bread and wheat leaf soup, while those noble children don't have to do anything, but they can live in a big house? Eat delicious food in the manor? Rydell asked in confusion. Ham was also asked by Rettel for a moment. He had never thought of such a question before. After hesitating for a long time, he sighed and said, This is life. The poor are born poor, and the nobles are born nobles. Everything is the will of the goddess. This is also a training for you and me. Ham held the wooden holy light mark on his chest and whispered in a low voice. Is everything doomed? Rydell felt empty in his heart. But soon the roar in the dream echoed in his mind. Prince and General Xiang Ning has the guts. Coming from another world. The poor people's voice of resistance to the royal power shocked Rettel and left a mark of resistance in his heart. But it was obvious that he couldn't achieve anything with his passion alone. Rettel's thoughts of resistance were all extinguished when he saw the heavily armed guards. After all, he was just a young man in his early 20s with a little knowledge of medicinal herbs. He couldn't defeat the dozens of guards in the mine. What's more important is that reality is different from dreams. Without the resourceful Wu Guang beside him to make suggestions, he can't do anything. Rettel could only continue his work indifferently, watching Ham, who was still injured, supporting his body and carrying heavy oars. He was furious but could do nothing. Until night came again. Rettel put on the ring hesitantly, hid his hand behind his back, and entered the dreamland. Just as he thought before, he entered the magical dream world again. But this time, he did not lose his memory. As Qin Sheng, he led 900 people to prepare to resist the rule of Qin. But this time it was not as smooth as before, and the experience could no longer be described as difficult and dangerous. Because he was so incompetent, his best brother Wu Guang used their power, and he died. If you want to attack Qixian, if your secret is exposed, you will die. After he finally organized the manpower, and when the regular army of the empire came to kill him, it was still the same. Die! Rydell was about to feel depressed. He remembered that it wasn't that difficult before. Redder didn't know that Wu Guang, who had been loyal and advised him before, was actually a novice protector. In reality, there were not so many people who were thoughtful, resourceful, and not betrayal. After half a month, he had lost count of how many times he had died. And the content of each dream was not exactly the same. Sometimes he is Feng La, who needs to lead the poor people who are oppressed by the Song dynasty to resist. Sometimes he is also called Zhang Jiao, pretending to be magic and fooling a large number of believers, and even mastering magical magic. But he needs to deal with a large group of soldiers with special skills, like a human god of war who cuts grass. His only advantage is that after death, everything will be reset, and he will have another chance. Leto was extremely difficult, but also grew up bit by bit. However, what impressed him most was not the pain of death one after another, but the human tragedy of changing children and eating each other in the vast land. and there was no rooster crow for 100 miles. This is a world of cannibalism. The endless oppression of the poor by the bureaucrats and nobles made Rettel feel extremely angry. Finally, he led a group of ragged poor people to defeat waves of encirclement and suppression, and finally gained their own territory. However, Rettel discovered that his men had changed and began to imitate the regular army that he regarded as cruel, burning, killing, looting, enslaving the poor, and being obsessed with wealth and power without making progress. After gaining power and status, the people who were originally oppressed immediately changed their appearance and became the people they originally hated and despised the most. Why? Why is this happening? Rettel fell into deep confusion, lost his previous spirit, and even gave up resistance. He allowed the city to be breached and died in the sword. This time, he did not escape from the dream, but came to a very strange place. All around was the deepest darkness, with only a few stars twinkling in the distance. In front of him stood a figure. It was a particularly young man, perhaps a little younger than himself. "Are you a devil?" Rettel summoned up the courage to ask. "What do you think?" Lin asked. Rettel hesitated and did not reply. And then Lin said with a smile, "Of course I am a human being, just like you. People who insist on saying the difference may just know more and know a little magic." "Magic? Wizard? Follower of evil gods and devils?" Reed paused and said subconsciously, "In fact, wizards do not believe in evil gods or devils. At least the vast majority of normal wizards do," Lin explained. "If wizards really care about anything, it is to explore the truth of the world." "The truth of the world?" Rettel murmured in a low voice. "Why do people stand on the earth and cannot fly in the sky? Why does the sun rise, and why does it set? We discover the laws of the world's operation and gain power from them, and call it magic." Linen's voice kept echoing in this dark space, hitting Rettel's heart like a bell, but making him even more confused. Isn't it because people can't fly because they don't have wings? Is there any reason why the sun doesn't rise and set? Rettel was very puzzled, but that was obviously not what he was paying attention to right now. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but ask, "Why do I have these weird dreams? Why do those poor people, who have endured the pain of being oppressed, inflict the same pain on others after gaining wealth and power? This is human nature. It has shortcomings and advantages. It just depends on how you use it and what kind of world you want to create." Lin said lightly, "Desire is not only the driving force that drives people forward, the cause of change, but also the root of corruption and greed. Those who slay dragons will eventually become dragons. This is the biggest problem encountered by reformers in ancient and modern times, both at home and abroad." Chapter 254. We are in H.L. right now. Rettel fell into a long thought. With his age and experience, he could not understand Lin's words, but everything he saw in the dream made him gradually understand what the other party wanted to express. "Then is there any way to avoid this?" Rettel asked at a loss. "No, unless people's desires are completely eradicated. But in this case, what is the difference between them and those walking dead?" Lin shook his head, paused for a while, and spoke again. "Of course, if you insist on it, establishing faith to suppress desires may be a way." "Faith? Do you mean faith in the moon goddess Ella?" Rettel couldn't help but frown. But the Baron was also a believer of the goddess. But he still treated them harshly. "No, it would be more appropriate to describe it as belief," Lin explained. "The first thing is to establish strict military discipline, so that those who follow you understand what the purpose of your resistance is, what you want to do, and put forward corresponding programs and goals. It is best to be directly related to everyone's interests, such as everyone's equality, equalizing the land and so on. Gather those who have firm beliefs and form a personal guard. Let them spread your ideas, and at the same time eliminate those who violate the rules to ensure the purity of the team." Lin said eloquently, "It is not an empty saying that thieves pass like a comb and soldiers pass like a grate, let alone ancient times. Even in modern times, it is common for regular troops to massacre and plunder a city after breaking it. However, there are not without exceptions. For example, the Yu family army, which is famous in history, has the philosophy of not demolishing the house to death by freezing, and not looting to death by starvation. Similar to this is Qi Jiajun. The best in this regard are naturally those proletarian revolutionaries. Therefore, although desire cannot be eliminated, it can still be suppressed by faith and discipline. The most important point is that what goes up and what goes down will lead to results. If the upper level is corrupt, the soldiers below are not stupid, no matter how much they say. It will be empty talk. These are just symptoms, not the root cause. You can manage an army, but you cannot manage a huge kingdom. You can also find your own answers in dreams, Lennon said slowly. Rettel nodded as if he understood, keeping these words firmly in his heart. Then what are these dreams? Are they all my imagination? Rettel looked confused, because the scenes in dreams are so real, and even have cultures and customs that are completely different from this world. Sometimes he can't tell which side is reality and which side is dream. Who knows? The world is very big, and your experience in the dream may be happening in a certain corner of this world, Lennon said with a smile. Then what do I need to pay? Rettel took a deep breath and prepared himself. His experience in the dream world had already made him understand that there is no free lunch in the world, and all gifts have already been marked on the back. Price. Is the soul sent to H.L. after death? Rettel asked anxiously. Hell. Len couldn't help laughing, then shook his head and sighed. Think about it carefully. Isn't the place where you are now exactly H.L.? Could it be that this is the legendary H.L.? Red paused for a moment, but before he could ask, the entire dark space shook violently, and then he left the magic realm. It was only then that Rettel discovered that the vibrations around him had not stopped, but had become more violent. A series of exclamations resounded in his ears. The mine has collapsed. Run quickly. The mine has collapsed. Mining disaster? Rettel's pupils shrank. Having stayed in this mine for 5 years, he was very aware of the horror of mining disasters. So he hurriedly followed the chaotic crowd out of the mine without even having time to pack up his things. The mine outside was in great chaos, and it was raining heavily in the sky. The cold rain poured on everyone, and mixed with the cold wind at night, it drove away everyone's hazy sleepiness. From the frightened accounts of the surrounding mine slaves, Rettel learned that a small underground mining area suddenly collapsed due to the constant penetration of rainwater in recent days. Fortunately, this collapse did not continue to spread. Otherwise, all of them might die in their sleep. As the supervisor, Rupert had a dark face. After counting the number of people, he found that there were more than 30 people missing, which meant that they were all left in the mine or trapped in the collapsed road section, fell, or were simply crushed to death by falling ore. Why at this time? Rupert was extremely annoyed. In 2 days, the convoy transporting the ore was coming. If the ore mine by then did not meet the Baron's requirements, he would probably be punished. However, he had no intention of organizing a rescue immediately. The situation in the mine was not clear yet, and entering rashly might cause a secondary collapse. The most important thing is that Rupert knows very well that in the event of a mining disaster, the probability of survival of those trapped inside is very slim. Instead of spending several days digging out the bodies, it is better to seize the time and go to other mines to mine more. Or, let's deal with this month's tasks first. To put it bluntly, these mining slaves are just consumables. Every month, dozens or hundreds of mining slaves are brought to this mine. If they die, they will die. Lord Rupert, Carlo, my brother Carlo is still inside. Please save him. A man in ragged clothes begged Rupert to summon people to carry out excavation and rescue work. Rupert, who was already angry, was so angry that he cursed and kicked the opponent to vent his anger. He even blamed the collapse of the mine on Carlo and others who were trapped in it. On the body, the sounds of begging and crying continued to ring in his ears, and the big raindrops soaked the top of his head and slid down his cheeks. Rettel looked at the collapsed mine. Rupert, who was waving a long whip, and a group of others. The mine slaves who were watching numbly were completely awakened. They are in H.L. now. An inexplicable courage rose in his heart. Rettel clenched the mine manuscript in his hand and walked firmly into the mine. What are you doing? Rettel. Rupert quickly noticed the other party's movements and scolded him sternly. I'm going to dig up that mining area and rescue Carlo and the others, Rettel said loudly, then looked at the surrounding mine slaves and shouted. I asked just now that the mine collapse should not be serious. I hope everyone can come together to clean up the collapsed soil and ore. Otherwise, the next time there is a mining disaster, don't expect others to come to rescue you. Chapter 255. We are in H.L. right now. Rettel's words made all the mine slaves hesitate. The man who had begged Rupert immediately spoke excitedly, as if he had grasped the last straw. Thank you. Thank you. Rettel, I'll go with you. With one person taking the lead, more and more mine slaves picked up the mine manuscripts and made decisions. Rebel. Everything is rebelled, Rupert shouted angrily. Loudly. I want to see who dares to move. The power that Rupert had accumulated over the years was undoubtedly terrifying. Together with the 30 knife-wielding guards around him, He was able to suppress hundreds of mining slaves in an instant. Then, Rupert looked at Rettel, who repeatedly challenged his majesty, and now even dared to incite the mine slaves to disobey his orders. This has touched his bottom line. Without any warning, Rupert struck Letter directly with a long whip. A bloody streak suddenly exploded on his chest, and a severe pain surged into his heart. This time Rettel did not avoid or be knocked down. He just stood there and stared at Rupert. Rupert's heart fluttered when he was glared at by Rettel, and then his gaze became more and more severe. A mine slave dared to use such a gaze. He simply didn't know how to live or die. Thinking of this, Rupert whipped him again, this time aiming directly at his head. There was bright anger in the eyes of the onlookers' mine slaves. In order to save the mine slaves who were in distress, Rettel, who dared to stand up and resist Rupert, had won the approval of the vast majority of people, and a strong anger was felt among them all. The heart of man burns. Rettel noticed this change, and this time, he did not forcefully catch the whip. He grabbed the whip with great precision with his right hand, then suddenly stepped forward, rushed forward, and held the tip of the mine manuscript held in his other hand. Stab hard into Rupert's eyes. Bright red blood suddenly spurted out, and pitiful screams resounded throughout the audience. Rupert did not expect that the thin Rettel would suddenly attack so cruelly. In fact, Rettel would never have had such courage half a month ago, let alone such superb fighting skills. But the tempering in the dream world has allowed Rettel to complete his transformation. He didn't give Rupert a chance to fight back at all. He stirred the mine manuscript in his hand hard, and sent it into Rupert's mind. Rupert's body soon fell to the ground. There was a huge blood hole in the socket of his right eye, and his face was full of disbelief and horror. All this happened in just a few seconds, and it was beyond everyone's expectations. Ham and others were all stunned on the spot. Even the guards. It was not until Rupert's right eye was pierced that he reacted. Come over and rushed towards Rettel with their knives drawn. We've had enough. Kill them all! Rettel's roar resounded throughout the world, and the mine slaves whose anger had been ignited subconsciously moved. The man who had begged Rupert jumped up from the ground, waved the mine manuscript, and hit one of the slaves on the heads of the guards. The stingy baron would not go out of his way to equip these guards, who managed the mine, with high-end goods such as helmets, and their heads immediately blossomed. Immediately after, more and more miners pounced on them. The few dozen guards had no ability to resist. In just a few minutes, they were blasted by the mine manuscripts attacking from all directions. Even so, the miners who usually accumulated anger still did not let go of the bodies of these people. They vented for more than half an hour before everyone woke up and realized what they had done. We actually killed Rupert? The Baron will definitely execute us all! Ham screamed in shock, as if he had just come to his senses, seeing the bloody corpses of Rupert and others in the mine, which turned into a puddle of mud. Many mining slaves knelt on the ground and trembled, obviously at a loss. Ham! Do you think we can survive if we stay in this mine? Rettel shouted sharply. Rupert doesn't care about our lives at all. This time it was Carlo who was trapped in the mining accident. Next time it will be you. Me! Rupert wants all of us! Rettel looked at everyone present and shouted loudly. I've had enough. I've had enough of spending every day in a dark mine with no sunlight, wagging its tail like a poor hyena, begging Rupert for a few more pieces of Hartnell black bread, and having to worry. One day the ore above our heads will fall down and bury us underground forever. I believe you haven't forgotten Timmy, Fines and Tierney. Rettel named the slaves who died in the mine one after another. Some were buried in mining accidents, and some were whipped to death by Rupert with a long whip. He spoke for several minutes and read out 60 or 70 names, and these were only some of the people who had died in the past 3 months. In order to please the Baron and mine more, Rupert didn't care about their lives at all, which has also led to frequent mining accidents in recent times. We cannot fight against the Baron. This is all arranged by the Lord. Otherwise all of our souls will fall into H.L. Ham said with a trembling voice. Those are all lies! Rettel roared angrily. Wake up! Harm! Nothing can be worse than now. Aren't we in H.L. right now? Rettel's sharp words left Ham speechless. And then he led a group of mining slaves to open the storage room in the mine, allowing everyone to have a delicious meal, and then brought nearly 1,000 slaves to the mine, divided into 2 batches. Some people stayed in the mine to dig and rescue the trapped Carlo and others. Another group of people worked with him to attack the guard camp stationed at the foot of the mine overnight, put on the clothes of these guards, and sneaked into the Baron. Rettel moved quickly and planned very carefully. It took almost no effort to occupy the entire manor and capture Baron Elvis who was still sleeping. The luxurious manner of the nobles made every slave who entered it feel frightened and angry. Rettel even held a denouncement meeting on the spot, exemplified the other party's crimes, and stabbed the frightened Baron Elvis into a sieve with one knife. Finally, there was the church. With the help of dozens of crossbows plundered from the manor, the church's pastor was executed at the cost of only a dozen casualties. Although everything was going very smoothly, Rettel knew very well that he had only completed the simplest step. He had to rescue more mine slaves as soon as possible and strengthen his team. Chapter 256. The only thing that can compete with firm belief is real interests. Performing well. In the dean's office at Iota Harbor, Lin En used the Ring of Secret Magic to spy on Rettel's every move from thousands of kilometers away. He originally thought about helping the other party a little, but he didn't expect that Rettel was more powerful than he thought. With the help of the mine collapse incident, he successfully aroused the anger of the mine slaves and killed them. Those guards roared like miners will never be slaves. Then let's give him witchcraft after a while. Lin En thought about it and made a decision. It would be better to wait for the other party to come to him again when he is in trouble than to come to him on his own initiative. He might not come back again, being misunderstood. At the same time, he also collected a list on the table. These are some of the information that Lauder and others found in major mines about people who are suitable to become leaders. Since Rettel's performance is better than he expected, there is no need to find others for the time being. Handing over the Ring of Secret Magic involves taking a lot of risks. If you encounter a problem and firmly believe that this is the devil's temptation, report it directly and attract the attention of the Holy See. In Lin's view, if wizards want to gain a foothold on this continent, the biggest problem besides facing the so-called divine descent is how to solve the problem of faith. You must know that throughout the Sika's empire, the power of the church is spread across every town. Even a small barony will have 1 or 2 priests stationed there. Although these people have limited strength and can only release a weak level of divine magic through prayer, which is barely stronger than the wizard apprentices, they are the foundation of the church and spread Ella's faith to every corner of the empire. Even subordinate kingdoms like Hadra Tower are no exception. If this point is not resolved, even if they gain control of the kingdom, the people below will spontaneously resist them and become the eyes of the church. This is also the reason why he worked so hard to trick Rettel into starting a rebellion. The only thing that can compete with his firm belief is real interests. These mining slaves and poor people either believe in Ella, dig or in the mines all their lives, and are exploited by the nobles and the church, or they work in the workshops, which is a bit tiring, but they can get generous rewards. Except for a few fanatical believers. The other poor people and mine slaves will naturally know which side they should be on. Boom, boom, boom. While Lin En was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Immediately afterwards, the door was gently opened, and Philip came in, holding an orange envelope in his hand. Dean Lin En, it's an invitation from the Parliament. Lin reached out and took it, opened the envelope and took a few glances, and then discovered that the Parliament was preparing to hold a grand meeting at 10 o'clock in the evening to discuss the future of the Wizarding Land. Lin En immediately realized that something had changed again. I just don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. But no matter what, you still have to attend such an important meeting. Now the technology of internal combustion engine airships has been very perfect. It only takes less than 3 hours to travel from Yetta to Greenreel City, which is very convenient. In the evening, a huge airship slowly landed outside the Corona Tower, and the attendants at the door were already not surprised. But no one dared to neglect Lin, the newly appointed Magic Star. Sanchez, the great wizard stationed there, personally came to greet Lin and also thank Lin well when he was fighting against August. If Lin and Raphael hadn't saved him in time, he might have died long ago. Don't say that, Master Sanchez. August cannot be defeated by 1 or 2 people. If you hadn't bravely rushed to the front to attract the opponent's attention, the result would have been unpredictable. Lin En was humble, responded verbally. The two talked all the way and soon boarded the Sky Realm. The spacious conference hall was already full of people, and several legendary speakers had already arrived. In other words, he was the latest one to arrive. So he hurriedly sat down. Cassimo is dead. After the meeting started, Harif said directly without any intention of making pleasantries. Who is Cassimo? Lin was stunned for a moment, and after thinking about it for a while, he immediately realized that Cassimo was the one who brought the statue of the evil god into the land of wizards. His true identity was probably a certain saint, or at least a cardinal. However, Lin thought that Harif and others had killed him long ago, but he didn't expect that it took so long for this guy to die. It wasn't until after listening to Harev's story that Lin En understood that the souls of high-level members of the Holy See had already been deeply bound to the kingdom of God. Once the other party died, their souls would be attracted and absorbed by the kingdom of God. Therefore, the council directly imprisoned Cassimo and tried to use magic to explore his memory and figure out the Holy See's plan. As a result, Cassimo's will was extremely determined. They did not get any useful clues and could not stop him. The other party actively chooses to die. It can be seen that before arriving at the wizard's land, Cassimo was already prepared to be captured and set up corresponding spells. So Kashimo's soul has returned to Ella's kingdom of God again. Lin's brows suddenly frowned. No, we destroyed his soul together with his body. Harev shook his head, and then continued. But I think she should be able to sense this. Lin En was thoughtful. Just like the spiritual link of Ji now, he could also know the mental state of these people at any time. The goddess might not pay attention to the life and death of ordinary believers, but a powerful one like Cassimo not sure about the soul. Many counselors present had sad faces. Although the previous spell of the Sea of Mist was destroyed, they still held some luck. If the Holy See did not discover this secret during this period, then they could continue. Practice magic safely. Now it's clear that their idea has failed. However, the militants like Sanchez are overjoyed. Although the power of the Holy See is huge, the land of wizards is no longer what it used to be. They have long been tired of staying on this palm-sized island like captive camels. In short, I'm afraid this war is unavoidable, and Aida Port is the first to bear the brunt and is likely to become a battlefield. Harev looked at Lin aside and warned. Aida has a very good geographical location. It is a natural harbor, and it is also facing the Sika's empire, so there is a high probability that it will be attacked. I have a proposal. Lin, who had been silent, suddenly spoke and looked at the congressman present. Why don't we leave the battlefield to other places? Fighting in the wizard's land is not a good choice. Chapter 257 Create a Paradise for Wizards. Lin En's words continued to echo in the territory of the sky. Of course, a member of the House of Representatives would not fail to understand this truth. Once the battlefield is placed in the land of wizards, even if they win in the end, they will inevitably suffer heavy losses. Let alone once it fails, the wizard's doom will come. But the problem is that even the most confident war faction is not sure of victory. If they take the initiative to attack them, they need to disperse their forces. Some people will defend in the wizarding land, and the other part will go to the Sika's empire. If the opposite is true, and they shrink their power and stay here, then the Holy See will have to cross the entire Sea of Mist and come from a long distance. Even if they bring out all the elites, they will only have tens of thousands of people at best. And they can also use various protective arrays deployed in advance to fight against the enemy, which will greatly make up for the gap in combat power between the two sides. If you have any ideas, you can just say it. Counselor Lin, Aurora said suddenly. She knew very well that since the other party dared to make this suggestion, it would not be without purpose. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin En stretched out his hand and tapped the conference table a few times. The tabletop rippled like water, and then a huge map covering the entire conference table appeared in front of everyone. In front of. That is the territory of the Saka's empire, which covers about 4 to 5 million square kilometers from north to south, with tens of millions of citizens. And this is just the number recorded. This is undoubtedly a huge thing. And the wizard's land has also been marked. It is only the size of a finger, and the gap between the two sides is self-evident. This is the kingdom of Hadrada, and it is also the largest kingdom under the rule of Sikas. Lin's hand quickly pointed to the right side of the Sika's empire, the large piece of territory along the coast, which confused the confusion. Everyone explained Anthony's plan for the Magic Kingdom. To put it bluntly, the wizards provide support, create divisions within the empire, let them fight themselves, and if the situation allows, seize control of the entire kingdom and turn it into a paradise for wizards. Under Lin's constant talk, Sanchez and others suddenly felt their eyes light up. Just look at the map, and you will know that the kingdom of Hadrada occupies nearly 1/5 of the empire's territory. If this plan succeeds, it will definitely be a major blow to the Holy See. This is much better than staying in the land of wizards and waiting for the opponent to attack. It is equivalent to moving the battlefield to the territory of the Sika's empire. Even if the final battle situation is unfavorable, they still have a way out, and at least they can win more time, until the legendary spell Lost Mist is completed again. And the concept of the Magic Kingdom itself makes people feel excited. Is Master Anthony another member of the Secret Magic Society? After listening to Lin's story, Harev asked in a groan. Not bad. Lin nodded. Now it wasn't just Harov. Other council members were also interested. Ever since Lin became famous in the Wizarding Land, the Arcane Society has become a topic of conversation for everyone. Because this unique magic organization is too mysterious. The only member of the Arcane Society from the outside that most people can see is Lin In. Although Tick, Alva and others brag to everyone about the profound wisdom that Master Leibniz possesses. The Magic Daily also publishes a lot of cutting-edge calculus knowledge for those wizards who are eager to learn arcane mathematics. They were rejoicing for a while. But many still had doubts about this too mysterious organization. Master Anthony is a member of the Secret Magic Society. He has been planning the Magic Kingdom plan in the Empire. Now that it is coming to an end, he is also happy to cooperate with us, Lin said with a smile. This is the best news I have ever heard. The solemn look on Harev's face dissipated a little. If some members of the Secret Magic Society can also participate, it will undoubtedly be able to share a lot of pressure. The other congressmen were very curious about this new member of the Arcane Society from the Sika's Empire and started asking questions. Lin didn't hide anything, and immediately told him about the unique method that Anthony had created, which allowed formal wizards to successfully use electromagnetic power. Probably because the research results on electromagnetic magic that were given to Anthony before were not allowed to be concealed. Or in other words, Anthony thought that the method of his research, Arcane Society, was not interested in him at all, and hiding it would only make things worse. People laughed their ass off when they learned that this method was to introduce the power of thunder into the body and allow the magic power in the body to be passively analyzed. Everyone present couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Although it is not uncommon for wizards to use their own bodies as experimental subjects, the power of thunder is extremely terrifying. Even a great wizard will risk death if he ventures to introduce thunder into his body. I can only say that he is worthy of being a member of the Arcane Society. This spirit of dedication to academics is admirable. Of course, after decades of research, the Arcane Society has now mastered the method of safely learning electromagnetic magic, and even creating thunder and lightning without using magic, without having to risk your life as before. As for the specifics, the method is currently only open to members of the Arcane Society. Lin In talked eloquently, and with Anthony as a cover, it would be much easier for him to propose various electromagnetic theories. Lin In's words undoubtedly whetted everyone's appetite. The power of electromagnetic magic does not need to be described too much. It can be seen from the lightning passing through the clouds and the occasional thunderstorms in the wizard's land. Artificially creating thunder and lightning is undoubtedly the key to learning thunder magic. Otherwise, they would have to wait for thunderstorms to fly thousands of meters into the sky to receive lightning strikes. You must know that the current that uses magic to mimic is still magic in nature. After analysis by material deconstruction, you can get nothing but magic. Therefore, if you want to truly learn magic, you must find the most primitive element. Tick, Alva, and Ellison, who had joined the Arcane Society because they were studying mathematical Olympiads, were pleasantly surprised. They did not expect such benefits. Okay, regarding the electromagnetic magic, please discuss it after the meeting. Harev interrupted everyone's discussion and said solemnly, Now, let's take a vote on the Magic Kingdom. The discussion in the Sky Realm came to an abrupt end. After pondering and hesitating for a moment, more than 140 members of Congress came out to vote. Finally, the meeting ended with nearly 80% of the members supporting the Magic Kingdom plan. Chapter 258, The Great Earl Joyce was frightened and ran away overnight. After the meeting, a member of the House of Representatives left the territory of the sky with a heavy heart. After Lin In got acquainted with several great wizards, he also took the time to ask about Greenreal's war preparations. During these months, the Assembly had raised and trained a legion of 20,000 men. Compared with the Empire and the Church, this is obviously not enough. But the population of the Wizarding Land is limited, with a total of only 600,000 to 700,000 territorial citizens. It is impossible to engage in human wave tactics like their enemies, and they can only win with quality. Although the so-called quality is just extravagant hope. After all, these legions do not have much combat experience at all. In addition, those magical beasts tamed by potion wizards may also be of some use. Then, there are the wizard's trump cards, the magic crystal cannon and the golem. The first is the magic crystal cannon. Its principle is to compress the magic power stored in the magic crystal together and launch it in the most basic way. Simple but effective. The power of ordinary magic crystal cannons is roughly equivalent to 3-ring magic, while advanced magic crystal cannons can be compared to 4-ring magic. Even though the difference is only 1 ring of magic, the power has increased more than 10 times. In contrast, The cost of high-level magic crystal cannons is also extremely expensive. Every time a bombardment is fired, a fist-sized magic crystal is consumed, which means that hundreds of magic gold coins are only enough to fire one cannonball. Lennon had been lucky enough to experience and control this special alchemical weapon before, and he had a rough estimate of its power. In terms of destructive power alone, it is much stronger than the cannon produced in the workshop. The disadvantage is that it is expensive and the range of the attack is limited. The closer the distance, the stronger the power. If it exceeds 500 meters, it will not have much effect, since there has been no need for war in the wizarding land before, and the production process itself is very complicated. Even if the two magic crystal cannons are added together, the number is only 100. Most of them are deployed in Greenreal City and the magic crystal cannon around the quarry cave. However, this was all an illusion. It was not until the Parliament was preparing for war that they discovered that due to lack of maintenance and even being stolen and sold, there were only a pitiful 50 cannons left in use. As the president of the Alchemy Association, magic creator, Vittorio was furious, and the Alchemy Association was severely reorganized. The second is the golem. This thing is even more valuable than the magic crystal cannon. It is made of solid mithril and forms a unique magic inscription circuit inside. The psychic wizard projects part of his consciousness into the golem to control. After cobbling together various schools of thought, they managed to piece together 70 demon statues. When the time comes, the Psionics Academy will send corresponding personnel to assist in the battle. Listening to these news, Lennon couldn't laugh or cry. It seemed that there had been peace for a long time before. These wizards had never thought about starting a war. If the church suddenly came over suddenly, then the entire wizarding land would probably be 100% strong or even 50% strong. Can't make it work. Sir Lennon, I heard from Master Raphael that the Aida School has developed a new weapon called a musket. It is much more powerful than crossbows and can easily penetrate armor and even mage shield. Is that so? Sanchez asked curiously. They have all read the report submitted by Raphael, which clearly mentioned that this is a weapon that can threaten wizards by ordinary people who have been trained. Not bad. Len nodded. What's the price of this thing? Sanchez continued. He has been responsible for the training of the 20,000 newly recruited troops, and he is naturally the most concerned about this new weapon. 2 magic gold coins and a musket. Lennon pondered for a long time before speaking, and gave a price that was neither high nor low. The cost of making a musket alone is about 15 magic silver coins, taking into account the labor and transportation costs. It needs to be doubled. However, Len has no intention of opening his mouth like a lion, faced with a church that does not know the details. Everyone must do their best. Just go. And compared to the musket itself, the continuously consumed ammunition is the most profitable. In view of the fire sale price given by Len, Sanchez purchased 10,000 muskets without hesitation. Now it was Len's turn to be in trouble. The output of the musket workshop is still very limited now. Let's do this. I can give you 2,000 flintlock muskets first. It's no problem to rotate them for daily training. They don't need to be very accurate, as long as they can use them. I'll make it up slowly later. Aida's musket-making workshop has been continuously expanding in recent times. It can now produce about 3,000 muskets per month. As the workers become more skilled, the production should continue to increase. But they want to get together in a short time. Thousands of muskets are not an easy task. As for the leakage of technology, this is inevitable, and Len doesn't care much. Darren and others are already studying the production of percussion guns. By the time someone can reproduce the flintlock gun, this thing will probably become obsolete. After negotiating the sale of the muskets, Len and Sanchez turned to discussing the training of the army. Sanchez, who was born in the land of wizards, was completely blind when it came to the training of the Legion. Fortunately, after working together, he figured out some ways, such as how to let them cooperate with the magic of wizards, and how to simulate 2 armies. Confrontation or something. Lennon's methods are much more direct. For the musketeers, discipline is the first priority, and the second is battlefield adaptability. How to face the enemy's group charge, or even the rain of arrows, and still stand on the spot and finish the job calmly. Cleaning the rifling, placing ammunition, aiming and firing, etc. So he directly asked the wizards, who were idle in Aida, to capture some monsters, and let the musketeers form a small team to fight. The deterrence of these monsters is no less than that of the battlefield. Facing a fire lion flying towards it with its body full of fire, one who can still change ammunition, fire and shoot is a qualified musketeer. This method is not bad, Sanchez said with appreciation. With a wizard watching from the side, there wouldn't be any big problems. So he immediately decided to promote it. The recruits, who were training far away from Greenreel City, had no idea that their nightmare was about to begin. Just as the wizarding land was urgently preparing for war, the mighty mining slave liberation movement in the kingdom of Hadrada became increasingly fierce. Starting from the small baron of Elvis, Rettel had swept through nearly 1/7 of the territory of the kingdom of Hadrada in less than a month, and organized a team of tens of thousands of people. Great Earl Joyce was so frightened that he fled overnight and spread the shocking news to the capital of Hadera Tower. Chapter 259. Those mine slaves. They don't follow martial ethics. Hadera Tower, in the royal capital, a grand palace banquet is being held in a luxurious and exquisite palace. The richly dressed nobles are holding transparent glass wine glasses and walking between the young maids and beautiful ladies, tasting the delicious food, with a flattering or complacent smile on his face. The two protagonists of the banquet were naturally the two crown princes of Hadrada, Harold and Hatar, who were surrounded by everyone. This also made the originally lively banquet more tense. On the main seat of the palace, Bazel, the monarch of the kingdom of Hadrada, was left aside. However, he did not seem to care about the offense of the nobles, and looked at the dispute between the two princes indifferently, as if it's like watching a boring drama. Just as the banquet was gradually reaching its climax, the door of the hall was suddenly opened. It was like a disgusting maggot inexplicably appeared on the delicious food. Upon hearing this extremely presumptuous door push, the nobles present turned their heads to the door in unison, wanting to see who was so bold. The person who broke in was a middle-aged man with disheveled hair and an unkempt face. His exquisite clothes were covered with dust and mud marks, which formed a sharp contrast with everyone in the banquet hall. The guards guarding the door were struggling to drag him out. "Count Joyce, what's wrong with you?" The eldest prince, Harold, walked forward quickly and said with a steady expression. Joyce was one of his supporters. Not only was he absent from the banquet today, but he also barged in disheveled at the critical moment of the banquet without any aristocratic demeanor. It could be said that he had lost face. "His Royal Highness, the mine slaves. Those mine slaves are crazy!" Joyce's dusty hands clutched Harold's sleeves, tearfully complaining about how those damn mine slaves suddenly they broke into his territory, burned, killed and looted, so that his castle and manor were seized by the mining slaves. Listening to Joyce's words, all the nobles almost laughed out loud. When they saw Joyce in such a mess before, they thought it was those vicious followers of the evil god who jumped out to cause trouble again. But it turned out to be just a riot by a group of miners? Of course, this is not to say that similar things are rare. In fact, just the opposite. Minor riots are common in the kingdom of Hadrada. Once these humble poor people are full and have strength, they will begin to be dissatisfied with the status quo. You must know that every mining slave is paid for by them, and digging or is their job. However, no matter how large this group of mining slaves is, they are just a mob. Usually it only takes a few rounds of volleys from 100 or so guards armed with crossbows, and they will disperse in a hurry, just like groups of rats trying to provoke the fire lions. Just as ridiculous. This time is different," Joyce said urgently. "What's the difference? Count Joyce, can those mine slaves still fly into the sky and shoot arrows at you?" Hatar asked with a sneer. "They not only occupied my castle, but also destroyed the church and smashed the statue of the goddess," Joyce said with a trembling voice. The banquet hall that was originally filled with laughter immediately became extremely quiet, and you could hear a needle drop. In the past, there were cases where cowardly nobles commanded blindly and were killed by rioting miners. But this was the first time that the church and the goddess statue were attacked. Once. "How dare they? Crazy! Just crazy! These damn blasphemers!" An archbishop almost fainted on the spot after hearing the news. How dare these despicable mining slaves dare to blaspheme? "Are you sure they're just a group of mining slaves?" A cold voice suddenly sounded, and it was Cardinal Ansiak who spoke. The nobles gathered around Joyce immediately dispersed. Ansiak, a tall man in a red and gold robe, walked in through the gap left by the crowd. He stood there like a majestic mountain. Everyone present felt a huge sense of oppression. Each earldom has at least one bishop and several priests stationed there. In addition, there are thousands of soldiers guarding the castle. A group of rioting mining slaves alone is not enough to capture it. And destroying the statue of the goddess is not something that mining slaves would do. Matter. "I'm not sure, Lord Ansiak, but I only saw those mine slaves," Joyce responded hesitantly. He had received news before that a group of rioting mining slaves had captured one of his baronies and killed Baron Elvis naturally. Joyce couldn't tolerate it, so he summoned a 1,000-man guard and went out personally, prepared to suppress the riot. As a result, the damn mine slaves have no sense of martial ethics at all. They come and go like the wind, appear and disappear, and do everything they can to poison, dig traps, and act as agents, without giving themselves any chance to fight head-on. His guards were led into a trap by these mining slaves and died under falling rocks and pit spikes. Joyce finally tried his best and fought his way out under the protection of the guards. As a result, when he was about to return to the castle and summon the army to fight again, he discovered that those extremely shameless mining slaves were playing a game of attacking east and west. I don't know why. He had already captured his castle and was almost ambushed on his way back. Joyce, who was still frightened, could only run to the royal capital in disgrace to ask for help. And he also found out a piece of news. After conquering the Baron of Elvis, the leading mining slave named Rettel distributed all the Baron's money and land to the poor in the territory. He also attacked the local church and killed the local priest. As for the current situation in the earldom, Joyce doesn't know yet, but it is estimated that the outcome will not be too good. After Joyce told everything in an embellished manner, a burst of anger and a little fear surged in the hearts of all the nobles. Grand Duke Rickman roared that he would immediately send out an army to kill those lowly miners. Slave, there are several large mines in his territory, so naturally he will not allow such a thing to happen. These blasphemers will definitely be punished and fall into eternal purgatory, Ansik said in a deep voice, and then turned to look at King Basil, who was sitting on the throne and had not said a word yet. Your Majesty Basil, I heard that you are hesitant about establishing a crown prince recently. The mining slave riot affecting the southeastern part of the kingdom is an opportunity for the two princes to show their abilities and decide who is the best. How about becoming the next crown prince? Ansik's words were immediately approved by the nobles, who echoed them repeatedly. King Basil just watched the voices of the nobles and priests rising one after another, and it took him a long time to reply. Can! Chapter 260. This is all that adults plan. The festive and lively banquet in the royal capital ended in a hurry due to Joyce's disturbance and the turmoil over the establishment of the crown prince. However, for most nobles, the dispute had just begun. As the #1 supporter of Prince Harold, Grand Duke Rickman announced in a high-profile manner after the banquet that he would follow God's orders and personally lead the army to the Earl of Joyce to crusade against the rioting mining slaves. The rest of the nobles who supported Harold also responded one after another, in order to rush for time and avoid being overtaken by the men of the second Prince Hatter. More than a dozen nobles decided to gather their private soldiers together after discussion, in addition to recruiting some serf soldiers from the southern part of the kingdom. An army of 15,000 people can be assembled within a week, enough to grind those rioting mine slaves into powder. What surprised everyone was that, as a strong contender for the crown prince, Hattar did not make much action. In fact, after returning from the palace, Hattar also immediately summoned the nobles who supported him, preparing to mobilize an army as soon as possible to combat the uprising in the southern part of the kingdom. But before he started, he was stopped by Anthony. Since Harold is so active, let them go. Those mine slaves are not that easy to deal with, Anthony said with a sneer. Master, is it possible that the rebellion of these mine slaves is related to wizards? Hattar hesitated for a moment and asked with a hint of confusion. He didn't think these people could cause any trouble, although Great Earl Joyce boasted that the so-called miner leader was very powerful. In his opinion, it was nothing more than a little cleverness. He simply took advantage of Joyce's unpreparedness and used some despicable means to defeat him. The other party was caught off guard. It is absolutely impossible for untrained poor people to resist and win on the battlefield, even with the help of wizards. After all, the behavior of those mine slaves blowing up the statue of the goddess has angered the church. Cardinal Ansik even bluntly stated at the banquet that he would send several archbishops and a team of priests to go with him, unless, as a great wizard, Anthony is willing to do it himself. Anthony did not admit or deny it. Now is not the time to expose the secret society and the land of wizards. Instead, he said ambiguously, if the kingdom is always stable, I'm afraid you won't have any advantage, even if you put aside the interference of the church. Harold's supporters are more powerful than you. Only a suitable incident can turn you around. Disadvantage now. Anyway, you just need to follow the instructions, and you will naturally be able to ascend the throne when the time comes. Although Anthony didn't know much about these mining slaves, he knew that this was the arrangement of that adult. and these hastily summoned troops alone could never wipe them out. Hadar took Anthony's words as acquiescence, and the eagerness in his heart was much less. He simply allowed Grand Duke Rickman and others to go to the Earl of Joyce, which still made him feel a little unsafe. It was the first time that his father, King Basil, had so clearly mentioned the establishment of a crown prince, and it was also in front of all the nobles in the entire empire. In addition, this matter was proposed by Cardinal Ansiak himself, which meant who could, even if they are dissatisfied with the selection of those mining slaves, they cannot easily go back on their word. It would be very difficult if Harold did this. Hadar hesitated to organize a large army to follow the opponent, pretending to go together to suppress the uprising, and then temporarily turned against him, cooperated with the mining slaves and wizards inside and outside, and sent all the private soldiers of the dozen nobles who went to the earldom to attack the mining slaves. Annihilate. Anthony was also shocked by Hadar's ruthlessness. After pondering for a moment, he did not agree with Hadar's risky move. Unless he could guarantee the destruction of the entire legion, he would only be caught. You can send a team of people to investigate the situation and make a decision later, Anthony said hesitantly. At the same time, the final battle is going on in the Earl of Joyce. After making some moves to attack the east and west, Redel easily captured the castle. After solving the guards, he encountered the biggest problem since the uprising: the disintegration of the local church. Different from the barony, where there is only one priest stationed, there is a bishop and 5 priests in the church. In addition, they made a lot of noise when they eliminated the guards. They have already alarmed the church, so if they want to use, there is no possibility of a sneak attack anymore. The only thing we can do is to fight with all our strength. This is the battle between the poor and the extraordinary. In the pouring rain, thousands of miners armed with confiscated crossbows, spears or sharp knives surrounded the church. Dozens of crossbows were fired at the same time, and the flying arrows fell like a heavy rain. However, the bishop just raised his hand, and an invisible barrier blocked the rain of arrows in the sky. The arrow shot on it and made waves, but they could not break through it in a short time. Although a well-made compound crossbow is no less powerful than a flintlock gun, it is based on breakthroughs in material science and the invention of pulleys. The strong crossbow made by the Empire's craftsmen is far from satisfactory. Just one round of crossbow arrows, it is impossible to break the second ring magic shield of holy light. On the contrary, if the other party then hits the holy light, dozens of people will die. As for the miners who rushed up in an attempt to besiege them, they all fell to the ground crying under the light of the divine magic, repentance of sins, piously repenting for their blasphemous actions of smashing the statue. Such a terrifying scene made the miners, who occupied an absolute number, retreat in fear. They did not dare to take a step forward, and they only dared to fight back with bows and crossbows from a distance. The gap between the extraordinary and the poor is evident. Is this the real clergy? Rydell looked at the bishop in the church, who was able to cope with their siege with ease, and then at the dozens of corpses lying on the ground. The long knife he held in his hand tightened again and again. He wanted to rush forward and fight with everyone, but he knew very well that this would not help at all. Yes, so I told you that the real difficulties have just begun. Lynn's voice rang in his ears. The bishop stationed in the earldom should be a second-level priest. Is there any way to kill him? Rydell asked eagerly. 2 methods. First, you can wait until his power is exhausted, Lynn said casually. Whether it is a wizard or a priest, casting spells must consume mental energy. However, in the church, the other party seemed to be able to receive a certain bonus. So while protecting those priests, the power was not exhausted for a long time. What about the second method? Rydell rejected the first method without thinking, because if he waited a moment longer, several miners would die. Chapter 261. Is it possible that Rydell is the messenger of God? The second way is to learn magic, Lynn said. Magic? Now? Rydell couldn't help but paused. He was naturally very interested in magic that was very magical and powerful. During this period of time, Lin would also stuff a lot of novel knowledge into his mind from time to time, which seemed to be called physics, chemistry, and mathematical Olympiad. It is said to be a necessary basic course to become a wizard. When he has free time, Rydell will read it roughly several times. This knowledge is very addictive, ranging from the movement of objects to the formation of everything. Perhaps this is the world in the eyes of a wizard. Everything is according to a certain, it operates according to certain laws. And magic is a reproduction of these objective laws. But, didn't you say before that my magic talent is very limited? Rydell asked in confusion. I'm afraid it's too late to learn magic now. Right. I have a way to make you become a spellcaster in a short period of time. Of course, This is an experiment, and I do not guarantee the success rate, Lin said straightforwardly. Come on! Rydell took a deep breath and was ready to face anything. Then he felt a stabbing pain in his brain, as if someone was stirring the brain with a mining pick. Although Rydell is just an ordinary person without magic, after being tempered by the dream world, his will is much stronger than that of ordinary people. The discomfort caused by being forced to break through the mental defense line is particularly obvious. Even though Rydell himself has a certain amount of magic talent, it is not easy for the other party to gain the ability to cast spells in a short period of time. The most critical factor is where the magic power comes from. Even a wizard apprentice cannot cast a few first-level magics. Not to mention that even the apprentice is not Rydell. Lin En chose a trick. He had burned the magic he had mastered into the magic field, forming a large number of spell slots. In this way, Rydell is able to unleash magic through his deep spiritual connection with the intelligent brain. This is Lin's attempt to explore the secrets of divine magic. Just after the cracking of the mental frequency reached 50%, Reed suddenly felt as if his brain had exploded, and his consciousness entered an extremely mysterious realm, with countless gray runes floating in a void of space. These runes look very complicated and are composed of lines that cannot be described in words. Rydell was surprised when the two runes at the bottom suddenly lit up. At the same time, the corresponding information also appeared in his mind, and Lin's voice also sounded simultaneously. This is a circle of magic, lightning drawing technique, and lightning strike technique. First level magic? Rydell was a little surprised. Lin just said that the bishop was a second level cleric. These two first level witchcraft alone may not be enough to defeat the opponent. Right? Lin said with a smile. The strength of magic cannot sometimes be determined simply by a few levels. Some specific spells can often achieve good results with the help of the power of nature. For example, now! After Lin En finished speaking, a thunder sounded in the sky. Remember the physics knowledge I transmitted to you? About the formation of lightning strikes? Lin said with a smile. The reason why thunder hits the ground across thousands of meters of altitude is because the accumulation of electrons in the clouds increases the electric potential, forming an electric potential difference with the ground. When the electric potential difference reaches a certain level, the molecules between the clouds and the ground surface will be ionized, forming a positive-negative charges attract each other to form a falling lightning strike. It's just that air is not a good conductor, so most lightning is interrupted in the air and cannot reach the ground. The lightning induction technique uses this principle to control the formation of lightning strikes by affecting the electric field on the ground surface. Under Lin's explanation, Rydell quickly tried it. The effect of the One Ring spell on the electric field was very weak, but it was enough. After all, lightning always falls in the path that is easiest to ionize. The next moment, under Rydell's guidance, a violent thunder exploded in everyone's ears. It was the explosion caused by lightning breaking through the air. But the lightning comes faster than the sound. A white beam of light instantly broke through the clouds and fell straight from the sky. It was just that Rydell, who cast the spell for the first time, missed slightly and didn't hit anyone. The falling lightning struck the ground, blasting a big hole in the solid masonry. Everyone present stopped what they were doing, obviously stunned by the sudden flash of thunder. God's punishment! This is God's punishment! The bishop shouted loudly, and the priests on the side were also happy, thinking that it must be their pious prayers, or the blasphemous actions of these mind slaves, that attracted the true God. His anger brought down the thunder from the sky, compared to the rejoicing bishops and priests. Ham and others turned pale and looked frightened. Some even dropped the mind manuscripts in their hands on the ground and knelt down to pray for the goddess' forgiveness. Great Moon Goddess, please lower your anger and punish the blasphemers in front of you. The bishop was so excited that he spread his arms and looked at the sky, shouting loudly. Then go see your goddess! Rydell roared angrily, raised his hand and pointed at the bishop, and activated the lightning technique. In an instant, the extremely bright light fell again. That was the power of nature. The bishop, who was spreading his arms and looking up to the sky, praying for the gods to come, also saw the dazzling light. Tens of millions of volts of high-voltage lightning penetrated directly through the holy light barrier that left them helpless. The powerful current instantly penetrated the bishop whole body. Everything happened too fast, and at the moment of welcoming death, the bishop's face still showed excitement and joy, seeing the lightning falling from the sky splitting the bishop into a charred corpse. This scene was like a divine punishment. The priests who were praying devoutly were dumbfounded. Could it be that the great Lord of the Stars and the goddess of the moon had given up completely? Them? There were faint signs of collapse in the faith of several priests. But Rydell had no sense of mercy and immediately commanded Ham and others who had just woken up from a dream to use crossbows to kill the remaining priests. The lightning-inducing technique was used twice in succession, although the magic power consumed was directly drawn from the magic field. The consumption of mental power also made Rettel's brain sting a little. The miners on the field looked at Rettel with a look of astonishment, excitement, and shock. A thought came to Ham's mind. Could it be that Rettel is the messenger of God? Otherwise, how can we summon lightning from the sky? Chapter 262 Lin, the god of miners? Harm. Take people to search this church. Remember to destroy the statue of the goddess to avoid any mistakes. Rettel commanded despite the tingling sensation in his brain. And then without rest, he led the remaining people. Start cleaning up the battlefield, especially burying the miners' bodies properly. More than 40 people died during the capture of this church. Rettel couldn't help but sigh, although he valued these priests very much and brought all the captured crossbows with him. The strength of the other party was still beyond his expected. Fortunately, it's all over. By the time they finished cleaning up things here, it was already evening, and Ham and others had already taken stock of Earl Joyce's finances. Boxes of gold coins and treasures filled the entire treasury, making it dazzling. Rettel began the usual operation, which was to gather the poor and miners of the entire town together and divide the treasure and Joyce's land. Are we really going to divide everything? Ham couldn't help but ask. When he was in the barony, he felt a little incredible when he watched Rettel divide the property. It was worth at least tens of thousands of imperial gold coins. Of course, according to Mr. Lin, all this wealth was squeezed out of the poor by the Count. Now I just return it to them, Rettel said solemnly, and after a pause, he continued to speak. Otherwise, can we still take all these things away? This is obviously unrealistic. Rettel knew that although he had captured the Earl's castle, they could not defend the castle with their stragglers, let alone confront the regular troops. They could only keep running away and changing positions. Carrying these treasures would only slow down their movement. Wouldn't it be better to have extra bags filled with food and clothing? Ham watched with admiration and pity as Rettel's guards opened boxes filled with gold and silver and distributed them to the miners and poor people. Many people are too afraid to accept the good intentions of Rettel and others, and even doubt whether they have any ulterior motives. Rettel does not care. Trust always needs a process. Under the temptation of real benefits, the vast majority of miners and poor people chose to accept their good intentions. Joyce's wealth seems to be a lot, but many of it are treasures that cannot be valued. If the rest is divided, each person can only receive about 30 silver coins. As for the miners who participated in the battle, they received 1 gold coins as a reward for their heroic deeds. Rettel's generosity was also the reason why these people dared to smash the statue of the goddess because of their high morale. After dividing the gold and silver of the great Earl and tightening the relationship between the two parties, Rettel took out his trump card, which was to hold a large bonfire banquet, where everyone gathered to complain about the harsh treatment of the overseers and nobles in the past. For example, Baron Elvis was greedy and stingy. The manor he built was extremely luxurious, but he was only willing to give the mining slaves who risked their lives to dig or in the mines a few pieces of black bread and unpalatable wheat leaves. Porridge, even half full, is a luxury. Another example is a cruel clerk who whipped himself in public for no reason after being drunk. There are simply not too many similar sufferings. Even if we talk about them for days and nights, we can't finish them. Those high-ranking nobles don't regard them as human beings at all. The various exorbitant taxes and miscellaneous taxes from the territory and the church are almost crushing them. Just living is already a luxury. At first, the poor people in the Earl territory only dared to stand at a distance and listen. But soon they became more and more angry as they listened, and finally joined in cursing. There were so many angry poor people that Rettel had to let his personal guards come out to maintain order, and then ordered people to bring in all kinds of delicacies stored in the Earl's palace. It was the first time for many poor people and miners to eat delicious white bread, nibble on a piece of lamb leg, or drink some noble red wine, and experience the luxurious life of the aristocracy. Lord Rettel, were you the one summoning divine punishment when we were in church today? While the bonfire banquet was in progress, a young miner couldn't help but ask. For a moment, Ham and others also quickly looked over. The scene that happened in the church was simply beyond their understanding. Continuous lightning fell from the sky, almost shattering their eardrums, and instantly powerful in their eyes. The invincible bishop was chopped into a charred corpse. In the minds of Ham and others, only divine punishment could describe such a horrific scene. No, that's not divine punishment. It's the application of the laws of electromagnetism, Rettel quickly explained. It's just that everyone present was confused. The accumulation of charges and potential differences were far beyond what their brains could understand. Most people firmly believe that Rettel must have been favored by God. Some miners from the barony even boasted about how Red led them to kill the evil overseer. They attacked the barony at night and killed Baron Elvis in his sleep. Earl Joyce was so frightened that he ran away and did not even dare to return to the castle. Amidst everyone's bragging, Rettel's cheeks turned red, and his face looked a little embarrassed as a young man. Some of these many deeds were indeed his handiwork, but many of them were not his credit, especially when dealing with Joyce. He lacked leadership experience and often asked the mysterious wizard for advice. Even the method of calling on everyone to complain was given to him by the other party. "You must have received real guidance from the gods!" a miner shouted excitedly, since it was Rettel who told them that the so-called moon goddess, Ella, is just a false god, using their faith to fool them. And the legend there is no difference between the terrifying and evil god and the devil, but they are hidden more deeply. Then Rettel must have been received by the true God, or received divine enlightenment in a dream, in order to know all this. Hearing this, Rettel also fell silent, because so far he has not figured out who the mysterious and powerful wizard is, and why he chose him. All he knew was that the other party's profound knowledge was as vast as the sea, and he could even bestow magic on him. If the other party hadn't claimed to be a wizard, he would have been like these people, thinking that he had received true divine revelation. However, in Rettel's eyes, Lin, who knew everything and showed various magical abilities, was no different from a god. He was still a god who was willing to save humble mining slaves like them. Chapter 263 Ladell, who has no martial ethics. Amid a burst of scolding of the nobles and calls to praise Rettel, the miners from the barony and the poor in the castle quickly became familiar with each other, to the point where they could talk about everything. Obviously, the method of complaining that Lin and told him was very effective. Just one meal had destroyed the hostility of most of the poor. After drinking and eating, Rettel rejected the poor people and mining slaves who wanted to join the team and liberate themselves, and asked them to think about it for a few days before making a serious decision. Although it was very urgent to expand the team, he knew that recruiting too many unqualified people would only make the army loose and ineffective. "It's up to you to lead a vigil tonight. You must pay more attention and don't take it lightly," Rettel assigned a personal guard and instructed. Although the soldiers in the castle have been killed by them, it does not mean that it is completely safe. Previously, he ordered people to arrest and hang all the notorious wealthy households and minor nobles in the castle. The treatment may not be clean, and he needed to beware of sneak attacks by the remaining forces at night. After arranging everything, Rettel, who had been extremely tense, finally relaxed a little, and was about to go back to have a good sleep when Lin's voice rang in his mind. "It seems that you are already very experienced in doing these things." Ladell had long been accustomed to the sudden voice in his head occasionally, so he was not surprised at all. He scratched his head and said sheepishly, "This is all thanks to your guidance, Mr. Lin." Without the miners around him, Rettel took off his disguise. He was not old to begin with, but he had to pretend to be mature in order to give everyone confidence. "It's just a guide. When it comes to actual practice, you still have to rely on yourself," Lin responded with a smile. Rettel's performance was even better than he expected. At the beginning, the arrangements for leading the battle and tactics were almost impossible. You have to do everything yourself. And now you can make some arrangements on your own in just over half a month. "But I have to tell you some bad news. The Count Joyce you let go has fled to the palace, which means that your story of liberating the mining slaves in the southern part of the kingdom has been exposed," Lin continued solemnly. "The army coming to attack you is led by Duke Rickman. There are 15,000 people in total. Several bishops and some priests are accompanying the army." The expression on Rettel's face immediately became extremely solemn. One bishop alone had caused them huge trouble, let alone several coming this time. Although the lightning drawing technique is powerful, it can only display its extraordinary power during thunderstorms, allowing him to compete with those bishops who can use divine magic. And it only takes a few times. A regular army of tens of thousands of people can easily destroy them. You must know that Joyce, whom he dealt with before, only brought 1,000 people with him when he came to conquer them, including the guards of the entire earldom. There were only about 2,000 people. Most of them were temporarily recruited serf soldiers. Even so, they all need to cheat to win. Rettel struggled for a long time and finally sighed. "It's impossible for me to defeat them. It seems I can only hide in the mountains." "This is the only way out." "No, that's not necessary. I have a way for you to defeat the Grand Duke." Lin's voice sounded again. Redton's eyes lit up, and he had no doubt about Lin's statement. He had seen all kinds of fantastic tactics used by the opponent, and they were very powerful, and he was able to trick Earl Joyce around. I have sent you some reinforcements. Of course, you still need to buy some time. About 10 days, and the Legion led by Rickman can arrive in 5 or 6 days at most, Lin explained. It is not easy to transport the entire musketeer team from Aida to the kingdom of Hadrada, especially the artillery, which cannot be moved quickly even if you want to. A few days passed in a blink of an eye. Under the shouts of Grand Duke Rickman, the army gathered in the royal capital marched toward the earldom in a majestic manner. But only halfway along the way, Rickman realized how unruly those humble slaves were. Not only did they set many traps along the way, but they also sent a guerrilla team over to hide them in the nearby mountains. During the day, no one can be seen at all. When they are ready to rest at night, these mining slaves will suddenly come out and shoot a wave of rockets from a distance, and then run away without hesitation, regardless of whether they are hit or not. Although it was too far away, and it was late at night, so the arrows were not very accurate, and they barely hurt a few people. But they still disturbed their peace. These people are like rats, squeaking in your ears, and when you get up and want to hit them, you can't find them. As a last resort, Archduke Rickman had no choice but to rescue the bishops who were accompanying the army. He used magic to get rid of all these elusive and desirable rodents, and also captured 150 crossbows in one go. What a stupid tactic to bring such precious crossbows to the door, Rickman said with a sneer. Before, he thought that the leader of the mining slaves was a difficult character to deal with, but now it seems that he will use it. Just some dirty tricks. An earldom can reach the sky if it can plunder 300 crossbows. It is also the only way for the mob to fight against them. The other party actually gave away half of them at once. It can only be described as stupid. It took almost 8 days of stumbling all the way to reach the destination. Rickman did not directly choose to attack the city because Joyce had dug a passage outside the city in order to leave a way for himself to escape. Now is the time to use the secret passage to the inside of the castle. Rickman immediately dispatched an elite team, and together with the bishop, they passed through the secret passage, sneaked into the city at night, opened the city gates, and even contacted the minor nobles in the city to coordinate internal and external cooperation. Things went extremely smoothly. Less than half an hour later, the closed city gate was opened. Rickman immediately led people to kill him, but was surprised to find that all the rebellious mine slaves had withdrawn. It was like a punch to cotton, which made Rickman depressed. Joyce's eyes filled with excitement when he returned to the castle. But when he hurriedly led people back to the manor to open his treasury, what he saw was an empty scene. All the gold and silver was divided by Rettel, and the inestimable treasure was buried, leaving only 4 white walls. These are extremely despicable thieves! Joyce was so angry that he vomited blood and almost fainted on the spot. Chapter 264 Reinforcements falling from the sky. Grand Duke Rickman led the army to take a short rest in the castle. The angry Joyce arrested several local residents and interrogated them fiercely before he realized that all his wealth had been distributed to the poor in the castle by Rettel. Moreover, some people followed each other and ran away before they arrived. Joyce was so angry that he cursed and immediately gathered all the poor people who were still stranded in the territory and ordered them to return all the property they had collected and to hand over an additional 20 silver coins as punishment. Those who can't afford it will be whipped. At first, Joyce personally carried out the execution, beating several citizens until their flesh and blood were blurred. After being exhausted and panting, he breathed a sigh of relief and handed the matter over to the guards for execution. Some poor people who were reluctant to part with their fields and houses, or who did not think highly of Rettel, and did not obey the other party's order to escape outside for a while, felt extremely regretful. At the same time, their resentment towards Joyce was even deeper. As for the nobles and wealthy businessmen who hid in tunnels and dark rooms and escaped everything, they were happy. They denounced Rettel's banditry and Joyce, and even spontaneously assembled a private army of 500 people to let Joyce see is responsible for taking command. Kill those damn mine slaves, and get their treasure back. This was obviously an unexpected surprise for Joyce. Before, he had even considered whether to recruit some poor people to form temporary serf soldiers. At least, he could strengthen his momentum, and not leave himself completely without manpower, and could only rely on the Grand Duke's guards. It's much more convenient now, and it's even more disgraceful for his troops to go to the battlefield carrying hoes and mine manuscripts. It's really beneath the dignity of a noble. At night, the spies previously sent out reported one after another that they found traces of the mining slaves more than 10 kilometers away from the castle. They were a large and sparse group of people, roughly estimated to be tens of thousands of people. It seems they haven't gone far yet. Rickman breathed a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about was that these people would break into pieces and disappear without a trace. Unable to fulfill the prince's instructions. That would be the real trouble. Continue to follow me. But don't alert them, Rickman warned, not intending to pursue them at night, but preparing to rest here for the night. Previous encounters have made Rickman understand the other party's insidiousness, and pursuing him in the dark in the middle of the night may cause him trouble again. Strive to intercept the opponent in the plain area ahead, and all the dirty tricks will be hidden. Thinking of this, Rickman shook his head and said with a sneer, If these stupid mining slaves stick to this castle, it might take more time to deal with them. They must have heard about your reputation, so they were frightened and fled in a hurry. Even if they have the strong castle wall as a support, they can't make up for their inner weakness, Joyce said flatteringly. Rickman couldn't help laughing, and a group of nobles also echoed the words, gathered together to talk, imagining what a generous reward the generous His Highness Harold would give him after this victory. By the way, where is His Highness the second prince? Why didn't I hear anything he did when I was in the capital? Listening to everyone's bragging, Rickman suddenly remembered this matter and felt vaguely uneasy regarding the establishment of the crown prince. The other parties should be very anxious about this matter. I heard that His Highness Hadar and several earls had disagreements over the deployment of the army. This may be why they have been delayed. A baron responded in a deep voice. There is internal strife at such a critical juncture. His Royal Highness the second prince is indeed unfit to ascend the throne, Rickman said mockingly, feeling completely relieved. There were reports from spies before. A count who supported Hadar led a vanguard army. There were not many people hanging far behind him. It seemed that he was unwilling to do so. So he sent someone to observe them at all times. Trends. Then let them see with their own eyes how we crush those mining slaves, Rickman said decisively, and then raised the wine glass in his hand. For our victory, and for King Harold. Everyone present also raised their glasses and shouted in unison for His Majesty Harold. Early the next morning, when the genius dawned, Archduke Rickman summoned an army to pursue them. However, these people could not escape, and even sent a cavalry brigade to go ahead and drive them to a suitable location. Rickman has a huge appetite. Not only does he want to defeat the rioting mine slaves, he is also ready to annihilate them all in one go. Such a hearty victory is the best gift he can give to the new king. However, things did not always go as planned. Pursued by the cavalry, Rettel led the men all the way to a valley and defended on the spot. However, it did not work as Rickman expected. Due to the unfavorable terrain, the cavalry did not continue the pursuit. If I had known we would be blocked here, we might as well have defended in the castle. Maybe we would have had a chance, Ham complained. Now that they were trapped in this valley, they couldn't even run. That fortress belongs to Earl Joyce after all. No one knows if he has left any backup plan. The internal and external difficulties will be even more troublesome, Rydell explained, and then said with a smile, And our waiting is not fruitless. The reinforcements have arrived. Haven't they? Reinforcements? Where are they? Ham asked in confusion. It's in the sky, Rettel said with confidence. Ham and others looked up at the sky blankly, but there was nothing above. Rettel didn't see anything, but he firmly believed that reinforcements had arrived because the wizard told him personally. The next moment, all the mining slaves felt that the ground seemed to shake violently, and then a burst of light surged in the empty valley, and airships appeared in front of everyone. Ham and others stared dumbfounded at the exquisite creations in front of them that were difficult to describe in their shallow language. Each ship was more than 20 meters high. When they thought about Rettel saying that reinforcements came from the sky, someone immediately shouted, This must be a creation of God! God has come to save us! In the eyes of these desperate mine slaves who had never seen magic, these airships that suddenly appeared in the valley were like God sent to save them. For a time, the shout spread throughout the valley, and many mining slaves knelt down to worship these behemoths that were taller than the houses. Chapter 265 Darren, my cannon is so thirsty. Huh? What are they doing? Lydia was the first to run down from the airship. What she saw was the scene of thousands of people kneeling and kowtowing towards her, and she was stunned for a moment. After hearing everyone's shouts clearly, Lydia's face looked a little strange. It turned out that she was the messenger of God. How could she not know? Behind him, soldiers wearing fine leather armor and holding muskets also stepped off the airship. After several months of special training, fighting and killing monsters, these people no longer looked like new recruits, and each of them was filled with a murderous aura. Although Rettel was not as fussy as those mining slaves and thought it was a gift from God, He was still shocked when he saw dozens of airships appearing out of thin air in the valley, with thousands of people cheering down from them. Lin naturally attached great importance to the Musketeers' debut. He brought almost all the airships produced by the workshop, including the batch originally promised to be handed over to the Parliament. A total of 70 ships were collected, just to move the entire musketry team and artillery team from Yeda to here in one go. The ability to have such terrifying transport capacity is thanks to the alchemists, who solidified magic such as wind whisper and lightness on these airships, which greatly improve the carrying capacity of this thing. This is why it only takes 1 day to get from Ijeda to the kingdom of Hadera Tower. But Lin asked Redel to delay for 10 days, just to wait for the modification of these airships to be completed. In addition, Philip and others in charge of airship production also came. However, they are not here specifically to help, but to test the performance of the weapon. Only in a real battlefield can the advantages and disadvantages of this new weapon be tested. Darren led a group of halflings to carry the new artillery down, and then asked impatiently, "Where is our enemy? Where is it? Where is it?" His cannon is already horny. The airship came in the opposite direction to the Empire's army, and they did not collide directly. "There is a cavalry team guarding just outside the valley, about 1 or 2 kilometers away from here. As for the army led by the Grand Duke, there is no sign of it yet," Rydell explained. "No, they are already here. They will arrive in about half an hour," Philip said seriously, and put down a cylindrical object in his hand. This is a telescope made using the principle of glass concave and convex lenses. They also bless the outermost lens with an eagle-eye technique, which allows them to see very far away. Much more powerful than the alchemy goggles invented by the Alchemy Association. I heard that Dean Lin also plans to build a larger astronomical telescope that can clearly see distant galaxies. "Where?" This time it was Redel, and the others turned to be confused. Philip smiled and handed over the telescope in his hand. Redel stretched out his hand to take it, and after asking clearly how to use it, he placed the cylindrical thing between his eyes. For a moment, his vision seemed to span a distance of tens of millions of meters, and he could even see something intuitively. Modeled patterns on the tree. This is the magic of the combination of magic and technology, which has the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Redel sighed in his heart. Having experienced many wars in the dream world, he certainly understood how important it was to have the ability to observe the movements of distant enemies at any time. After adjusting his emotions, Redel turned his head and started searching, and soon found his target. In the far distance, buildings of different shapes and flags with family crests were flying all over the sky. More than 10,000 soldiers lined up, the long knives in their hands, and the crossbows on their waists glowed in the sunlight. Cold light. Once the number of people exceeds 10,000, the sky will be overwhelming. Not to mention these fully armed elites. It is impossible for any noble in the kingdom of Hadrada to have so many armored soldiers. But this time the expedition gathered more than 20 nobles, private soldiers, each numbering hundreds or even thousands, to forcibly cobble together this large army. Ladel, who was observing from a distance, felt frightened in his heart. Although there were tens of thousands of people here, the positions were sparse, and even the guys in his hands were not neatly arranged. The power of the two could not be compared at all. It was just one person. It will collapse when you meet it. The only reinforcements they could rely on appeared out of thin air. Redel looked at the musketeers in front of him, especially the strange long sticks they held in their hands. He paused for a long time, thinking, this thing should be used for knocking. Wouldn't it work without their hose? And there are only 3,500 people, so it is still unknown whether they can fight against the regular army of the kingdom. In comparison, Redel is more concerned about the 70 behemoths in the valley. Perhaps this is the Master Wizard's trump card. Can the artillery hit at such a distance? Philip asked. It's too far. It's best to be within a kilometer range, so the accuracy is higher. Darren pondered and responded. Although Dean Lin asked them to make an artillery that can hit 2 or 3 kilometers away. This idea so far it's just a design drawing. In that case, it's not too late to wait for them to launch an attack, just in case they run away. Philip nodded, and then ordered the wizard apprentices to start adjusting the artillery. Others also took action. Lydia and others returned to the airship, activated the polarizing magic, and rose into the sky. The musketeers quickly loaded lead bullets to ensure that the first bullet could be fired immediately during the battle. On the other side, Duke Rickman led the army and rushed outside the valley. After receiving the report from the cavalry, he shook his head with a smile. These people hid in the valley, although they could rely on the terrain to defend. It was equivalent to blocking their retreat. This is simply asking for death. Just when Rickman was about to rush into the valley and start a massacre, he was surprised to find that Rettel led someone out of the valley. A miner in ragged clothes, holding a long knife, a broadaxe, hose and mine drafts reluctantly lined up. Seeing this scene, the nobles present laughed out loud. Joyce's face was extremely ugly. He had already felt the mocking eyes of everyone, and he was so ashamed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl in. He actually knew how to do it back then. Being beaten by such an army, they were scared to death. We'd better be careful. If the other party dares to come out under such unfavorable circumstances, they probably have something to rely on, Archbishop Nord suddenly warned. Before going out with the army, the cardinal warned him that the rebellion of the mining slaves in the southern part of the kingdom was really strange and might be related to wizards. Chapter 266, This is the power of technology from another world. Nord's cautious reminder did not attract much attention. Joyce even more eagerly urged Duke Rickman to launch an attack. He could not wait to twist off the heads of the rebels. In that case, let you take the lead, Count Joyce. Rickman patted his shoulder and said encouragingly, Sir Rickman, isn't this not good? The conquest of these mine slaves is related to the candidate for the crown prince. The first job should be given to other talents, Joyce said hesitantly. He only had borrowed there are hundreds of people. If they rush too far forward and are surrounded by enemies, these people will not risk their lives to protect themselves from the knife. Get out of the way if you don't have the guts. Joyce, no wonder you were kicked out of your own territory by these despicable mining slaves, a young earl said mockingly. Johnson, you? Joyce was angry. But before he could finish speaking, the Count looked at Archduke Rickman and offered to fight. He was willing to personally lead the cavalry brigade to crush these rebels. Broken. Okay, I'll give you 2,000 cavalry brigade and disperse them as quickly as possible, Rickman said in a deep voice. If you fail, I think you should know the consequences. Johnson confidently clapped his chest and assured that the cavalry had a strong suppressive force on the infantry. Not to mention that his opponents were just a group of poor people holding hoes and mining manuscripts. As long as the group charged, the rest would be massacre. The rest of the nobles also looked at Johnson with envy and jealousy. Previously, they were unwilling to lose too many personal guards, so they had no intention of competing for the top spot. However, they did not expect that Grand Duke Rickman would be so generous. Johnson was allowed to command the entire cavalry brigade. You don't need to think about it to know that after this battle, Johnson, who has won the first prize, will definitely be praised by the new king. Bishop Nord, I'll trouble you next. Rickman turned his head and looked at the priests in white robes, and said politely, Prepare to perform magic. Everyone. Nord nodded, and a group of priests and bishops put their hands on their chests, made a strange prayer gesture, and sang in an erratic, singing-like tone. Great Lord of the stars, Goddess of the moon, Creator of all things in the world, we hereby pray that you will show mercy and grant your humble servant endless courage and strength. Waves of loud chants resounded in the wilderness, and dazzling white light lit up everyone's body. Both the nobles and soldiers present felt that their bodies were full of vitality, and the fatigue of the long march suddenly disappeared. Sweep away. This is the 4-ring magic God given him of courage. Compared with the 1-ring divine spell, eliminate fear. The range of its execution is increased by thousands of times. It requires the guidance of 7 bishops and dozens of priests to work together to cast the spell. In just 2 or 3 minutes, tens of thousands of people were enveloped in the Lord's divine light. Go, warriors of the Lord! Use the most heroic battle to crush those blasphemers. The Lord will be watching you from the other side of the majestic kingdom of God. Nord's loud voice resounded on the battlefield. For the great moon goddess, God is with you and me. 15,000 soldiers, each one shouted words of praise to the Lord as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Johnson took the lead and led 2,000 cavalry towards the mining slaves. Archduke Rickman also led the remaining legions to advance quickly, forming a semi-encirclement. All these blasphemers must be killed here. The tremors of horses stepping on the ground were like Cold War drums beating in the hearts of Ham and others. Looking at the elite cavalry bathed in white light and coming like a wave, Ham couldn't help but swallowed. If it hadn't been for Philip and others before, the sight of the divine soldiers descending from the sky gave them a little more confidence. But he would never have the courage to stand here. In the valley behind them, ferocious cannons were neatly placed. Due to the limited carrying capacity of the airship, only 50 were brought over this time. And those responsible for controlling these cannons are the apprentices from Maeda Academy. Alok, Pears, Johnny and others were quickly calculating the wind speed and distance in their minds. building mathematical models in their minds, and drawing parabolas. All this sounds very complicated, but it only takes more than 10 seconds for the apprentice's calculation power. After doing mental calculations, Johnny was the first to light the burning line, followed by Alok and others. Calculate. Cover your ears, Alok shouted loudly. But everyone present could no longer hear it. The violent roars directly overshadowed the tremors caused by the horses stepping on the ground. They were the blasts of artillery. It is the power of technology from another world. Huge artillery SH.LS roared towards them, and the violent sound of artillery fire was clearly heard even by Grand Duke Rickman, who was hundreds of meters away. Sure enough, it's a wizard! Nord's expression instantly became very solemn. He obviously mistook the roar of the artillery as some kind of powerful magic. But he quickly comforted him. Don't worry too much, Grand Duke Rickman. I have already considered this. The 4-ring magic spell just cast has a strong demon-breaking effect. Under the protection of the Lord's divine light, those weird witchcraft can be exerted. It won't do much. Rickman's nervous expression suddenly relaxed a little. And just as he was about to shout out God's gift, a continuous rain of artillery rain fell from the sky. Not far in front of him, a charging cavalryman was unfortunately hit head-on by a cannonball, and his whole body was directly smashed into pieces. The shock wave and the dust raised by the explosion turned the surrounding cavalryman upside down. The splattered blood and soil directly stained Rickman's luxurious clothes. Scenes of tragic scenes were staged in every corner of the battlefield. Rickman was stunned for a moment and looked at Bishop Nord beside him with a livid face. Is this the demon-breaking and divine light protection you are talking about? At this moment, Nord was also stunned. He could naturally see that the magic used to resist magic had no effect at all. Could it be that the followers of the evil god had developed witchcraft that could circumvent the protection of magic? Nord's face also became a little ugly, but he still said decisively, It seems that these followers of the evil god are more powerful than I thought. But they can't hold on for long. And the magic power consumed by such powerful magic must be extremely terrifying. There can't be an entire army of wizards hiding behind the valley, bombing indiscriminately. Right. This is inside the kingdom. And there is absolutely no way so many powerful wizards could sneak in. Chapter 267 The War Song of Blood and Fire, and the Firing of Artillery. At this moment, on the battlefield were blood and fire intertwined. 2,000 fully armed cavalry brigade were galloping. But they were hit by continuous artillery fire. Several or even a dozen artillery pieces fell beside them almost every minute and every second. Even on the head, cavalrymen kept falling off their horses, which caused tremendous psychological pressure. If it weren't for the divine magic, hymn of courage, that gave them extraordinary psychological endurance, the entire Knight Brigade would have collapsed and fled long ago under the bombardment of several rounds of artillery fire. Even if the person can bear it, the war horse beneath him cannot stand it. Even so, the rapid artillery fire was still wearing away the courage in their hearts bit by bit. Although the power of the 4 rings divine art was extremely terrifying, it was dispersed to 15,000 people, and the only effect on them was the level of 1st and 2nd level divine arts. These damn wizards. A trace of fear appeared in Johnson's mind, fearing that artillery fire would fall on his head at the next moment. Like Nord, he regarded such a terrifying rain of artillery as the wizard's magic. Come on. Don't stop, Johnson shouted loudly, fearful, but he understood that once the cavalry started charging in groups, they could not stop rashly. All they could do was to move as fast as possible, rush over at such speed, and defeat them all at once. With such a powerful magic, accidental injuries are extremely serious. The only way to be safest is to rush into the ranks of those mining slaves. God is with me. The surrounding knights also let out inspiring roars, but their voices were slightly trembling. At this moment, the mine slaves facing them in front suddenly dispersed to both sides, and Johnson's pupil shrank, because hiding behind them were thousands of musketeers wearing exquisite armor and holding flintlock guns, stepping on steps, raising guns, and pulling bolts. The actions of thousands of people were unified, without any unnecessary movements. This was also the most trained thing they had done in the past few months. As for the cavalry charging towards them, no one was afraid or hesitant. After all, how could this compare to the terrifying tide of infantry and the terrifying behemoth? The next moment, intensive gunshots rang out, and the cavalry brigade coming in like a tide seemed to have hit a solid wall head-on. More than 200 cavalrymen in front fell to the ground instantly. The refined armor on their bodies did not provide much protection and was easily penetrated by super high-speed lead bullets. The neighing and tragic wails of the war horses were heard one after another, and the dismounted cavalry in the front row also caused more casualties. Johnson, who was at the forefront, was unsurprisingly the first to be hit by muskets, but the magical barrier surrounding him saved his life. This was a gift he received for his heroic performance in a certain crusade, and also the reason why he dares to take the lead. It's just that this magical barrier that can protect the crossbow arrows has cracks at this moment. Johnson didn't care. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to rush over, especially when he saw the enemies holding strange long sticks and did not continue shooting. Johnson had already seen the dawn of victory. Obviously, this powerful weapon cannot be used continuously. However, the slight joy only lasted for a few seconds, and then he saw the musketeers in the front row stuffing their weapons into the back row, and holding a new one in their hands. There are many ways to use the three-stage musket fire. In ancient times, both the East and the West have summarized their own routines. They can be roughly divided into the front and rear rows exchanging muskets. The Japanese three-stage fire where the front row fires and the rear row reloads, and the three-stage fire in the front and rear rows. Alternate firing of Ming and European three-stage attacks. These two methods have their own merits and can be adapted to different battlefields. This time, there was no need to retreat and take a roundabout way, so the musketeers used the former method. Under the constant rotation of the flintlock gun in his hand, a continuous rain of bullets shot out. Although the destructive power and deterrence of muskets are not as terrifying as artillery, they are more numerous. A distance of just tens of meters is like a road of death. Hundreds of cavalry will fall with every concentrated fire shot. The amulet hanging on Johnson's chest exploded as soon as the second round of shots arrived. He was lucky enough to escape the third round of shots, but he was still shot in the abdomen in the fourth round. Fortunately, his armor was special and blocked most of the damage. Johnson was almost knocked off his horse by the impact. In the end, he stabilized his body, endured the excruciating pain, and could only rush over and kill those damn people. The obsession of killing the mind slave and the wizard who cast the spell together, not to mention that he couldn't stop it all now. He was less than 10 meters away from the musketeers in the front row. At this time, it was too late to turn the horse's head. Charge! Charge! Johnson roared at the top of his lungs. And then he saw the musketeers in front all pointing their guns at him. Only then did he realize that there was no one around him. He turned around and took a look, only to find that the cavalry brigade that had suffered heavy losses had already fled in all directions. He was actually the only one who rushed to the front of the musketeers. Before Johnson could even curse, he was beaten into pieces by more than a dozen muskets and fell to the ground only 5 or 6 meters away from the musketeers. Looking at this scene, Rickman felt that his heart was about to break. He didn't care about Johnson's life or death, but he felt extremely sorry for the fallen cavalry. You must know that these 2,000 cavalry are not all his strength, but also Prince Harold's personal guards. The loss this time was so heavy that the eldest prince had to tear him apart. Fire back with arrows and cover the retreat of the cavalry, Rickman shouted angrily. The charge and sacrifice of the cavalry were not worthless. At least they protected them from the artillery attack and reached the point where they could use arrows and crossbows. The distance to fight back. However, after witnessing the tragic situation of the cavalry brigade, the army of tens of thousands of people had already turned into a mess. Several nobles saw that the situation was not going well, and were ready to lead people to run away. The priests on the field tried their best to use magic to appease the army, so that the army was not completely defeated. Only Rickman's soldiers obeyed the orders faithfully. But just after they fired a wave of arrows, a series of artillery hit them on the head. Stop shooting! Stop shooting! Stop! Rickman, who was afraid of being targeted by artillery fire, quickly changed his mind. It seems that we have overestimated them. These people are simply a mess. At the same time, Lenin's figure appeared in front of everyone. But that's right. This legion was originally made up of dozens of noble soldiers. It's crazy to be able to command and control at will. It's okay to fight with the wind. But once the wind goes against them, everyone will definitely go their own way. Being able to withstand the attack of artillery and the volley of muskets without completely being defeated is entirely the result of divine magic. Chapter 268 Nord. The Great Lord will use the fire of purgatory to burn everything. Rettel, Ham and others were dumbfounded by the sudden change in the situation. They could not see the roar of artillery fire in the valley. They could only hear the continuous sound of artillery fire. But every move of the musketeers was reflected on them. See clearly. These people just held something like a long stick in front of them and pressed a small pull ring. A burst of fire followed by a loud noise. And then the fierce cavalry fell off their horses one by one. Down. Sir Lin, what kind of weapon is this? Is it the power of magic? Rydell asked with great curiosity. No. It should be said that this is the power of technology, Lin said with a smile. Technology? Red paused for a moment, with a confused expression on his face. That's right. Lin nodded. Actually, to put it bluntly, whether it's a musket or an artillery, in the final analysis it's just about throwing rocks with more force. Ham, who was eavesdropping on the side, had a very strange expression on his face. He felt that this mysterious adult must be joking. How could such a terrifyingly powerful weapon be associated with throwing stones? Philip and others also looked dumbfounded. But they could not refute Lin's words. After all, the other party was right. The principle of a musket was to use the impact of flames and explosions to throw stones. How's it going? Did you see anything? Lin straightened his face and asked. The number of the musketeers is still too small. If the cavalry didn't retreat just now, they might have rushed over, Orlando said in a deep voice. The effective range of the flintlock gun is only about 80 to 90 meters. For the cavalry, it is a charge. If the dual deterrence of artillery and muskets did not make those people lose their courage, I am afraid there will be a lot of casualties. The rate of fire is the biggest shortcoming of this thing. It would be great if it could load 2 or even 3 rounds of projectiles at once, Orlando said with emotion. Philip shook his head. He felt that this flintlock gun was already a perfect creation. If it could fire more times, wouldn't a skilled gunner be more powerful than many wizard apprentices, or even first-level wizards? Don't panic. Those followers of the evil god will not be rampant for long. The great Lord of the Stars is watching us from the shortcomings of the kingdom of God. Those who died heroically will receive eternal glory in the Lord's kingdom of God. On the other side of the battlefield, Archduke Rickman shouted loudly, trying hard to maintain the order of the Legion. But his voice was slightly trembling, and it was obvious that his heart was not as calm as it seemed. At this moment, Rickman is already riding a tiger and is unable to get off, since this operation was related to the throne. When he assembled the army to go south for the crusade, he used all his strength to reorganize the troops. Not only did he bring a lot of personal soldiers of the nobles, he even brought a lot of soldiers with him. A cavalry of 2,000 men. This kind of power is more than enough to be used as the main force to conquer a kingdom, let alone a small mining slave rebellion. Who could have imagined that thousands of well-trained regular troops with strange weapons suddenly appeared among the ragged mine slaves, beating his cavalry regiment to pieces? And even wizards were involved, using magic to target them. They blasted wildly. The cavalry brigade that fled in a panic finally managed to return to the queue, but at the cost of nearly half of the casualties. Most people died from musket and artillery strikes, but many others fell under the stampede of teammates and collisions while escaping. Seeing the miserable condition of these people, Joyce broke out in cold sweat on his forehead. Fortunately, the reckless Johnson blocked the disaster for him. Otherwise, he would be the one dying on the battlefield now. But before Joyce could be thankful, Rickman had already grabbed him by the collar and spoke viciously. Count Joyce, is this the mine slave rebellion you told me about? So many wizards and a legion of thousands of people appeared in the Earl territory at the same time, mixed with the rioting mining slaves. Joyce, as the Lord, could not be unaware. And now think about it. How could some unorganized mining slaves drive the Lord Joyce out of his territory? It was clearly the believers of the evil god who provided help behind the scenes. Joyce didn't mention all this information. Rickman couldn't help but wonder if the other party was a spy sent by the second prince. No wonder the one sitting firmly in the capital didn't look anxious at all. Some of the nobles present wanted to chop Joyce alive on the spot. Faced with the Grand Duke's questioning, Joyce was speechless. After all, he really knew nothing about the forces behind this group of mining slaves. Now is not the time to ask questions. Rickman, first find a way to end this battle, and then settle the matter slowly after you go back, Archbishop Nord said in a deep voice, and the priests behind him set up strong magical barriers, blocking the incoming artillery fire. But they obviously cannot take care of every part of the battlefield, and can only protect a small area in the center of the battlefield. The sound of artillery fire continued, and Nord was also anxious. Is it possible that the magic of these wizards is unlimited? Rickman pushed Joyce away angrily, then calmed down a bit and asked solemnly, Bishop Nord, do you have a way to use divine magic to eliminate those wizards hiding in the valley? This is the key to breaking the situation. As for those musketeers with strange weapons, after the initial shock, Rickman quickly realized a shortcoming of this weapon. That is, The range was less than 100 meters. Once the cavalry brigade crosses this distance, the weapons in their hands can no longer break through the armor, and the musketeers will immediately stop shooting. The effective throw distance of the longbow is about 130 meters. They can take advantage of the long-range throw of bows and arrows to fight back with bows and arrows where the opponent cannot reach them. Then the heavy armored infantry with shields advance slowly, aiming to attract the attention of these people in front. The remaining more than 1,000 cavalry troops attack from both sides, driving away the mining slaves and allowing them to squeeze the musketeers inside, interfering with their actions. Rickman, who has been on the battlefield for a long time, is undoubtedly keen. After calming down, he quickly thought of a way to deal with it. But the most important problem was to stop these round bombs that kept flying from the valley. Otherwise, long term, the archer couldn't stand his ground at all. Nord thought about what kind of magic could span hundreds of meters and still retain enough power. We can beg the Great Lord to send down the Doomsday Judgment and burn everything with the eternal fire of purgatory. However, we need some time to gain the Lord's mercy, Nord said slowly. Chapter 269, this is at least 5 rings. No, even 6 rings of magic. Moved! They moved again! While always paying attention to the battlefield, Rettel noticed the enemy's movements for the first time. The troops in front of him, who were originally in a mess, gathered together again. Thousands of shield soldiers lined up in a neat queue, like a solid city wall, slowly marching, advancing forward. The continuous rain of arrows also flew over again. Immediately afterwards, a melodious hymn resounded on the battlefield. It seems that these bishops are not giving up and are planning to do something new. Lin frowned involuntarily. Judging from the information he got, the cardinal should still be in the royal capital. Only a few ordinary bishops and a whole team of priests came with the army this time. But it didn't look that easy to deal with. The one just now covered the whole place. You can get some clues about the powerful magic. Lin guessed that it should be some kind of magic that can enhance the will to fight. Otherwise, when the sh. Ling sounded and the muskets fired, the horses under the cavalry would have been frightened and scurry around. However, it is obviously not easy to use more powerful power. The previous hymn lasted for more than half a minute. We must not let them use it again, Lin said with a solemn face. Galhuan's magic and divine arts can completely determine the outcome of a local war, except for the 3,000 musketeers on their side, who are still well trained. The rest are just refugees. Once attacked, they are likely to collapse on a large scale, which will also affect the performance of the musketeers. Do we need to mobilize the gunners to concentrate their firepower? Philip asked. No. Let them keep an eye on those longbowmen. Lin shook his head. The number of artillery pieces was limited, and those longbowmen were the only ones who could threaten the musketeers. Does that mean I'm going to use that one? Orlando said in surprise. Just in time to test its power. Lin nodded, and then a fireball condensed on his right hand and sent into the sky. At the same time, hundreds of meters in the sky, 70 airships were suspended above the battlefield. On the largest airship in the lead, Lydia was lying on the edge of the cab, observing the battle below with the help of a telescope. When she saw the charging cavalry brigade falling in rows like wheat, she couldn't help but curled her lips. How is the situation? A group of halflings asked eagerly. This kind of alchemical telescope is still a novelty. Each airship is only equipped with one, so they can only wait for Lydia to report the battle situation. These people are too weak. They are all scared out of their wits, Lydia said in a depressed voice, which means that the new gadgets they prepared may not be of use. Darren rolled his eyes. He had personally seen the power of artillery. Anyone facing this thing would be frightened to death. Suddenly, a burst of fire shot into the sky, interrupting the conversation of several people, and a brilliant spark exploded behind the airship. Lydia's expression immediately became extremely excited, which was the signal for Lin and their agreement to proceed. Quick! 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 I'll do it myself! Lydia jumped down from the stool, quickly ran to the driver's seat, pulled the joystick, and drove the airship over the priests. Darren and others brought a cannonball the size of a human head, stuffed it into the drum, and quickly fell into the bottom cabin along the pipe. Launch! Lydia shouted loudly, slamming her palm on the button. Almost at the same moment, the cabins at the bottom of the 70 airships opened with a bang, and countless cannonballs scattered from the sky, accompanied by bursts of fire, and then exploded in midair. Countless sparks of fire appeared in the sky, and white fireworks swayed down from the sky. On the other side, Grand Duke Rickman was arranging and commanding the army to put pressure on the other side to prevent the other side from sending all their firepower to this side. The sound of continuous artillery fire sounded again, and Rickman's heart suddenly tightened. But when he saw those dark projectiles flying into the formation of the crossbowmen as he expected, he breathed a sigh of relief. However, a guard next to him shouted in horror, "Look at the sky! It's raining fire! It's raining fire!" Rickman and others all looked up and stared at the sky. And sure enough, little bits of fire were falling from the sky. Nord and others, who were chanting and praying to the great Lord to send down the fire of purgatory, felt excited. Could it be that the wrath of God has finally arrived? But just now, they seemed to have not received a response from God. Nord was wondering, but soon realized something was wrong, because these flames were flying towards them. "It's the wizard's magic!" Joyce shouted in panic, waking up everyone present. A strong protective barrier appeared above everyone's heads, but it was the protective magic spell that Nord and others had laid down before chanting and casting the spell. The sparks of swaying white smoke slowly fell on it, making a "bah" sound, which was the sound of the magical barrier being gradually corroded. And those soldiers, who were not within the protection range of divine magic, could only watch helplessly as the sparks falling from the sky fell on them. "Don't panic! This is just a way for the enemy to intimidate us!" Rickman shouted loudly. According to his judgment, although the fire rain this time was very wide, it only fell a few sparks. It may be that the enemy wants them to get into trouble. But as soon as he finished speaking, a series of screams resounded on the battlefield. Soldiers were constantly touched by the so-called sparks, and then fell to the ground and rolled around. Some even took the initiative to pull out their own weapons. The armor is just to dig out the white phosphorus fire that has penetrated into the flesh. A round of explosive bomb attacks covered almost half of the battlefield. Both the shield soldiers, who were advancing, and the crossbowmen, who were pulling their long bows and preparing to shoot, were all hit without exception. More fire rain fell from the sky. The thick white smoke, the pungent smell, and the soldiers running and rolling to extinguish the white phosphorus fire formed a path to H.L. This horrific scene almost caused Rickman to fall off his horse. Even the loud chants had stopped. Nord and others looked at the nightmare-like scene in front of them in horror. The protective magic they had laid out before had been corroded and holes were created. The fire rain was flowing down these holes. Such a terrifying scope. Such a terrifying power. This is at least a 5th ring magic. No. It may even be a 6th ring magic. This must be the 5-ring magic meteor shower. The Great Wizard! The Great Wizard! Escape quickly! Escape quickly! An archbishop shouted with a crazy look. Although they can barely perform the 4-ring magic together, they have no chance of winning against the real Great Wizard. Chapter 270. Our real enemy is high up. God! Hell! Hell has come! God! Save your devout believers! On the chaotic battlefield, shouts and screams were intertwined. Some people even knelt down and prayed for God's salvation. But everything was in vain. The direction in which Rickman and others were located was even more targeted, with 10 airships bombarding them non-stop. Those nobles who were aloof and thought about how to please the new king before the war, now only regretted in their hearts, wishing that the horses under their feet could grow 6 legs and lead them to escape from the coverage of the fire rain. Joyce was no exception. Seeing that the situation was not going well, he took his own soldiers and fled. Even so, he couldn't outrun the rain of fire that fell from the sky, and the stars quickly fell on him. Some of them fell on the strong armor, and some of them seeped through the gaps between the armor and got into his body. A severe pain and burning sensation surged into his heart, making Joyce's face distorted, but he held it back forcefully. The thought of survival defeated everything. The tragic situation of the soldiers before had clearly told him that this kind of fire could not be extinguished by ordinary means. Now the only way to escape from the coverage of the fire rain was to find a way to treat the injuries. Joyce endured the burning pain, but the war horse under him was the first to be unable to bear it, and let out a shrill neigh, struggling to throw the great earl off. And then the war horse twisted its body. He walked away without looking back. "Horse! My horse!" Joyce was dizzy from the fall, yelling at the top of his lungs, and tried to get up from the ground using his hands and feet. But a hand firmly grabbed his thigh and dragged him back again. After Joyce turned around in horror, he discovered that Grand Duke Rickman was behind him. He had obviously fallen off his horse, but his appearance was worse than his own. His back was covered in blood and flesh, as if he had been trampled by a war horse. "Joyce! You bastard! Shameful betrayer! Hatter's lackey!" Rickman's eyes were red and his expression was ferocious, as if he wanted to eat Joyce alive. "Let go! Let me go!" At the critical moment of his life, Joyce no longer cared about the other party's identity, and kicked Rickman's head in panic. Rickman held on tightly to Joyce's thigh. His spine was broken. Now that the bishops and priests were busy taking care of themselves, it was no longer possible to escape from the fire. Even if he managed to escape to the royal capital, this shameful defeat would be enough to ruin his reputation. After all, there are more than 10,000 armored soldiers and 2,000 cavalry brigades, which are almost half of the kingdom's elite forces. Neither the king nor the eldest prince, nor the Holy See, will ever let him go. In Rickman's view, all this was caused by Joyce deliberately concealing information about the wizard. Even if he died, he would drag the other party to H.L. with him. "Get out of here!" Joyce yelled crazily, pulled out the long knife from his waist, and cut off Rickman's right hand that was holding his thigh. After a while of delay, the next wave of fire rain had already floated down from the sky. "Go to H.L. with me!" "Joyce!" Rickman yelled crazily. "The damn person is you!" Joyce dragged Rickman over, preparing to use the other person's body as a cover to escape this wave. How could Rickman let him succeed? Two noble people, the great nobles, just struggled on the battlefield and were swallowed up by the falling fire rain. What a terrifying power! In the distance, looking at the battlefield shrouded in thick smoke and flames, Philip couldn't help but exclaim. Although they had tested the power of this weapon with Warcraft before and had a general understanding of its effect, they had never thought of this thing. It's so terrifying when used on people. As the commander of the Musketeers, Rowan was also extremely emotional. Before, he did not believe that a war could end without any casualties. The scene in front of him was undoubtedly the best proof. Lennon gave him a real lesson on how to fight a war when he has absolute firepower. But these weapons are a bit too scary. This is war. Kindness to the enemy is often cruelty to oneself. Lennon's expression remained unchanged. Obviously he had expected it. White phosphorus is somewhat inhumane, but it is the best method they have to demoralize the opponent. Lynn didn't know what kind of magic the priests were preparing. But since these people did not choose to retreat, it meant that Grand Duke Rickman believed that they still had the possibility of defeating them. In this way, even if victory can be achieved in the end, heavy casualties will inevitably be incurred. "Sir Lynn, do we want to pursue now?" Rydell asked quickly. He had not fought many battles, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that now was a good opportunity to pursue and expand the results. The wizards didn't seem to be giving orders at all, which made him somewhat anxious. "No, there is no need to pursue anymore. Some of the cavalry have already escaped. I'm afraid we can't stop these people from conveying the situation here to the royal capital." Lennon shook his head and retorted. The most important point, he didn't say out loud, was that the smoke was highly poisonous. If you step into it before the smoke and dust clears, you may die without knowing how. This thing can't tell the difference between friend and foe. Moreover, most of this army has been destroyed, and there is no possibility of fighting again. Fear will always be rooted in their hearts. "Now it seems that this war is not as difficult as the speakers thought," Orlando said in a relaxed tone. In the past, when wizards' meetings were held in Greenreel, the speakers looked sad, as if the land of wizards was about to be in disaster. Some even suggested finding a new paradise on the sea in preparation for the disaster, when needed. Now it seems that the Empire just has more people, which is nothing special. If they line up all the more than 20,000 new troops in the wizarding land, these people will be nothing more than chickens and dogs. This victory must be a great morale booster. Don't be too careless. This time we just caught the opponent off guard. I'm afraid the next battle won't be that easy," Lynn reminded. "What's more important is that the real opponents are not these people with weapons, soldiers with swords, guns and crossbows, but the one who stands high above. God." Chapter 271, The Great Rout That Shocked the Royal Capital. "Lord Guard, are you going to let us follow His Highness the Second Prince? Archduke Rickman has already led his men to defeat the group of mining slaves. It is estimated that they will make a triumphant return in the near future." In a wilderness about a few kilometers away from the battlefield, a knight couldn't help but ask when he saw his Lord Earl walking so slowly. Conquering the rioting mining slaves was a great achievement for nothing. Did they just give it up? Then what can we do? With just a few people under our command, can we still defeat them? Earl Guard sighed helplessly. The second prince only gave him 1,500 men, and he couldn't do anything with this few manpower. He didn't even dare to get too close to the battlefield, for fear that the Grand Duke would suddenly turn his gun and kill them. Thousands of people were killed, and then they were blamed on the mine slaves. Don't think this is impossible. When it comes to the battle for the throne, if there is an opportunity to eliminate dissidents, the other party will never let it go. Guard let out a long sigh. He really couldn't figure out what the prince was doing. Even after leaving the royal capital, Hatter even gave him a very absurd task. Suddenly, everyone present felt the ground shake violently. And then the sound of fierce artillery fire came from a distance, and could be heard even from several kilometers away. The battle was so fierce? Gad was also a little surprised, and then thought that the bishops might be using some powerful magic. It seemed that the winner would be determined soon. Just as Gad thought, a closed and dark crowd appeared on the horizon of the distant wilderness. These should be the defeated mining slaves. Right. With this thought in mind, Gad drew out the long sword from his waist. The knights and guards beside him also clenched their weapons with excitement on their faces. Unexpectedly, Archduke Rickman brought so many elites and failed to wipe out all the mining slaves. But this is a good thing for them. They cut off the heads of several mining slaves and brought them back. This trip was not in vain, and they had an explanation to their superiors. Wait a minute. That seems to be the Duke's army. A sharp-eyed soldier suddenly realized something was wrong. Gad paused for a moment, and suddenly discovered that some of the fleeing people were still wearing armor with the kingdom's logo printed on it. There is no way this is a mined slave. And he was very familiar with the person who was at the forefront. He was none other than the Marquis Salem of the kingdom. More than 10 days ago, the other party led his soldiers to follow Duke Rickman on an expedition. He still remembered the high-spirited appearance. However, at this moment, the Marquis of the kingdom completely lost the aristocratic demeanor of the past, and his whole face was full of blood-stained, tattered clothes, and in a state of disgrace. The soldiers following behind were even more miserable. Almost all of them had disheveled hair. Their armors were badly damaged, and they were shouting constantly, "Hell! Hell is coming! The great Lord has abandoned us! Divine punishment! This is divine punishment! Lord Salem, what happened?" The frightened guard hurried forward to stop the other party and asked, "Rain of fire! Rain of fire everywhere! The army was defeated. Earl Johnson is dead, and Archduke Rickman is dead. It's the Great Wizard! The riot of this group of mining slaves is related to the Great Wizard." When Salem saw Gad, he said with a pale face as if he had seen a savior. He saw with his own eyes that Archduke Rickman fell off his horse, and the situation was probably in danger. After Salem continued to tell, Gad finally figured out what was going on. It was a powerful wizard with terrifying strength who appeared on the battlefield and released an extremely powerful magic, which caused the legion's defeat. After defeating an entire legion by himself, Gard couldn't help but take a breath. What a terrifying power this was. "Hurry! Those demons may catch up at any time. Quickly escort me back to the royal capital. Things here must be reported to His Majesty and the church immediately." Salem grabbed Gard's arm and spoke urgently. "Don't be so anxious. Master Salem, where are Bishop Nord? Are they behind?" Gad pulled Salem's hand off his arm and asked again. Salem shook his head in fear. They seemed to be targeted by the Great Wizard. The fire rain had been chasing them just now. One archbishop was hit in the head by a huge cannonball that flew from nowhere. His blood splattered and he died on the spot. So they had to flee in all directions to have any chance of survival. "If that's the case, then it's easy to handle." Gad's eyes flickered and he said with regret, "I'm sorry, Lord Salem. I'm afraid I can't send you to the royal capital. But that's all. I can send you to see the Duke." Hearing this, Salem's expression suddenly changed. But Gad had already swung his sword and struck him on the head, and a stream of blood suddenly sprayed out. Salem's body slid down limply and fell off the horse, with a look of disbelief still on his face. "Go ahead and kill them!" Count Gard raised his blood-stained sword high, pointed at the poorly armored soldiers behind Salem, and shouted loudly, "Those who can follow Gad to inquire about the situation are his and Prince Hatter's private soldiers. Even the most outrageous orders will be carried out without hesitation." After a brief period of confusion, a massacre began. The soldiers who fled with Salem had no idea that just after they escaped from the Lish battlefield, they would be betrayed by one of their own. Again, moreover, in order to escape for their lives, they had already thrown away the heavy weapons in their hands. They had no ability to resist at all. Escape was in vain, no matter how fast they ran. They were not as fast as arrows and crossbows. Gad waved the long sword in his hand and harvested one soldier after another. This was the secret order given to him by the second Prince Hatter, to keep these people here as much as possible to weaken the power of the church and the great Prince Harold. In his opinion before, this was a complete fantasy. How could those mining slaves he to compete with the regular army of the kingdom and make waves? Now the facts told him that this was more than just waves. It was simply a landslide and tsunami. After 4 rounds of massacres by artillery, musketry, rain of fire, and guard, in the end, of the 15,000 elite men Rickman brought to defeat the mining slaves, only a dozen or so cavalry were left to escort Archbishop Nord and escape in a hurry to the royal capital. At the same time, news of the great defeat spread quickly throughout the entire royal capital. Chapter 272 The Panic Kingdom and Nobles. In the palace of Hadera Tower, King Basil, who was holding a regular meeting to discuss this year's tax issues, soon received a report from his attendants. Archbishop Nord was outside the palace and asked for a very urgent matter. Then, before King Basil could reply, Harold said with a smile, "It seems that this war has come to an end. Where is Archduke Clyman? Didn't he come back with him? Isn't he still in the earldom killing the mining slaves who are hiding?" Having said this, Harold triumphantly turned to look at his younger brother Hattar. He wanted to see the helpless and furious expression on his face, but unexpectedly found that Hattar also had a smile on his face, as if he was congratulating him. He becomes the next king. The attendant lowered his head and did not reply to Harold's question. "Invite people in," Basil said in a deep voice. He had already keenly realized from the attendant's reaction that things might not be that simple. The door of the palace soon opened, and Archbishop Nord quickly walked into the hall, with a look of fear on his face. Also coming in were more than 20 people with uneven armor, covered with dust and bloodstained night. At this time, even Harold, who was belatedly aware of the situation, realized something was wrong. "Mr. Bishop, what happened? Could it be that the battle situation on the front line is unfavorable?" Harold asked eagerly. The worst situation he could think of was that Archduke Rickman was ambushed by the mining slaves and suffered heavy losses. Then the Archbishop ran back to the palace for support. "There is no front line now, Your Highness Harold. Archduke Clyman is dead, and several marquis and earls have not been able to escape. They went to conquer the mine slaves and more than 10,000 people. I am afraid that only a few of us are left." "No." Nord shook his head bitterly. He was by Clyman's side when he fell off his horse. After hesitating for a second between rescuing the opponent and protecting himself and bringing the information back to the capital, Nord decisively chose the latter. After all, this news is so important. Clyman is dead? The entire army of 15,000 elite troops was wiped out. After hearing these two pieces of news, Harold was confused and almost fainted. All the nobles present were equally shocked and disbelieving, almost wondering if the bishop was joking with them. For this battle for the crown prince, the eldest prince's supporters used all their strength. In addition to more than 10,000 private soldiers and 2,000 cavalry, they also had the help of church priests and bishops. When these people gathered outside the royal capital before, everyone was a little worried that the other party would suddenly turn around and stage a palace coup. Who can destroy such a powerful army? Even King Basil, who was sitting on the throne, couldn't help but stand up. His eyes widened, looking at Nord and the knights below like a lion. "You must be lying. This is absolutely impossible." Harold's eyes turned red, and he stretched out his hand to grab Nord's collar, roaring hoarsely, "Those lowly slaves with hoes and mine manuscripts, even with the most despicable means, will never be able to defeat my pro-army. It's a pity, but that's the truth. Your Highness Harold." Nord struggled to break away from Harold's restraints, and then under the gaze of everyone, he recounted what happened on the battlefield a few days ago in detail. Said it again. The knights next to him also stumbled and added. They had personally experienced the tragic scene of being attacked by muskets, artillery, and white phosphorus bombs, although they were lucky enough to escape from the battlefield. The H.L.like scene was engraved in their hearts, so their stories were inevitably exaggerated. For example, when they were charging, a large group of well-equipped regular legions suddenly appeared among the ragged mine slaves, holding extremely powerful witchcraft in their hands, which seemed to be able to control the power of thunder and fire. They only heard bursts of thunderous sounds, and their companions fell down in rows like wheat. The rain of fire all over the sky is even more terrifying, just like the fire of H.L. in the endless abyss in the Bible. Once it is contaminated, it will be like maggots on the tarsal bones, burning people to death. Nord's story with more than 20 knights made everyone present shudder. But there were also questions. "Archbishop Nord, you just said that there were thousands of rebels who suddenly appeared, and each one of them owned a witchcraft. Those believers of the evil god hiding underground may all add up. Not that many," a nobleman from the kingdom said questioningly. "Although there are rumors that those wizards are bewitched by devils and evil gods, possess powers that are unimaginable to ordinary people, and it is not surprising to do horrible things. They are not a group of fools who are easily fooled. Even some nobles have privately had some contact with wizards who master magical magic and can clearly distinguish what is alchemical items and what is magic. And no matter how powerful a wizard is, there are limits. How can he cast spells for more than 10 minutes without stopping? The voices of doubt continued one after another, and even became more and more intense. But there was a hint of fear in these voices, because they were unwilling to believe that this was true. So it could only be a lie. I dare to swear to the Lord that everything I said is true, and there is absolutely no lie. Nord's roar was deafening, suppressing all the questioning voices in the hall. If a cleric is willing to swear in the name of God, it means that he cannot be lying. Nord's angry words shattered everyone's last illusion. This meant that their enemies had almost completely defeated nearly half of the kingdom's elite troops, led by Duke Kleiman. The whole hall fell into a deathly silence, and fear spread like a plague in the hall. Kleiman and so many elites were defeated, and the entire army was destroyed. If the other party came to the royal capital, how could they? Isn't it just a matter of provocation? Harold felt as if he was mourning for his heir, standing stiffly in the hall. All his soldiers and supporters were killed and injured in this war, and he knew that he was finished. King Bazel's complexion was also pale, and he stumbled and fell on the throne behind him, making people doubt that he would jump over him in the next moment. Your Majesty the King! The attendants on both sides wanted to step forward to help, but Bazel waved his hand to stop him. He forced his body to look at Nord with a slight trembling, and said in a trembling voice, "What about Cardinal Ansiak? Does he know the news?" Chapter 273, Do you dare to swear to the great lord? I have already ordered someone to inform the cardinal. Facing King Bazel's inquiry, Nord said in a deep voice that there were 2 priests who escaped with him, because the situation was too urgent. They were directly divided into 2 teams in order to report the news as soon as possible and let the church and the kingdom discuss a solution together. In addition, I suspect that a great wizard is involved, and even planned this uprising of mine slaves behind the scenes, trying to subvert the entire kingdom, Nord added, because the terrifying fire rain that covered the whole place in the end might be the 5-ring magic meteor fire rain. But he had never seen this thing before, so he was not completely sure. All the nobles present were completely in panic and fear, and some even suggested asking the Empire for help. Their strength alone was far from enough to deal with this rebellion. Amidst the repeated calls, King Bazel was hesitant. Although the kingdom of Hadrada is a vassal of the Empire, due to historical reasons, it still maintains a relatively high degree of autonomy. Once it decides to ask for help from the Empire, the other party will definitely take this opportunity to station and march in the kingdom. In this way, all the efforts made during most of his life to consolidate the royal power were in vain. Hatter is also unwilling to be interfered by the Empire. After all, the survival of this group of mining slaves is directly related to the position of Crown Prince. Even though Harold, as a competitor, has lost most of his power, this righteousness is still very important. Thinking of this, Hatter quickly stood up and spoke loudly. Father! I don't think it's necessary to ask for help from the Empire. Things are not that bad yet. Grand Duke Kleiman was caught off guard this time, and because of his mediocre ability, he lost the elite force of the kingdom. I am willing to personally lead the army and go with Cardinal Ansiak to solve this mining slave attack. Rebellion, Hatter said with confidence. Hatter's words surprised everyone in the hall. What Nord and the knights said just now made it very clear that Archduke Kleiman was not caught in a trap, but was defeated head-on by the rebels with an almost complete victory. A total of 15,000 people were wiped out, and not even the Duke was able to escape. This means that the enemy's terror is far beyond their imagination. This is simply a pit of fire, and now Hatter actually wants to jump into it. Some smart people quickly came to their senses. You must know that when they discussed the crusade against these mining slaves half a month ago, Hatter had been procrastinating and not taking action. Now he is very active. This is obviously very unfair. Normal. Wait a minute. Your Highness Hatter, when Bishop Nord reported just now, you didn't seem too surprised? A palace minister suddenly asked in a cold voice. Harold also reacted immediately. He instantly thought of the mocking look that Nord had given him when he came in. A chill surged into his heart from the soles of his feet. But more of it was anger. Hatter, it's you. You must have colluded with the followers of the evil god to plan this uprising of the mining slaves so that you can push yourself to the throne. Harold roared angrily, and then turned to look at the kingdom of Bazel on the throne. Father! The spies I sent to monitor Hatter reported that a group of unidentified people wearing strange clothes often come in and out of his mansion. They are probably followers of the evil god. Hatter's expression remained unchanged and he spoke sarcastically. Stop your groundless fantasies and suspicions. Harold, why didn't you say that the entire kingdom was occupied by followers of the evil god? You didn't seem eager at all about conquering the mining slaves and becoming the crown prince. Harold sneered and counterattacked unceremoniously. I'm not as impatient as you. Harold, a few days ago, I had some conflicts with the Marquis of Vichy on the matter of conquering the mining slaves. So I delayed it for some time and had to send Count Guard first. Go and inquire about the situation. Hattar said slowly. After a pause, he sighed and continued. As for now, Count Guard has probably been killed by those mobs. Do you dare to swear to the great lord that the rebellion of the mining slaves and the wizards who appeared in the Earl territory have nothing to do with you? Harold said viciously, knowing that Hattar must be lying. Everyone in the hall looked at Hattar with questioning eyes. After all, the nobles who conquered the mining slaves this time were all loyal supporters of Harold. If they died, Hattar would benefit the most. That one. Under everyone's questioning gaze, Hattar's forehead broke out in cold sweat. He swore in the name of the true God. This was no joke. But he knew better that once the matter was exposed, what awaited him would be the most severe trial from King Basil and the Holy See. Of course. I dare to swear to the great lord, Hattar said calmly. Like each of you, I only heard Count Joyce mention the mining slaves half a month ago. Before that, I had no idea at all. Otherwise, I would have died under the Lord's punishment. In the endless fire of H.L. Hattar's voice was very firm, without any wavering. After all, he was not lying. He knew nothing about this matter half a month ago. The matter was all planned by Master Anthony. Afterwards, Hattar spoke triumphantly, without waiting for Harold to continue questioning. Father, please allow me to personally lead the troops and kill all the rebels and followers of the evil god who are ravaging the kingdom. I will discuss this matter with His Excellency Antioch before making a decision. King Basil's words became much colder. And then he announced that the meeting was over, and brought several guards and Bishop Nord with him. Hurriedly left the palace and rushed to the church. Hattar stayed there in confusion. He couldn't understand why his father rejected his proposal. Is there a more suitable candidate than him? What makes Hattar even more anxious is that King Basil's attitude has become particularly strange, making him unable to figure it out. When Rickman was gathering troops outside the royal capital to show off his power, he heard from a bribed attendant that Basil smashed a favorite vase in anger. Hattar also understands his father's reaction very well. His brother not only has the support of nearly half of the kingdom's nobles, but also has the help of the church, which is even more powerful than the kingdom itself. Although the kingdom suffered considerable losses in this battle, it was not necessarily a completely bad thing. At least some of the instability factors in the kingdom were removed. But now Basil's reaction made Hattar feel extremely confused. There is someone who may be able to answer my question. Chapter 274. We might as well rush into the palace and seize his throne. After the regular meeting in the palace, Hattar rushed back to the manor without stopping at all. He ordered someone to invite Anthony over, and immediately told the whole story of the meeting. And then, he was very confused. Asked, Master Anthony, what is going on? Why did father change his attitude so suddenly? After listening to Hattar's story, Anthony thought about it, and soon had a guess in his mind. If they had just defeated Archduke Rickman's army, the kingdom of Basil would certainly not have had such a big reaction. But it's different now. The tens of thousands of legions and dozens of nobles who went to the Earl territory were all slaughtered. Not only did it seriously affect the balance of power within the kingdom, but the power they showed naturally made His Majesty the King feel fear. But this is exactly what Lenin wants. Without flexing their muscles, how can those grassroots nobles believe that they can fight against the powerful church? It seems that there were some mistakes in my previous predictions. I'm afraid your good father is not planning to help you ascend the throne. He just regards you and me as bargaining chips to balance the power of the Holy See. Anthony shook his head and sighed. Before, he had underestimated King Basil, who had been in charge of the kingdom for decades. Anthony originally thought that the other party was dissatisfied with the church's excessive interference in secular affairs. So he was determined to put Hattar, who had a tendency to rebel against the Holy See, on the throne. But judging from the current reaction of His Majesty the King, things are not as simple as he thought. Basil just wants to use their power to weaken the power of the church and thereby strengthen the royal power. He has no intention of really falling out with the church. Under Anthony's explanation and analysis, Hattar's pupils shrank and his heart became cold. He was not willing to believe this. But thinking of his father's reaction in the hall, he had to believe it. This time Harold's group's expedition against the group of mining slaves was defeated. directly losing nearly half of the kingdom's elite forces. Although the enemy's strength far exceeded expectations, his good father did not pursue any punishment. For Harold Rhodes didn't even reprimand him, and his bias was already obvious. Master Anthony? What should we do now? Hattar suddenly panicked. In the past, he only had to think about how to please his father and hoped that the other party would allow him to ascend the throne. But now this idea has failed. It depends on whether your supporters support His Majesty Bazel or you, the new king, Anthony said calmly. Hattar paused for a moment, his eyes flickering. Of course he could understand what Anthony meant, but he couldn't make up his mind for a while. Facing big nobles like Rickman and Joyce and Harold's supporters, he could order the killing without hesitation. But when it came time to actually conspire against him, Hattar was a little hesitant. Anthony reminded him when he saw Hattar's hesitant look. Now is the time when the resistance within the kingdom is at its weakest. And it is also the best time for you to ascend the throne. The death of Rickman and dozens of other nobles means that the factions loyal to the Holy See in the kingdom have suffered an unprecedented blow. If Hattar can seize the opportunity at this time and deal with the vacillating nobles, he can directly rise to the throne. Seize the throne through physical means. In addition, your defense and reaction in the main hall revealed a lot of flaws. There shouldn't be much time left for you and me, Anthony continued to add. The wizards like them can stay safely in the palace not only because of the help of the second prince, but also the acquiescence of King Bazel is also a very important factor. But now the situation is about to change 180 degrees. Hattar's expression changed again and again, thinking that all his efforts to please were only rewarded by his father's indifference. His eyes became more severe, and he had already made a decision in his heart. The battle for the throne often ends in victory or death. If his brother Harold succeeds to the throne, he will never let go of the possibility. Master Anthony, I have a question. In order to destroy the legion led by Archduke Rickman, how many wizards did you dispatch? How many great wizards were there? Hattar asked calmly. I think you may have misunderstood. These more than 10,000 people are not enough for the wizard to set foot on the battlefield, Anthony said proudly. The ones doing it are just ordinary soldiers who hold alchemical creations and have undergone some simple training. Hattar was astonished. Regardless of the report from Nord and others in the main hall, or the secret report sent by guards people, the information above was enough to be described as exaggerated. It was heard that the entire sky was covered with rain of fire, and the thunderous noise was enough to shatter the eardrums. Rows of soldiers continued to fall, and the entire battlefield was like purgatory. Is this really something that just some ordinary people with alchemical creations can do? Archbishop Nord swore that an extremely powerful wizard must have appeared on the battlefield and carried out a shameless sneak attack on them. When he first heard this information, he thought that Anthony had taken action himself. But after asking the spies, he learned that the great wizard had not left the royal capital. Without such power, what can we do to fight against the church and the empire? Anthony said with a sneer. Anthony's words undoubtedly gave Hattar reassurance. So much so that the second prince had an illusion in his heart that the empire and the church were nothing more than this. Fortunately, Hattar did not get carried away by such fantasies, but asked the second extremely critical question. What kind of gifts will you need after I succeed to the throne? Of course, it allows wizards to walk openly and openly in the world. As for the rest, just like before, the magic belongs to the wizard and the secular belongs to the kingdom, Anthony said with a smile. Of course, it would be best to have a part of our territory that belongs exclusively to us. Okay, no problem, Hattar agreed without hesitation. Although there were not many territories directly under the royal family, when he ascended the throne, he had to clean up a few ignorant guys, such as Rickman, who had already lost power. Family, just take back the territory and find a few pieces to seal it. Hattar is not too worried about these wizards crossing the river and burning bridges. After hundreds of years of propaganda by the church, the idea that wizards represent evil is deeply rooted, and the other side needs to rely on them to survive in this kingdom. Not to mention the common enemy of the empire and the church. Thinking of this, Hattar and Anthony discussed a plan to seize the throne. Chapter 275 Len In, I am the ignorant person, in the southern part of the kingdom, within the earldom of Joyce. The wealthy businessmen and minor nobles, who were rejoicing and looking forward to the triumphal return of Archduke Rickman, never expected that Rettel, who in their eyes would be crushed by the army, would come back with a large group of people to kill him the next day. This time, Rettel had no intention of holding back. He ransacked everything that needed to be done and purged everything that needed to be purged. After a few days of tossing, the entire territory was truly occupied. The subsequent operations to take over various towns and villages were also very smooth. The private armies and resistance forces of local nobles often lost their ability to resist under a few rounds of flintlock fire. In the kingdom of Hadrada, territorial claims and annexation wars between nobles are not uncommon. And the earldom has experienced several wars in the past, no matter which army it belongs to. Once they invade the territory, the soldiers will inevitably carry out burning, killing and looting, sometimes more viciously than the bandits. Therefore, the poor people close their doors and even abandon their homes and flee. But they soon discovered that this group was holding strange long sticks in their hands. The group was an exception. After looting the nobles who had rebelled, not only did they not ask for anything from them, they even planned to distribute food to them, silver coins and land. It was almost like a dream. However, many people insisted that this was the other party's way of bewitching them, in order to trick everyone into the square and then massacre them. The rumor was broken after a few days, because the poor people who had the courage to receive money and food were still living well. The guards had no intention of stopping those who were preparing to leave the village with money and food. Only then did everyone realize that this might not be a scam. Could it be that their devout prayers moved the great Lord of the Stars, Ella? So they sent God's messengers to prepare to build the kingdom of heaven on earth? Countless rumors spread in the territory. After several days of getting along and communicating with each other, the poor people and mining slaves in the Earl territory gradually learned that these musketeers, who were holding strange long sticks, and could use the power of fire were not. It comes from heaven, and is not a messenger of God. But it comes from the land of wizards. A holy land without kings and nobles. Purely ruled by wizards. Wizards are undoubtedly a symbol of evil within the Zika's empire. Rumor has it that these degenerates, who worship evil gods, and are bewitched by devils will abduct children, dig graves, spread disease and plague, and curse the people they hate. They are a collection of all evils. As a member of the Musketeers, Old York couldn't help but sneer when faced with the nonsense of these ignorant people. Why don't you think about it carefully? Will the devil's followers distribute food, wealth and land to you? And what have the church and nobles done for you? These people will only let you stay in the land and mines all day long, work hard day after day, and then reward you with a few pieces of hard-to-gnaw black bread. After all, who are the followers of the devil? The poor people present were immediately confused. If there had not been a complaint meeting a few days ago, they would only think that all this was a test by God, so that they could enter the kingdom of God and enjoy the glory in the future without falling into H.L. And those noble men are so high because they were chosen by God and given noble blood. It is God's favor that allows them to serve as managers of the earth. It's different in Igetta, Old York said proudly, looking at these poor people who bowed their heads in silence, and felt an inexplicable sense of superiority in his heart. There are no aristocrats and no church. Most people work in workshops. Everyone can eat delicious bread and camel meat. Old York kept talking about the magic of Yetta. The workers in those workshops could make exquisite glassware from the sand on the ground, and made wood into something whiter than parchment and hundreds of times easier to use. Paper pages. And as long as the wizards wave their hands, the soil will automatically build up, and a house will be built in no time. Then you want to do farm work? Where does the food come from? A poor man couldn't help but ask loudly. Yes, it's just that we are different from you. Those alchemists have developed a machine that can automatically cultivate land. As long as one person can cultivate land 2 kilometers long and wide in 1 hour, Old York said with confidence. Although he had never seen this machine, his brother's nephew was fortunate enough to be among the first people to experiment with this machine. Everyone present looked at each other, feeling that Old York must be bragging, let alone one person. It would be difficult for 10 people to finish so much work even if they were exhausted. But they were very interested in the novel sights, Old York said. The constant questioning made Old York curl his lips. The land outside the Wizarding Land was indeed a barbaric area with no knowledge at all. Whether you believe it or not, this is a fact. Old York, after a pause, announced an extremely important piece of news. In addition, tonight, Master Lin said that he would conduct an experiment in the territory to make the night as bright as the day. A group of poor people were first confused about who this Lord Lin was, and then started discussing whether they were making a very big bonfire. It's not like we're taking the sun off, right? When it comes to wizards' experiments, they think of something dark and strange, like reviving bones or drawing weird patterns on the ground to summon devils. In view of this, most people chose to stay indoors at night. But there were also many people who were curious. An open space in the Earl territory was quickly filled with people, and everyone's eyes widened, looking at Lin and others in the center. Under the light provided by the torch, they could see a lot of strange alchemical instruments that they had never seen before. For this experiment, Lin brought out the latest generators and used thin copper wires to connect a very simple light bulb. Now that there is electricity, the related electrical technology must of course be highlighted, the most representative of which is undoubtedly the electric light. Lin searched all over the wizarding land, but could not find tungsten ore, but unexpectedly found a substitute. The first reason why tungsten can be used as the best material for filaments is because of its high melting point. When the filament emits light, the temperature is as high as more than 2000 degrees Celsius. At this temperature, ordinary metals have melted, and the melting point of tungsten is about 3400 degrees Celsius. The second is that the resistance is large, and the conductivity is poor. Under the condition of equal power on time, tungsten generates more heat than other metals. Finally, it has stable chemical properties and strong antioxidation ability, which makes the bulb have a long life. If it is well made, it will not be a problem to use it for decades. There are not many metals that can meet these conditions and are cheap and plentiful. Lin had a headache for a long time until Philip reminded him that he could try the hair of the fire lion. When he heard this suggestion, Lin's expression was extremely weird. Isn't it funny to use the hair of living creatures as the material for the filament? However, after the experiment, Lin suddenly felt ashamed. The ignorant person was actually himself, and the magic creatures were more strange than he imagined. Chapter 276 Light Up the Night Sky. I've already put it away. Dean Lin in. On the high ladder placed in the open space, Lydia waved her hands and shouted loudly. The reason why the light bulb was placed so high was naturally so that everyone could see it. Then let's start. Lin nodded, looked at Alok and others beside him, and asked them to start the motor. The sound of thump 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 immediately resounded throughout the castle, startling the poor people who were watching from a distance. This motor also uses the principle of cutting magnetic flux lines, and is not protected by SHL. Everyone can see the tiny arcs flashing around the motor's rotor when it is moving rapidly. A steady stream of current is being transmitted to the light bulb through the wire. Dozens of fire lion hairs intertwined inside and twisted into a spiral glowed faintly. After a while, the light became brighter and brighter, and soon overshadowed the dim light brought by the surrounding torches, illuminating the entire open space as if it were daytime. Rydell and others, who were looking directly at the light source, could not help but squint their eyes under such a powerful and dazzling light, or subconsciously covered their bodies with their hands. It felt like they were watching the noon. The sun is normal. Lightning! They trapped lightning in that ball! Someone in the crowd shouted with a trembling voice. Ham and others also stared in astonishment at the light bulb that was continuously emitting light in the air, and then looked at the motor that was constantly rotating. They had previously thought about what methods the wizards would use to make the night the same as the day, but they did not expect that their method would be to bind the lightning. The light emitted by the light bulb spread far away. The poor people hiding in the house couldn't help but look through the windows to the open space where the crowd gathered. It was like a small sun rising here. Lin was extremely satisfied when he saw the scene. They had verified it in the laboratory before, but this should be regarded as the first experiment conducted outdoors. This is their first step into the electrical age. The performance of the fire lion's hair is much better than Lin expected. The only drawback is the short life expectancy. According to his estimation, even the hair cut off the fire lion's body will be burned by the high temperature within half a year. Of course, in a sense, that's not a drawback. And compared to tungsten wire, this biomaterial is extremely environmentally friendly and can be infinitely regenerated. It seems that there will be no more dark nights in Yetta in the future, Philip said with emotion. The material for making this kind of light bulb is not complicated. There are also a lot of magnetic minerals in the kingdom of Hadra Tower. He can foresee that in the near future, light will illuminate every corner of the city. It's like a little sun, Rydell murmured. It's not even close. A real artificial sun is tens of thousands of times more dazzling than this, Lin said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone present looked at Lin with strange expressions, saying this as if they could really create a sun. So light is electricity and electricity is light. Right. Professor Lin? Johnny pondered for a long time and suddenly asked. They introduced electricity into the fire lion's hair to create light. Is that how the light they feel on daily basis comes from? This question actually stopped all the official wizards like Philip for a while, and everyone frowned in thought. Isn't that right? The forms of light and electricity are different, and we can also create light in other ways. Orlando shook his head and raised his hand to condense a fireball. For example, can we say that fire is light? In the land of wizards, there has always been talk of the element of light, and many wizards want to understand the secret. It's just that the light element is very difficult to deal with. It seems to be everywhere and elusive, and it cannot be sensed with magic at all. However, they still concluded a lot of rules. For example, light is often born with heat and can be reflected, absorbed, etc., and developed a lot of magic that uses light. Your idea is good, Johnny, but you have to explore this secret yourself. Lynn couldn't help but laugh, and did not mean to directly tell the answer. After all, the exploration of the laws of the world must be done step by step. Only by going through all the wrong and right ones can we have a truly complete magic theory. Which of you can study light thoroughly? No, even just a little bit of it is enough to get a Corona medal and leave a mark in the history of magic, Lennon said solemnly. Medal of the Sun? Hearing what Lynn said, Alok and others were very excited. That was the highest award in the magical world. Even Lydia is a little bit ready to make a move. She has no magic talent, and it is estimated that it will be difficult to pass the official wizard exam. But this does not prevent her from becoming the first wizard apprentice to receive the Corona medal. Professor? Then where should we start exploring the secret of light? Lydia asked eagerly. Orlando was amused for a moment. If the dean knew, he would have mentioned it long ago, and would have left the opportunity to them. However, to his surprise, Lennon took out a crystal clear glass from his pocket, and shook it in front of everyone. You can start with it. Dean, isn't this just an ordinary piece of glass? Alok curled his lips. Glass products may be very precious in the kingdom of Hadera, but in Aida even ordinary people can afford them. Even when the school was expanded, they planned to put them on the windows in order to have better light transmission. Nothing special. To be precise, this is a prism, Lynn explained with a smile and placed it under the light. Only then did everyone present realize the difference. This triangular prism looks like a fine gem. Light enters from one side of the prism and emerges from the other side after refraction. However, the refracted light is not bright white, but an extremely gorgeous line by the gradient color layer composed of 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, indigo, and purple. Looks extremely dazzling when projected in the shadow. Alok and others looked at the scene in front of them in surprise. Light. They were actually separated. The white light we saw turned out to be so beautiful, Lydia said in surprise and delight. Professor, what is the principle of this? Pierce tried to stretch out his hand and swayed back and forth on the spectrum. The colorful light shone on his palm, feeling vaguely warm. Is this only a phenomenon of light produced by electricity? Or is it all light? Philip on the side also asked eagerly. Chapter 277, the last obstacle to controlling the kingdom. The strange light dispersion experiment aroused everyone's curiosity. They never knew that light was composed of so many colors. Or does it mean that only artificial light has such characteristics? Whether it is this light or sunlight. Of course they are all the same. They are both polychromatic light, Lynn explained to the curious Alok and others. The principle of prism light splitting, to put it bluntly, is that the refractive index of light of different colors in glass is different. So when passing through the prism, the light of each color is deflected in one direction, which forms a gradient spectrum. The wizard apprentices listened thoughtfully. Lynn's explanation was very simple and easy to understand. Even Redel and others who did not know magic could barely understand it. Wait a minute. I think I've seen something like this before. Hem stared at the colorful light reflected from the prism, with a thoughtful look on his face. And then he suddenly said, Yeah. Like a rainbow? After Ham said this, more and more people reacted. Although the rainbow phenomenon is not very common, many people have seen it. Are there mirrors in the sky? Lydia raised her hands and asked. This time, Philip explained without waiting for Lynn to reply. It should be the refraction and reflection of water. Right. There is a lot of water vapor in the air, which every wizard knows very well. And the water surface also has the ability to refract and reflect light. So Philip immediately figured out its principle. Not bad, Lynn nodded, and then handed the prism in Lydia's hand. As for the other characteristics of light, I leave it to you to explore. Lydia took the prism over excitedly, placed it under the light, and kept rotating it. The light kept flowing and reflecting in the prism, changing its size and color. Alok and others looked at Lynn and eagerly. The dean just handed the only Mitsubishi mirror to Lydia. What should they do? Don't be so partial. Glass is not difficult to make. And you know the recipe. I taught you it in chemistry class. If you want, don't you just make one yourself? Study the spectrum of the sun. This is also your homework assignment when you go out. Lynn shrugged and said freely. As soon as they heard about the homework assignment, the faces of Alok and the others suddenly dropped, and they tried hard to recall the chemistry class that Lin and gave them some time ago. What is the main component of glass? It seems to be silica? I heard that there are many wizards in Greenreal City who are studying the mystery of light. Even the speakers are very interested. You have many opponents, Lin added. Although the Wizarding Land has been busy with war matters recently, the Council still attaches great importance to academic research. After all, this is the foundation of all magical power. After glass products gradually became popular, more and more wizards have discovered the use of this thing in research. For example, the simplest concave and convex mirror can make things magnify or shrink in their own eyes. This means that wizards can not only rely on magic to perceive things, but can also intuitively see microscopic worlds that were previously invisible to the naked eye. Lin has no doubt that after this war, the magic theory in the entire Wizarding Land will usher in a wave of leapfrog development. When they heard that many wizards, and even the legendary speaker, were studying this, the apprentices suddenly felt that they had no hope. Lydia, on the other hand, was thinking about how to get more theoretical knowledge from the dean, which was much faster than doing research on her own. By the way, Professor Philip, how is your research on the electromagnetic gun? Lin suddenly remembered this, turned to look at a few people, and asked. The principle has been understood, and the model has been created, but the power is somewhat unsatisfactory. It can only launch a 100-gram projectile at a speed of 100 meters per second, Philip said helplessly. The generator they made is fine for lighting a light bulb, but it's a bit too weak for use on an electromagnetic gun. Without enough power, this thing isn't as useful as an artillery gun. Lin was not surprised by this. The generator needed to be improved for at least several generations to meet the needs of the electromagnetic gun. After thinking about it, he asked someone to bring over baskets of black stones and an engraving plate. These are the Thunderstones and several magic runes representing electromagnetism. You can study how to use them, Lin explained. Since the old method doesn't work, let's just try a new idea. These two things are the results of Anthony's research for most of his life. The Thunderstone is like a natural battery, which is super powerful, and these electromagnetic runes are the key to converting magic into current. When Philip and others heard this, their eyes suddenly lit up. In this way, they can store all the excess electricity on weekdays, and try to export it when they need to use the electromagnetic gun. They can even directly use the lightning guide stone as the material of the guide rail, plate it with a layer of mithril on the outside, and engrave it on the electromagnetic rune. In just 10 seconds, many ways to improve the electromagnetic gun appeared in Philip's mind, and many of the difficulties that had troubled him in the past were directly solved. Thinking of this, Philip hurriedly left and took a few colleagues with him to carry out research with a basket of lightning stones. The huge light bulb was lit in the castle for a whole night. This was not only a test sample, but also Lin's intentional move. So early the next morning, rumors about electric lights spread rapidly throughout the earldom, and then became more and more outrageous. Some people swore that they saw the wizard flying into the sky, throwing lightning and huge rainbows from the sky, caught it from the clouds, and put it into a ball and a gem. Lin did not defend these rumors bluntly, but assigned a new task to the musketeers, who went out for training every day, which was to use the water mist method to create artificial rainbows in the square, and handed over this method to for every child who is curious and wants to learn. Changes in concepts are often subtle, and Lin is ready to let these people know that wizards are not scary, and the knowledge they spread is not a trap for the devil, but an explanation of the laws of how everything works, which even ordinary people can understand and understand. Use it. The next question is how to solve the last obstacle to their control of the Kingdom Cardinal Ansiak of the Church. Chapter 278, This is simply blasphemy against God. A few days passed in a blink of an eye, and the news that Archduke Rickman led nearly half of the kingdom's elites to conquer the mining slave rebellion, but failed miserably, was already known to everyone in the royal capital. Then a piece of news came out from the church. The riot of the mining slaves was related to the notorious group of wizards. It was these devil's believers who were behind the scenes, and persuaded the mining slaves to sacrifice their souls to the devil, which led to the disaster. Such a terrible disaster. Panic is spreading rapidly. What was even more unexpected was that King Basil did not seem to be in a hurry to organize forces to quell the disaster that was about to sweep the entire kingdom. The upper-class nobles did not seem to take any action, and chose to remain silent. Under such a situation, the church has become the spiritual support of the poor. The only thing they can do is to go to the church and pray to the great Lord to protect them, nor send away the last group of poor people who came to atone for their sins and pray. He turned his head in a daze to look at the holy and solemn goddess statue in the hall. But when he closed his eyes, he still had the horror of fire raining in the sky and gunfire blasting in his mind. Scene. North fell into deep confusion. Why the evil forces were so powerful, and why the great Lord failed to give him any response when they fought against these evils. "This is a punishment from the Lord!" A familiar voice suddenly rang in his ears. North opened his eyes, and a figure in a gold-red robe appeared beside him at some point. That was the pillar of the kingdom, Cardinal Anziak of the church. "Lord Anziak!" North saluted very respectfully, and then asked in confusion, "You just said that this disaster is God's will." "No. It should be said that the ignorance of the nobles and royal family of this kingdom caused this disaster," Anziak said slowly. "They are no longer satisfied with ruling this land under the glory of God. For this reason, they do not hesitate to collude with the believers of those evil gods in an attempt to shake God's pasture in the mortal world." Speaking of this, Anziak's eyes became very sharp. He has naturally seen His Majesty's actions against the church, both overt and covert. In recent years, he is even more aware of Bazel's little thoughts. Chew. This kingdom, whether it is the stupid poor people, the cunning nobles, or the fatuous royal family, needs a complete purification. After the catastrophe, the glory of the Lord will once again envelope the entire earth. "But, Lord Cardinal, why would the great Lord punish the most devout believers?" North said in confusion. "In this disastrous defeat, in addition to the total destruction of tens of thousands of troops, most of the more than 60 followers of the Lord in the entire priest group also died on the battlefield, and only a few people followed him and escaped." North was extremely confused and in pain. He had been staying in the temple for the past few days to repent of his shameful act of leaving his companions and escaping alone out of fear. "This is a baptism, Bishop North," Anziak's voice came over. "The souls of the devout will return to the kingdom of God in advance and enjoy endless joy and feasts, while the sinners will be punished in hell and burned forever in the eternal fire of purgatory." North finally realized that life and death were not important. They were just two different states. God had His own decision on the birth and death of all things. Just then, a priest walked in from outside the door. "Sir Anziak, Viscount William sent a message saying that there is something very important that needs to be seen by you, related to those wizards." "Then let him come in," Anziak said, and North also put away his emotions and stood aside. About 2 minutes later, Cody walked into this majestic church under the leadership of several priests. The solemn setting made his already anxious mood condense to the extreme. After seeing Anziak and others, he lowered his head slightly and bowed solemnly. "Where is Mr. William? Where is he? Why don't you come to see me in person?" Anziak suddenly asked. "The Viscount accidentally contracted the plague recently. He is now bedridden and cannot come to listen to the Lord's teachings," Cody said with a slight trembling. "In that case, what message did he ask you to bring?" Anziak said slowly. "Reporting to your lord, the spies we sent out discovered a group of people who were moving strangely these days and entered the residence of His Highness the Second Prince Hatter. We suspect that they are all wizards," Cody replied in a low voice. "Is that all there is?" Anziak continued to ask. Cody hesitated again and again before gritting his teeth and saying, "We have also discovered that His Highness Hattar seems to be plotting to seize the throne, and many nobles from the kingdom are involved. I am afraid that it will not be long before they take action." "How did you know this secret?" Anziak's face became slightly moved, and his tone became a little more serious again. Cody faced Anziak's attention and spoke with difficulty. "A baron who participated in the conspiracy was a good friend of Lord William. He was not willing to betray the kingdom, so he revealed the news to Lord William. What I need is the truth." Anziak suddenly became cold. "In the presence of the Lord, liars will surely fall into hell." As soon as the words fell, a dazzling white light suddenly emerged from the holy and solemn goddess statue, enveloping everyone present. North, who had firm beliefs, and several priests were not affected, but Cody fell to the ground as if possessed, tears streaming down his face, and spoke repentantly. "It's William. Sir William has been secretly helping the wizards transport Orin goods. The glass and paper that have appeared in the market in recent months are all made by the followers of the devil." As soon as this was said, Nord and others were both shocked and angry. They also bought a lot of these novel glass products, and some of them were even used to decorate the entire church. As a result, Cody now told them that these were all wizards. Their creation? This is simply blasphemy against God. What made several people feel chilled was that William, the wizard's lackey, was hiding under their noses and openly became a noble of the kingdom. North couldn't even imagine that this was no longer a simple dereliction of duty. Ansiak was not surprised by this. He just nodded. Go on. Tell me everything you know. Cody was like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. While crying about his sins, he told the whole story of how William had colluded with wizards over the past 10 years, and continued to grow his power through maritime trade. Chapter 279 Such people should perish in H.L. forever. The devil's lackey. We should report it to the kingdom now. Arrest William. And deprive him of his title. As Cody continued to talk, several bishops and priests in the church were furious. And there were calls for crusade. Especially North, whose face was as gloomy as water. And there was a cold aura around him. If Cardinal Ansiak had not spoken, he would have already entered William's mansion. The great rout outside the earldom, and the countless soldiers and colleagues who died tragically in front of him, made North's inner anger continue to surge. As the wizard's lackey, William is constantly sending supplies to the wizard's land. There is simply too much to describe. Even if he is thrown into H.L., it will not be enough to relieve his hatred. Since William is working for those wizards, why did he tell me those 2 pieces of news? Ansiak continued to ask. The church was not completely ignorant of the strange behavior of the second Prince Hattar, or most of the nobles in the kingdom were aware of it. After all, Hattar's performance in the hall was too clumsy. The only thing they didn't expect was that the other party had the courage to seize the throne by force. There was no other explanation other than being bewitched by the devil. It's Master Helram, Lord William's successor, who is dead, Cody said hesitantly. Under the confessional talk, the power of divine magic was slowly fading, and Cody also regained some consciousness. However, facing the most powerful man in the entire kingdom, the cardinal of the church, he did not dare to tell any lies. After all, the other party will easily see through it. Not to mention that he has revealed too much information. Everything that should be disclosed and should not be disclosed. At this moment, the only way to have any hope is to continue talking. Also, there may be trouble in the land of wizards. Recently, the fog in the Sea of Mist has shown signs of gradually dissipating. So Sir William feels that the end of those wizards is coming. Sea of Mist? North and others couldn't help but pause for a moment, then immediately turned to look at Ansiak. This was the first time they had heard of the so-called Holy Land for wizards. And the demon's base camp was actually on the other side of the Sea of Mist. Aside, Ansiak was not moved at all. Regarding the changes in the Sea of Mist, the Bible had given a foreshadowing as early as 2 months ago. Is the riot of those mining slaves related to this group of evil god-believers from the wizarding land? North shouted sharply. Lord William doesn't know much about this matter. The new wizard doesn't trust us. But Lord William found out that Lord Anthony seems to have appeared on the battlefield. Cody swallowed and whispered. Said loudly. Anthony. Ansiak whispered softly. He was no stranger to this name, and even knew that the magic school founded by this great wizard was active within the royal capital. He was not in a hurry to take action against this group of people. Firstly, it was the royal family's overt and covert obstruction. And secondly, he wanted to take this opportunity to uproot the worms within the kingdom. But he didn't expect that the other party would get involved with the wizard's land and cause the tragedy of massacre of tens of thousands of people. How many wizards have arrived in the kingdom from that evil place? And who is their leader? Ansiak asked. I don't know, but the number shouldn't be too many. The leader is a wizard named Lin, who looks very young and is also the current controller of Aida. Cody paused and continued. I heard that he went to Aida from the Seeka's empire just 2 years ago. Ansiak inexplicably remembered that the information passed by North and others mentioned a strange kind of fire. With a thought in his mind, a golden tome was untied from his waist, turned over spontaneously, and at a certain point the page stopped and was displayed in front of Cody. Name, Carl, real name not confirmed. Extremely dangerous, great wizard. Crime, killing the imperial bishop, destroying 3,000 black armored guards, and destroying half of the seaport town. Note, proficient in elemental and shaping magic, able to control a powerful and difficult to extinguish flame. Reward amount, Seeka's gold coins. 50,000. Except for the mismatch in name. This should be the wizard who is in charge of Aida, Cody said with confidence as he recalled the information he had gathered at Aida's harbor. Ansiak pondered for a while, and then suddenly put his hand on Cody's head. The magic of exploring memories instantly flooded into Cody's mind. He trusted what he saw with his own eyes more than Cody's words. About 2 or 3 minutes later, Ansiak, who had explored Cody's memory, confirmed this 100%. No wonder the army led by Archduke Rickman collapsed so quickly. It turned out that their opponents were 2 great wizards. From Cody's memory, Ansiak discovered a lot of important information. In the past, when they were shipping, they would use a special compass to locate the wizarding land so as not to get lost on the sea. However, this very important instrument has been taken back by the new controller of Aida. Obviously Cody was not lying. After Harem's death, there was indeed some rift between William and the wizards. Now the transportation matter has nothing to do with William at all. The wizards are transporting a large amount of ore from the kingdom through a magical alchemy device that can fly in the sky. Its purpose should be to produce weapons and respond to war. As for the purpose of inciting the mining slaves to riot, Ansiak could also guess that it was nothing more than to create unrest within the kingdom, attract their attention, and thereby delay the Holy See's destruction of this evil place. Thinking of this, Anjuk looked at Cody with cold eyes and spoke. The Lord is tolerant and merciful. Go tell William that you need more sincerity to atone for his sins. This is your only chance. Since these wizards can come and go freely between the two places, they must have mastered the method of locating the wizard's place. As early as 2 months ago, the church was preparing for a war to destroy the wizarding land. The reason why it has not started yet is because the ship that went to the sea to find the wizarding land has not returned yet. If he could get the compass that locates the wizard's land, or even capture that strange alchemy tool that can fly in the sky, that would undoubtedly be a huge achievement. Seeing that the cardinal actually wanted to forgive William, North and others were extremely unhappy. In their view, William was just a two-faced man sitting on the fence. He was not even repentant and atonement. They just saw that those wizards were about to be destroyed. Hypocritically, he changed his stance and pretended to be suddenly repentant. Such people should spend eternity in H.L. Chapter 280. Is this the foolproof thing you promised me? Are we just going to let this sinner go? Lord Ansiak? After Cody left, North couldn't help but ask. William was also guilty of the tragedy that killed tens of thousands of people outside Earl Joyce's territory. We have more important things to do now, Bishop North. As for the crimes committed by William, it won't be too late to liquidate them after those wizards are executed. Ansiak replied casually. The other priests in the church were discussing the information they had just heard. The amount of information revealed in Cody's words was so great that no one could have imagined that this riot of mind slaves would involve the wizard's land, the base camp of the evil god's followers. If they can successfully capture this group of people, it will undoubtedly be a great achievement. But it also means that the situation is completely out of their control, especially after hearing that the opponents might be the two great wizards. Many people suggested reporting the situation immediately and requesting assistance from the Empire and the Holy See. However, Ansiak shook his head, because it was too late. He saw from Cody's memory that the second Prince Hatter was planning to implement his plan to seize the throne in the past 2 days, and had even attracted a large number of nobles in the royal capital. Once the other party succeeds, the Empire may face a civil war. This is undoubtedly what the group of wizards want to see most. In that case, the Holy See's attention will be diverted from the Sea of Mist and forced to focus on quelling this rebellion. However, facing the two great wizards, Ansiak did not dare to say that he was completely sure of taking them down. Now the only way is to use the sacred vessels of faith stored in the church. On the other side, Cody, who came out of the church, took a carriage and went straight back to William's castle. Under the leadership of Mert, he went to the underground of the castle. He was also very worried. The original task that William gave him was to reveal a little information about wizards and gain initial mutual trust, and then decide whether to reveal more information based on the Cardinal's reaction. Now, I have established a certain degree of trust with the Cardinal, but I have also leaked a lot of information that should not have been leaked, especially the information that Lord William has been helping wizards transport supplies for decades. Cody could already imagine the punishment he would receive. Although he was forced to say this under the power of divine magic, Sir William's temperament would not care so much. The task could only be completed or failed. Thinking of this, Cody couldn't help but shudder. In fact, he didn't really support Lord William's move to be hostile to wizards. After inviting Lauder to the manor for negotiations, they reached a new cooperation agreement. The wizards were even willing to compromise and change the profits to a 50-50 split. But in Lord William's view, this became a symbol of the wizards' weakness and inability to compete with the church. Instead, they chose to stand more firmly on the side of the great Prince Harold and the church. It's a pity that the disastrous defeat of the expedition in the southern part of the kingdom showed that the group of wizards may not be as weak as Lord William imagined. Mert, where are Griphook and the others? I haven't seen them in the manor recently. Cody suddenly thought of this on the way to the castle underground and asked strangely. Mert's eyes flickered, and he smiled and answered. They have all been sent to various parts of the kingdom to win over the nobles for His Highness Harold. We have been very busy recently. Otherwise you may not be able to meet with Lord Ansiek. I would rather change our jobs, Cody said with a wry smile. The Cardinal could only be described as terrifying. As if everything about him was transparent in front of him. Cody didn't have any doubts about Mirth's explanation. After the death of Rickman and others, William became the #1 supporter of Prince Harold. There was a lot of mess to deal with. You also have to monitor those dangerous wizards. So it seems that their job is no easier than yours. The two quickly passed through the heavy protection, reached the interior of the bunker, and saw William sitting on the Iron Throne. Cody knelt down without hesitation, not daring to hide anything, and told everything that happened in the church. Sure enough, William's face became very ugly, and the anger and fear in his eyes almost burst out. Is this the foolproof thing you promised me? William's tone was extremely cold, like a blade. His overweight body trembled, and he stood up from his seat, like a towering mountain, his eyes like lightning. Cody lowered his head to the floor, his body trembling and daring not to reply. A dull sound soon came to his ears, which was the sound of a glass being crushed. Just when Cody thought his life was about to be in danger, William suddenly suppressed his anger and said coldly, "Let's take the person down first." Several attendants immediately stepped forward and dragged Cody out, and soon only Malt was left in the room. William at this moment. No. It should be said that William's substitute Doral changed his previous fierce appearance and fell to his knees on the ground. And Mirth on the side was no exception. Lauder's figure soon walked out from behind the curtain. But the two people were obviously not worshipping him, but the figure that appeared out of thin air in the secret room. Master Lin. Doral dragged his fat body and looked eager to explain. But Lin spoke first and praised him. Not bad. You did a good job this time. Doral. Doral was confused and had not turned around for a while. You must know that Cody leaked a lot of information about the Wizarding Land this time. And Lord Lin actually praised himself in return. Mirth's face showed a somewhat thoughtful expression. Lauder looked at the confused Doral and said with a sneer, "Idiot! You don't think that Lord Lin is trying to deceive a cardinal who masters divine magic with lies, do you? Since you want to attract people to take the bait must be real enough." As a psyker, Lin knew how to detect and modify memories. So how could he not be prepared for this? Since divine magic has the same origin as magic, there may not be similar methods. When facing a cardinal or in front of a statue of a god in a church, any lie or even the modification of memory may lead to the other party discovering the clues. So Lin's response method is also very simple. That is, just tell the truth. As long as you don't lie, it will naturally not be detected. The method is not complicated. Just continue William's previous plan. Retain a suitable confidant who knows part of the truth, and go to the Holy See to explain to Ansiek the part of the truth he knows. Chapter 281 Lies or Truth. Truth is lies. Under what circumstances is a lie most likely to be believed? Of course, when the liar himself firmly believes that it is the truth. This is also a situation that Lin worked hard and carefully set up for the Cardinal. And the core performer is naturally Cody. More than 2 months ago, when he killed the real William and cleaned up the other party's forces, he was faced with a decision whether Cody, who was William's confidant and knew part of the information about the Wizarding Land, should be cleaned up too. Neither Doral, Mirth nor Lauder dared to make the decision without permission. After all, Cody had been to the Aida harbor and had long-term contact with the adult. So this issue was pushed back to Lin. After a short period of deliberation, Lin finally chose to spare Cody's life. This was not because of consideration for the kindness, but because the other party did not know the existence of William Stand and Doral. When he learned the news, Lin was also extremely surprised. After all, Cody was William's confidant, and being able to be responsible for shipping between the two places showed how much trust he had. But soon Lin thought that the reason why William wanted to get a substitute was not only to guard against the church, but also to guard against Halam, lest the great wizard one day come up with the idea of finding someone to replace him. Then Cody, who has direct contact with the wizards, will be the last person to know about the existence of the substitute. In view of this, he kept Cody, and now is the time to use it. The other party was William's confidant. It was reasonable to go to the church to contact Ansiek. He also had the reason for William's rebellion in his mind. Everything was natural. So the more he explores his memory, the more Ansiek will trust Cody's words. After all, smart people are often more willing to believe everything they investigate. After Lin Un's explanation, Doral realized that he had become the person being acted out. The order he had received before was just to send Cody to the church to discuss matters with Ansiek. Unexpectedly, the memory in Cody's mind was the real bait. I don't mean to distrust you, Doral, but sometimes acting is not as believable as real reactions, Lynn said with a smile. But Lord Lynn, isn't this too risky? Cody's memory contains a lot of information about the Wizarding Land, and even the airship was exposed, Mert asked with a slight hesitation. After becoming a wizard, Mert understood that he had no way out. So naturally he stood wholeheartedly on the side of his compatriots. In his opinion, Cody is too unstable and knows too much information. They can find another guy who knows less information and deliberately tell the other person the false information they want to convey. No, that would be too deliberate. There is no more suitable person than him. Lynn shook his head and rejected Mert's words. Cody knows a lot, and some of the information is very important. But most of it is information that the Holy See has already known, such as the changes in the Sea of Mist and the riots in the Wizarding Land. Information that the Church does not know about, such as wizards preparing for war and transporting ores via airships, can be used to strengthen the credibility of Cody's words. After all, if the information possessed by William highly overlaps with that of the Church, then he will not be of any value. The second factor is that they have no time to wait any longer and must take some risks. It has been several days since Duke Rickman's fiasco, and Lynn has been looking forward to the moment when the kingdom and the Church organize an army to attack the earldom again, waiting for the cardinal to lead people away from the Church. When Rettel attacked the Church and the earldom, Lynn discovered that the clergy would become more difficult to deal with inside the Church than outside. And this church in the royal capital is the center of the entire kingdom's faith. Who knows? I know what kind of strange things will be inside. Even if the idol suddenly resurrects and takes action himself, he won't be surprised at all. But things turned out not to be as he expected. Neither King Basil nor the church took any action, which made Lynn somewhat uneasy. These people were probably waiting for reinforcements from the Empire, which meant that they wanted to fight quickly. Okay. Of course, it would be great if you could choose the battlefield by yourself. Master Lynn, what should we do with Cody now? Are we going to kill him? Doral asked with a frown. According to William's temperament, Cody will most likely be arrested for leaking such important information. Just kill it. No. Give him a heavy punishment first, and then let him serve his crime and continue to be responsible for the Church. Lennon pondered for a long time and then said, This is also a possible move by William. It should not arouse suspicion. The information in Cody's brain has been leaked. Sending other confidants there will only reveal more information. It is better to use the waste and let the other party use it. Value. The day after Cody went to the church, the wind direction in the royal capital changed 180 degrees. First, King Basil severely rebuked the eldest prince, Harold, at a regular meeting and put him under house arrest. The fault for the defeat of the war was all attributed to Archduke Rickman, who believed that it was the other party who commanded the war. A serious mistake was made that led to such a tragic result. Subsequently, there were rumors in the palace that King Basil intended to hand over the throne to his second son Hadar, and would announce the candidate for the crown prince on another day. Hadar was naturally extremely happy about this. He once again experienced the feeling of fatherly love. He even felt that King Basil's previous indifference was to confuse Harold and others, disintegrate the opponent's power. Hadar had such unrealistic thoughts that when he received a report from his attendants that his father had hosted a banquet in the royal capital to invite him, he already began to hesitate whether it was necessary to continue his plan to seize the throne. After all, seizing the throne by force is a big stain, and it is a measure of last resort. I think this just proves that your good father is about to take action on you, Anthony reminded him with a sneer. If you really go to the palace, you won't be able to come back. The kingdom of Basil is not even pretending now, and the change is so sudden, which shows that the other party is in a hurry. It should be started tomorrow, or even tonight. Under Anthony's persuasion, Hadar had no choice but to cruelly reject the attendant's invitation, reasoning that he was seriously ill and could not go to the royal capital to meet the king. Chapter 282 Artificial Rainfall Like a Miracle. Master Dean, are you sure this is really possible? If you scatter these things into the sky, it will rain heavily. Hadera Tower, in a secret station outside the royal capital. Lydia looked at the box on the ground, then looked at Lynn, and asked doubtfully, because just now, Lynn assigned them a special task, which was to transport a special kind of powder to an altitude of several thousand meters, and then sprinkle it down. According to the dean, this is called artificial rainfall. But to Lydia, Darren, Rettel and others, this looks like a scene from a fairy tale. For example, it is recorded in the Bible that in the year 182 of the Holy Calendar, there was a severe drought in the empire. God sprinkled manna, causing heavy rains to save the poor who were trapped in the drought. Even Philip and others felt that it was a bit unreliable. Even the great wizard could not cast a magic that covered the entire city, or even the entire royal capital territory. They might be able to extract a large area of water vapor and use it to irrigate fields, or create a large thick fog. But it would be too luxurious to use it for rain. So how much magic power would it take? Maybe only the legendary speakers can give it a try? You must know that it has not rained in the royal capital for more than half a month, which is probably a sign of drought. This is completely the law of forcibly using magic to reverse the movement of the world. At the same time, several people were also speculating on what exactly was contained in these boxes. Could it be that it had such magical abilities, and was some kind of material to assist in performing spells? Don't worry. There will be no problem, Lin En said with confidence. He could sense the concentration of water molecules in the air through magic power, and coupled with the calculations of his brain, he was very sure that the artificial rainfall requirements had been met. Even if they didn't interfere, a heavy rain would hit in 3 days at most. He just moved the time earlier. The reason why this heavy rain was needed was because Lin En had previously found out from Anthony that the cardinal in the capital was a sixth-ring priest who was extremely powerful. In one-on-one situations, Anthony is not 100% confident in defeating the opponent. The safest way is to apply to the parliament for reinforcements. However, he had said before that the Magic Kingdom plan was formulated by the Arcane Society, and asking for help from the parliament now would damage the tall image that the Arcane Society had finally established in the minds of these people. And this time, he has enough preparation time to play some new tricks. Anyway, when you see the signal I gave you, you will immediately fly the airship to scatter these catalysts in the sky, Lin warned Lydia, and then looked at Rebel. When it rains, it will also be the time for you to prepare to attack. Several people present looked at each other in confusion. Although they all agreed, they still couldn't help but murmur in their hearts. Is this really possible? What if there is no rain? Then wouldn't they just stand here all night? At night, in the capital of Hadrada, thousands of guardsmen quickly gathered in front of Hatter's mansion under the cover of darkness and secretly mobilized by the king's warrant, and surrounded the place. The spies nearby, they were also cleaned up one by one, and the wrongdoers were not spared. Are you sure all those wizards are here? Ansiak said in a deep voice. According to Sir William's investigation, they will all gather in the mansion tonight to complete the final plan. Cody knelt down on one knee and replied in a low voice. In addition, we have received news that the mining slaves who have started a rebellion in the southern part of the kingdom are also rushing here. It will not take long to reach outside the royal city. Then it's time to work together inside and outside to seize the throne. Ansiak nodded. This was the same as the news he had received. According to the distance, the mining slaves would be able to reach the city in about 1 day. However, what will greet them will only be an encirclement and suppression by the army. Without the help of wizards, these slaves holding hoes and mine manuscripts will only be easily crushed. What do you want to do? This is the residence of His Royal Highness Crown Prince Hattar. The guards corps surrounding the entire mansion soon aroused the attention of the guards inside the mansion. A sturdy knight walked out of the door and glared at the guardsmen outside. When he saw clearly that the leader was Cardinal N. After Lu Ku, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly asked others to go and inform His Highness the Prince. However, it was too late now. Dozens of crossbow arrows shot through the air, carrying a strong wind, killing several people on the spot. Take action, Ansiak said indifferently. Behind him, more than 70 bishops and hundreds of priests stood up. Everyone held a Bible in their hands. As the pages of the book turned, the erratic hymn suddenly sang in the silent king's eyes. The sound resounded throughout the city. At the same time, a faint white light appeared on the bodies of thousands of imperial guards, and with fanaticism behind them, they rushed into Hatter's mansion one after another. This attack was so sudden that many guards in the mansion were shot through the vital points by arrows and crossbows without even reacting. But this chaotic scene did not last long. After solving the outer guards, they soon encountered resistance. Dozens of head-sized fireballs arrived in an instant, blowing away all the hundreds of guards in the front row. However, due to the protection of divine magic, only a dozen or so guards were unlucky enough to be hit by the fireballs. He died on the spot, and the rest of the people only suffered minor injuries. They quickly got up from the ground and fought back with the crossbow arrows in their hands. Those evil god believers are indeed hiding here. Bishop North spoke angrily, raised his hand, and was about to use divine magic to kill those who suddenly appeared. However, these wizards were very cunning, and did not seem to dare to fight with them head-on. After performing their magic in the dark, they retreated towards the interior of the mansion without stopping. Not stopping for even a second. North immediately thought that there might be other secret passages leading outside the city in the mansion. And this group of people might be stalling for time to help Hathor and others escape. Thinking of this, North immediately became anxious. After reporting his thoughts to Ansiak and receiving the instructions, he led 300 guards and fought deeper into the mansion together with a dozen bishops. The rest of the people spread out, sealing off the entire mansion and searching for the hiding wizards. Ansiak walked through the manor that was filled with blood and mutilated limbs. The screams kept ringing out everywhere, from enemies and royal guards. But he turned a deaf ear. He was waiting for the moment when the two great wizards couldn't help but jump out. Chapter 283, occupying the royal capital. In just over 10 minutes, North, who was the fastest, had already led people into the main room. And what greeted them was a series of magic attacks. The brilliance of magic and divine arts intertwined in the main room, with scorching fireballs, solid ice, and rising earth walls. Fulla, who was originally hiding everywhere to fight guerrilla warfare, changed her attitude and began to fight head-on. Only then did North and others discover that these wizards were wearing strange armor. The clothes were thick and wide, wrapped with strong iron wires, and they also had a small iron cage on their heads, which looked very funny. What kind of weird witchcraft is this? The unique design of Furla and others made the priests dare not come forward for a while. They could only hide behind and bless the kingdom's guards with various magical skills to test the depth of these wizards. Hundreds of strengthened guards rushed into the main house again, and bursts of shouts came from the house. Chain lightning, blue-purple lightning flashed continuously in the dim night, reaching extremely fast speed. Before the shouts of Furla and others could be heard, it had already hit the guards. Iron armor is an excellent conductor of electricity. The chain lightning, jointly released by more than a dozen wizards, soon allowed the Imperial Guards to experience the feeling of electrotherapy. And then came the extremely hot flame torrent to finish, making these soldiers twitch and unable to move. The guards were sent to H.L. By the way, why do we have to wear such ugly things? After dealing with the guards who came to die, Fulla awkwardly pulled the iron cage-like protective gear on her head and said with a slight complaint, "And it is clear that their strength is no weaker than those of the priests. But the teacher does not let them go out to fight head-on. Instead, he lets them pretend to be invincible and just stick here. Since the dean asked us to take him with him, he must have a deep meaning," Johnny said with confidence. "Don't be too careless, Fulla. These people are not easy to deal with. With the blessing of divine magic, even if an ordinary guard is hit head-on by a highly lethal magic such as fireball, it may not be fatal. If you want to ensure that these guards are killed, you must use more powerful weapons. Only the second and third ring magic will do." Johnny knew that the priests wanted to use this method to consume their magic power. Outside the door at this moment, North was in a panic. He organized several attacks, but was still easily repelled. Obviously, he was not mistaken. Most of the wizards should be hiding in the main room. There were so many people that they alone were not enough to capture it. This fortress. After losing many men, North could only look to Cardinal Ansiak beside him for help. Ansiak, who had been watching, finally raised his hand. An array of light flashed at his fingertips. Then the light gradually expanded and turned into a huge beam of light, which flew towards the main room. This is the Four Rings magic heavenly judgment. Fulla, Johnny and others inside the house immediately felt an inexplicable warning sign in their hearts. And then, they saw a huge beam of light speeding towards them. The white light seemed to be able to melt everything. And the door panels, tables and chairs along the way began to disintegrate and disappear under the inexplicable force. But the inevitable blow was blocked. The person who took action was Anthony. "Teacher!" Fulla shouted in surprise, her face full of excitement. Anthony ignored Furla and kept his eyes on Ansiak from beginning to end. He knew a lot about this mortal enemy of the church. But this was the first time the two had actually fought against each other. "Where's Hatter?" Ansiak suddenly asked. "Of course His Royal Highness is doing more important things," Anthony responded casually. Such a response made Ansiak vaguely uneasy. And the other wizard named Lin in the intelligence, who was suspected to be a great wizard, did not come forward to deal with him together. Either he is arrogant and thinks that one person is enough to solve him, or the other person is not in this mansion. Complex thoughts flashed through Ansiak's mind. But he couldn't think too much. The flashing lightning had already appeared around Anthony, and the terrifying arc was hitting him head and face. At the same time, outside the city, after receiving the signal, Lydia and others drove a dozen invisible airships to the sky together. and sprinkled the catalysts composed of salt powder, silver iodide, and other things into the sky. Is this thing really useful? Darren muttered. It should be useful. Right. Lydia was somewhat confident. After all, the Dean had done many incredible things in the past. Although she couldn't understand why throwing some powder into the sky could make it rain heavily. But no matter what, their mission was completed. Lydia was about to return in the airship. But a thunder sounded in everyone's ears. Darren immediately ran to the edge of the cockpit, stepped on the stool and looked down. At some point, the sky was covered with dark clouds and lightning flashed. It's raining! It's really raining! Darren said in surprise. And Lydia and the others quickly came forward without leaving the airship. On the other side, Gretel, who was waiting, looked at the sky in astonishment. Strong winds were blowing by, and drops of rain and dew were constantly falling from the sky, falling on their clothes and hair. It actually rained. Gretel was both shocked and delighted, and hurriedly called on everyone to act as planned, different from the information received by Ansiak and others. Although their large army was still in the southern part of the kingdom, and was rushing to the royal capital on foot, it was just an act. Their real elites had already taken the airship in advance, divided into several batches, and arrived at the royal capital city. And tonight was the best time to capture the royal capital. Gretel personally acted as the vanguard, and he and the hunters holding hooks, locks and ropes used the cover of night and thunder to quietly reach the bottom of the city. They threw the hooks with extremely unskilled techniques, and then climbed up by grabbing the ropes. Go up. The harsh sound of gunfire soon rang out from above. Just 10 minutes later, the city gate of the royal capital was opened, and Ham and others who stayed outside the city immediately rushed into the city. Since the powerful Imperial Guards had all been dispatched to Hatter's mansion, and they had air-defying flintlock rifles in their hands, Gretel and the others felt like they were in a no-man's land for a while, and quickly took control. A third of the royal capital. Many citizens of the royal capital who were immersed in their sleep were also awakened by the gunshots that rang out one after another. Unlike the Hatter mansion, which was set up with soundproofing magic by Anjuk, Gretel and others who rushed into the royal capital were not. The cover-up means that what they need is to occupy the entire royal capital as quickly as possible. Chapter 284 The Legendary Magic of Thunder. The Mind Slaves. It's the group of mind slaves who were bewitched by the devil who came in. Shouts of horror rang out throughout the royal capital. Ever since Archduke Rickman led his army to collapse in the Earl of Joyce half a month ago, all kinds of rumors had spread wildly in the royal capital. There are rumors that these mining slaves have been controlled by witchcraft and have become crazy and mindless walking corpses. Tens of thousands of people in the earldom have been used as bargaining chips for blood sacrifices to summon evil gods. Many small nobles and wealthy businessmen summoned guards and hurriedly packed up their belongings and prepared to escape. The civilians who had no ability to resist hid in their homes in fear, hoping that the royal guards of the kingdom would break into the mines of the royal capital. The slaves were driven out. There is also a church in the capital, with an extremely powerful cardinal, the great lord of the stars, and the goddess of the moon. They will definitely not abandon their devout believers. Chaos spread rapidly in the royal capital, and the drops of rain quickly turned into heavy rain. The flashes of lightning and gunshots in the sky were mixed together, like an impassioned symphony. Although the flintlock guns in the hands of Gretel and others had been enchanted with waterproofing in advance, they were still inevitably affected, and about 1/6 of the guns failed to fire. Fortunately, they had the defense map of the royal capital provided by the second Prince Hatter, and with the help of some temporary rebels, the battle process was still very smooth. Before the resistance forces gathered together, they had defeated them one by one, and then led people to attack their final target, the palace. The sudden change in the situation in the capital did not affect North and others who were in the soundproofing magic, but the sudden heavy rain could be felt by everyone. But no one cared about this at the moment. North allowed the cold raindrops to seep down his cheeks into his collar, while his eyes were fixed on the battle in the center of the mansion. Ansiak was surrounded by an invisible magical barrier, which blocked out the crystal rain. A huge, glowing spiritual guard stood in front of him, blocking the incoming lightning. However, the next moment, he was struck by a magical force. It blew up, since he needed to take care of another great wizard who might come out from anywhere to attack him. Ansiak did not use all his strength and simply protected the opponent's magic. However, he became increasingly uneasy because the Anthony in front of him was really too weak, just barely possessing the power of a great wizard. It was completely inconsistent with the information he had collected before. If you only have this ability, then that's it! Ansiak didn't hold back anymore. The brilliance of divine magic appeared all over his body, and rusty chains stretched out from the void, breaking through Anthony's design. The protective barrier below quickly bound the opponent. This is the sixth ring magic, Lock of Divine Punishment. Chains from endless purgatory, representing the Lord's judgment on sinners, conceal the power of magic and magic, making the bound person become like a useless person. Teacher! Fulla shouted in horror, and immediately wanted to run out of the room, but was blocked by Johnny and others. Lynn had told them not to leave the house no matter what happened, and after Anthony took action, he immediately retreated to the bunker in the main house. However, Fulla and others were worried about Anthony's safety, so they did not completely follow the instructions. Has this reached the limit? Anthony's expression remained unchanged, and his whole body kept making sizzling sounds like butter being cut by a hot knife. Fortunately, his mission has been completed. Anthony's body was quickly cut open under the constraints of the chain of divine punishment, but no blood flowed out, but it quickly cracked open like a mirror. Ansiak's pupils shrank, and then he realized that the great wizard in front of him was just a magic projection. At the same moment, complex inscriptions appeared on the floor tiles of the entire mansion, powered by thunderstone stored underground. A strong electric field was formed on the surface, echoing the flashing thunder in the sky. This is a trap. Ansiak finally understood where the uneasiness in his heart came from. When the magic was activated, a circular magic barrier emerged from around him. However, it was obviously too late to understand now. The moment the electric field is formed, the guidance technique is complete. The next moment, huge thunder pillars crashed down from the clouds, intertwined with the electric field constructed by magic runes. The violent electric current was firmly restrained within the mansion. The substantial arc covered the entire area at a speed of tens of kilometers per second. The falling rainwater was rapidly electrolyzed. Everyone in the entire manor was at 0 o'clock. Within a second, he was included. Everything happened so fast. North and others were even immersed in the joy of the cardinal defeating the great wizard Anthony, and only the extremely dazzling lightning was left in front of them. The magical protection blessed by the body exploded in an instant. High-voltage lightning of billions of volts poured into everyone's body. The muscle cells gradually dissolved, and then turned into ashes under the heat of tens of thousands of degrees. There is rotten meat on the beach, and the air is constantly exuding a strong smell of burnt meat. Fulla and the others in the main room, who were also within the range of the spell, closed their eyes tightly when the lightning came. However, after waiting for more than 10 seconds, they did not feel any discomfort. When they opened their eyes, they found that they were not injured, standing in place intact. This is a Faraday cage? Fulla was stunned for a while before she suddenly realized this. Although the copper wires wrapped around them looked like they were pieced together randomly, it was still a small Faraday cage, so even the most terrifying electric current cannot cause any harm to them. But before she could feel the magic of the Faraday cage, Johnny had already noticed something was wrong from the rapidly rising concentration of hydrogen and oxygen in the air, and immediately shouted anxiously, "Don't stay here! Go quickly! Go to the bunker! This place will explode soon!" The power of billions of volts of high-voltage lightning itself is already extremely terrifying, but the power of thunder can also electrolyze rainwater into hydrogen and oxygen. After the concentration of hydrogen and oxygen reaches a certain level, a new round of explosions will be triggered under lightning temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees. This process will be continuously cycled back and forth, releasing a large amount of energy. The people inside will explode every second. It's equivalent to eating a 5-ring magic elemental torrent. This is the killer move that Lin In prepared for Ansiak, a legendary thunder magic that can only be used with the help of celestial phenomena and alchemy formations. Chapter 285 Marquis Mortan. No one can resist the wrath of God. Half an hour ago, in the Palace of Hadar, the capital of Hadra Towers, in a tower temporarily built with magic power, the second prince, who had never been seen before, was gathering here with a group of nobles from the kingdom. "Your Highness Hadar, what do you want to do by calling us all here?" A nobleman of the kingdom couldn't bear the almost detention treatment and asked dissatisfiedly. The rest of the nobles were also talking about it. Without exception, they all came after receiving Hadar's sincere invitation, because in the past 2 days, King Bazel's sudden change of attitude and the behavior of the eldest prince Harold under house arrest made many people realize that the change of the throne was probably a certainty. So Hadar only used an invitation. After writing a letter, he invited all the nobles of the kingdom except Harold's family in the royal capital. However, as soon as they entered the door, everyone discovered something was wrong, because the attendants did not take them to the hall of the mansion, but took them to this heavily guarded tower. "You are all the most important pillars of the kingdom. The reason why I invite you here this time is naturally to discuss the future of the kingdom. Hatter sat on the chair and said with a smile, If you have anything to say, just say it. His Highness Hattar. Marquis Mortain of the kingdom spoke first, looking at the second prince with a look full of pity. Hatter didn't care either. The great Earl of the kingdom glanced at everyone and asked slowly, I want to ask you, does the kingdom now belong to the king and lords? Or does it belong to the bishops of the church? These somewhat sharp words made everyone present pause for a moment. But Earl Bell stood up and responded loudly. All of this has been discussed for a long time. Right. Of course. The spirit and faith belong to God. And the world and body belong to the king. Really? Earl Bell? But I heard that 5 years ago, you got the support of a certain bishop before you killed your brother and took over your father's territory as a second son. Hatter sneered. He retorted. Bell's expression suddenly changed. This secret, which was supposed to be foolproof, was only known to his confidants and the bishop. But now it was exposed directly. But before he could explain, Hatter had already turned to the other nobles present spoke solemnly. Everyone, in the past 100 years, the power of the church has grown stronger and stronger. Some bishops have no longer even abided by the creed. They have frequently intervened in secular affairs and interfered in the internal affairs of the kingdom, even to the point of excluding dissidents and gathering power in the name of witch hunting. Compared to between you and me, I'm afraid they are more like the real lords of the kingdom. Hatter's words directly hit the things that the nobles of the kingdom least wanted to mention. The subjects of the kingdom are also believers in God, and the blind obedience brought by their faith is far higher than the status of their lords. In addition, these priests possess powerful divine magic, and any instructions issued by them, even by nobles with status, don't dare to disobey easily. As for the so-called saying that the spirit belongs to God and the body belongs to the king, it is nothing more than deceiving people. Although the priests are the most devout believers of the moon goddess and abide by the church's creed, it does not mean that they are saints without any ambitions. The rights in their hands are undoubtedly intolerable to most of the nobles of the kingdom. However, the church's baptism of faith over the past 100 years is obviously not in vain. Even if there are entanglements in interests, the church's crowd is still not small. Even before Bell could speak, the Marquis of Mortain said angrily, Enough! Your Highness Hatter, you are alarmist. The great Lord is the creator of all things. It was she who sprinkled nectar on the barren land that allowed living beings to appear. Whether it is nobles, kings or churches, they are just performing their respective duties and leading this land together on behalf of the Lord. These words immediately attracted many nobles to nod in agreement. It is mentioned in the Creation Bible that everyone's destiny is written in the book of destiny from birth. All hardships and pains are tests of the Lord. And joy are the Lord's generous gifts. Being able to become a lord does not come entirely from the canonization of the king, but from God's will. It was through God's authorization that they had the ability to rule the common people. With Mortain standing in front of them, the church crowd no longer paid attention to the eager guards in the tower. Some people even shouted fanatically, The reason why the kingdom is so prosperous is because the great Lord has given the leader. Only with faith can the people find the meaning of life. The rest of the nobles either looked on with cold eyes or responded in silence. More people looked at Hatter, waiting for his response. Count Mortain, I didn't expect that you would be like those brainless poor people and believe in that Bible full of loopholes. Hatter said with a sneer. The church has only been established for more than 800 years. Is it possible that the entire world was not born before that? And until 100 years ago, the people of the kingdom still believed in the elemental spirits. This is not the territory of the church. The Hadrada territory was not conquered by the empire until 100 years ago, and was forced to become one of its subordinate kingdoms. After that conquest war, although the church burned a large number of folk classics, it was not enough to conquer it just 100 years ago. All traces are erased. For those noble families that have been passed down for a long time, the belief in elemental spirits is not a secret. Seeing that Hatter dared to slander the Bible so bluntly and even despise the gods, Mortain showed great fear on his face and kept scolding him. Do you know what you are talking about? This is blasphemy. Earl Bell also questioned him. Is it possible that you plan to be hostile to the Holy See and the entire Saka's empire? Your Highness Hattar? Why not? Hattar did not deny it, but nodded as usual. The nobles present were in an uproar. Although many of them supported the second prince's ascension to the throne, they only expected Hattar to continue to restrict the church's privileges after he ascended the throne. They did not expect that the other party would be so crazy, actually wanted to confront the empire and the entire Holy See. Crazy. Really crazy. Marquis Morgan shouted in fear, and immediately decided to unite his allies to make King Basil change his mind and remove Hatar from his position as crown prince. Otherwise, the other party will lead the kingdom of Hadrada to a dead end. No one can resist the wrath of God. Chapter 286. The survival of the kingdom depends on today. In the tower, exclamations and doubts resounded continuously. Hatter saw everyone's reaction. The reason why he summoned the nobles of the kingdom tonight was to find out who is supported by the Holy See. Who are the spies sent to him by King Basil? And how many people really support him? Devout church believers like Mortine and Bell are obviously the ones who must be cleaned up. What exactly do you want to do, Your Highness Hatar? A nobleman from the kingdom yelled sharply. Of course, it is to drive the power of the church out of the entire kingdom and regain the rights we should have had 100 years ago, Hatter said decisively. Think about it, my friends. We will build a new kingdom. There will no longer be churches that are above us, dictating to us, and we will not have to pretend to rely on God to decide whether a war should continue. Kingdom all internal affairs will be decided by you and me. No one can shake the authority of the Lord. Hatter said impassionedly that this was a great achievement that surpassed that of his father Basil, and he would become the true king who rules this kingdom. This is impossible. Ridiculous. Do you want to attract the wrath of God, Hatter? His Majesty Basil will never agree. The nobles present fiercely retorted. Although the new kingdom described by Hatar was very tempting, it meant the need to fight against the two behemoths of the Holy See and the Empire. Of course it's possible. Hatter's voice sounded again, drowning out the noisy words on the field. But we need some capable allies. Ally? Bell and others paused for a moment, and then saw two figures, an old man and a young man, walking out from behind the curtain of the tower. The leading man looks very young, about 20 years old, with cold and shrewd eyes. The old man behind him is wearing a black robe, with white beard and hair. He is always half a step behind like an apprentice, following the other person step by step. Please allow me to introduce Master Anthony to you. Hatar turned to look at Anthony and introduced him. But when he saw Lin, he paused and hesitated. As for the other one, this is Mr. Lin N from the Land of Wizards. He is also my teacher. Anthony took the initiative to take over the conversation and replied in a deep voice. The old-looking Anthony pointed at Lin, who looked no older than his grandson, and called him teacher, with an inexplicable sense of humor. However, everyone present could not laugh, because it was not difficult to tell from Hatter's words that the two people in front of him were wizards. The Land of Wizards? That group of evil gods and devil believers gather? You must be crazy, Hatter, to actually cooperate with this group of evil spirits, a nobleman of the kingdom said in disbelief. It seems that His Highness Harold was right. The riot of the mining slaves was indeed related to you. These are all necessary sacrifices for the re-establishment of the kingdom, Hatter admitted generously. Everyone should have heard it. Earl Bell stood up immediately and said loudly, I'm afraid His Highness Hatter's mind has been corrupted by these two devil believers, and that's why he came up with such stupid ideas and tried to fight against the great lord. The survival of the kingdom depends on today. We must unite and kill these two followers of the devil. Otherwise the entire kingdom will never have peace, Bell shouted excitedly. Although their weapons were confiscated and brought to this heavily guarded tower, it did not mean that they had no ability to resist at all. Hatter should never have gathered them together. Every king and noble is a knight who is skilled in bow and horse, and can go into battle to kill the enemy. Among them, there are many nobles and blood knights who have inherited the power of excellent blood. Even if they do not have suitable weapons in their hands, they are by no means easy to deal with. In fact, the moment he entered the tower, Bell had already activated the messenger sacred object that the cardinal had given him. If he could create some chaos before the church personnel attacked, then he would be able to become the biggest hero in wiping out the rebellion in the kingdom. In a daze, Bell seemed to see the scene where he was being commended and made the Duke of the kingdom, and his mood became more and more excited. However, the situation was different from what he expected. No one stood up to support him. Bell soon understood why. He was horrified to realize that his body suddenly lost control, as if he was being controlled by an invisible force. His hands pinched his neck fiercely. There was no weight around Anthony's body, and the huge magic power oppressed everyone's heart like a wave. The six-ring wizard was undoubtedly terrifying, and he instantly suppressed everyone's consciousness of resistance. At the same time, Lin's voice also sounded. You should all know my identity. I am here to help you completely get rid of the exploitation and shackles of the Holy See. Of course, this is not forced. The wizarding land is different from the church. We are a democratic parliamentary system, so each of you has the right to choose, Lin said with a smile. Although the smile on Lin's face was very kind. The nobles were neither fools nor dared to take this choice seriously. I'm afraid it's the right to choose between life and death. Lin raised her hand to signal Anthony to let go of these people and let them speak freely. Don't even think about deceiving us. Mortan, the Marquis of the Kingdom, was the first to stand up and shouted loudly. As the most loyal believer of the Lord, he will never surrender to the wizard. But not every noble was as decisive as Mortan, and more people hesitated. At this moment, several attendants ran in and shouted anxiously. Your Highness, the Cardinal, with a large number of guards, has surrounded our mansion. Hearing that Antioch had been brought and killed, some of the nobles, who had been shaken, immediately became firm and felt joyful in their hearts. Even Hathor couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Although the Cardinal's appearance was in their plan, Hathor was not completely sure and hurriedly looked at Anthony. Anthony did not reply, but Lin smiled and spoke. In that case, let's go and see it together. Lin took the lead, but instead of taking everyone out of the tower, he took them to the top of the tower. Below, the chaotic scene of the entire mansion soon came into view. Under the light of torches, thousands of guards in refined armor used crossbows and long knives in their hands to beat up the guards of the mansion. Defeated, everyone can see that the fall of the mansion is only a matter of time. Chapter 287 Anthony, this must be the starting point of some kind of legendary magic. It seems that Lord Anjuk will lead people to kill here soon. Your Highness Hatter, if you are willing to draw a clear line between you and those followers of the evil god now, maybe you can still have a way out. Seeing the guards in the mansion being quickly defeated, Marquis Mortan sneered and spoke, not afraid of the two seemingly powerful wizards beside him. It is recorded in the Bible that those who bravely fight evil and die bravely will surely reach the kingdom of heaven. Although the rest of the nobles did not have the courage of Mortan, they were secretly glad that they had not hurriedly lined up in fear of Anthony's terrifying power. Otherwise, when the Cardinal came over, they would inexplicably become the devil's lackeys. Hatter was anxious and looked at Anthony frequently. The other party asked him to bring all the nobles to the manor, and also to lure Antioch over. But he did it all. But the great wizard still had no intention of taking action. However, what surprised everyone present was that they were clearly standing on the tower. But no guards came close to them. It seemed that no one could see them. They didn't know that polarizing magic had been cast on this magic tower, and that it was located in the corner of the mansion. It was temporarily created by Anthony using magic, so it was not within the search range of the other party. Of course, this doesn't mean it's completely safe to stay here. Although it is difficult for ordinary priests and bishops to see through such a large alchemy circle. If the Cardinal approaches about 100 meters here, he is very likely to find clues. Lin naturally took this situation into consideration. So whether it was Cody's information, the direction in which Fola and others escaped, or the news they deliberately revealed, they would all guide the other party to the main room in the center of the mansion. Your projection technique is quite good. Lin stood on the top of the tower, using far-sighted magic to stare at the battle in front of the main house, and said with a smile, for this fishing operation, he specially taught the projection technique to Anthony, so that it could be used to contain the Cardinal to prevent the real person from going into battle and being accidentally injured by his magic. I just didn't expect that Anthony not only learned quickly, but also used it very well. It seems that Antioch has not realized that the one he is fighting is just an avatar. Although this kind of magic that uses mirrors as a basis for casting spells is interesting, in the final analysis it is just a 4-ring spell. If I can't master it in 2 full days, then I am not worthy of being your disciple. Anthony caressed Bai gently. Yes, he said proudly. In order to hide from Antioch, he suppressed most of his magic power. So even if he was very close, the other party could only feel a huge amount of magic power surging. This Cardinal may be more powerful than I expected. If we fight head-on, I am no match. I'm afraid you need to take action yourself this time. Anthony frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, thanks to the vast amount of knowledge gained in the magic field, he has successfully been promoted to the 6th-ring Great Wizard, standing on the same level as the other party. But after all, the promotion time is still too short, and he has not mastered enough 6-ring spells. He will probably suffer a lot in a real fight. After all, Antioch has become a 6-ring priest 10 years ago, and has extremely rich experience. The cross-shaped holy emblem that the other party wore on his chest gave him a faint feeling of palpitations. But this is also a rare opportunity. Maybe you can get a glimpse of the legendary power. Thinking of this, Anthony looked at Lin. The apprentices and wizards who had been staying in the mansion these days were carving thunder runes in every place in the mansion, according to each other's instructions. He knew the meaning of these runes very clearly. They were more like some kind of alchemy circle that stored and converted the power of thunder. They didn't have much lethality. Anthony put on an attitude of asking for advice, and expressed all the doubts in his heart. Your guess is good. To be precise, the function of this alchemical formation is to form a weak electric field. Of course, it can also bind the power of thunder and lightning in this mansion. Lin En explained. A very exquisite design. Anthony nodded, and then said again, but this alone shouldn't be enough to deal with that cardinal. Right. Even if the lightning stored in the thunder stone is used to power the electric field, after the power is distributed to the entire mansion, it is only equivalent to the power of 4 to 5 rings of magic. Of course not. So we still need some help from the sky, Lin said with a smile. Anthony raised his head in confusion. In the dark night sky, there was only a bright moon and countless twinkling stars. Lin En did not explain in words, but raised his hand and pointed to the sky. His eyes were cold and stern, and he shouted loudly, Here comes the rain! An undetectable magical fluorescent light rose into the sky, shining like a shooting star in the dim night sky. This seemed to be just a variant of the ring magic fluorescence, but Anthony did not dare to neglect it. He kept Lin En's every move in mind, secretly wondering about the profound meaning contained in it. This was probably some kind of legendary magic. Starting pose? That was the realm he was eager to enter. Mortan and others watched all this indifferently, wondering what the two wizards were pretending to do. Hadrada, the royal territory has been experiencing drought for more than half a month. A drought is probably unavoidable. Where will the rain come from? Is it possible that you think you can control the heavens and bring rain to the entire kingdom, like the infinitely powerful Lord in the Bible? Hatter was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. His mansion was about to be demolished. But Lin En and Anthony still had time to pray for rain here. He had seen Anthony's power, and had a lot of confidence in this great wizard. But this wizard named Lin came out of nowhere. Hatter began to wonder if Master Anthony had been deceived. And he actually respected a wizard who was less than 20 years old, and even called himself his disciple. Just when Hatter was about to urge him, he suddenly felt something wet dripping on his cheek. Is it raining? Hatter looked at the sky in astonishment. The night sky where the stars were originally shining had been covered by thick clouds. The raindrops fell from the sky, falling from the sky, hitting the leaves, bricks and grass, causing ripples. In less than 10 seconds, a heavy rain came. The expressions on the faces of Belle, Mortan and others immediately paused. The small raindrops falling on their bodies were like heavy hammers hitting their hearts, indicating that what they saw and felt was not an illusion or illusion. Rain. It's really here. Chapter 288. The nobles of the royal capital fell into despair. Coincidence? This must be a coincidence. Then raindrops fell from the sky, soaking Mortan's hair and clothes. But even so, he could not believe that the extremely young wizard in front of him could actually achieve such a miraculous scene. The other party must have calculated that it would rain tonight, so they deliberately pretended like this to try to fool them. Thunder! Lin En ignored the horrified people and spoke again. Dazzling thunder began to appear in the clouds, and the lightning generated by the interweaving of positive and negative charges gradually converged together. Although the violent thunder was blocked by the soundproof barrier, everyone on the tower could still feel the terrifying power. At the same time, countless magical inscriptions emerged on the floor tiles of the mansion, and one of the nodes was this towering tower. Fall? Lin En slowly spat out the last word. That is a light that shines brighter than the scorching sun. The clouds seemed to be torn apart, and a huge incandescent lightning streaked across the night sky and struck straight towards the tower. Thunder resounded throughout the world, and the so-called soundproof barrier shattered as early as the moment the lightning fell. A huge thunder pillar stood between the sky and the earth, and the scattered arcs illuminated the entire royal capital like daylight. This is divine punishment. The hairs on all the nobles present stood on end, with only despair and horror on their faces. The speed of lightning was even faster than their thoughts, and it landed on the top of the tower in the blink of an eye. Then, connected copper wires covered the top of the tower, forming a Faraday cage, directing the power of thunder to all parts of the mansion. The incandescent electric arc was like a long whip, spreading in a ring towards the entire mansion. Several guards looked ferocious, and when they were about to slash a guard with their swords, they were caught in the violent lightning. In an instant, everyone's movements were frozen at that moment, limbs flying around. Each strong body was roasted by the high temperature into a pile of rotten flesh, and then turned into ashes under the flying plasma. The violent power of thunder wreaked havoc in the mansion regardless of friend or foe. And the fighting immediately stopped. The nearby Imperial guards disappeared and melted into the lightning before they could react. People further away could clearly see the terrifying arc whip coming towards them. But they had no time to escape, and could only watch helplessly as death came. Shouts and screams came one after another. But they were soon suppressed by the more violent thunder. As if the god of thunder was bursting with anger. The accumulated lightning fell from the clouds one after another. But this time it was not aimed at the tower, but scattered across the sky. Everywhere. The entire mansion turned into an extremely unique thunderstorm area. The lightning and high temperature caused the rain to evaporate. And even the solid armor was quickly melted. All the nobles inside the tower were so frightened that they collapsed on the ground. And there was a strange smell of urine in the air. Thunder! Thunder! Morden's lips were trembling. His face was as pale as paper. But he was stammering and couldn't even speak clearly. Is this the power of legendary magic? Anthony murmured to himself. Although he had developed a lot of thunder magic, none of it could be compared to it. If the person in it now is himself, then he will definitely be dead by now. Thinking of this, Anthony couldn't help but look at Lynn beside him. He didn't expect that just a magic incarnation could summon thunder and cast such a powerful legendary magic. The legendary wizard was indeed far more powerful than he imagined. However, what Anthony didn't know was that Lynn was also extremely shocked. Although he created this chain magic, it was the first time he actually used it. And all he did was push the first link of the chain, to avoid accidentally messing up the matter completely. He also asked Philip and others to prepare guarantee items, which seemed to be useless now. Lin thought with emotion, but soon noticed the subtle changes in the hydrogen and oxygen content in the air caused by electrolytic rainwater. This was of course what he expected, but the power of the posture might exceed his previous expectations. Anthony, use the most powerful protective magic you have. The big one is coming soon, Lin said with a solemn expression. Kindness? What's big? Anthony was a little confused for a moment, but seeing Lin's solemn expression, he immediately cast the strongest protective magic he had. As the magic surged, the mimicry transformed into pieces of armor like snake scales stacked together. Turning upside down, the entire tower is protected. Almost the next second after the shield was formed, another bolt of lightning fell from the sky and hit the interior of the mansion, instantly detonating the surging hydrogen and oxygen. The entire king's capital shook violently, and the violent explosion even drowned out the thunder. The tongues of fire spread out with powerful energy waves, rolling up dust all over the sky and sweeping away everything in the mansion. The protective magic released by Anthony also collapsed rapidly. And finally, he created 3 identical barriers one after another, and finally managed to defend himself. The explosion lasted for more than 3 minutes, and it gradually subsided until the floor tiles engraved with thunder runes were shattered. After the armor protection like snake scales disappeared, the appearance of the mansion appeared in front of everyone. No, describing it as a mansion is a bit inappropriate. In fact, this place has become a pile of ruins. Thousands of the Praetorian guards, and the priests and bishops of the Holy See were now all gone. They were buried under piles of rocks along with their armor that had been disintegrated into molten iron. Fortunately, Lin had already asked Hatter to evacuate all the irrelevant personnel, leaving only some guards as bait. Most of them had been killed before. As for Johnny, Pierce and others, as well as Anthony's apprentices, Lin left them with double insurance. As long as he follows the instructions, he will naturally not suffer any harm. But if he insists on seeking death, then he has no choice. After all, this magic is really beyond his control. But I just blew up someone else's mansion. Isn't this a little bad? Lin turned to look at Hattar apologetically and spoke. The power of this magic is stronger than I expected. It seems to have caused some additional damage. I think you won't mind. Right. Your Highness Hattar? At this moment, Hatter was no better than the others. His whole body was knocked to the ground by the explosion that shook the capital. His body was covered with dust. He barely managed to get up. Facing Lin's kind inquiry, he struggled, swallowed. No! Don't mind. Does he still dare to say he doesn't mind? Chapter 289 The power of magic is better than anything earthly. Looking at the mansion reduced to ruins, Hatter's heart was bleeding. He knew before that this place would become a battlefield. But the 2 days were too rushed, and he didn't have time to move all the precious things away. He didn't expect that the entire mansion would be destroyed so cleanly, leaving nothing for him. The gold, silver and various rare treasures stored in the treasury are now turned into ruins all over the ground. However, Hatter did not dare to have the slightest objection. The thousands of guards who broke into the mansion before as well as the extremely powerful Archbishop Antioch, were all wiped out with one blow. Such a change in the sky, and the power of harnessing the thunder can be described as terrible. He had heard before that the army led by Rickman was annihilated in the rain of fire. Although he was extremely frightened, he did not have a definite idea in his mind. Now Hadar felt this indescribable feeling of powerlessness very intuitively. The power of legendary magic surpasses anything earthly. Whether it is the thousands of strong crossbowmen he carefully trained or the blood knights he secretly raised, they all look particularly ridiculous under such power. Hadar could only comfort himself silently in his heart. The stronger these wizards are, the better they can resist the attacks of the Empire and the Church. They must rely on the control of the king and nobles over the grassroots in order to suppress the wave of resistance from the majority of believers. And he is about to become a king. When the time comes, the palace will be his residence, and the palace treasury will be his treasury. Compared with what he will gain, what he loses will be insignificant. Without the guidance of the alchemy circle, the man-made thunderstorm quickly stopped. However, powerful current and scorching high temperatures still filled the entire ruins, forming an electromagnetic area that was inaccessible to ordinary people. "Do you think Ansik is dead?" Lenin stared at the completely destroyed mansion in front of him and asked suddenly. "I'm afraid no one can resist such magic," Anthony said solemnly, and then laughed again. "I think the cardinal was either burned to a crisp or turned into ashes." "That's not necessarily the case." Lin shook his head. Although Anthony's wizard level is much higher than him, his knowledge may not be wider. After all, he once fought against the magic star August, who broke through the realm of the great wizard in Greenreal City. The opponent can turn the entire magical city into his own divine domain. No matter what kind of injury he suffers, he can quickly heal by absorbing power. He can recover in just a few seconds even if he is beaten to half-death. So if the person in the mansion just now was August's special, maybe it's really possible to survive. Although the power of thunder exerted with the help of celestial phenomena is terrifying. After all, the scope is the entire mansion, which is a bit too scattered. "Let's go down and take a look first." Lennon raised his hand, and the gravel around the tower immediately began to tremble. As if guided by some kind of force, it flew up and piled up together spontaneously, forming a chain. Long slope. Anthony turned his head and looked at the frightened slumped on the ground. The muscles on his face were twisted due to twitching, and the nobles who had not yet recovered from the power of the legendary magic used magic to bring them together. Superior. Although these people have no courage or ability, for the time being, they have to be counted on to control and quell the resistance of the entire kingdom. At this moment, the periphery of the mansion has been controlled by Ham and others who led the musketeers and rushed here. As for the thousands of imperial guards who were originally besieged here to prevent people from escaping, they were all frightened by the thunder falling from the sky, and they all surrendered without the slightest resistance. Cody was no exception. He was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. His face was pale, and he understood that everything was over. All of them made a wrong bet, and Ansiak died, along with most of the elite forces in the royal capital. Cody kept complaining in his heart that Lord William refused to follow his advice and insisted on breaking with these wizards, who were very difficult to deal with at first glance. It's too late to say anything now. Cody can imagine that those wizards will use the most terrifying magic to treat him. After all, he was the one who brought Ansiak and others here. He just hoped it would be a quicker way to die. However, to Cody's expectation, Len stepped forward with a smile, patted him on the shoulder, and spoke with satisfaction. "Well done, Cody. If it weren't for you, the plan wouldn't have gone as smoothly as it did." Kindness. Cody's expression suddenly changed from frightened to confused, and finally weird, almost wondering if he heard it wrong. "Master Lin, what on earth is going on?" Cody asked stammeringly. "In fact, William has always been mine," Lin replied in a funny tone. "After leading Ansiak and others here, Cody has no effect. But Lin has no intention of burning bridges across the sea. Although what the other party did was not beneficial to him, he did act according to William's orders, that is to say, he acted according to his own plan. He had persuaded William several times before to not go against them rashly, which was why Lin En was willing to give him a way out." Cody was stunned for a long time, and it took him a while before he suddenly realized that Lord William was actually playing himself. Ansiak and others were brought to this mansion not to catch these wizards, but to lead them into a trap. "Lord Lin, what are we going to do with these surrendered guards? Are they all killed?" At this time, Hem came over and asked cautiously. "No, they were just bewitched by Anjuk. It does not mean that they have betrayed the kingdom." Hadar quickly interrupted, and then revealed his identity as the Crown Prince, quickly frightening the group. The emboldened Praetorian guards were subdued. It is true that the royal guards of the kingdom are the most elite and loyal army in Basil's hands. But to say that everyone is loyal and will not surrender even to the death is to think too much. Taking advantage of Hadar's opportunity to subdue the imperial guards, Len ordered him to lead his men to surround the mansion. If anything unusual happened, he could fire into the sky and they would be here soon. Hadar's mansion is very large. Even if you use magic to completely clean up these areas, it will still take at least half a day to find an Nen, who may have been crushed into pieces or simply turned into ashes. Sueco is undoubtedly an extremely difficult thing, and they have more important things to do now. If King Basil runs away, then all the things they have done will be in vain. Even if Hadar ascends the throne, it will not be enough to convince the public. Chapter 290 times have changed. Idiot! Protect the king! Kill these rebels! In Hadera Tower, Simmons, the leader of the guards, shouted loudly and ordered his guards to rely on the shields in their hands to resist the fierce gun attack. Most of the troops in the royal capital have been dispatched to perform tasks tonight. But Basil also considered the possibility of failure or even being diverted away from the mountain. Naturally, there cannot be no protection in the palace. In addition to some of the guards left behind, there were several bishops and a dozen priests assisting in the defense. Therefore, even if Rettel led a larger number of people and used flintlock guns, they would not be able to attack for a while. It wasn't until the huge thunder pillar that could illuminate the royal capital fell from the sky that the balance of the situation was broken. Ladel and others were also startled. But fortunately, they had received instructions before and could vaguely guess what was going on. The guards guarding the palace inevitably fell into chaos, especially the priests and bishops who assisted in the defense, because the thunder pillar falling from the sky did not belong to any kind of divine magic they knew. Don't panic. That's Lord Ansiak punishing those rebels. God, be with me! Simon shouted at the top of his lungs, barely stopping the chaos of the army, but still couldn't avoid rows of soldiers falling to the ground. Gunfire and bullets rained down. The only thing that gave Simmons a sigh of relief was that after several rounds of volleys, the gunshots stopped ringing. Rydell and others have run out of ammunition. From the royal capital to the royal palace, they experienced several battles along the way. The ammunition they carried had been exhausted. Everyone raised their muskets and prepared to start hand-to-hand combat. Simmons quickly realized this from the actions of these people and immediately became excited. Everyone, cheer up! Our chance to counterattack has arrived. Those Devil's Believers can no longer attack with powerful magic weapons. Now is the time for us to win the victory. The Imperial Guards, who were forced to huddle within the shield wall and were beaten by rounds of musket fire, clenched the long knives in their hands and pounced on the opponent's crowd like wolves and tigers. Simmons was no exception, and he immediately focused on Rettel, who was in charge of commanding the crowd as long as the leader was killed first. It would greatly damage the morale of such a rebel. Simons waved the heavy knight's sword in his hand, and he actually used the lightness of the rapier to kill the two musketeers who were surrounding him in an instant. As the leader of the Imperial Guard, who is deeply trusted by King Basil, although Simmons is not a noble knight with excellent bloodline, he has taken a divine grace potion due to his military exploits and has physical fitness that is beyond ordinary people. Once the sword edge falls, someone will surely scream and fall in a pool of blood. Get away from me! Rettel shouted loudly, stopping more people from surrounding him to protect him. You're quite brave! Simmons shook off the blood on the weapon in his hand quite unexpectedly, and then revealed a ferocious smile on his lips. But I will accept your life. The moment the words fell, Simmons' whole body was like a strong wind. He crossed a distance of more than 10 meters in a few steps and struck at Laird with the knight's heavy sword in his hand. However, Redder, who was facing him, actually threw away the musket in his hand, and instead took out a palm-sized, pitch-black short gun from the chain bag, and pointed the black muzzle at Simmons. A chill suddenly surged into his heart from the soles of his feet. Simmons, who had just seen flintlock shooting, could certainly guess that this thing was similar, but now the distance was too close, and there was no time to dodge. Simmons could only turn his sword horizontally and switch from offense to defense. With his outstanding reaction speed, he could even easily block the speeding arrows and crossbows. Even though the projectiles fired by this weird witchcraft were much faster than the crossbow, he was sure he could block it. The next moment, gunshots suddenly sounded. The expression on Simmons' face also changed from solemn to horrified, because what burst out from the muzzle was not one bullet, but dozens or hundreds of them. Dense projectiles flew out from the muzzle and then spread out in a conical shape. Within such a wide range of projectile coverage, Simmons could not even do the most basic dodge. His left arm, shoulders, waist and abdomen were all in the same place. It was constantly penetrated by flying lead bullets, and even exploded, turning into fragments that filled the sky and scattered all over the ground. Simmons' body fell to the ground like a dead leaf, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. This was not the way a knight should fight or die. Times have changed. Idiot! Rettel shook his head. This was a fine product specially made for him by the alchemy workshop. It was originally meant to deal with those bishops in an emergency. But since Simmons insists on getting together, it's time to try the gun on him. Rettel put away the short gun, picked up the opponent's knight's sword, strung Simmons' broken body high up, shouting that the leader was dead, and disintegrating the fighting spirit of the guards. At this moment, in the palace, the attendants and ministers were in chaos, and there was a constant stream of weapons and gunshots from the outside world. But Bazel was still sitting on the throne, with no intention of moving. Your Majesty Bazel, those damn mine slaves are about to rush in. If you don't leave, it will be too late. A loyal attendant knelt on the ground and persuaded anxiously. No need. They are already outside the door. Bazel's face was very calm. The moment he received the report that the palace was attacked, he had already guessed that tonight's operation against the wizards was just around. They got into the situation, like prey caught in a spider's web, struggling in vain. Bazel knew this very well, and had no intention of escaping. His lifespan has come to an end, and death is inevitable sooner or later. Moreover, this is his own kingdom, the territory of the Bazel family for generations. He also needs to examine the new successor to see if his stupid son has the ability to run the kingdom. A burst of noise came from far away, and accompanied by a large number of killings and footsteps. The entire palace began to tremble slightly, as if it was about to collapse. After a while, everything returned to calm, and the palace door was finally opened. Hatter was the first to step into the palace, holding a blood-stained sword in his hand. Lynn did not mean to steal his limelight, and followed behind with Anthony. King Bazel's eyes swept across Anthony's body, and then stayed on Lynn's body for a long time. Finally, he turned to look at Hatter inside. I would be very happy if you walked into this hall alone tonight. Hatter! Chapter 291 Uncontrolled power will bring disaster to this kingdom sooner or later. Of course you will be very happy. If I came alone to attend the appointment, I would have become a dead soul under the sword of the guards. Hatter replied with a sneer. I didn't expect you to look at me like that. Hatter, the king said with a sigh. But this is what you do, isn't it? My father? Hatter's expression suddenly turned cold. He stared at the extremely old Bazel, who was sitting on the throne in front of him. Asked loudly, Why Harold? That loser who does nothing but please the church. How am I inferior to him? Answer me. Father! Hatter growled through gritted teeth. His eyes widened, and he roared angrily. Bazel stared at Hattar in silence, but Hattar continued to ask questions without mercy. Reducing the authority of the church and concentrating all the power in your hands. Isn't this what you have been doing? Or are you afraid? Afraid of the power of the church? Like Harold, you are willing to be a puppet king? If you can't understand this, it means you are not qualified. Hatter, and you are far from qualified to bear the important responsibility of the king. Bazel looked at his second son with great disappointment. Really? Hatter's face was distorted, but he quickly regained his composure and laughed loudly. But now it turns out that I was right. Harold lost and Ansiak died. From tomorrow on, I will become the new king of Hadera Tower, and I have already surpassed you. Father! I will expel all those priests from the kingdom, bring every territory under the rule of the king and nobles, and become a veritable king of Hadrada. Hattar was incomparable. He spoke excitedly. In that case, let's do it. Bazel stood up from the throne with great effort, took out the sword in his hand, and pointed it at Hatter. More than 100 years ago, your grandfather cut off the head of the previous king here and seized the throne of Hadrada. Let me see your courage as a king. Hattar, who was pointed at by the sword, paused for a moment. He did not expect that Bazel, who was already over 80 years old, was planning to duel with him to decide who would own the throne. He was at a loss for a moment. Although he did come to seize the throne, he did not mean to kill the king. He just wanted Bazel to understand that he was the best candidate to become the king. Of course, you can also choose to let others come and kill your father. Bazel's words were very sharp, with a touch of sarcasm. At this point, Hatter no longer hesitated. shook off the blood on the sword, held the hilt tightly, and rushed towards Basil. Chong! There was a harsh sound of metal collision. Sparks flew everywhere, and the two long swords were intertwined. Basil was already extremely old, as if a gust of wind could blow him over, but his hands were holding the sword firmly, blocking it. The blow was struck. "Do you only have this strength, Hatter?" King Basil said disappointedly. "Although power and status are very important, strength is what truly belongs to you and will be your last resort." Hatter was immediately enraged. He swung his sword and slashed at Basil's head while roaring angrily. "That was just now when I didn't want to kill you." The sound of swords clashing kept ringing in the huge palace. Hatter's movements were very fast and beautiful. As a prince, he naturally received the best guidance, the most rigorous combat training, and passed down the inheritance. With the power of powerful blood, his strength cannot be underestimated. But his opponent is the king of Hadra Tower, Basil, who once personally led the army to explore everywhere, and is known as the Lion. "Don't let your anger affect your actions. This is a taboo. And don't let me see your expression. It will reveal your next move." Basil blocked Hatter's vigorous blow again. Then he turned the edge of the sword and left an obvious blood mark on the opponent's face, and said in a cold voice, "The enemy's blade will show no mercy." Lin had observed the battle between father and son with great interest, and was very interested in these so-called royal families and nobles who inherited the bloodline. According to magic creator Vittorio, these inherited excellent bloodlines should be remnants of the old era. They may all be descendants of some powerful shaping wizards. It's similar to Owen, who took the fusion potion to gain the power of Warcraft. Of course, this is not certain. Wizards have a variety of methods, especially when mainstream schools were not formed hundreds of years ago. It is possible to obtain power by any means. As for the strength of the two of them, Hattar has about the physical fitness of a second-level shape-shaping wizard, while King Basil is obviously more powerful. Even though his body is old, he can still take every sword of Hattar calmly. On the surface, the two were evenly matched. But the gap soon became apparent. Hatter became more and more impatient after being unable to attack for a long time. A red light surged around his body. His strength suddenly increased, and his sword power became a little faster again. "Forcibly using uncontrolled power will only get backlash." Basil's expression remained unchanged. He was not defending this time, and the long sword in his hand took the opportunity to hit the blade at a tricky angle. "For swords, faster is not better." Hatter felt his right hand suddenly go numb, and the long sword was already out of his hand. However, Basil did not pursue the victory, and threw away the sword in his hand. The old hand firmly grasped Hatter's collar and opened his mouth to say something. But the next moment he felt a pain in his chest. A dagger stabbed straight into his heart. The person who did it was clearly Hattar. "This is what you taught me, Father! You should never let down your guard at any time." Hatter's words were almost revealed through his teeth, with calmness amidst his madness. A ball of blood poured out of the corner of Basil's mouth, but a smile appeared on his face. He actually held Hatter's hand and stabbed the dagger deeper, his eyes burning like a torch. "Don't be afraid. Remember this feeling. My son, the throne is made of iron and blood. The only one you can truly trust is yourself. There is no difference between priests, nobles, and wizards. Uncontrolled power will sooner or later bring disaster to this kingdom." Basil's voice was very low, mixed with a painful groan, almost in Hatter's eyes, rang in his ears. "You did something wrong. You shouldn't have completely destroyed the church and broken the balance. But it's too late. It's too late now. I feel the same way about you and Harold." Basil wanted to continue speaking, but the rising blood had blocked his throat, and his body soon collapsed and fell. Chapter 292: The Bloody Crown. In the palace hall, a scene of father and son killing each other was staged, as Basil's body fell heavily to the ground. A golden crown fell from his head and rolled all the way to Hatter's feet. He finally got what he had always wanted. But Hattar couldn't feel the slightest joy in his heart, because Basil's words kept echoing in his mind like a curse. Lin's eyes stayed on the king of Hadrada for a while, whether it was from being bold to using wizards to fight against the Holy See, trying to find a balance between the two, or accepting death calmly and using death to teach his son the last lesson. He felt the ability of this Lion King, and magnanimity. But he is too old. In comparison, the level of his two sons is far behind. Perhaps this is the reason why Basil has not decided on the candidate for the throne for a long time. Lin waited for a long time, seeing that Hatter was still unable to come to his senses. He couldn't help but remind him, "Congratulations on winning the throne. Your Highness Hadar. No. I should call you Your Majesty. The situation in the capital is still very complicated. More manpower needs to be mobilized to suppress the resistance forces. More importantly, we have not been able to catch your brother Harold. This is a big threat. Hadar picked up the blood-stained crown on the ground, then looked at the frightened attendants who were shivering in the corner, and said coldly, "Kill them! Master Anthony! These people saw Basil die in their own hands, and they must not be allowed to live again." Anthony did not act immediately, but glanced at Lynn first. Seeing that he did not retort, he stretched out his hand, and blue-purple electricity immediately enveloped the entire place. In an instant, these palace attendants lost their lives in a burst of twitching and wailing. Hadar saw Anthony's hesitation in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. He just called the guard stationed outside the door and issued an order that Harold was wanted throughout the city, just because he was dissatisfied with his father's imprisonment, colluded with Cardinal Anziak, and assassinated the king as a crime. Let me spread the word throughout the entire royal capital in the shortest possible time. Yes, Your Majesty. The guard responded without hesitation, and then hurried out to deliver the order. At this moment, a strong wave of divine magic suddenly came from a distance. Anthony immediately noticed something was wrong, and looked out of the hall with a slight frown. Now that Anziak is dead, who else can use such powerful magic? Lennon didn't notice at all, but he also noticed Anthony's movements. Just as he was about to ask, he saw a red beam of light flying into the sky, and then exploding. It's firework bombs! Outside Hadar's mansion, the musketeers stationed here were bored and imagining what kind of rewards they would get after contributing to the royal capital. The king's capital of Hadrada is in a mess everywhere, and it is not as beautiful as Aida. Old York curled his lips disdainfully. He had been looking forward to hearing that they were attacking the capital of a kingdom before, but after coming in only then did I realize there was nothing extraordinary about it. Didn't those wizards tell you? There are a group of barbaric and stupid people outside the wizarding land. They can't even tell whether we are a continent or a ball. A musketeer named Apu responded with a sneer, then shook his body and muttered, You stay here and keep an eye on me while I go and relieve myself. Apu, who was born in the land of wizards, has no respect for the so-called nobles. He turned his back neatly and pointed at the pile of ruins on the ground. He took off his pants and peed in the prince's mansion. He should be considered the first. Are you human? Apu thought proudly, and a stream of water suddenly gushes out from under his body. While he was feeling relieved, he also saw a crystal object that seemed to be shining in the ruins. Could it be the treasure that His Highness the Prince kept in his mansion? Apu immediately thought about it. Although the musketeers explicitly prohibited concealment and robbery, as long as others could not see it, he was not violating the rules. He had used this extremely fast method to scrounge a lot of good things on weekdays. With this thought in mind, Apu quietly crouched down. But unexpectedly, the glistening object flew directly towards him. This thing actually came to your door? This last thought flashed through Apu's mind. And then he was hit on the head by a small badge. He immediately lost consciousness and fell limply to the ground. Apu! Did you trip over your own urine? Old York saw Apu lying on the ground and walked over, saying with a joking look on his face. Apu stood up unsteadily, with a beautiful badge embedded on his forehead. Old York also discovered this after taking a few steps in. Just when he was about to ask, he saw Apu suddenly raise the musket in his hand. The black muzzle of the gun was pointed directly at his head. The hair on Old York's body stood up. As the trigger was pulled, the two people present paused, because the gunfire didn't sound. Old York realized that the musket in Apu's hand was probably useless because of the rain, and the other party would never use the musket to joke with him. So he immediately shouted around, Alert! Apu may be controlled by someone. Let's tie him up! Several musketeers, who heard the shouts, immediately surrounded him. Since Apu was their companion, no one used their muskets and only wanted to tie him up. However, Apu, who usually likes to sneak around and play tricks, showed extraordinary strength and fighting skills. In turn, he used the musket as a hammer, knocking everyone to the ground in 2 or 3 strokes. Fortunately, more and more people came over soon, and many people even pulled the bolts of their guns and shot in this direction. Apu's face became extremely solemn, and he moved his mouth slightly, and then stretched out an index finger. The dazzling white light immediately dispelled the darkness and blinded the eyes of everyone present. Waves of exclamations suddenly sounded. Old York and the others, who were temporarily blind, could only rely on their feelings and randomly pointed their muskets in Apu's direction and fired, which caused a lot of accidental injuries. By the time they regained sight, and Harm rushed back with his men. Apu had long disappeared. "Quick! Use fireworks bombs to notify Mr. Lin!" Old York shouted loudly. Ham didn't have time to ask for details. So he immediately took out the special projectile and stuffed it into the musket, fired a warning shot into the sky, and a burst of red light exploded in the dark night sky. Chapter 293 The Projection of God reappears. Hadera Tower, on a street in the royal capital. Apu, who had escaped, covered the wound on his left shoulder and stopped in a dark alley. Blood was dripping from the wound, turning the dark leather and armor stained red. Apu frowned and activated the healing magic to heal the wound. But he could feel that the shattered projectile fragments still remained in his body. "This body is really too weak." Apu frowned and muttered to himself. As an extremely powerful sixth-ring priest, he never thought that one day he would be reduced to such a state. If it weren't for the power of the holy emblem, he would probably be dead by now. This holy emblem was made from the finger bones of the first saint. It was placed in the church to accumulate the power of believers' faith and can be used to assist in the casting of more powerful divine spells. This was what gave him the confidence to face the two great wizards. However, what Ansik didn't expect was that Cody, whose memory he had searched, used unknown means to hide from the detection of divine magic and led them into a trap. Inside, the power of magic came so fast that he had no time to react. His whole body was paralyzed, and he lost consciousness. Ansik could only put his incomplete consciousness into the holy symbol, and then his whole body was destroyed in the thunder and explosion. Almost exhausted, he must now decide whether to stay and deal with the two devil believers, or to pass the news here back to the Sokka's empire. "Great Lord, save your most devout believers. Please punish those villains. Your most devout believers are willing to sacrifice everything here." Vaguely, shouts came from the holy emblem. But the citizens of the royal capital were hiding in their homes in fear, praying to the great Lord. Ansiak immediately realized that this was an opportunity to fight back. The prayers of tens of thousands of people were enough for him to use the divine descending technique in his current state to let a trace of the incarnation of the great Lord descend. "Come all, the most devout believers of the Lord, come here." Ansiak conveyed his words to each believer through his holy symbol, over and over again. All over the royal capital, the citizens who were praying devoutly heard the call in their minds. "This is God's will. Lord, you have not abandoned your believers." Each believer shouted excitedly, regardless of the melee that was still going on in various parts of the capital, and resolutely opened the door and walked out, gathering from various streets in the square in the center of the capital. "What's going on? Are these people crazy?" Rettel, who led his men to occupy the three gates of the royal capital and was about to arrest the eldest Prince Harold, saw such a strange scene. Many residents who were hiding at home took to the streets together, shouting that this is the will of the Lord. And the darkness was like a wave. The musketeers responsible for maintaining order were also frightened. Even if they kept firing warning shots, they could not stop the situation. "What should we do now? Should we kill these people?" a musketeer teammate said at a loss. Rettel was caught in a struggle. Although these territorial citizens did not attack them, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that something was wrong with these people. But shooting and killing defenseless civilians goes against their original intention. The sound of prayers in the center of the square became louder and louder, and the faith of tens of thousands of people became a key and tracing point. Seeing that the time had come, Ansik took off the holy symbol above his head and threw it into the air. "Praise the kingdom of heaven has come!" Ansiak was chanting ancient and obscure incantations. In an instant, a white beam of light from the holy emblem shot straight into the sky, illuminating the entire royal capital. Stars seemed to be shaking and falling in the night sky. The pure white light gradually turned into the shadow of a holy and noble goddess. She looked down at all living beings. It exudes an aura of endless majesty and holiness. Melodious hymns echoed in the sky, and an unspeakable majesty spread across the sky. All the believers knelt on the ground, praising the Lord's mercy and greatness in the most humble posture. Rettel and the other musketeers were also stunned, looking at the phantom of the goddess in the sky. Cold sweat flowed from their foreheads, and their legs couldn't help but become weak. Believers like Ham who had given up their faith knelt on the ground uncontrollably and confessed their sins loudly. "I didn't expect Anjuk to still have such power." Lin En, who was in the royal capital, was also watching this scene. He had already received the report from the musketeers, so he naturally knew what happened in the Hatter Mansion. The Apu who suddenly behaved strangely and disappeared inexplicably after injuring his colleagues was probably controlled. The only one who could do this was Ansiak, who was a cardinal. The other party also cunningly mingled with tens of thousands of people. using these poor people as shields. Lin En was not willing to carry out a massacre as a last resort, which was not conducive to their long-term rule.
Do you have a way to solve this thing, Anthony?
Lin asked curiously.
You are joking. Although this is just a projection of her slight power, it is already on another level.
Anthony's expression was extremely solemn, and it was only then that he realized that he had seriously underestimated the power of the Cardinal. Even though he has become a sixth-ring wizard, the power of a school alone is far from enough to establish a magic kingdom.
With your current power, can you still release the second legendary magic?
Anthony asked tentatively.
I just sensed a powerful magical power. The support for this incarnation should be between her eyebrows. Of course not.
Lin shook his head. He is just a three-ring wizard, but he does not have this ability. The magic Lin En had prepared for several days before, using celestial phenomena and alchemical formations to achieve such a good effect.
Then we can only evacuate now.
Anthony sighed. Unexpectedly, they had done so much and seized control of the entire royal capital. But in the end, they could only flee in a hurry. The most anxious person is Hatter. He finally ascended the throne. But now, he wants to evacuate and hand over the royal capital to his brother. This is something Hatter will never tolerate.
Where are the musketeers in the capital? Aren't they very powerful with long fire-breathing sticks in their hands? I also have 3,000 crossbowmen. If I add up to a few thousand people, I can always shoot her down,
Hatter said with a face. He said ferociously. Anthony glanced at him and was about to mock Hatter for his unrealistic idea. But he heard Lin say something.
There's no need to evacuate. I happen to have prepared some things to deal with such emergencies. I thought I wouldn't need them,
Lin En suddenly said, pulling everyone back from their lowest mood. Chapter 294 Lin, I just want to hack her now.
Your Excellency Lin, do you have a way to deal with her?
Hatter asked eagerly. He did not want to lose his royal capital on the first night of seizing the throne. Anthony also looked at Lin in great surprise. Didn't it mean that he could no longer use legendary magic? Lin did not explain, but said with a smile,
They're already here.
As soon as he finished speaking, a dull, rolling sound of wheels came from the other side of the street, and Anthony and others turned to look over. On the streets paved with bricks, several camel beasts were struggling to pull 3 carriages covered with black curtains towards this side. The people leading the way were Philip and others, who had disappeared for a long time and had evacuated from the mansion before. Johnny, Furla and others also followed the convoy and rushed over.
Are you all okay?
Lin En looked around, counted the number of people, and felt relieved when he saw that there were many people.
It's nothing. I was just scared to death,
Alok muttered softly. Although Lin had previously ordered them to run away immediately and hide in the bunker of the residence when they saw Anthony taking action, Furla and others refused to retreat for a long time, causing them to almost fall from the sky. The thunder and subsequent explosions killed it.
You should have told us in advance,
Dean Lin En, Pierce said with palpitations. Lin En didn't reply. The most important thing about making a trap was not to leak any information. It wasn't that he couldn't trust Alok and others, but he had to consider the possibility of them being captured and searching for their memories. Anthony on the side pulled down the curtain covering the carriage, and then realized that what was in front of him was not a carriage, but a very peculiar thing that looked a bit like a cannon. But it's much more delicate and larger than that. It is more than 2 meters high, with 4 wheels mounted on the solid base. The most noteworthy thing is the 2 long gun rails, which extend straight into the distance, with a large number of electromagnetic inscriptions carved inside.
What is this?
Anthony asked in surprise.
A powerful electromagnetic weapon. I thought I wouldn't be able to use it this time.
Lin En walked up to an electromagnetic gun and immediately began to adjust the muzzle, aiming it at the huge goddess phantom in the sky. Film. This was originally a backup plan to prevent the Cardinal from deviating from the plan and not leading anyone into a trap, or from having some flaw in his alchemy formation and not being able to operate as usual to let Philip and others hide in the dark and look for opportunities. An electromagnetic gun directly took Ansiak away. I didn't expect that this would have to be used against a real god, even if it's just a projection. As the lever was pressed, a strong wave of magic power suddenly appeared, and a large amount of lightning stored in the Thunderstone was mobilized. The runes on the rails lit up one by one, creating an extremely powerful magnetic field. Tightly bind the cannonball the size of a human head in the center, because the research time is still too short. This experimental version of the electromagnetic gun can only boost projectiles to about 7 times the speed of sound. Although this is a very terrifying power, it is far from its limit.
Everyone use chain lightning,
Lin shouted loudly. and at the same time stretched out his hand to cast a spell. The blue current immediately hit the runes used to receive electricity. Fulla and others also understood the urgency of the situation and followed the instructions without hesitation. Hundreds of wizards from the entire school poured their magic power into the electromagnetic gun. The long gun rail was soon stained crimson by the high temperature, and the increasingly powerful magic wave also exposed their whereabouts. The projection of the goddess hanging high in the sky immediately cast her sight over. Time seemed to have returned to 2 years ago. Lin clearly remembered that he faced the same scene when he escaped from the Seeka's empire by boat. At first, he could only use the barrier of the Sea of Mist to escape hastily. But now, Lin just wants to hack her.
The Great Lord has come!
At this moment, in the square of the royal capital, tens of thousands of believers are kneeling on the ground devoutly, praying continuously, and kissing the ground under their feet to express their excitement. All the fears and worries in their hearts disappeared, leaving only peace and joy. Ansiak stood alone in the center of the square. After liberating the holy emblem, he could only control the body with slight connections, and even lost the ability to use divine magic. But that doesn't matter anymore, because the Lord's will has come. Through the eye of God connected to the holy emblem, Ansiak quickly found his target. The great wizard Anthony and his apprentices were gathering on a street on the west side of the royal capital. The second Prince Hatter is also here, as well as a young wizard who appears as a magic projection. Probably Carl, Lin, who is wanted by the Holy See. Just deal with it together. A trace of anger and murderous intent flashed in Ansiak's eyes. And then he closed his eyes and asked the great lord to punish those blasphemers. The motionless goddess in the sky raised her right hand, and the green jade finger seemed to have crossed the barrier of space and time. And in an instant, it arrived in front of everyone. The index finger is as huge as a mountain, from top to bottom, as if it is crushing several ants to death. But even ants have a few fangs. Anthony took a step forward and activated the strongest protective magic he had. The magic power quickly transformed into pieces of snake scales stacked together, forming a semicircle in front of everyone, and collided with the mountain-like index finger. The solid snake scale barrier dented immediately, and then fine cracks appeared, and exploded violently after just a second. Under the strong magic backlash, Anthony's figure shook violently. Fortunately, 2 blue streams of light flew past, directly piercing through the index fingers that tried to crush them into pieces. But it was the other 2 of the 3 electromagnetic cannons, controlled by Philip and Orlando, that launched the attack first. However, the injuries caused were very limited. There was no blood flowing out, and no flesh and blood flying around. What was penetrated was just a shadow. The pierced index finger was also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then the index finger turned into a whole palm, with a rich liquid floating in the palm. The divine light pressed towards the crowd. The area covered by the palm has turned into a unique realm, and the air inside has become condensed, making breathing particularly difficult. At the same time, the electromagnetic gun in the center was finally ready. After gathering the electricity provided by hundreds of wizards, the projectile that was firmly bound by the magnetic force let out a roar that resounded throughout the world. Driven by Abel's force, it flew towards the palm that shrouded the sky at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Chapter 295 Light, an electromagnetic gun that distorts time and space. 25 times the speed of sound. The moment the projectile burst out of the barrel, the brain had already calculated its exit speed. The combination of magic and technology unleashed unimaginable power, raising the power of the electromagnetic rail gun to a new level. The instant sonic boom directly shattered the floor tiles and the walls of the surrounding houses. Fulla, Pierce and others who were very close were knocked to the ground, covering their ears tightly. At this moment, in the sky, the shining stream of light has collided with the palm that covers the sky. The solid metal projectile has been burned into red by the scorching high temperature. The surface of the sphere is engraved with magic such as magic breaking, sharpness, and solidity. Runes. This scene was like a pebble hitting a majestic mountain peak. But the result was completely the opposite. At the moment of contact, the palm was like paper, unable to even make a slight barrier, and was easily blocked. Pierce. The red stream of light flew past, and its target was exactly between the eyebrows of the projection of God. As if aware of the threat of this weapon, endless light emerged from the divine body. The distance from the starting point of the electromagnetic gun to the center of the god's body is only 700 meters. For a projectile with a speed of 25 times the speed of sound, it only takes 0.08 seconds. However, this journey became extremely long, and the speed of the electromagnetic gun weakened to a degree visible to the naked eye. From 25 times, to 20 times, then to 15 times, and finally to 9 times the speed of sound. Lin En, who has practiced the deflection force field, understands that this is not because the speed of the electromagnetic gun has slowed down, but that space and time are being distorted to varying degrees at this moment. Slowing down is just a manifestation of space-time distortion. But even so, the terrifying power of the electromagnetic gun still easily broke through the barrier constructed by the divine light, directly piercing through the SHL that constituted the projection of the god. The only difference is that the interval of 1/10 of a second caused the goddess's shadow to deflect slightly by a few centimeters, and did not hit the center of the eyebrow. The red stream of light penetrated the forehead, shattering half of the forehead, and inside there was a small the holy symbol appeared vaguely in the void. Ansiak, who watched this scene through the eyes of God, breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the supporting core was not damaged, the rest could be repaired using divine magic. It's a pity that Ansiak forgot that there is more than one electromagnetic gun. Lin was not so naive as to focus everything on this attack. With an interval of less than a second, the 2 debugged electromagnetic guns made a thunderous noise again. This time, although there was no magic blessing from hundreds of wizards, the speed of the projectiles was much slower, but it still had a speed of 7 times the speed of sound. With the support of the wizard's powerful computing power, it was like 2 silver threads that struck the small holy emblem with great precision. No! Ansiak let out a heart-rending roar. The power of electromagnetic force at 7 times the speed of sound is comparable to 6-ring magic. Even if the holy emblem is made from the finger bones of the first saint, it cannot withstand such a powerful impact and is shattered in an instant. The 2 supersonic projectiles collided together, and the sound waves and violent explosions reverberated over the entire capital, and the entire city trembled under the violent shock waves. The light of the eye of God quickly dimmed, and the huge divine body began to disintegrate, like a shattered mirror, peeling off piece by piece and turning into bright spots of light, and finally disappeared into the void. Also destroyed was Ansiak's soul entrusted in the holy symbol. Ansiak's consciousness was being pulled away bit by bit. Yin Hong's blood continued to flow from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness. The entire square fell into a deathly silence. Tens of thousands of the most devout believers were excitedly shouting for the great Lord to punish those evil blasphemers 1 second. And the next moment, they witnessed with their own eyes the projection of the Lord's will. Several dazzling streams of light shattered it.
The Lord has been defeated? This is impossible? An illusion? This must be an illusion!
Horrified shouts rang out across the square. Countless people whose faith had collapsed either shouted hysterically that what they saw were hallucinations, or collapsed and kept banging their heads on the ground. But no matter what, they could not change this. Result: the projection of the Lord's will was destroyed.
Finally,
seeing the terrifying projection disappear into the void, Lin En slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, he really didn't have much confidence that he could win. He was just holding on in front of Anthony and the others. Fortunately, he might have brought this big killer over in advance. Otherwise, they would have been disappointed this time. Withdrawing from the royal capital, all previous efforts were in vain.
What kind of magic is this? It seems to be related to electromagnetism?
Anthony couldn't recover from the light that seemed to be able to break everything, and kept asking.
This is called an electromagnetic railgun,
Lin replied with a smile.
Using the strong magnetic force generated by electric current to push projectiles?
Anthony, who had recently begun studying Maxwell's equations, quickly analyzed the principle of this thing. In the past, he had directly used the power of thunder itself to kill enemies. But he did not expect that electromagnetic magic could be used in this way and be so powerful.
Not bad.
Lin nodded and did not explain too much. After all, they still had a lot of troubles to solve tonight. By the time Lin En and others arrived at the square, the chaotic situation had been brought under control by the musketeers led by Redel. Although these believers were large in number, each of them had lost their spirit and had no intention of resisting. The missing Apu was also found, but his body was already cold. After inspection, Lin finally confirmed that the other party had indeed been controlled before.
Lord Lin, what should we do with these civilians?
Redel turned his head and looked at the kingdom citizens who were either knocking their heads to the ground or breaking down and crying. He was a little worried that Lin would order them all to be killed. But I know very well that keeping these people is a hidden danger.
Let's control them first, and then decide whether to let them go after interrogation,
Lin En said after pondering for a moment. It has to be said that Ansiak gathered so many devout believers in the square, which helped him solve a big hidden danger. If these fanatical believers mixed up in the royal capital and made some small moves, they might create trouble for them from within. A minor annoyance. It's good now that all these troubles have popped up and can be solved together. Those who are willing to accept ideological reform will continue to be the subjects of the royal capital. And he will forget the past. As for the diehards, who are completely brainwashed, it can always be used when building bridges, paving roads, and doing infrastructure. The labor of tens of thousands of people will not be wasted after all. Chapter 296. Even gods will eventually fall under the power of magic and technology. One day passed in a blink of an eye. And under the joint control of the incorporated kingdom guards and musketeers, the chaotic scene in the royal capital finally calmed down. The church was directly destroyed, and all the clergy inside were captured and executed. Even the eldest prince, Harold, could not escape the pursuit. When he escaped from the royal capital in the chaos, he was shot in the chest by a volley of muskets. He was killed on the spot. No life left. Hatter immediately announced to the outside world that the culprit, who caused chaos in the royal capital and heavy casualties, had been killed. He hurriedly ascended to the throne the next day, in the presence of a group of nobles, and was followed by generous rewards. Some nobles who were willing to express their support were all given gold, silver, and territory. Lynn and Anthony, who had made the greatest contributions, were canonized as dukes of the kingdom. And as promised, all the large territories in the southern part of the kingdom near the sea were canonized. These territories originally belonged to Earl Joyce and several marquises of the kingdom. Now they have either died in the battle or been arrested for standing on the wrong team, in order to win over the wizards and jointly fight against the Empire and the Church. Hagar is naturally very of generosity. As for the other people who made contributions in this battle to seize the throne, Hatter did not treat him badly. For example, Rettel was conferred the position of Earl. After all, it was he who led the people to attack the royal capital and defeated the guards of the royal capital. He deserved all the credit. Not small. The musketeer who had the good fortune to kill Harold also became a noble and gained the status of viscount.
How does it feel to have gained the status of a noble, Rettel?
Lynn said teasingly.
It's not good. Lord Lynn, wouldn't accepting His Majesty Hatter's canonization go against everything we have done before? We eliminated those old nobles, and then became new nobles,
Rettel said confusedly.
Of course our efforts will not be in vain. But things have to be done step by step. Right.
Lynn shook his head. Lynn was a little happy that Rettel could still stick to his original intention and not be affected by a sudden change of identity. Historically, many people were able to burst out with amazing willpower in the early stages of revolution. Once they gained power and status, corruption and degeneration are also the root causes of the widespread existence of the law of historical cycles.
In a few days,
you can come to Aida. I think you should be able to find some answers there,
Lynn said with a smile.
Aida?
Rettel murmured yearningly. He had heard the wizards talk about this magical place. It was a city built by wizards, full of magical power.
Master Dean, the fireworks you want us to make are ready.
While the two were chatting, Lydia hurried over and shouted excitedly,
Okay, let's go take a look together.
Lynn nodded. Tonight, in order to celebrate the new king's accession to the throne, a grand banquet was held in the royal capital. However, Lin En was not interested in playing tricks with the nobles. He had his own way of celebrating. At this moment, the square in the royal capital was already crowded with people. After a long journey and fighting all night, the musketeers and miners were finally able to relax completely. They lit a bonfire in the center of the square and ate the food they had brought, barbecue and fine wine, while talking about last night's victory and honor. Especially the musketeers, who followed Ham to the prince's mansion, were using their shallow vocabulary to describe the shocking sight of thunder falling from the sky. Even some civilians from the royal capital also participated, which was specially arranged by Lin En. After the battle in the royal capital ended, Lin En asked everyone who had free time to help the affected civilians rebuild their homes, and gave them a certain amount of compensation in exchange for their trust. As for the money, it was naturally the new king who was generous. Hatter didn't pay much attention to the life and death of these civilians, but he would not refute their faith because of this trivial matter. So when the celebration was held tonight, Lin En asked them to invite all the civilians who had helped. In the end, less than a quarter of the civilians dared to accept the invitation. But this was undoubtedly a good start. Changes in concepts always had to come slowly.
Master Lin.
After seeing Lennon's figure, bursts of cheers erupted in the square. Everyone stood up and spontaneously moved out of the way. After last night's battle, no one would be unaware of this wizard who was so powerful that he could change the sky with a wave of his hand and drop terrifying divine thunder to destroy thousands of imperial guards. There are even rumors that the projection of God that appeared in the sky above the royal capital yesterday was also destroyed by this young wizard. In the eyes of many people, Lin En is the incarnation of the god of thunder, a true god, or a messenger of God. Seeing everyone's excited expressions, Lin En showed a smile and spoke.
Everyone, please sit down. This victory is the result of the joint efforts of all of us. Everyone's strength is indispensable. But you must remember that this victory is only temporary. The Empire and the Church still exist. They are trying to destroy the results of our victory and drive all of you back into the dark mines, where you can't get anything for your hard work. Due reward?
Lin looked around at everyone present, watching the expressions on their faces gradually turn to anger.
Then defeat them.
A drunken miner shouted loudly, as if detonating a bomb in the crowd, which immediately made the whole square boil. The crowd shouted that they would overthrow the Church and the Empire, and that they would blow it up with muskets. Their heads.
That's right. The Empire and the Church have nothing to fear. Use the muskets in your hands to beat them all to pieces. Even gods will eventually fall under the power of magic and technology.
Lin En shouted loudly. Then, he raised the wine glass in his hand.
As for now, enjoy this banquet and celebrate our victory. From now on, you will no longer be mine slaves, and you will not be hunted by the kingdom. All of you are free.
Listening to Lin En's words, deafening cheers rang out in the square. Everyone held up the wooden cups in their hands,
shouted, "Long live freedom," and "Hack God,"
and then laughed together and drank the strong wine in the cups. Pour it into your stomach. Lin En quietly made a gesture, and Lydia, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly lit the fireworks placed in the square. With a muffled sound of
swish,
everyone in the square soon saw the gorgeous scene. Streams of light of various colors flew into the sky, and then exploded. The colorful fireworks were as colorful as midsummer bouquets, blooming in the sky.
Chapter 297. A sword can be made into a plow, and a plow can be made into a sword. The flickering fireworks broke the tranquility of the royal capital. Many citizens of the royal capital who had just experienced the war almost thought that the war had started again. They were all frightened, even when they saw the beautiful fireworks outside the house. They couldn't help but worry. Is it some weird witchcraft? Fortunately, no one rushed in after waiting for a long time, and these civilians who had experienced the war began to watch the unique fireworks show.
It's so beautiful!
Johnny stared at the bright night sky. The colorful fireworks continued to bloom, and the flashing fireworks even overshadowed the light of the stars.
Is this also made of gunpowder?
Johnny turned her head and looked at Lin. In her mind, this unique black gunpowder was a very terrifying alchemical powder. Whether it was the thousands of elite guards that were wiped out in Harbor Town, or the muskets and artillery that could pierce armor and split stone, their power was fully demonstrated. But this time, Johnny saw the other side of gunpowder. These fireworks were like small cannons, but what flew out of them were not murderous cannon fire, but bunches of fireworks that shone brighter than the stars.
A sword can be made into a plow, and a plow can be made into a sword. It just depends on how those with knowledge want to use it,
Lin En said with a smile.
It's like thunder magic. You can use it to kill people, or you can use it to light up the night. Perhaps when there is no war, more wizards will be willing to learn these construction magics and use the power of magic to improve everyone's life,
Lin En said with emotion. In the future, there may even be architectural wizards who are proficient in cement proportions and steel structures, or engineering wizards who are proficient in the manufacture and maintenance of various tools.
It will happen one day,
Johnny said with certainty. Everything Lin had said so far has come true, and she believed that this wouldn't be too far away.
Dean Lin En, don't you guys come over for a few drinks?
Alok and others gathered around the bonfire waved. Lydia on the side was carelessly blending in with the crowd, drinking with the soldiers, and poured a large glass of cologne into her stomach, receiving warm applause from everyone. I can't drink in this body. Lin En wanted to refuse, but then he thought about it. Wouldn't it be better? So he joined in with a smile without disturbing everyone's interest. On weekdays, they were often troubled by the weird questions asked by the dean, and now that they had the opportunity, they naturally wanted to come back for revenge. Lin En knew all about the little thoughts of Alok and others, and even refused to refuse anyone who came. He drank cup after cup without changing his expression at all. In fact, he secretly decomposed all these wines into basic elements, who made him just a magic projection now, and couldn't drink it even if he wanted to. Until someone remembered that the dean should still be in Aida now. But it was too late now. The drunken Alok and others had already passed out. The next day, when the first ray of morning light shone in the royal capital, Redel woke up and rubbed his head, that was swollen from a hangover caused by drinking too much yesterday. There was a strong smell of alcohol around him. The square's floor tiles were filled with people. The miners were all red-faced and lying facelessly on the dirty, wine-stained ground, snoring loudly. Rettel stepped forward and woke up Ham and others, and then asked them to wake up one by one and get up together to clean up the messy square. Lin En went to the palace early in the morning to discuss the next affairs. Although the battle is over, there are still many things that need to be dealt with within the kingdom. For example, every church in the territory is guarded by priests and bishops. If they incite the people to resist, it will be difficult, and the entire kingdom will rise up. This means that they must resolve all these internal troubles as much as possible before the news has spread completely, in order to prepare for the next war with the empire and the church.
But the whole kingdom is so big. There are probably no less than 200 territories where churches are stationed. It is not easy to eradicate them in a short time.
Marquis Guard, who was promoted to the chief minister of the kingdom, said with a frown.
We can use the speed advantage of the airship to cooperate with the lords from various places to implement decapitation tactics. A few wizards and 100-person musketeer team are enough to ensure the destruction of a church,
Lin En said in a deep voice.
If we go fast enough, we can bring all the areas in the core of the kingdom under our control in a few days. As for other places, we can only do it slowly. Perhaps we can also consider releasing some false news to lure those bishops to the royal capital,
Anthony suggested. Hattar suddenly felt his eyes light up. This was also a good idea. Although the battle in the royal capital 2 days ago was very fierce, with thunder surging and projections of gods, the final result of the war was limited to the scope of the royal capital because of their blockade of information. I am afraid that no one in the churches in the various territories could have imagined that the huge royal capital would fall overnight, and that Ansiak, who had the absolute advantage, would die so easily. They could have made a time lag and sent the bishops, who had not received the news, lure him into the royal capital. In the midst of everyone's discussion, a plan was quickly formulated to completely eradicate the church's power from the kingdom. Generally speaking, the beheading operation and the deception plan were carried out at the same time. The decision was based on the distance of the territory from the royal capital and the strength of the local church itself. Should we lure him to the royal capital or kill him directly?
Then should we keep the death of His Majesty the late king a secret for now?
A nobleman from the kingdom suddenly suggested. The entire hall was immediately audible. Although this proposal was somewhat offensive to the current king of Hattar, it was indeed a method. If we pretend that King Bazel is still alive, and the kingdom still obeys the empire's orders, then this war may be delayed or even avoided. The empire and the church are like a towering mountain, enough to weigh down anyone. Hattar's face was extremely ugly. He was the one who disagreed with this proposal the most, because it meant that he, the king, would not be recognized by the people of the kingdom for a long time.
I'm afraid this will be difficult. It is unlikely that the death of a cardinal can be concealed.
Lin shook his head and directly rejected the proposal. If he could be captured alive like Cosimo did, and his 5 senses would be blocked and imprisoned, maybe he could be prevented from returning to the kingdom of God as his soul. Not to mention that Ansiak had also summoned that person's will projection before. Now the church's top leaders may have received the oracle and learned the information about the kingdom's fall. The church will never allow a kingdom to escape its control. Chapter 298. Breakthrough to the Great Wizard. On the afternoon of the 3rd day after the war in the royal capital, airships carrying soldiers and wizards slowly took off and flew to various parts of the kingdom to carry out beheading missions. 3 of them flew to the border crossing between the kingdom of Hadrada and Nasika's empire to monitor the movements of the enemy troops. Once they found signs of troops gathering to cross the border, they would immediately report back. In addition, Rettel, Ham and others also boarded the airship, but they were heading to Yetta. As the new lord of the southern territory of the kingdom, Rettel has no idea about the construction of the territory and the resettlement of the poor. This time he went to Aida to explore the issues for those people who have got rid of the status of mining slaves and gained free status. A new way out. Also accompanying him were the great wizard Anthony and others. Although most of the wizards in the entire school were sent out to assist in the beheading operation, core disciples such as Furlough were still kept by Anthony. He went to Aida to prepare to meet Lin En in person. Lord Maxwell. By the way, I was invited to participate in this year's academic seminar. Although the war against the empire is imminent, it will take time to assemble the army and prepare war supplies. No matter how fast the church moves, it will not arrive here tomorrow. According to their estimates, it would take half a month at the fastest to prepare. There is a high probability that information about muskets and artillery will be leaked. it may not be easy to rely on these technological weapons to gain an overwhelming advantage again. Fortunately, Lin En does not intend to carry it alone this time. Without the help of the Parliament, it will be difficult for them to win this war. The power of the Holy See is extremely huge, and the territory of the Empire is several times larger than that of the kingdom. There are at least dozens of cardinals like Antioch, as well as high-level personnel such as the Pope and the presiding judge. Their strength is unknown. But before Anthony and others arrive, Lin is also preparing to do an extremely important thing, which is to break through and become a great wizard. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, and it came sooner than expected. This was due to Lin En's uninterrupted spiritual connection practice through the brain during this period, advanced material deconstruction. This is the fourth ring. The most core technique of a wizard is also the only way to exercise mental strength. The time for breakthrough has now arrived.
Dean, are you ready to make a breakthrough now?
Kevin, the professor of plastic surgery, was shocked when he heard the news. He was even more nervous than Lin himself. There was no way. The hope of the entire Ieta school was with Lin En, so they had no choice but to not care. A great wizard is extremely important to any school. This often represents the rise and decline of the entire wizard school, and is also a guarantee of strength and right to speak.
But is this too fast? Do you want to wait for a few more days?
After the initial joy, Kevin became a little hesitant again. After all, the great wizard's breakthrough came with a lot of risks. If he failed, he would fall into a long period of mental weakness, or risk a mental breakdown.
It's today. No need to prepare anymore,
Lin said with confidence. Now he needs more power. In this battle to seize the royal capital, he basically relied on external forces to defeat the cardinal. If he relied solely on his own strength, he might not even be qualified to stand in front of the opponent. This is not a good thing. No matter how much preparation you make, there will always be miscalculations. Your own strength is the fundamental guarantee. Lin En turned down the Dean's affairs and took Kevin and others to the Tower of Screams, which is the core area of the entire Ieta harbor. It was previously used by Helram to set up the soul-eating array that enveloped the entire southern city. Now after the transformation, the Screaming Tower has become a place to store important supplies. On the last floor of the underground, where a large number of magic crystals are stored, the great alchemist Dennis is concentrating on drawing a huge alchemical circle. This is the alchemy circle, elemental vision, used to assist formal wizards to break through to great wizards. It can provide an environment with extremely abundant magic power, and allow those inside to briefly enter the elemental world that only great wizards can see. The person who created this formation is Controller of Elements, Artok. Before that, breaking through the great wizard required taking a powerful potion, Cynthia's Moonlight, which can increase the upper limit of the drinker's mental power within an hour. Thus let a three-ring wizard transcend his own limits. However, this potion had strong side effects, and would increase the risk of mental breakdown if a breakthrough failed. So it was banned 70 years ago. Dennis very solemnly explained to Lin the precautions for breaking through the great wizard. In general, both the alchemy circle and the magic potion were only auxiliary means. There is no trick to becoming a great wizard. Otherwise, there would not be only 30 great wizards out of thousands of official wizards in the entire wizarding land. Lin En listened extremely seriously. Having confidence is one thing, but it does not mean being reckless.
Let's begin.
Lin En took a deep breath, adjusted his condition to perfection, and then walked to the center of the alchemy formation. Buzz! A slight sound of surging magic suddenly sounded, and the alchemical patterns on the ground were lit up enough. The entire bottom floor of the Screaming Tower was soon shrouded in blue fluorescence.
Speaking of which, Mr. Lin should be around 20 this year. Right?
Dennis suddenly asked.
I don't know. But Dean Lin En was probably not over 20 years old when he first came here 2 years ago.
Kevin paused and said hesitantly,
If we can break through successfully this time,
it will be a new record,
Dennis said with emotion. For a great wizard who is less than 22 years old, this can no longer be described as a genius. This record was previously held by August, but the magic star has been proven to be a fraud, so naturally it cannot be counted. When he broke through the great wizard, he was already over 40 years old. Even this was considered fast. Along with the operation of the alchemy array, a large amount of magic power was extracted from the magic crystal and continuously gathered into the center of the array without any intention of stopping. Seeing this, Dennis frowned involuntarily.
Master, do you have any questions?
Kevin asked quickly, and the wizards of the school gathered in the Screaming Tower also had nervous expressions on their faces.
It actually requires so much magic power,
Dennis whispered to himself. It was not him who was controlling the formation now. but Lin En, who was in the center of the formation. But now, he had used the 100 magic crystals he had prepared before. Even though it was drained, the magic circle still showed no intention of stopping. Chapter 299, Constructing the Domain and the Sea of Elements.
Go get some more magic crystals,
Dennis said solemnly. Kevin quickly followed the instructions, and together with more than a dozen wizards from the school, moved boxes of magic crystals over as quickly as possible, placed them in the core areas of the magic circle according to Dennis' instructions, and then continued to ask,
Master, what is going on? Is there something wrong with this promotion ceremony?
Seeing the concentration of magic power in the center of the circle rising sharply, even Kevin, who was not very good at alchemy, saw something was wrong.
Logically speaking, you shouldn't need so much magic power. In the past 70 years, more than 10 great wizards have completed promotion through elemental vision. Even if they failed in the past, this situation has never happened.
Dennis, also confused, after pondering for a long time, he spoke again.
However, there are still too few relevant examples. Everyone's talent, strength, and field of construction are different. There is no guarantee that my prediction is correct. All we can do now is wait.
Kevin looked at the figure in the center of the alchemy circle with great worry, and had no other choice but to secretly hope that everything would go well. At the same time, Lin En, who was being talked about by Kevin, devoted himself wholeheartedly to the control of the alchemy circle. Massive amounts of magic power were continuously poured into his body, and his mental power seemed to be greatly improved under the influence of the magic circle. Big improvement. Originally, his mental power could only cover about 3 meters around his body and control the elements within this range. Now, with the influence of the alchemy circle, it has been expanded more than 10 times. The key to being promoted to a great wizard lies in 2 points. The first is to achieve a breakthrough in mental power, and the second is to build a small domain. Within this domain, all elements are composed of magic power, and the great wizard can easily control and transform them, and even vacuum up an area with a raised hand. This also gives the great wizard a strong suppressive power over the official wizards, because all elements in the field are controlled by the former. This means that the opponent will not be able to directly call any element in the air as a boost, but danger may come from anywhere in the field. Lin En tried to continuously shrink the coverage area of his mental power, from covering the entire alchemy circle to being 20 meters, 18 meters, and 15 meters away from the body. The various elements existing in the air became clearer under his perception, although he could not directly see their appearance. Controlling them became much easier than before. When the coverage area of mental power reached 12 meters around the body, Lin felt that it was almost there and stopped, and then devoted his mind to the vast space of consciousness. Everything here is dark and void, but in this void space, there are faint points of light. As dazzling as the twinkling stars in the night sky, each light point represents a spell slot. This is the prototype of the realm constructed by wizards, or the essence of the realm is the external projection of the consciousness space.
Now he needs to build his own sea of elements, use it to replace the elements from the outside world, and then stabilize the entire field to complete the most important step in becoming a great wizard. With a thought in Lin En's mind, 2 light spots appeared in the empty space of consciousness. These were the elements of hydrogen and oxygen. They are the 2 elements that Lin En has come into contact with and used the most since time travel, followed closely by nitrogen, phosphorus, fluorine, and helium. More and more elements emerged in the conscious space, replicating like tissue cells, and soon filled every corner of the conscious space. After condensing more than a dozen basic elements, metal elements such as copper, iron, and aluminum followed. This was also the first time that Lin En had converted magic power into metal elements without the help of his brain. This process was particularly difficult, and took nearly 10 times the time to generate other elements. Fortunately, Lin En had already recorded these metal elements using advanced material deconstruction technique before, so after spending some effort, he finally managed to mimic and create 9 common metal elements. At this moment, the Sea of Elements has been formed, with a total of 49 elements displayed on it. They are all treasures of the magical world, the crystallization of countless wizards' exploration of the natural world. But Lin is not ready to end there. Taking advantage of the dual blessings of promotion and the alchemical formation at his feet, Lin En wanted to try to see if he could continue to perfect the Sea of Elements. The premise for a wizard to manipulate and mimic an element is to use material deconstruction to thoroughly analyze the element. But what about the other way around? After knowing the model of an element, can we directly skip the process of finding and analyzing this element and directly use magic mimicry? This is undoubtedly a crazy idea. If it works, he can theoretically create any element on the periodic table. By then, let alone making nuclear bombs with bare hands, there would be no problem in making an antimatter bomb. Thinking of this, Lennon couldn't wait to experiment. The target he chose was the plutonium Bu element. This is a radioactive element and an important raw material for the atomic energy industry. It can be used as nuclear fuel and fission agent for nuclear weapons. It is extremely rare in nature. It is usually necessary to separate very small amounts of plutonium from uranium ore. Lin indirectly extracted the federal research data on the plutonium element from his brain, and used magic power to try to reproduce it based on this.
The number of extranuclear electrons and protons of the plutonium element is 94. The number of neutrons is 145. And the relative atomic mass is,
Lin murmured softly, and bits and pieces of magical light shone in the consciousness space. And a new element was gradually forming. Everything that happens in the consciousness space is also projected into the realm that is being consolidated. And a large amount of magic power is being continuously consumed and transformed into various elements. Dennis finally understood why the consumption of magic crystals was so terrifying. Generally speaking, the initially formed field was only about 5 meters long. But the prototype of the field constructed by Lin and was already over 10 meters long. Not only that, the other party also constructed 49 elements in one go to enrich the sea of elements. Is this preparation ready in one step? It's really reckless. Now the most important thing is to stabilize the field and complete the promotion. Building the sea of elements can be done slowly. Dennis shook his head, and then his expression suddenly froze. He looked straight at the center of the alchemy circle. He could feel a new power gradually forming, and he spoke in shock.
This is a new element?
Chapter 300, he is creating a new element. Dennis couldn't help but took a few steps forward, staring intently at Lin En, who was in the center of the circle. On the opponent's outstretched right hand, a new element was gradually forming. It is so tiny that it cannot be seen with the naked eye, but it is particularly clear to the senses. Dennis was extremely convinced that this was definitely not any element he knew, and it did not even belong to any known element type, because this element has been exuding some kind of strange power from the moment it appeared. Thinking of this, Dennis couldn't help but get excited. What are elements? According to the magic theory of the wizard's land, elements are the core of everything and the foundation of all existence. And how many types of elements are there? As long as a wizard who has systematically studied elemental science can answer it. There are 49 types in total. In order to find these elements, they rummaged through everything they could find in the wizard's land, decomposed them one by one using material deconstruction, and then classified and summarized them. These 49 elements are the answer. Some wizards from the elemental school even asserted that there may be no more elements in this world. They have already built the foundation of elemental science, and the remaining people only need to contribute to this, create the corresponding magic based on it. Dennis naturally sneered at this statement, especially after experimentally calculating the area of the eternal star. Dennis was shocked to realize that the world was so vast, and that there must be many unknown new elements that they had not found. However, no new elements have been discovered in the entire magical world for nearly 30 years. It is precisely for this reason that Element Controller Artok places his hopes on the more microscopic world. But now, a new element appeared in front of him. Maybe even a brand new element type. How could this not make Dennis feel excited? This is huge news for all wizards who are proficient in elemental science. If Lin hadn't been making a breakthrough and the alchemy circle hadn't stopped, Dennis would have wanted to rush in immediately and ask what this new element was about. While Dennis was waiting anxiously, the alchemy circle that was originally running smoothly suddenly became chaotic. This unstable core came from the new element in Lennon's hand.
Stop!
Dennis's complexion changed suddenly, and he couldn't care about any new elements for a while. So he hurriedly shouted. However, before the words could be finished, a huge elemental power erupted, and the huge magic power bound within the magic circle instantly went out of control, forming a strong elemental storm that swept everything around. The entire alchemy circle shattered, and the elemental storm impacted the surrounding masonry, shattering it into pieces. Kevin and the others who were very close staggered and were almost caught in the elemental storm. After finally standing still, they all looked horrified. Could it be that the breakthrough failed? Kevin thought worriedly. After the elemental storm dissipated, Lennon's figure soon appeared in front of everyone. Apart from being a little disgraced, he seemed to be fine. He just kept his brows furrowed and seemed to be thinking about something. Seeing Lin's frown, Kevin immediately understood. A look of regret appeared on his face, And he sighed and stepped forward to comfort him.
Dean Lin, breaking through the Great Wizard is not an easy task. You still have a lot of time. And a temporary failure is nothing. Wait, who said my breakthrough failed?
Lin paused and asked in confusion.
In other words, you succeeded?
Kevin asked in shock.
Of course.
Lin smiled and nodded. Then with a thought, the magic power in the field spontaneously transformed into iron elements, which instantly gathered together and turned into a heavy sword several meters long, suspended in the air. 12 meters around him are his domain, and he can control these magic powers to change and combine at will.
Great! This way, the Aida school will have another great wizard,
Kevin said excitedly, with no doubts in his mind. Mimicking metal elements is indeed something that a great wizard can do. The wizards from other schools of thought were also delighted. Since the death of Master Halram, Aida has lost a pillar. Although many novel theories proposed by Lin have been very popular in academic seminars, the name of Aida School has resounded throughout the wizarding land. But no matter what, a great wizard is the guarantee of the strength of a school.
Wait a minute. Since you successfully completed the breakthrough, what happened to the previous magic riot?
Kevin suddenly remembered this and asked in confusion. Before Lin could answer, Dennis on the side interrupted eagerly.
Dean Lin,
were you planning to create a new element just now?
Dennis' tone was extremely solemn, and he even used the word
create.
Elements in the past can only be described as discoveries, because they all exist in nature. They just found the element and used matter deconstruction to analyze and apply it. What Lin did was different. At first, Dennis thought that the other party was just using magic power to imitate an unknown new element. But the moment the element lost control, he realized something was wrong. Lin was clearly building something from scratch. A new element. But how is this possible? Even the legendary speakers couldn't do such an outrageous thing. But Lin almost succeeded just now.
No, it's not a creation. I just accidentally heard a master from the Arcane Society mention the structure and corresponding model of this plutonium element. So I wanted to see if I could reproduce it.
Lin shook his head and explained.
It's a pity that it failed in the end.
In his opinion, wizards' use of elements can be compared to writing programs. All they have to do is use magic to copy and paste codes that can run successfully. What Lin did just now was to guess what the code was writing, imitate it, and then create a bug during the running process. However, judging from the fact that the elements can be generated normally, there is no problem with the plutonium element model in the federal database. But it suddenly got stuck in the pseudo-electronic layer, because it involved the quantum realm. And he didn't know how to make it yet. How can the transitions of electrons outside the nucleus be given a probability distribution? In other words, he could only write this piece of code blindly. And something went wrong.